What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, June 26th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, you already know, Texas baseball has itself a new head coach, and it's not just any head coach. It was the guy who was the head coach of Texas A&M at this time yesterday.
No!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Jim Schlossnagle will be officially introduced as the next head baseball coach for the Texas Longhorns this morning at 11 o'clock. We will talk about that, what it means for Texas baseball, what it means for Texas A&M baseball, and we'll dive into all of the nitty-gritty of Longhorn baseball today. Plus, Texas football lands another commit. How about back-to-back days for Steve Sarkisian and this Longhorn coaching staff picking up commitments? We will talk about Chris Stewart and what he will bring to the 40 acres. We got some Longhorn basketball news as well. Could Rodney Terry be on the verge of adding another piece to this 2024 roster? We'll get into some Major League Baseball. We'll get into the massive trade that went down in the NBA last night. A lot to dive into over the next couple of hours as the Buck has his Olympic gear on this morning. What's up, man?
USA. I've got some I have trials today, so I got to see if I'm going to make that Final Four cut for the Olympic Games. Yes.
I feel like they already announced the team.
Well, there's got to be a substitute. So
you want to be the alternate for the U.S. Olympic men's golf team?
If somebody goes down, some protester runs out and takes a guy's ankle out, I have to be there. I have to be in Paris just in case. Yeah. They got a lot of protesters there. They got a lot of stuff going on in Paris.
They got a lot of protesters everywhere nowadays. Yeah. But you don't think, I don't know, like Bryson DeChambeau, the guy who just won the U.S. Open?
He won't be ready. He'll be at some live event making money.
They're going to call you as the alternate for the team?
After I score today, you're going to see there's a reason why. Hey, I got the gear. What else do they want?
You do have the gear. What is that, a Ryder Cup shirt you're rocking?
I think it may be a Ryder Cup. Maybe, yeah. I think it's 2020. Yeah, 2020 Ryder Cup gear. See, I have my gear from 2020. And it's a little big on me, by the way.
Are you going to wear that shirt along with your old high school jock strap you wore as your COVID
Now you're
mask?
talking. That's right. That's sentimental value. That's right. I'll be ready. I am ready to go, man. By the way, sorry about that, folks. No rain in sight. None.
It's good for you because you're hitting the course today. So
yeah, I don't need it today.
Oh man.
But we need it. It's gotten ugly here the last couple of days.
It has been toasty, and we still haven't hit triple digits in terms of the actual temperature. But
feels like feels like, I don't care. As long as they say the word feels like, it is.
It's felt like 200 for the last couple of weeks.
It really has. So
yeah. All right, Buck. Well, before we dive into the Texas baseball, because that's going to spearhead the discussion today, how about a good morning to the soldiers?
Absolutely. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. And I just gave my disabled veterans, I got my gear, which they send to me like every 3 or 4 months. So I've got my papers, and I sent my check off to disabled veterans. Once again, thank you for what you do. It is appreciated. Please be careful out there.
Absolutely.
I get my $25 and get my little things you stamp on there, your return address, or some sheets of paper that I'm like, dude, why are you guys spending this money on these? You got to pay for this stuff you send me. Just send me something. I'll send a check, but don't waste maybe they get it for free. I don't know. I mean, it's the same thing with St. Jude's. They always send me some weird, I'm like, but doesn't that cost you somewhere when you're sending thousands of these out? It's got to cost you something. Just send an envelope for a return check. I'm going to do it. I know what it's about. I see it 5,000 times a day on TV. I just haven't got my T-shirt from the pet people. The $19. They're crushing me with their pet commercials right now. Help a poor pet who's in the heat. I'm like, oh my goodness, you're killing me.
Are you donating $19 a month for that?
No, I haven't. They haven't got me yet. They're getting close. I tell my wife every time we're sitting there, she goes, "Here they come again." She goes,
Yeah,
"You want that T-shirt?" I'm like, "I'm just dying for that T-shirt." I just got to have that T-shirt.
they
So like,
get you.
well, I want that T-shirt too. Yeah,
You want the Hawk Tua
I'll do a
T-shirt?
T-shirt. I'm into T-shirts now. It looks like.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
they got me. The pet people are just, they're crushing me.
Yeah, that's what they do. They guilt trip you hard, and you're not alone. They get a lot of people every day with those awfully sad commercials and the B-roll of those dying dogs and cats that they
And that poor
show.
dog that's on that chain that goes around and around, and the guy said, "This is his life." I mean,
Uh,
I'm like, the dog can stop. He doesn't have to keep going around in a circle, but there's no shade. I guess it's like a fan. You know what I mean?
they want you to feel like absolute trash
Yes.
watching those. It's
And my dog
amazing.
comes in, Yogi comes in 4 hours a day during the summer and gets a chance to get out of the sun. Now that other little creep who's a year old, he just gets to go in the garage and hopefully he'll stay out. But my old 9-year-old, almost 10, he comes in. He's got a spot in the house. The other one would never stay still enough in the spot.
PETA's going to come after you for leaving that dog outside and also for calling him a creep.
Oh, he is a creep. He's a creeper. He's now eating the oak trees. I've never seen a dog try to eat the bark off an oak tree. Now I've got to put barriers around all the oak trees here because the dog gets real excited and he looks for an oak tree and then he starts biting the bark. Well, you'll kill the bark on an oak tree, and it won't come back. It's just
that's a bad hit right there.
Worst pet I've ever had. Worst pet. I've had snakes and turtles and shit like that I've gotten out of creeks and stuff and brought it and stuck it in the bathtub of my house that are smarter than my dog. And that's a shame.
I've met that dog a couple of times and he's incredibly dumb. Yeah.
I don't get it.
He eats everything and he doesn't listen. And you got the shock collar. Are you not using the shock collar? No.
But you can't just do it for the hell of it. That's cruel.
No, it's not, if he's eating trees, you can do it.
Well, you don't see him doing this all the time. If you don't put that shock collar on, I can't do that when he runs and jumps on the old dog, which the old dog's 10. He doesn't want that dog. He already has enough hip problems. He don't need that another 120 pounds jumping on his back, just wants to play. I'd shock him then if I could catch him doing that. But no, this weekend will be, I'll be around this weekend for my birthday and stuff. I'll put the shock collar on him. My wife says, now it's not fair to just shock him because you don't like him. I'm like, oh, really? Why not?
You got to learn him some new behavior.
Yes. He's now got to the point where he won't come near the gate when I come in. He's like, I know better than to go near that gate. So he's got that down.
Yeah, you trained him off of that. You could train him off of a few other things, I think, too.
Yes.
That works. Oh, man. Well, happy early birthday to the Buck, who turns a very nice –
since Monday, yes.
Very nice 69 this weekend.
Absolutely.
Keep the birthday wishes coming. But speaking of pets, Buck, we got to talk about the Aggies a little bit today.
Yeah, speaking of pets.
Man.
Yeah,
shout out to our own Chip Brown, who broke the story yesterday. He tweeted out at 4:57 p.m. last night that Jim Schlossnagle was leaving Texas A&M to become the next head baseball coach at the University of Texas. It's been speculated for a while, and I wasn't sure if the Aggies' run to Game 3 of the National Championship Series was going to prevent any chance for Texas to take Schloss away from College Station, but ultimately that did not matter because one day after leading the Aggies to a runner-up finish in the College World Series, Jim Schlossnagle left College Station to become the new coach at Texas, and he will be formally introduced at 11 o'clock. So this all happened very, very quickly. It is done. On Monday morning, we find out that David Pierce is gone, and then boom, it is now Wednesday morning, and all of a sudden his replacement is going to be introduced. What a wild 48 hours. Hell, not even 48 hours it's been for Texas baseball.
You have to listen to that guy whine yesterday morning about, oh, what a terrible question to ask me at this time, and then hours later. But he already knew then. He already knew where he was going. That guy's known. I'm not going to say he's known for a long time. He knows he was in the hunt, but I wonder if it would have been different if he'd have won the national championship, So I'll give him that. But that whole bit of him yesterday, that whole, after the game bit, I don't buy that. That's that was just, I thought it wasn't great from the beginning. I still don't think it's great. And especially what has occurred afterwards. I think it's great for Texas. It's a guy that they wanted to get, but that guy personally, nah. Swashbuckler, no, thank you. So as personally, and he could care less, but I just thought that act that he put on after the game was a little different. And only hours later did he take, after telling us how hard he worked and left his family behind, he jumped to Texas. I mean, because it's all going to come across as your dream job. I know that's coming at 11 o'clock this morning. It was my dream job. I've always wanted it. I wanted it before things weren't just, I mean, he may even say that I didn't want to take it away from David Pierce or something. Who knows what that guy's going to say after what I heard from him yesterday. But it's a great get for Texas. It's the guy that obviously it's the guy that they wanted first, and they got him. I wonder if it would have been different if he would have won the national championship. But I shouldn't even care. They got him, so that's all that matters. And Aggies, I don't know how you let that guy get going. You and your new athletic director, that's going to weigh heavy on you as the new athletic director at Texas A&M. That's got to weigh on them. They're looking at that like, dude, you just got here and you let your baseball coach get away from you.
Right.
What the hell are you doing? Not
only did he get away from you, but he got away from you to go to Texas.
Yeah, that's not going to show well on his resume right there.
Oh, it's a double whammy for Trev Alberts, and this is his first big job as the.
And as you said yesterday, they're not so hot about him anyway. There's some that don't like him.
Right.
That's not help. That's not going to help.
No, he's got to get Jim Schlossnagle's replacement right. But this is a big get for Texas, and we'll replay Schloss's comments from his post-game press conference following Game 3 of the College World Series on Monday, because Aggie fans are melting down. They would be either way.
Sure.
Right? They lose the best baseball coach they've ever had to their biggest rival, who's about to jump in and steal the thunder from them in their conference. Like, that's bad in itself. But on top of that, you add gasoline to the fire with the post-game press conference comments from Jim Schlossnagle a couple of days ago. That makes things worse. But
I hope that reporter shows up. I hope he shows up for 11 o'clock to ask him another question.
Yeah, I was a Texags reporter, so I assume that guy lives in College Station, which means it's a pretty short drive for him to Austin if he does want to show face today. He'll have the opportunity to maybe
I would have a question. I would have a question,
there's going to be, if Texas lets them in, there's going to be some Aggie press down on campus a little bit later this morning. But, just incredible. And it depends on who you ask, and maybe we'll find out today, or maybe we'll find out at some time down the road. But there are reports like Kendall Rogers, who is one of the most tied-in college baseball reporters there is over at D1 Baseball. He reported that this thing has maybe been in the works since the start of the postseason. Like, there was already an under-the-table handshake agreement that Schloss was going to Austin even before Texas and Texas A&M played in the College Station Regional like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So obviously we didn't find out about this until yesterday, but there might have been conversations being had behind the scenes since before Texas's season even came to an end.
Yeah, that's why we didn't need the accessories after the game yesterday of him. That's why it makes that even worse to me. So I know like you said yesterday, the talks didn't just start after that game was over with. The talks had been going on. Sure. And once again, he can always say on today is my dream job. That always works. That seems to work for coaches no matter what sport it is. This is my dream job. And people generally say, okay, you bypass a lot of things to get to your dream job. So I'm pretty sure we're going to hear that today. This was always my dream job. And it's hard not to buy, you know what I'm saying? Because it is a dream job. It's a dream job in a lot of ways. But you didn't need the accessories of that whole thing yesterday, that whole bit of, why would you ask me a question like that right after the game? I put all my heart and soul into Texas A&M. That's once again coach speak. They all do it. It's not like one person does it. There's nobody that separates in the coaching field when these things happen. They're all the same.
Yeah.
They're all the same, because when they get the other job, they always say, this was always the job that I always wanted. And what can you say to a man or a woman if that's what they say to you? You can't say a thing. I
think there are a few reasons why Schloss left A&M for Texas. And look, there was a compelling argument for him to stay in College Station, right? Let's call a spade a spade. At this very moment in time, the Texas A&M baseball program is better than the Texas baseball program.
There is no doubt about it.
Like Texas lost to A&M in a regional, and the Aggies just played for a national championship. So there's that argument. Like, hey, Schloss, in 3 years, you were able to get A&M baseball to a place that they had never been before. Do you really want to leave and, try to rebuild somewhere else? And it's not going to be a massive undertaking. It's not like the cupboard is completely empty here in Austin. Like Schloss can make it happen pretty quick, but you are going from a place where, you were one run away from a title to you've got a little bit of work to do to get Texas back to that type of competition. But 3 reasons. Number one, the dream job. I think we'll hear that a couple of times today. Number 2, relationships matter. I think this was the biggest reason why Schloss is coming to Austin. His relationship with Chris Del Conte.
Did he not have an opportunity to do that before when David Pierce? Didn't he have that opportunity? Or was it a little bit it was a money thing? And Chris Del Conte wasn't here.
He was not here. No.
That's right. He was not here. That's right. That was the interim AD at that time, I believe.
Yep. That was a Mike Perrin hire.
Mike Perrin, yeah.
Yeah. And the Texas athletic department was not in a great spot.
No, it was a mess.
That was coming off of Steve Patterson, and Mike Perrin, kind of tried to put lipstick on a pig. And, he's a nice guy, did as good of a job as he could have done. But, Texas was in a tough spot as a department, and they bungled that last search a little bit. And, CDC was still with Schloss in Fort Worth at the time. But, relationships matter. And it's not just that those guys work together. Those guys are very good friends. And their wives are apparently good friends, and they vacation together. So, you go to A&M where they've got a new AD, not the guy who hired Schloss a few years ago. And then you talk about Chris Del Conte, who worked with Schloss for a long time in Fort Worth. They had a bunch of
if you're coming from the Fort Worth area and now you've spent 3 years in College Station and you have an opportunity to live in Austin in the latter years of your life and your career, shit, there's enough right there to tell me I'm gone.
Yeah, I think that's probably reason number 3.
Yeah.
And then number 4, the money. Now, A&M probably could have, and I think they would have been willing to match whatever Texas ultimately is paying Jim Schlossnagle. But, last year Schloss was making $1.35 million. That was his base salary at A&M. And Chip, in his report yesterday over on horns247.com, said there's a chance that doubles. Wow. Which would make Schloss the highest paid coach in college baseball, which we talked about whether it was.
That's what they do at Texas. That's what you do.
Sure. You've got the money, use it.
Yeah. Right? I mean, that's what you do. That's how you get right.
Yeah. They're going to have to pay a buyout too. And we've talked about it a lot. Buyouts don't mean a damn thing in college sports anymore. Like anybody could pony up the money to buy somebody out to make their team a little bit better. So, all of those things. But I think the biggest factor was just the relationship. Like if Texas has a different athletic director, even though Texas has all the baseball history that it has, even though, this might be a dream job for a guy like Schloss, even though the money might have been ridiculous, I don't think Schlossnagle makes this move. I think the fact that he trusts Chris Del Conte and just he trusts how aligned this athletic department is right now at Texas, I think that was the thing that tipped the scales in the Longhorns' favor.
Well, we'll see how quick he has to win, because I'm not, I'm not putting it on that things change in a hurry. There was a lot of things that weren't very good about the baseball team, so he has work to do. This doesn't automatically change. So we'll just have to see.
Well, the good news for Texas is, in Schloss's first year at A&M, he took the Aggies to the College World Series.
Mm-hmm.
And that was actually their most successful season in program history back in 2020.
Until this year, yeah.
Until this year. So, I don't know if it's fair to expect. It's definitely not fair to expect a guy getting to Omaha in year 1. But that's the good news if you're a Texas fan who wants things to turn around pretty quickly, is that this guy at a place with, less resources and less history was able to get there in his first season there.
For sure.
So I don't think it's outlandish to at least think that there's a chance that Texas could have immediate success under Jim Schlossnagle. I don't know what that looks like.
Well, it looks like you get the guy that you want, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
Because you can't go, you can't say that we didn't try. This is our 5th choice. This is the guy that we wanted to get. We got that guy. Let everybody think what they want. you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whatever, you know, whatever he says, dream job or getting out of College Station or whate or personalities or friendships and relationships. It doesn't matter. You got who you wanted to get. That was important. And it makes it just feel even better to get it from there.
Oh, man. You kidding me? Just the monumental meltdown that's
Oh.
happening amongst A&M fans.
That's what I'm saying. They have got to be just – you talking about waking up to that. And of course, there had to be whispers of that. As you said, I mean, this has been going on for a while. This didn't just happen the other day. This wasn't just at the finals of the College World Series. This has been going on for a while. You can't be negotiating to a guy who's like this, and you can't be playing against him. And there's closed door meetings, and his agent is talking to CDC or whoever it be at University of Texas to find out the interest. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that guy was very interested. Once again, dream job, I buy it. I mean, I never say about a person that says this is what I've always wanted to do. He didn't say that the other day about Texas A&M. He said never, 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 but he never said this is what I always want. This is the place I always wanted to be.
Yeah.
So he's going to say that today.
Let's play those comments again. You've referenced them a couple of times. This is after Texas A&M's loss to Tennessee in Game 3 of the National Championship Series on Monday night. The very last question of Jim Schlossnagle's post-game press conference was posed by a Texags reporter. Of course, earlier that day, Texas had fired David Pierce, which left an opening here in Austin. And here is the back and forth that Aggie fans are going to loathe until the end of time.
The rumors circulating today about a specific job opening. What do you have to say about your future in Aggie land?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again. And that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question. But I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
To never take another job, he said. He said the word to never take another job until it became my dream job.
Well, he said those were his intentions. And look, yesterday we talked about this, and I was wondering if it was my Texas fan hubris coming out like, well, he didn't say no. Like, all he had to do in that spot, if he was staying, was say, I will be the head coach of the Aggies next season, or I will not be going to Texas. That's all he had to do, and he didn't say that. Now, I'm not excusing the answer. It was a bad answer, and it's a bad look for Schloss. And once again, Aggie fans would have been pissed either way, but now that he threw this on top of it, it's a bad look for him. There's no doubt about it, and people are going to hate him until the end of time. Now it's not just Aggie fans who are going to find him slimy. It's everybody who's going to find him slimy.
He's a bunch of SEC fans, but that's that's the world of coaching. I'm sorry. I wish you could get around that and say, that's not the way people do it. That's the way a lot of them do it. That's the way you say goodbye. I mean, that's when another job comes up that in your mind is a better job, then you can be a fool not to do that. But it's just the words you use, the accessories that you put on it, like never, and I left nobody cares.
Well,
nobody cares. If like you said, he just said, no, I'm not leaving.
There was a lot of past tense towards the end of that answer.
Yeah.
Which is another reason why I wondered, okay, is he actually staying? He's like, I poured my heart into this job. That's something he said.
Until the next job comes.
Right. Well, he didn't say, I pour and continue to pour and will continue to pour my heart and soul into this job. He said, I pour. Like, he was using past tense there.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
And the decision was already made, clearly. It wasn't announced, but it was already made. Absolutely. I don't know if that was intentional by Schloss. I don't know if that was accidental by Schloss. And maybe misspoke and I'm psychoanalyzing for no reason here.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think he comes to the podium today and said, I didn't have my mind made up until he's got to say that. That's got to be one of, that's got to be that little white lie that you're going to say, I just had made up my mind last night.
Yeah. I think he does.
Or yesterday afternoon. He can't say that I knew right afterwards that this is where I wanted to go. But when you say if you say the word dream job, you knew the minute you started having conversation, win, lose, or draw, you could be the coach at Texas. If it was, yeah. But you can't, if he says that I just made up my mind late yesterday afternoon, it's going to be, yeah.
Right. And I think he will say that. And
yes, he will. He will.
That will be.
Yeah, he'll give you that. It just came to me late in the afternoon. It just came to me late in the afternoon.
I was back and forth, and man, having to look my players in the eyes and let them know was really tough. And I wasn't sure, even at that moment, I wasn't sure I was going to actually do it.
Oh, dude, you sound just like this is how they talk. This is how he'll be talking today. But you know what? It's the life. It's the business.
Yeah.
There's certain parts of the business that's just what they are. You want somebody to be. You want people to be totally brutally honest with you. They're not going to be.
It was a bad answer from Schloss. And it's a bad look for him. And look, as a Texas,
be reprimanding a guy for asking that question, and look hours later what happened.
Yeah, as a Texas fan, I think it's the funniest thing to ever happen.
Oh yeah, I think it's funny as hell.
If I put my Longhorn baseball shirt to the side and actually look at this thing from a 30,000-foot view, and it's bad for Schloss to do what he did. Look, there was a right way to answer that question, a righter way to answer that question. Sure. He could have just said, hey, tonight's not about me. Like, we're hurting, we're grieving. It's about the players. They poured their heart and soul, to use that verbiage, into this season, and we came up a little bit short.
Yeah, if he said we'll talk about that later and then took the job, who cares?
Right. Like, look, Aggie fans, once again, they'd still be pissed because he left to take the job at Texas, but it wouldn't be like this, like you said that and you reprimanded the reporter and then you left less than 24 hours later? Like, that's
a few hours, dude. It was a few hours.
Yeah.
It was that by the afternoon, you were actually packing your bags.
Right. So it was
once again, as soon as he says dream job today, for me, all bets are off. Good. Let's go. Let's move along. As soon as you say this is the job you've always wanted, then that's fine. Now, you don't jump, because you won't jump and go anywhere else. You'll be the baseball coach here until your retirement somewhere in a nice area in the hill country in Austin. And if that's what your dream is, what are you gonna hold a guy back from his dream? No.
Right.
You can't do that. You can't do that. That's why you got in the business.
Yeah, for some folks that will suffice, and for a lot of folks in the Bryan College Station area, that's not.
I don't care about them. I'm good if they suffer on that part. I just would rather hear him say this is where I always wanted to be, and then I'm good with it. Because if that's true, the accessories, you're just like any other human that's answered a question not the way people wanted it to be answered. That's all, and you move along, because you know what? There'll be another coach sometime this year that'll do the same thing. That'll say the same thing in any sport.
Bingo. Like when Schloss took the job at A&M a few years ago, he was quoted up in Fort Worth saying, no, I'm not interested in any other job besides TCU. Like, he already did this. So it's like, Aggies, you're going to be hypocritical. This is sports fans. Every fan base does this. This is not a shot at Aggies, even though I love taking shots at Aggies. But literally, your coach did this exact same thing 3 years ago.
That's right.
And hell, he was in Fort Worth for 18 years. He was only in College Station for 3. And he was like, I'm not interested in going anywhere else. TCU is where I'm going to be. And then what did he do? He left to take a better job. What did he do now? He left to take a better job. I say this all the time, Buck. If you spend your days looking for loyalty in sports, you need to find a new hobby.
Yes.
Okay? You need to find a new hobby, because this has happened a million times with players, with coaches, with executives, all of the time. It's why I have no problem with the transfer portal, right? Because coaches do this all of the time. There is no loyalty in sports, okay? I don't know why people are so amazed and shocked every single time something like this happens. Yeah, I get it. We're fans. You can get pissed, but this stuff happens all of the time in
sports.
It's
going to happen again, and it's
going to happen
very soon.
Again. Yes, to a player near you, to a coach near you.
You're absolutely right.
It sucks. I'm not telling you to think that it doesn't suck, because it absolutely sucks. Every sports fan has been affected by it.
You're right.
But this is like, he literally did this to a different school to take your job a few years ago. And he did it again. This is just how, if Chris Beard, I know he said Texas was his dream job. Hell, he said Texas Tech was his dream job. And by the way, this is Chris Beard 2.0, isn't it? If Chris Beard ever got offered the job at Duke, sorry, he's gone.
Of course.
He could tell you it's the dream job, but if a better job comes calling with a raise, with more resources, that's just how it works. He's going.
Dude, it works that way in business. It works that way everything.
Right.
It's not just a sports thing, but we're sports people, so we hear it in sports all the time, but we're semi-shocked by the way they handle it. Like I said, I don't need the accessories, but they all do it. They all feel like they have to do those things. They have to make a reporter feel bad for asking the question that they didn't want to get out, that 8 other reporters in that building that day didn't want to say it. They're like, I'm not going to piss him off because if he's here for another year, he's going to look at me and say, that was the dude that asked me that question.
Yeah.
I'm going to remember that guy.
Yeah, no, it's bad. And look, I don't know if Schloss will apologize to that guy, whether publicly or privately. Maybe he shoots him a text like,
no, that dude's showing up today. That dude's on his way. That dude is on. If that dude had the balls to say that guy will show up at the press conference today. And as an Aggie guy, he's got to come back with the same, okay, coach, I just wanted to ask you this after you reprimanded me yesterday. Yeah. Can I ask you now the question about how long you think you'll be at Texas till the next job comes up?
I don't think that guy's going to be allowed in today. Like, what do you think? Because there could be, if Texas allowed it, there could be 50 Aggie media members in Austin today.
Well, you can't keep them all out, can you? I mean,
I don't know. That's the thing. What do you do? Are you selective with who you allow in?
Or you're going to be selective with some. And you're right. I don't know if that particular dude makes it in.
Yeah. Look, I
would expect for the baseball coach to say, yeah, let him in.
Right. I don't know. I'll tip my cap to that reporter, though, because, Schloss called him selfish. No, that was the question everybody wanted to know the answer to in that spot.
And they really got an answer to it in a matter of hours, Coach, after you gave that diatribe about how you poured your heart out into the Aggies, really.
Yeah. Oh
Once again, I ain't mad at you because that's what they do. This is how the sports business is. So
it is.
I'm excited that they got the guy that they wanted, the right guy. They've been looking for it for a long time, and now they have him.
Absolutely. All right, more on this momentarily. We are hoping to speak with the best player in Texas baseball history later in the show. That would be Brooks Kieschnick. We're trying to see if he can join us in the 9 o'clock hour to give his thoughts on the Schloss hiring and also the end of the David Pierce tenure here in Austin. We'll keep you all posted on that. We'll get back into this and get some of your texts and comments as well. But before any of that, Buck, how about some sponsor shout outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of expertise, proven expertise with the model Live Wellness. Relax the Back can help you transform your routine and your life for sure. It's done that for me over the last 25 years with this wonderful chair and a couple other chairs that I've had for my bad back after having thoracic back reconstruction. And whether you have lower back, lumbar problems, shoulder problems, thoracic problems, hip problems, you got to go to Relax the Back and find that chair or some of the accessories that they have that are gonna make you feel good daily. And I've done just that. They've got select office chairs, of course, those zero reclining chairs. You're gonna love zero gravity reclining chairs, the Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses, of course. They have it all at Relax the Back, and they've been doing it for a number of years. They've got a store at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back.
Folks, look what I've got this morning.
Oh, vintage cola.
The OG Olipop flavor. We're drinking it. We're toasting to Jim Schlossnagle, and I'm imagining this is full of Aggie tears.
You're drinking their tears this morning?
I am drinking their tears this morning.
Oh, the Cohen family. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah, I got to reach out to our guy, Bill. I can't even imagine what he's going through right now. But love Olipop, the perfect way to celebrate this great news. Olipop, great tasting soda that's actually good for you.
Yes, indeed.
9 grams of fiber in every can. There are ingredients that will help support good digestive health. Every time you drink Olipop, you are supporting your digestive system. Hardly any sugar, very few calories. And not only are you supporting your digestive system, you're supporting your taste buds too, because this stuff tastes just like soda.
Yeah, I'm
Tell
going to
me-
have the creamsicle today because USA wants me to be at my top peak performance. So I'm going to have an Olipop this morning before I hit the course.
There you go.
Yes.
Make it happen. You can get it at HEB. You can get it at Whole Foods, Target,
Yes,
Walmart,
sir.
Costco. Wherever you go to buy your groceries, you can find single cans or packs of Olipop. Olipop, a new kind of soda.
And that means if I hit the course, that means I'm headed to 7-Eleven because that's a little double-decker Little Debbie today.
You need a cream pie in you today.
I do need some cream in me today for sure. Yes, I know my guy Godbolt Paul, and thank you to Godbolt Paul for all he's done, Austin Duck Adventures, but he generally will bring me a taco filled with meat and cheese and onions before I go out there and play. No, I'm going Little Debbie's. I'm going to have cream in me today.
Gross.
Yes, indeed.
But I guess you're excited, so.
Yes, look at me. I'm overjoyed.
Nothing wrong with a little cream when you're excited.
That's it. Absolutely right. And they've got it there. They got everything you need at 7-Eleven. You know, they got the donuts that are there. They got the rollers. You know I play at noon, but noon's a little tough time to be out there when it's 98 degrees thinking for one of those 7-Eleven pizzas. That's got to be an after golf, not before. But Little Debbie's, always you can get cream in you at any time.
I think that was Socrates who said that.
Right, you need to have cream in you at any time.
I believe that is his quote from back in the day. Could be wrong on that. Yep, love 7-Eleven, the best convenience store in the world. Like the Buck said, they've got everything you need. Also, a shout out to centextickets.com. Speaking of having everything you need, tickets to anything you need can be found online at centextickets.com. Sporting events, concert tickets, Broadway shows, festivals, you name it, they've got it right there on your phone or computer. Just log on to centextickets.com.
Love it.
Oh, man.
Let me ask you this question. For the last 2 days, we have been baseball mania, and the more baseball I've talked about in 20 years on shows. But let me ask you this. Did the Yankees beat the Mets last night? I was watching some of that game, a little bit of that game. I think the Mets went up 1-0. Please tell me the Yankees won that game yesterday.
Actually don't know.
Ooh.
Let's do a quick check of the app. No, the Mets won.
Oh.
9-7, the final score.
Garrett Cole. Oh, he missed giving up some runs.
Yeah, he did. Mets are playing some half decent ball.
They are.
Now. Speaking of playing half decent ball, the Astros are playing some good ball.
Are they alive and well now?
They're back. Yeah. Anyone who counted the Astros out, I think, is absolutely insane. And I promise this is not me saying this on June 26th, like I didn't say this on May 26th.
Right.
But they've won 6 in a row. The Mariners, who have been first place in the American League West for a while, have lost 6 of 7. So, 10 days ago, Buck, Seattle had a 10-game lead over Houston for first place in the division. Now it's down to 4.5. And it's baseball, so you still have a million games left. So the Astros have figured it out. They've turned a corner. Getting rid of Jose Abreu was maybe the best thing that they've ever done. And they're figuring it out.
And we're on our way. We're on collision course for the All-Star game up in Arlington. I know we're going to be up there for SEC. You're definitely going to be at that game, aren't you?
I don't know.
Syntex tickets. You talk about Syntex. Call Shelby. Get yourself in the damn game.
You're right. No, I could if I wanted to. I have to decide if I want to. I'm not a huge All-Star game guy, Buck. It doesn't do it that much for me. I don't know.
There's got to be some sights and sounds and scenes at the All-Star game if you haven't gone to any of those before, and it's in Arlington, it's at your park. How can you miss that? You'll never go again. So you might as well get to this one. You're going to be there.
If there's anything, it's funny. The MLB All-Star game is the same week as SEC Media Days. So there's going to be all sorts of people watching going on in Dallas and in the Metroplex for that week. But the Derby is where I'd go. I wouldn't go to the All-Star game. If I did go to something involved with All-Star week, it would be the Home Run Derby, because that to me is the cool event.
Is that Saturday or generally Sunday?
No, it's usually they do the Derby on Tuesday and
early in the week. Oh, that's right. They don't want it close to the game.
Yeah, it's either a Monday, Tuesday, or a Tuesday, Wednesday. No, they're back-to-back days, but it's just in the middle of the week.
Yeah,
where they do the All-Star festivities. So I don't know if you want to go. You and I could go to that maybe if you have any interest. Would you want to go?
Baseball, I'll be sitting out there asleep. No, that for me that would be a waste of time. And no, I wouldn't go. I'd go to the, I'd go to the track first.
You're right. No, the track's pretty close though, isn't it?
Yeah, but the track, I'd have to get up there on Sunday because it's not much going on a Monday and Tuesday. And it's kind of, closed on Tuesdays. There's nothing going on. But by the time Wednesday and Thursday roll around, look out.
There you go.
But the SEC Media Day, that's going to be an awful lot of fun.
We are excited for that. We're still looking for another travel partner or two.
Absolutely.
If you want to get involved and help us get to Dallas for SEC Media Days, reach out. You can send us a DM on Twitter. You can shoot me an email as well, or just comment and let us know that you want to be involved. But, yeah, we're going to have a ton of Texas Sports Unfiltered folks up there in Dallas at the Omni for SEC Media Days in the middle of
and we can meet the guys from the SEC Unfiltered, which would be kind of cool.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll meet all sorts of folks up there. And, 5 days away from the move becoming official. How about that? We talked about Texas wanting to hire a baseball coach by Sunday. So Chris Del Conte didn't get asked a million times about, hey, who's the next baseball coach going to be? Well, he didn't need anywhere close to Sunday. No. And now he gets to puff his chest out even more in front of all of those Texas fans on campus this weekend.
Oh, yeah. He may be sporting a new coach up there.
Oh, man. Yeah, I wonder if Schloss will be there. That's a great point. I wonder if a lot of the Texas coaches will be there this weekend. That's Sunday, and, of course, the move becomes official on Monday, July 1st. And if you weren't already – it's funny, Buck, because we've been talking about, like, which sports do you feel confident in making the move to the SEC? Because the SEC is better in just about everything than the Big 12 has been.
Mm-hmm.
So we're like, okay, well, football we feel pretty good because of the Bama game and the Big 12 championship and the college football playoff. You go around. Volleyball's won back-to-back national championships.
Right.
Softball's been to a couple of championships in the last 3 years. Swimming and diving's always going to be great. Tennis and track and field. And you go down the list and you felt pretty damn good about just about every sport.
Correct.
I think baseball was kind of the one where you just weren't so sure if you were ready to make the leap into the toughest conference. And I think Texas fans feel pretty good now, don't they?
For sure. Oh, yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I mean, they just weren't going to look back, and obviously David Pierce was – and that thing was in the works for him, as he said. And he told you that they talked after the season was over, and that was pretty quick. Parting of the ways. Mutual, not really.
Yeah, I'm sure there were conversations had between Chris Del Conte and David Pierce, but I'd be surprised if it went down the way that they said it did in those statements, where it's like, oh, right after the season ended, they discussed and they realized that they needed to go in different directions. Like, look, David Pierce is getting a decent buyout because he had 2 years left on his contract. Getting millions of dollars will make you say all sorts of things. Right?
For sure.
You'll agree with somebody. You'll call it a mutual parting of the ways, and you'll follow their messaging if it means you're going to end up walking away with a couple mil.
Yeah, if you lose out on $250,000 because you said the wrong thing, then you're stupid.
Right, exactly. That's a no-brainer decision. So I don't know how many people believe those statements, but to me it feels pretty obvious that the timelines did not sort of follow what they were saying there. But, yeah, I mean, it's a great hire. And, look, Schloss, his resume is really, really good. He's never won a national championship, but now he's been to a College World Series final, which is something that David Pierce was unable to do at Texas. And Schloss, I mean, at TCU, Buck, he went to 5 College World Series. He went 4 years in a row from 2014 to 2017. And I went and looked at some TCU baseball history. Before he got there, TCU had only made the tournament twice. Forget a super regional. Forget the College World Series. They had only made the NCAA tournament 2 times. One was in 1956. One was in 1994. And he was in Fort Worth for 18 seasons He made it 16 out of those 18 seasons.
Well, that's what happens when you pour your heart into something.
and once again, made it to Omaha 5 times. He won 3 Big 12 regular season titles. He won 3 Big 12 conference tournament titles and had all sorts of postseason success too. And then, A&M had no baseball history. They had more than TCU had before Schloss, but they had no success in Omaha. And he was there for 3 years, and he's literally responsible for the 2 best seasons that Aggie baseball has ever had. So that's the guy you're getting here at Texas. And just to think, with all of the resources and the facilities and the talent that's in this state and the history that Texas has.
Here comes where the backing of the getting all the people together. Here's where the backing comes in now.
Yeah.
There won't be very many excuses of why it doesn't happen in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
It just won't.
That's it, right? Because that was the biggest problem with Texas baseball. This roster had just fallen off, right? Like you look at some of the 2020 roster, the 2021 roster that Texas baseball had. It was littered with professional players, and that's why Texas had a great start to the 2020 season before the COVID shutdown, and they went to Omaha and they finished 3rd place that year. Like they had a College World Series caliber roster.
Yes,
they didn't have it this past year.
No.
Texas didn't not make Omaha because David Pierce was some bum coach and he just couldn't figure out how to get this talent there. No, like the talent on this roster had fallen to a point that was unacceptable. And it happened because Texas wasn't getting the NIL funding that it needed. Now,
backing for the coach, I mean, there's a lot that goes into that. You can try hard all you want to and want to do this, but if you don't feel that backing behind you, there's something missing in you as a coach sometimes too. He knew he didn't have that.
Exactly.
He knew if it was going to be all about him and making the decision to be the pitching coach, then he was putting that bullseye on his back, and he had to get it done, and he just couldn't get it done. They just weren't talented enough. No matter how talented he thought he was as a pitching coach, he didn't have the talent that actually had to go out on the mound and get it done.
Yeah, and some of that's on David Pierce, but some of that's on NIL. And apparently David Pierce was not really a part of NIL discussions when he was the coach at Texas, which I don't know if that was his call. I don't know if that was a donor's call. I don't know if that was a CDC call, but that feels weird in 2024, especially at a place like Texas, where the coach is just not involved in that at all. But yeah, look, with the Schloss hire, Buck, not only do you bring in a top 5 coach in the sport, like that's something that's going to ignite the fan base. You stole him from A&M. You don't think that's going to get donors to be like, oh yeah, no, I want to support this. I want to back this. Like you hurt them and you helped us. Like, okay, here, take all my money. Like I'm sure CDC's phone was off the hook yesterday because of how many people were calling like, hey, how can we support? Now we realize you're serious about Texas baseball and, oh, this is the move you had up your sleeve. What can we do? Hey, Texas One Fund, what can we do
for sure
to back this guy? I think you're about to see I don't think we're going to have any sorts of discussions like we've had the last couple of years about Texas baseball for a long time.
Now it's about wins and losses now.
Yeah, now it is about wins and losses. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line 512-222-9328. A 501 number says it's no different than when Nick Saban left for Alabama. Yep, another example of a coach reneging on his word, right? Like Nick Saban, I am not taking the Alabama job. He said that when he was with the Dolphins, and then 2 days later, guess where he's coaching? Yeah, Alabama. It happens, and Chris Del Conte just continues to be Mr. Steal Your Coach. Got the Your markers a few years ago, and now he gets the Ags this time around. If you have a coach, especially in the state of Texas, that is good, get ready because daddy's coming.
That's right.
CDC is daddy right now. All right, more to get to on the 40 acres. How about another commitment for Texas football? We'll talk about Chris Stewart here in a moment. But first, Buck, how about another couple of sponsor shout-outs?
Our good friends over at Sue Patrick J. Willems, 1975 they started, and they've got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories, and more. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts there for sure, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing, and they offer free shipping, folks, on any online orders over $49. curbside pickup as well. And folks, there's plenty of parking there at 5222 Burnett Road for sure. We will be there next Tuesday. Texas will then officially be in the SEC. There'll be shirts, hats, glasses, you name it. And Jay's going to open up at 9 a.m. in the morning, and we'll be talking about a lot of things. We'll also be talking about, thanks to the folks at the American Cancer Society, it is time for you folks that haven't started to get your screening and are thinking about, you know what, maybe 2025, or maybe I'll get it done just before the football season. You are going to start getting busy with the University of Texas getting it. And this is for Longhorn, Aggie fan, for all you fans out there. Once you start following your special team, when football starts, NFL also, you are going to put things on the back burner. Do not put your health on the back burner, and especially when you have an opportunity for this cancer screening, whether it's you're getting colonoscopies, mammograms, anything to do with your throat, that if you've had some history in your family, let's get it done in the month of July. It's hard to get appointments with folks, but if you can get cancer screening done, please do. Please get that done. I've got mine on August 2nd. I've made my plans before this football season starts because I'll get busy and I'll say, you know what? I'll put it off. But you cannot put off anything to do with the disease of cancer. Don't put any of that off whatsoever. If you can get screened for it, please do. We'll be talking about that. We'll have a number of people talking to us on Tuesday about getting screened for cancer, where to go, what to do, what to look for. But on Tuesday, we'll be at Sue Patrick, and I want to thank Sue and Jay for having us there and helping us out with that too.
Amen. Yeah, excited to partner with the American Cancer Society once again. And special guest is going to be joining us that morning. And that's incredibly well said, Buck. Never a bad time to go get screened, especially for you guys out there. And I know most of y'all hearing us and looking at us right now are guys. We do a horrible job of getting checked for anything.
Yes, we know people that are dealing with prostate cancer right now, very close to us. And, putting it off is not going to make it go away. No. If it's there or there's a possibility of it. You need to go and get screened for it, because there are some of these cancers that are out there right now that if you get them early, you can take care of it. And then they probably won't come back and get you later on down the line. But if you wait to the bitter end, that's going to be a problem. So why wait?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Yeah, looking forward to being out there next Tuesday. Also, some love to Jack Allen's Kitchen. I don't know if I can wait till next Tuesday to get to Jack Allen's Kitchen. Fantastic dining experience every time you walk in. 5 Austin area locations. The food is ridiculous. Of course, they're going to start you off with that house-made pimento cheese. And look around, because if the Buck's in the same restaurant as you, that cheese is going to be gone.
My wife tried to get in on some of that last week, and she left the table, and it was like, you left. She goes, "What happened to the cheese?" I said, "Oh, they're going to bring some more. It fell on the floor."
Oh, that was your excuse?
Oh yeah, it hit the floor. But don't worry about it. They're going to bring some more back.
Meanwhile, you got a little pimento hanging from the side of your mouth.
Yeah, man. I ate that little. Oh, that was delicious. That chip it came with, I was all over that. But I had a wonderful salmon meal there. Delicious.
Yeah. They've got so much. It really is incredible. The chicken fried steak, the chicken fried chicken, the fish dishes, the enchiladas, the crate burgers, the salads, the soups. When I say something for everyone, like you could have a kid who's like, I won't eat this, I won't eat that, I won't eat that. There's going to be something for him or her. I promise.
I've never had a burger there before, BK.
They're awesome.
Really? I've never had a burger at Jack Allen's. That needs to be my next item.
I try something new every time I go in, and I've been
too hard for me there
25 times, and I still am trying new things. I kid you not, I've not had a bad item yet. Like everything I've gotten, it's like, oh shoot, should I get this again next time, or should I keep trying different stuff? It's really good. If you haven't been, what are you doing? If you have been, you know what we're talking about. 5 Austin area locations, great people running the shows as well. It is Jack Allen's Kitchen. And also some love to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You see the new TSU hats.
There you go.
We got rolling. We might give a couple away at Sue Patrick next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Why not? If you have a business or just anything you want to promote, reach out to our man Adam at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Hats, shirts, koozies, signs, stickers, banners, you name it, they can do it. And they'll get it to you quick as well. Follow them on Instagram. You can shoot them a DM over there at Waterloo Printing, or you can reach out to our man Adam, 512-300-9641. Quick service, great service, And they're based right here in South Austin as well. It's Waterloo Printing and Graphics. Buck, the good news didn't stop with Texas baseball yesterday. How about the Longhorn football team landing another commitment?
It's June still.
It is June still. Yeah, it's so funny. I told the story yesterday, but I'll tell it again. Monday morning, you're like, any commits for Texas? I'm like, no, they had a great visit weekend, but no one's committed yet. And then on back-to-back days, the Longhorns have been able to pick up commitments. Yesterday, it was 3-star offensive lineman John Mills from the state of California. He's in the class of 2025, so this current recruiting cycle. Yesterday, the Longhorns stayed in-state for a 2026 commit. 4-star wide receiver Chris Stewart from Shadow Creek High School in Pearland down in the Houston area. 6 foot 175, still has 2 years left of high school football. He tweeted out yesterday that he is 1,000% committed to the University of Texas. About this, as a sophomore last year, Stewart, 35 catches, 654 yards. That's almost 19 yards a catch, 10 touchdowns. He was his team's leading receiver as a sophomore.
Wow.
Yeah. It's the second commit for Texas in the class of 2026. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, they got their quarterback, Dia Bell, the 5-star, Rajah Bell's son. Yeah, longtime NBA vet, Rajah Bell's son. And look, I don't think Dia Bell, Buck, is going to have the Arch Manning effect where it's like, oh, Manning, we got to play with that guy. We got to commit to Texas. But, hey, anytime you can lock in a blue-chip quarterback early in the recruiting cycle, that helps because you see, Texas got the number 2 QB in that class. If you're a receiver, it's like, I want to catch passes for him. If you're an O-lineman, I want to block for him.
Absolutely.
If you're a D lineman, I don't want to have to go up against that guy. So, yeah, I think it's beginning. Obviously, we still have a year and a half till that signing day comes around, but I think you're going to see some more commitments because Texas got its quarterback locked in so early on.
Oh, yeah, you need to get as many – obviously, you need to get as many quarterbacks as you can. But wide receivers are the same in this offense. You got to have those, and they have to be special type of players. And a sophomore that leads his team as a sophomore with those kind of yards and those many catches, you got to get that. That's a speedster right there at 6 foot 175. That's a guy who can fly.
Yeah.
Got to have that.
I would think so. And he mentioned, he being Chris Stewart, mentioned his relationship with Steve Sarkisian, but also his relationship with wide receivers coach Chris Jackson being the biggest reasons why he decided to commit. Buck, you've been high on Chris Jackson for a while, and how can you not be? It feels like he's doing everything right.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting the kind of players. He understands. I mean, that guy coaching the pros, he knows exactly what a player can do and how he can change your offense and what you're trying to do. And it sounds like those are the types of players that he's going at. Those are not just going after. Those are the types of players that he's getting. And then to come in and then study under him, that's great stuff. That's great. That's great for the program.
Absolutely. And, little description. I won't read this whole thing, but like you said, when you talk Chris Stewart, you talk speed. He is a breakout player. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He's got great acceleration, and he is a vertical field stretcher as well. So, seems like a great get. Obviously, a couple of years left in high school for Chris Stewart to get better. But, man, when you're
– stay healthy.
Dude, when you're putting up those numbers, like it's one thing to put up those numbers as a sophomore, like you said, but if you're doing that in the Houston metro area, going up against big schools, because Pearland Shadow Creek, that's a big school, and they play against big public schools down in H-Town, like that's impressive. It's not like you're private school competition or 2A and you're going up against nobody. So it's
going to take you a while to get used to it, getting to the big time. No, he'll be used to it immediately.
Bingo. If you can have production in Houston, Texas, USA, America, then that means you're pretty legit, I would think. So I like that get for Texas. And like you said, man, in this offense, you got to keep stockpiling receivers. And I'm curious in the future, because obviously this year was a big portal year for wide receivers for the Longhorns, right? Getting Isaiah Bond from Alabama, getting Matthew Golden from Houston, getting Silas Bolden from Oregon State. I mean, Texas went portal heavy because they just needed to replace the guys that they lost to the NFL. I wonder if that's going to be an every year thing or if Sark's going to try to just maybe we'll add a portal receiver every year, but if we can just build through the high school ranks, that's what we're going to do.
Well, I mean, you've got 2 young guys. I mean, this guy won't get here for a while, but if you're building with these youthful guys that come in with great experience, then you don't have to always look to the portal. You can spend your time talking to high school coaches and spreading yourself out in the high school ranks. If they're legitimate players, if they're from the Houston area and they have legitimate speed, they can catch, and the big time doesn't bother them, then you don't have to look for those special players that have some experience. But once in a while, you're just going to have to get an experienced guy who's played big time football, just may not be on a winner all the time, or maybe on a winner that just wants to get out of there and wants to be in an offense that really can show what his talents are. I mean, it's not always just about going to a place, well, for the money. It's also where you can show your talents in an offense that next level can see you. I mean, that's got a quarterback that can get the ball to you, that you can be shown, and then go make your money in the NFL. So you're going to have those every once in a while. You just do. Not all these young guys coming out of high school as seniors, or even, I don't care where they come from, they're not already going to be self-made. They're going to need a year or two to really, mature. So, you're lucky to have a coach like Chris Jackson that can get guys that can mature in a hurry. He can help them along the way. But when you get Chris Jackson with guys who already have experience, that's got to be fun. It's got to be fun for the guys who are already really good to come here and have a guy like that coach you.
Absolutely. That's why I think there's a chance this year's wide receiver room is better than last year's wide receiver.
That's very interesting. To me, that's the biggest thing to see in this football team. I'm knowing what to expect defensively already in my mind. I have that down. I think they'll be able to hold their own. I don't think they'll be great on the defensive line, but at the wide receiver room, I'm very interested in seeing what you've said. Do you think they'll be as good or better? I don't know if they can be better. That's my main thing to see. I know what to expect from the secondary. I expect for this team to get better in places. I expect them to be, if they can just hold up in certain other places and be better in some of the other areas, I think it'll be a spectacular group.
Huh.
That's the group I'm looking for more than anything. I expect the running back room to not, I mean, even though they had, Jonathan Brooks, I mean, I'm expecting that running back room with that particular coach who knows exactly what he's looking for, and that particular head coach and play caller to know what he has in the running back room. They're getting quality running backs. They've got that all said and done. Will they have quality receivers? That's to be seen yet, especially when they come from other places. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah. And what does the rotation look like too? Sure. Because last year was a very tight rotation, right? It was 3 guys playing.
How long does it take for you to see who's the guys?
Yeah. I felt like 3 guys were playing 90% of the snaps. And look, it worked. Texas had its best year in a long time. And Xavier Worthy was a first-round pick. A.D. Mitchell should have been a first-round pick. And Jordan Whittington got drafted as well. So it's like, you got 3 NFL players. Why would you take those dudes off the field?
You don't take them. There's no reason for them to come off the field.
But now, like we already knew what Worthy was before last year.
Sure.
We already knew what Mitchell was. Now, not at Texas, but like we knew how good he was. And we already knew what Whittington was because he had been a prominent
forever.
Player, for 3 or 4 years, and it kind of felt like 10 in a good way. So now you don't know. Like, you know what these guys did at other schools. You know what Jonte Cook's supposed to be. You know what Ryan Wingo's supposed to be. But, yeah, you haven't seen it. I think this room is deeper. We'll see how long it takes for those guys to show how good they are. Also, I think Quinn Ewers should be better this year, which should hopefully make the passing offense as a whole better than what we saw a season ago. But I'm with you, man. Like, I trust the run game to be there. I also trust the pass game to be there. But what does that rotation look like, and which receivers, like, forget who's going to be number 1, like who's going to be 1, 2, and 3.
Correct.
We don't have anything. Most people assume, I think, Isaiah Bond is number 1, but I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. I haven't seen him here. So who's going to be number 1, but also which guys do Sark and Chris Jackson trust? Fourth quarter, 1-score game, week 2 against Michigan.
Absolutely.
Who's going to be on the – to me, it's like you got the Colorado State game to figure some things out, and then, hell, maybe the first half of the Michigan game too. Like, okay, who's our big-time players in big games?
Yeah, and then what's going on with Texas right now, you got to know after game 2 what's going on.
Yeah. Hopefully, before the end of game 2, because
sure,
that's not one you want to be leaving that Michigan game with the loss saying, oh, shoot, we should have had this guy on the field instead.
Absolutely.
You hope you figure it out going into the year, but yeah, you'd like to really find it by the time you take that trip to Ann Arbor on September 7th.
Boy, I'd love to be in the hip pocket, and I'd love to have eyes on the big freshman and seeing how his progress is during the course of this summer. You know what I mean? I mean, that guy has the ability to change games and make defenses say, we can't just leave him alone. We don't have single players to cover this big son of a gun, especially when he catches and starts throwing you off of his body. I just like to see how he's progressing. I mean, if he's that dedicated, player that this is what he wants to be and he wants to be out of here in a hurry, man, that's going to be tough to stop. If he get and along with a guy like Chris Jackson, and this quarterback and this head coach, but that's a lot of guys. It's a lot of combinations that will make a stud like that look incredible.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Like the one that played at Ohio State last year at wide receiver.
Oh man, yeah, that'd be nuts. Maserati Marv.
I mean, he's big. This guy's a monster-looking kid like that, but he's got that finesse kind of style to him. And, it's just a matter of the confidence in his hands and what he can do. And, but you just got to keep doing the fundamentals because you're not right there yet, kid. But you got all the ability to do that. That's why I'm talking about Chris Jackson as a coach. I mean, that guy can change guys in a hurry.
Yeah, and look, if I'm a receiver on Texas, I am calling Quinn Ewers every day. Like, hey, let's play catch.
Catch. It's catch and catch time now. It's almost July.
It's like I'm trying to build as much chemistry with the quarterback as I possibly can.
Absolutely.
So I've got a little bit of a leg up on the competition, because you can't actually practice right now, but you could still call up Quinn Ewers and be like, hey, let's go play a little catchy catch.
There you go. Let's go play some backyard catchy catch. Plus, that kid from Oregon State, I'm interested in seeing that guy was their leading receiver. I'm interested in seeing what kind of player he is.
Dude, that guy's awesome. That guy's awesome. Like, I watched a lot of Oregon State last year because I have a sister and brother-in-law who live in Corvallis, and like they support the team and they go to a couple of games. He's a stud. If that guy was in for spring, I'd be like, he's your number one receiver, even though he's small and more of a slot guy. I would say, I think he's going to lead the team in everything this year. But because he, finished up classes and graduated and didn't make it until after Memorial Day, I'm not as confident in that being the case. But if that guy is anything close to the guy he was in Corvallis these last few years, then he's going to be a weapon for sure.
That's awesome.
He's a, get him the ball in space and watch him work kind of guy, but he's also quick enough to get open when he needs to down the field. So I love his game. And it's a first world problem to have, isn't it? All these receivers.
No kidding. They've got a lot of them.
Yeah, and you're just trying to figure out which one's good enough. And Sark plays freshman. Look at Ant Hill last year. If he trusts you and you're good enough, he will put you on the field.
Absolutely.
So if Wingo, the guy you're talking about, is a top 3 receiver.
Oh, by the way, that dude is getting on the field. You don't leave. That guy gets on the bus. He goes to the hotel. He's in the meetings and he gets in the games.
Yeah, he'll be out there if he's as good as advertised and as good as he looked in the spring game. Because, damn, he looked good in that spring game.
He reminds me an awful lot of Ricky. It's just, hey guys, you guys are good, but you're not better than that guy right there. I'm sorry. You better work really hard in the summer because that guy right there, if he works really, really hard, a lot of you guys probably aren't going to play. And that's one of those deals where you let them all know that's how good he is. He reminds me an awful lot of when I look at him, body type and the way he carries himself on a football field. I don't know what he is, what kind of kid he is. I just know the way he carries himself on the field and the way he looks and the way he catches and makes catches and moves with the ball. Just his movement tells you he's a mature kind of guy. So that's scary for the rest of you. That means your asses better go home and work hard. You better not take any days off.
That is high praise right there.
Yeah, you with a guy like that, you don't get to take many days off. You don't get to say, you know what, I'll go do this tomorrow. You better be doing it today, because if that guy's doing it, you're going to have a problem. By the way, he's naturally gifted better than a lot of you are naturally gifted. So if he adds some hard work to it, you better be careful.
Sure. 5-star receiver, one of the top 10 players in this past recruiting class. The future is sky high.
Yeah, because he won't be around very long.
Yeah, future's bright. The ceiling is sky high. I think either of those would have made more sense than whatever dumb shit I just said.
And I'm still waiting for the kid from up in the Metroplex to see what he's all about. We never really got the little guy. We never really got a chance to see what he is. I mean, I just have heard so much about him. And we heard all last year that, oh, he's the guy. He's going to be the guy. But he never got to the field. He never could get on with those other three guys. So if he is the guy and they talked about him so much, that means he should show up. He's got to show up, right? In his sophomore year. He doesn't have like a third or fourth year to show up because there'll be others that'll come through there. Like we're just talking about this freshman, because you're going to continue to get players like that. So,
yeah, Jonte Cook, the 5-star out of DeSoto, part of last year's class. Yeah, I wondered when Texas added 3 portal receivers, was that like, we can. Why not add good players wherever you can, whenever you can?
Are we sure about that guy?
Or are we sure that Jonte Cook is quite ready for the big time? And when he played last year, I thought he did some good things. But once again, it was 3 guys on the field, and Jonte was not one of them. And you can't get mad at Sark for that. Like, Jonte could have been really good, but
dude, sometimes you're just not better than the other guy. You can do all you want to, but there just happen to be guys that are better. That just happens. You
had 2 first-round talents, and Jordan Whittington, who's like the best leader this team has had in a long time.
You're absolutely right.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Jonte Cook is. I think he's going to be great. I trust people who covered him in high school, and I trust people who have talked about him at practice that he's got some juice to him. So I think we do get a Jonte Cook breakout year. But, yeah, once again, it's who's 1, who's 2, who's 3, who's on the field at the start of the season, but more importantly, who's on the field closer to the end of the season.
No doubt.
It will be fascinating. But the good news is if you're a Texas football fan, they keep adding to that wide receiver room. Once again, why we're talking about this, Chris Stewart, 4-star receiver for the class of 2026, committing to Texas yesterday. Guy had an offer from Alabama. That guy had offers from a number of places all over the country. And he said he was 1,000% committed. So good news there.
That is awesome.
Okay. We got to get back into some baseball here. We also have some basketball to discuss because there's a massive trade in the NBA last night. Holy crap. Also, the NBA draft. We're not going to talk much about the NBA draft, but that is tonight. Tonight? Tomorrow night. Tonight?
Maybe tomorrow, Thursday.
Oh,
is it Thursday?
It's 2 nights now.
Oh, so it is tonight and tomorrow.
Yep. So it's the first round is tonight and the second round is tomorrow. They're doing the NFL bit where they space it out over a couple of days, which we'll see if that works.
We'll see.
Like, I guess it makes sense because you get 2 nights instead of 1 if you're the NBA. But
only if it messes up with me watching the WNBA. I can't have that screw me up for 2 nights.
Oh, you're doing some scouting.
Oh, yeah. I've got to scout because, yes, I have to make the people some money when the playoffs come.
Remember when those are?
Late July. No, August. I'm sorry, August. It's after August.
September is when they start and October when they end.
Nobody cares.
Well, you just said you cared.
I don't care if it's in October. It's Texas OU. What is it? What are they doing? Let's end this thing. This thing should be coming to an end now. Start sooner.
They really should have their last day on August 30th, which is the day before the first big Saturday of college football.
Gosh.
But, all right, so now you're not going to be making the people money on the WNBA playoff?
I'm probably not going to be able to do that. I probably will not be fixed because I'm fixated, right now. But I'm,
Fixated. Well, you've watched one half of of women's basketball this year.
They're still falling on the floor, diving on it, falling around, Jenga chips falling on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Fouling each other with their heads, banging their heads into shoulders. Wow. Women's college basketball game is much better to me.
Yeah.
Just is. Sorry.
It's all right. That is all right. Okay, before
I got to play with a little pool ball. Play with a little, come on.
A pool ball?
Yeah.
Like billiards?
Smaller. Yeah, it's like a little billiard ball they play with that bounces. Super Ball. I see them shoot that thing with their little tiny hands.
Oh, tiny hands. What are they? Kenny Pickett?
Their little Kenny Pickett hands.
Oh, man. Yeah, they do.
Maybe it is. I just don't see enough dunks. Can we lower that rim down to 6 foot, maybe?
6 foot? Oh, that's shorter than some of the players.
I need some dunks. I need more dunks.
I've heard people argue for lowering the rim for women's basketball, but 6 feet? Oh, my God. All right, we got to get to. I have to show you some of the A&M message boards, Buck,
Oh boy.
because Tex Ags and all of the other Aggie sites just it was hilarious to watch. Just incredible meltdowns yesterday. So we'll show you some of what Aggie fans have been saying since Jim Schlossnagle took the job here in Austin. But before that, how about a few more sponsor shout outs?
Folks, our good friends at Texas Orthopedics. Now, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care and you've got problems with those ankles and those knees, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. They're going to talk to you about not having surgery. Nobody really wants you to do that. But if you get to the end of the road, the last stop on the bus stop, they'll take care of it. Spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. Dr. Christopher Danny, who we love, and of course, Chris Stockton, are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. And for more information, go to txortho.com.
Absolutely. Shout out to Altstat Beer as well. If you're a Texas fan, maybe you're drinking in celebration today. If you're an Aggie fan, maybe you're drinking your sorrows away today. Whatever the reason is, there's never a bad time for Altstat Beer. It's my beer of choice here in the summer in Central Texas. It should be yours as well, and it's available all across the state of Texas. If you're here in Austin, if you're in H-Town, if you're in DFW, if you're in San Antonio, it doesn't matter. They've got Altstat Beer available wherever you buy your beer. A bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. And every Altstat is brewed without additives, without preservatives, without unnecessary sugar, so you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. But most importantly, you're going to enjoy what you're putting into your system, and your taste buds are going to thank you every time you drink Altstat beer. I say it all the time, y'all. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. I mean it. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And you can get that at 34 Wine and Spirits right there on the Southwest Parkway as they continue to rock and roll. Also, Big Hat Spirits, the mocktails will be there for you. All the cocktails will be there for you. You can get all the spirits that you want, whether it's an outdoor party right there at your own home, or if you've got a company and you need big deliveries sent to you, 34 Wine and Spirits is the place to go.
Absolutely. The only place I buy booze here in Central Texas.
Very nice.
Shout out to 34 Wine and Spirits. Shout out to all of our great Texas Sports Unfiltered sponsors. And a quick text on the Coda text line, Buck. A 512 number says, went to Jack Allen's for the first time last week. So good. I was looking for you guys.
Nice. Looking around, huh? Wanted to tell us.
There's a damn good chance one of us or both of us
Absolutely.
going to be there. Sorry we missed you that day. But, hey, thanks for supporting our great sponsors. We appreciate y'all listening. Y'all know that. And we'll say that time and time again, but we also appreciate it when y'all support our great sponsors because we love them. We love them as businesses, but we love them as people too.
Good people, absolutely.
And, they're helping us bring y'all this great content every day, and we have a great time doing it. Okay, Buck, we're going to bring out the screen share feature here, and this is going to be good because we've got some screenshots of messages from the Tex Ags board. This comes from the last 24 hours or so. Hell, it hasn't been that long since Chip Brown broke the story. It was 4:57 p.m. last night when Chip's tweet went out saying that Schloss was leaving Aggieland to come to Austin. And, oh, my God, I almost bought a Tex Ag subscription just to see what was going on over there. But thankfully, Twitter exists. And, this stuff finds me, Buck.
Yeah, always does.
So I don't have to do anything. This stuff does for me. But here's just a few of my favorite tweets and screenshots that we've seen from Aggie fans to this point. How about this one? Absolutely unconscionable. Nothing short of Pearl Harbor or 9/11 for Aggie baseball.
Wow, that's pretty deep.
A day that will live in infamy, apparently.
Wow, a lot of lives lost there, Aggies.
Yeah,
Kind of going deep there, aren't you?
I don't know if anybody died, old Doc 89.
Man, old Doc.
Doesn't feel like a fair comparison there, but it is a tragic day for Texas A&M. But there are conspiracy theories. And I want to get your thoughts on this, actually. There are theories out there that maybe Jim Schlossnagle threw the College World Series. Like, he lost on purpose the other night because he knew he was taking the job at Texas and he didn't want A&M to win as he was about to go take the gig at their biggest rivals.
No, that dude coached his ass off, losing his best player before the thing even started and getting that team to where they were. That guy wasn't throwing anything. He wanted that championship as much as anybody ever wanted it.
If the reports are true that this decision was made weeks ago, like maybe even before the start of the tournament, then yeah, I think it's absurd to even insinuate that Schloss was throwing games. Because if he was, yeah, A&M would have lost in the regional.
Oh yeah, that dude is public enemy number one now for them, so it doesn't matter. There's nothing that's off limits to be said about this coach.
Here's TAMU Allen on Texags yesterday. I'm just going to say it. He threw this championship because he was already a TU employee, not Tulane, while still working with us. There's zero way that TU fires their coach before Game 3 and Schloss is hired less than 24 hours after if there weren't already discussions and agreements in play that worked against our own university. I pray that Busby, Tony Busby, the very wealthy and successful lawyer, is pissed and strips TU and Schloss down to their boxers. So he's talking about lawsuits, suing Texas and suing Jim Schlossnagle for having discussions.
I got a funny feeling if you ask the players that he just got through coaching, if he wasn't coaching his ass off, you're going to get a different opinion. Even today, you'll get a different opinion from those guys that he just left about how hard he coached and how hard he worked, because he told us how he poured his heart out.
Right.
You know?
Well, there were some players and a couple of players' parents who took to social media. They went full Dallas Cowboys and started dunking on Jim Schlossnagle, which is to be expected.
Sure.
I get it. Aggie fans are upset and Aggie players are upset. Like I think about the incoming freshmen who committed to Jim Schlossnagle and Texas A&M, who are about to move in to start their college careers. And then all of a sudden,
who are about to not move in, and some may be coming here to the University of Texas.
Yeah, and look, the transfer portal exists for a reason, and you get that 30-day window whenever a coach leaves. So any current Aggie player, any incoming Aggie player, like they'll have the ability to go somewhere else without penalty. But shoot, they were there, they committed to that coach. People are going to be pissed. There's going to be sour grapes.
Yeah,
and that's been happening.
Yeah, just remember the dream job theme that'll be out around 11:30 today. Dream job can't stop a person from their dream. I'm sorry. You can say what you want, but you're not in that dream. That'll be that dude's dream. And what else can you say?
Right.
He poured his heart out for you for 3 years. Just not forget that. My only doubt is that dude was an Aggie for 3 years. And how does that taint and stay? How long does that stuff stay on you? That's what I worry about.
Well, he wanted the job at Texas.
Yeah, he can throw up the hookums, but it's still isn't there like a waiting period before that stain gets off of you?
I don't know. I think he always wanted to coach at Texas.
There you go. Dream job. There you go.
Yeah, if offered the gig when David Pierce got the gig, I think if the money was right, he would have taken it. And like he would have been crazy to not take that A&M gig with the money they offered him. And that's an upgrade from TCU. So he wasn't sure that the Texas job was going to open up and there'd be an opportunity for him to get Texas. So he took the A&M job.
I'm not making any excuses for him. You do what you have to do.
But that won't work for Aggies. And oh, by the way, like it's not tampering if you have discussions with other schools while you're coaching somewhere else. So no legal recourse for Tony Busby and Texas A&M here.
Yeah, that'll be in his agent's corner right there.
Here's Odessa Ag. I'd gladly punch that guy in the face if I could. F him.
There you go. I love the bitterness. It's beautiful. This is such a beautiful thing. When do they play him next year? When is game 1? That's going to be so much fun.
Here's not only a shot at Schloss, but a shot at new AD Trev Alberts.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get it.
F. Schloss and F. Alberts. Never liked Alberts when he was on Penn. Dislike him even more now. F that guy. Hope we can his ass for this. Forgot an important word there. Hope we can his ass for this.
Boy, we can his ass. I mean, this is not good for him.
Hope we can his ass for this. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the way I was supposed to read it. That's user error, not NY Aggie error. My bad. I was like, hope we can. What are you going to put eat in there?
Dude, that Trev Albert is going to. This is not good for him. This is bad. This is bad early. They didn't like him from the get, and now they really can't. What do you say? What do you say to the president? Did you just lose the baseball coach to the University of Texas?
Yeah.
Trev, did that just happen? You know they hate you here already.
I don't know how much Trev could have done. Like you said, dream job and Cristel Conte relationship, like that might have been enough to where Trev couldn't have done anything to keep that dude. But
no, man, dude, in your waning years and you're in your 50s and you've got, it's not like you're going to go to 8 more places. Living in College Station, living in Austin, I'm out of there.
Yeah. Well,
this isn't Jimbo Fisher living out with 5 ranches.
Right.
You know?
A lot of Aggies who graduate A&M come to Austin. Most of them don't stick around College Station. So important to note. Boy, this one
hurts. That hurts.
This one is a little harsh. I can't even read that word. Duplicitous.
Yes.
Deceitful. Four-flushing. Dishonest. Swindling. Conniving. Crooked. Morally bankrupt. POS.
Wow.
You Schlossnagle.
Schlossnagle. Swashbuckler.
Swashbuckler. Here's another one. Got maybe 1 or 2 more.
Oh, he gave me the swashbuckler deal yesterday with the, how dare you ask that question? That's when I thought of him, you know.
You are a grade A POS. See you next year at Bluebell, you sack of S. So he's a piece of S and a sack of S.
Dude, this is going to be hilarious.
According to Broke Ass Aggie. Oh, I could get more if you want.
Dude, the more the better. It's just great. Hey, dream job. Hey, poured his heart out though for you for 3 years. He put you on the map as a baseball university because you're not on the map as anything else but a track school right now.
Right. I know that's not going to work. No one's going to care that he just led A&M to its best baseball season ever.
What about that? What about saying, hey, thanks, coach. We appreciate it. It's your dream job. You're going to the University of Texas. They're not going to – nobody's congratulating – there's nobody on that place congratulating him for helping them out now.
No, that's not how it works. He's not known as the guy who had more success than any other A&M baseball coach ever. He's going to be known as the guy who left for Texas.
And Trev is going to be the guy who let him leave.
Breaking news. Look who else left. Rivalry coming to Austin. We're going to have another live mascot.
That's 2 of them. We don't want that dog. That dog looks like the one I saw in those pet commercials.
Oh, no.
Come on.
You're saying Rivalry looks like one of those like homeless dogs who doesn't have
going around in circles with a chain around its neck.
Oh, is about to get euthanized? Come on, man. Rivalry.
No, man, this is not funny. This is horrible for the Aggies. I hate to see that for them. All of that pain, they don't need all of that pain.
Yeah, shout out to somebody who sent that in on the Coda text line. Here's another good meme coming in from our great audience. By the way, the beauty of our text line, other text lines can't do this. You could send us pictures and we could show them on screen. Whoa. How about this? Cristel Conte dancing on the Aggie grave. This is fantastic, dude. Fantastic stuff. All right. A couple more
messages. Next? Which one of your coaches is next?
Yeah. Who are we stealing from next? We stole Chris Beard away from Texas Tech. Now, hopefully Schloss is here for more than 1.5 years.
Yeah.
But we did steal the best basketball coach at the time from in-state and brought him to Austin. Oh, we just stole the best baseball coach in the state and brought him to Austin.
We're all right in all the other sports so far.
Man, Houston's lucky Kelvin Sampson isn't like 10 years younger because we'd be going after that guy next.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that guy is done and staying at Houston because he's older than Schloss. He's really towards the back end of his career. But yeah, it's crazy. Cristel Conte, I mean, all the hires he's made, and you look at Vic Schaefer, you look at Mike White, obviously you look at Sark, and you look at Eldrick Floreal with the track program. Hell, he just like Eddie Reese's replacement is the guy who just won the national championship this past year. Like, he is getting pretty much whatever he wants. And that's what Texas should do. Like, of course, it pisses people off, but like Texas has the money, they have the resources, they have the power to do this stuff. And now that the athletic department is actually aligned and they have a good guy in charge, guy who knows what he's doing, then you're seeing all of this happen.
Wow, that hurts. That hurts so bad.
It does. More back to the message boards.
Yes, that hurts so good.
We go to gig 'em 24/7 now for some of these. This is the worst day in A&M sports history. Yeah, look, if there isn't a 24-hour stretch that's symbolic of being an Aggie fan, I don't know what is. And you lose the national championship. You were close to winning your first title in a Big Three sport since pre-World War II. Not only do you come up a run short and lose in heartbreaking fashion.
Yeah, just remember this. You lost the game. You didn't win that game, so don't pretend like you won that game. You lost that game. You paid a coach $75 million recently, so it's not all that bad. The guy didn't win a championship for you. You lost the game. Quit acting like you won the game and you lost your national championship coach. You didn't win.
It'd be better if they won because they could at least say, like, we won the championship. Like, would they still be pissed that Schloss took the Texas job? Yeah, of course. But, like, they would at least have a banner to hang. Like, okay, we hate this dude because he left.
They're going to hang. They're trying to hang one anyway because he got close.
I go back to Chris Beard. Like, Tech fans will always be pissed that Chris Beard left. But, I think the narrative around him would be a little different if Tech beat Virginia in the 2019 championship game. But instead, like, they just missed out. And it's like, Coach, if you stay, maybe we can win one with you here. And then he left. So, like, that's what they have. It's like they lost. They just missed out. And they felt like, oh, we could be back here next year. As long as this guy's our coach, we've got a shot to not only get here, but actually win one more game.
We're saving you millions. Just think about saving you millions again. You've already lost millions.
Hey, we're paying some of Jimbo's buyout because we're having to pay.
That way. That's right. We're keeping some of the pressure off of you. Because you're welcome to pay this guy anyway.
You're welcome, Ags. I'm effing devastated. F you forever, Schloss.
Oh, my God.
From Mr. Jingles over at Gig 'em 24/7.
Sorry there, Gig 'em.
Let's see if we got a couple
more. What about that, Mr. Bojangles?
Texas better hire a food taster for Schloss's banana if they play at Blue.
Don't eat any of the ice cream when you go there.
Oh, my God. Yeah. You talk about.
They're like, so hurt.
Oh, my God. I'll show one more, Buck, and then I'll bring something
up. Are they hurt that bad?
Don't blame anyone but Schloss. He is a effing liar and a scumbag for doing this.
What a rat.
What a rat. They're calling him a rat. They're calling him a snake. They're calling him any negative thing you could call somebody.
Hey, dream job. Catch a hold of that. That's all you need to know. Dream job, which will be said numerous times today.
You know, the tough thing is, I don't know. I might go back and watch Schloss's introductory press conference at A&M after I watch his introductory press conference at Texas today at 11 o'clock. I wonder if he said that about A&M.
Ooh.
Because Chris Beard said that about Tech. And that's another reason why Tech fans got so pissed that he left. And every coach says that thing. People don't realize every coach says that thing, and then when they get offered a better job, guess what? That's their dream job now.
Because it's better than the last dream they just had.
Hey, dreams change, okay?
Yes.
Dreams change. Like, both of us have examples of our life. We dreamed of something, and we got to do it. You got to coach at the highest level.
Yes.
I got to do sports radio at the highest level. If you told you, Buck, like 20 years ago, you're going to leave coaching to do radio for as long as you have, like, there was a time in your life you would have thought you were crazy.
Absolutely.
Guess what? Dreams change. You'd have told me I would have quit doing drive time radio in Houston at ESPN. High school me would have kicked my ass off of a cliff.
Yes.
Guess what? Dreams change. So it happens. But I do wonder, because Chris Beard said that, and Tech fans were like, we were your dream job, you lying POS. If Schloss said that in Aggie land, then I wonder if.
Oh, Schloss saying how he poured it. I poured myself out. But I'm done pouring now. I'm about to pour it out here in Austin. That was just coach speak. I just listening to that yesterday and reprimanding a guy for doing his job just seemed like that's just a bitter excuse for I'm about to leave you, son of a bitches. That's my bitter excuses. I'm about to leave you, but listen, why would you ask me a question like that? I still don't get it. Didn't need it. Didn't have to do it. Let the guy do his job. Answer the question. And if you got an answer and you have a really good answer, just say, no, why would I leave here? I'm just got through playing for a national championship. Why would I leave? Or no, or say to him, I'm just doing what I do. Ask me this question next week after I take the Texas job. How's that? He could easily say, because he knew he's going to take it. He knew by the time he asked that question, he was going to take this job. Now, he's going to tell you today possibly that, oh, my God, I didn't know until 2:15 yesterday afternoon. Because we hear a lot of that in coaches, I didn't know till the very, I didn't know till the very last second. The Nick Saban, oh, I didn't know until I was just before I was going to talk to the team that I was going to retire. Come on, coach.
Mm-hmm.
Always, when guys say that stuff, I held it to the very last second. I probably never even talked to my wife about it. I made the decision. I'm always thinking, dude, you knew this, yesterday. At least yesterday. Give us at least yesterday you knew it. Don't tell us you just did it at 2:15. I thought of it at 2:15, and here's what I'm going to do. That's never the case. That's just a bunch of bullshit.
It was mishandled by Schloss, whether he ever comes out and publicly admits it or not. Now, it adds to the comedy of this whole situation.
Oh, that's what really adds to me. That's what makes it even funnier.
Fine with me as a Texas fan. I think it's hilarious, but it's a bad look for Schloss. There's no way around it. Like, for him to act that way, and it's not just giving the answer he gave, but to call the reporter out and tell him how to do his job before blatantly lying to everybody. Like, that's not great. And some schools will try to use that against Schloss and negatively recruit. Like, that's the guy you want to play for. Like, who's to say he's not going to up and leave and do the same thing while you're playing?
People are going to overlook that very easily. That's just, once again, it's that this is where he wanted to be.
Yeah.
Because from here, he's not going anywhere anyway, BK, unless they get rid of you in 2 years. Then you may go somewhere else because your career is not over. But this is the long-term dream job, and this is where you want to be. This is where you want to retire. I mean, you can't stop a man or woman or anybody from doing that. It doesn't matter. They can say anything they want. They can string you around. But when you get to that spot and say, and all of a sudden, what if you have this success and you're the next guy here for the longest period of time at the University of Texas? Then they're going to look back. They're never going to worry about what just happened yesterday.
Right. Yeah. It's the same as college football, right? Like,
sure.
Alabama came calling for Steve Sarkisian, and there were plenty of reasons for people to think that Sark was going to consider taking that job. I mean, that is the bluest of blue bloods in college football.
And if he would have taken that job, I would have been, dude.
But he
I
didn't.
would have understood.
That shows the power of Texas football. Like, you don't go anywhere else. Now, Sark could go pro. If you want to go to the NFL, that's different. Right. But in terms of college football jobs, like, this is the destination job. There are other destination jobs. Like, I don't know. Nick Saban almost left Alabama for Texas, so who knows? But there are plenty of jobs around the country where it's like, if you're there, you're not leaving for another college job.
Yeah, Ohio State. I mean, places. Yeah, I mean, there's a few of those out there for sure.
Maybe less than we thought. Like, I never thought Lincoln Riley was going to leave Oklahoma. I thought that was one of those gigs. So you never know. But there are a few. I think Texas baseball is the same thing. Like I said it earlier, if Chris Beard got offered by Duke basketball, sorry, Texas basketball is not a blue blood. It kills me to say as a diehard college basketball junkie, but we're not. Like, there are other jobs where it's like, oh, if we have a really successful head coach, they'd go to Kansas. They'd go to Duke. They'd go to Carolina because
they'd go to UConn.
That's just better. But baseball is like football. This is the only way Schloss leaves. There are two ways: he retires or he gets fired.
Right.
That's
there you go. Absolutely.
Like, so
he doesn't go from this point and say, no, this other job was my real dream job. That'll never happen again. This is it. He's there.
It's just the power that Texas has in some sports. Not every sport.
Now he's a POS out there on the run from all the Aggies. I love that. I love that.
Oh,
anyway, come on, BK, give me another. Give me at least one more of those.
All right. Well, we've got. I think these are legal accusations here for some Aggie fans. Let's see if we already showed this one. Here's a guy just saying that Schloss was throwing games for A&M. Vibes seemed way off in the dugout since the second game. This new employment, people are mad. Where's the one about the?
By the way, Tennessee was pretty good.
Yeah, Tennessee was really good, and the Aggies. it's ridiculous to say that Schloss threw those games, right? And A&M made their deepest run they've ever made. Once again, there are reports saying that before the NCAA tournament even began, that Schloss had accepted the job at Texas. And hell, I had heard from a source yesterday that conversations with Texas donors were being had weeks ago. Hey, Schloss is about to be the guy. Do you want to support? Can you help us pay his buyout? Can you help us pay his contract? So you're going to sit here and say that this dude was throwing games the whole tournament, and yet he was one run away from winning the entire tournament?
He got too close, didn't he? I mean, really.
And here's TAMU Allen saying, TU fires their coach the day of our third game. Schloss is hired less than 24 hours since his last game. Is there evidence of him acting for his new employer and deliberately screwing his active employer? What liability is there? There's none. Sorry about that, Aggies. And I do wonder, because we talked about this a lot yesterday, like strategic timing by Texas to fire David Pierce the day of Game 3 of the College World Series final. You still believe that was planned by Texas? Like they wanted that out there to kind of take the thunder away from A&M playing for a national title, and also maybe to create a little bit of a distraction for A&M?
I mean, I think it's. I mean, I wonder why it took so long. I don't think I thought the timing was strange. I think you think the timing was just a little bit strange, but whatever they say about the new head coach of Texas, about Schloss, this thing has been going on for a while. This is not, once again, this didn't just happen at 2 whatever it was, or 2 weeks ago. This has been going on for quite a while.
Yeah.
And nobody's going to be able to tell you, and nobody's going to be able to tell you different that, oh, no, this just happened. The night after the game was over with, we got on the phone and we started talking. They don't do it. They don't do stuff this way.
There's part of me that wonders if Schloss is pissed that the David Pierce news dropped the morning of Game 3, right? Like,
well, Schloss is just a coach. He ain't the boss. He's not the marketing boss. You know what I'm saying?
It wasn't like Texas. Like the Kirk Bowles had that story, right? I don't know if Texas wanted it out. Maybe they did. Once again, maybe they just wanted to kind of stick it in A&M's face. Like, how funny would it be if we become the big story in college baseball the day they're trying to win their first championship ever? Like maybe it was some of that, and it's like, oh, we're going to do this, and then 2 days later we're going to steal their head coach. Or maybe it was just, the story got leaked a little bit before anybody wanted to.
Anytime you can make them look like clowns after the Jimbo Fisher thing, you do. You pour it on. I mean, that's what you do to your rival, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like, man, that's just a rotten thing to do. But anytime you can legally stick it to somebody that's a rival of yours, and you look like buffoons in your major sports like football and paying a guy $75 million for nothing, you have another opportunity after that. Well, hell yeah, you find all kinds of ways to do it, don't you?
Right. Yeah. I still think that's the case, but like Schloss looked pissed. Obviously, he sounded pissed when that question got asked in his post game. And
he just reminded me of a coach just coming off of a loss and just being bitter, not having the bitterman that's in him. He just looked like the bitterman that, hey, ask me something about how hard these kids played. Let's talk about that. But I mean, he could have righted that ship without doing that to that dude easily. That was an easy get out of right now. Talk to me next week about it. Or, hey, listen, talk to me in 3 hours about it.
You'll have an answer on that tomorrow, sir. Thank you for asking. Another Texags post from Jack D. Ripper, General Jack D. Ripper.
Sorry, General.
If there is evidence, it should be criminal, just like cheating in a fishing tournament. That's the comparison that
dude, you can talk to people. You're allowed to talk to that person. If that coach says, yes, I'll talk to you the day of the game, you're allowed to do that. It's not criminal. There's nothing to do with that. There's nothing binding criminally that you've done. You're still going to go out. You don't get 1 run closer. No, you lose by 20 runs. If you suck and you're trying to get out of someplace, you lose by 10. You don't lose by a run in the last game.
So we all agree that Schloss threw the College World Series, right? If Trev Alberts has a spine and a brain, he would file some kind of grievance with the NC2A alleging that POS through the College World Series to get some kind of sanctions or retribution, right?
They're trying everything. They're just sitting in corners right now or cornfields thinking of things that they can say. Yeah, let's try this one. Let's say this one,
Grasping for straws out there.
See if you can get some of that money back from Jimbo. Try to see if he's going to give you something back from the $75 million.
Oh.
There's something you can get back. Just ask him. Call him up.
Who's Jimbo? They don't care about Jimbo anymore.
Oh, you think he's totally paid?
Jimbo's off the hook. Schloss is public enemy number one now. Jimbo sucked, but he didn't go to Texas. He just wasn't good enough, so we fired him.
We just took the money, and he is now doing what? Nothing.
How about this one right here? It'd be a little tough to read, small font. This effing sucks is the title of this post. CDC just dragged his nuts all over Albert's face and made his wife hold his beer while he did it.
See, we need more stuff like that. Now, this is witty. Do we have anything from the Texas fans back to them? I mean, that's right there. That's a good one right there. Just drag D's across his face.
There's more. This is unacceptable. How the F did this happen? People need to be fired. No way this should happen. Sorry. Back to my Blantons. That's bourbon for those keeping score at home.
Love that Blantons. You get that at 30 for wine and spirits, by the way.
There you go. Yes, you can. You can't, but I can.
No, yes, I can't get it.
I guess you can to give it as a gift to somebody.
That's true.
Here's I wasn't planning on spending like 30 minutes reading Tex
These
Ags
are unbelievable.
or Gig'em 24/7 post, but here's one, a very nice one from Frankie Stout. F him, hope he dies soon.
Oh my goodness.
That is very mature over there. Good job there. I guess when you're behind a keyboard and a message board, you can say whatever you want. Schloss is a snake in the grass, and he deserves everything bad that happens in his tenure in Sipville.
Man.
I don't know what Sipville is. Is that a suburb somehow?
Wow. This is going to hurt. This is going to sting for a while.
Oh, now we got this is a good one here because now it's the Aggie fans. Like I remember, there's all sorts of stages of grief, right? And I don't know what they actually are, but at first it's like, oh, denial. Did this really happen? And I remember when Chris Beard got hired by Texas, and I got a bunch of friends who went to Texas Tech, and I went and had beers with them that day. We went to Haymaker. I had a couple of alt stats out there. I remember it like it was yesterday. And at first they were just like, I can't believe this happened. Like, did this really just happen? There's no way. There's no way, Chris. Like that guy, he just took us to the national title a couple of years ago.
It's a mistake. It's not for real. Yeah.
This can't actually be happening. Then it turned to anger. Like, F this guy. This guy sucks. And then it turned to, we're better off without him. He wasn't very good. Remember, like Mark Adams, who was an assistant.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Beard in Lubbock ended up getting that job in Lubbock.
And he's better than Chris Beard.
The only reason Beard was good was because he had this guy. This was the guy. And then within 2 years, Mark Adams was out of a job. Turns out he's kind of a scumbag too. And oh, by the way, he just joined Chris Beard's staff at Ole Miss. Feels like those two were made for each other.
Yes.
So that's another stage. It's like, oh, we're better off without him. And well, here's some personal shots from Ag SEC 143. His ex slept with everyone in Fort Worth. This new one probably just ran out of D in College Station. $3.5 million a year would not make him any better. He's never won anything, and he's almost 60. Dodged a bullet here, Ags.
There you go. There's that
bullet.
Yeah, there's that second phase of hurt right there. You dodged the bullet. We had to get rid of him. He was going to get fired anyway.
Yeah. Thank God he's gone. It went from no way. Texas, you really think you're going to steal this guy? You've got no chance to take our coach. To we're better off without him in the span of 24 hours.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
Now you got his wife sleeping with everybody. I mean, it's just bitter and cruel.
His wife, his ex-wife,
it's his dream job. Leave the man alone. He's at his dream. Let him have his dream.
Now Aggie fans are saying they got to get Tony Vitello. That's got to be their response. They got to steal Tennessee's national championship winning coach.
That guy ain't coming. That guy's not leaving Knoxville for that place.
No. How about this? We should probably move to the Big Ten. How about that? A&M fans are so mad about this that they don't
They're
even want
ready to get out of the SEC now.
they don't even want to be in the same conference as us. Come on, we haven't even joined yet.
Trev, that's the way you save your skin, is to get them out of the SEC into the Big Ten. Hell, get back to the Big 12. Do yourself a favor. Maybe you can win it. Get back into the Big 12. They've got some money. They just got $1 billion or whatever that's going to be pumped into the Big 12. I saw when I was out of town that somebody was throwing some money into the Big 12. Ags, get back into the Big 12 while you can. Run, get out of the SEC. Texas is coming with your baseball coach.
Oh my God. Breaking news. Mike Elko is getting hired as the inside linebackers coach at Texas.
That is the next. That's next. He'll be here next. Good grief.
Buzz Williams is going to be an assistant for Rodney Terry.
Yeah, some would rather have Buzz Williams.
Oh, all right. Couple more sponsor shout outs.
Dude, that's horrifying. That's the best stuff.
Yeah, the message boards. There's a very funny Twitter account that I encourage people to follow. It's Message Board Geniuses. And it's not just A&M. They look at these forums from colleges across the country, and they just find all of these ridiculous posts, and they compile them in one spot.
I wish I would have had more of this when Lincoln Riley left OU. I would have loved to hear some of that.
See if I can find some. Yeah, I mean, OU
that
fans
had to
were
be
losing their
fabulous.
minds. Yep. We'll have more tomorrow, I'm sure, because Aggie fans will continue their meltdown. The Schloss press conference happens at 11 o'clock today. So we'll have some sound for that during tomorrow's show.
And BK, you're right. Where do they go from? They have to. Trev Albert has to make. I mean, what kind of splash do you make? The guy was just in the World Series. What do you do?
A&M's going to hire a really good coach because they've got facilities, they've got money. Now they're going to spend more money to make sure that they can get somebody who can help them get back at.
You know what? You know who rock and rolls with them? You know, you talked about the guy from Kentucky.
Yeah.
In the SEC. You know, that's an upward move for him. That would be, you know, Kentucky has no baseball history, and now you got the Aggies you at least played, and to bring a guy like that in, you don't look as stupid, but geez.
Everyone who was a candidate for Texas outside of Schloss and Tony Vitello is absolutely a candidate for A&M. So, like the Florida coach, who we talked about a lot, the Clemson coach, who I think was, you know, a fallback option for Texas if Schloss and Vitello said no. He's an option for them. Maybe the LSU coach, maybe the Florida State coach, although I don't think Link Jarrett's going to leave. But, like, pretty much the list of candidates we talked about beyond Schloss and Vitello here, those are the candidates for the Aggies. So they're going to be fine. Maybe Skip Johnson. That's a way to get back at Texas. The former Texas pitching coach.
You're right.
Who's now at Oklahoma, who had OU in the College World Series final a few years ago. Maybe he's a guy. And it's like, oh, we get a good coach, and he used to be at Texas. Wasn't the head coach, but he was Augie's pitching coach for a long time. Like, that could be.
By the way, Trev Albert knew what was going on, too. He knew that. That came as no surprise to him. That wasn't like a shocker that Schloss had led him. Believe me, he knew that. He knew what was about to happen.
If he's smart, he's already made some calls. He was making calls before.
Sure, when he found out that both groups were talking behind closed doors somewhere, he had to know that. Although, hey, remember the SEC didn't let them in on very much. The Aggies do get left in the dark a little bit, don't they?
They do.
They're the only ones that never seem to find out about anything, you know?
Until after it happens.
Yeah, they seem to be in the dark about a lot of things.
That's you saying they should go back to the Big 12 is one of the funniest things you've ever said.
It's a great opportunity for them. You know, as I said, when I was out of town, somebody told me that the Big 12 had got some kind of $1 billion incentive. Aggies, go back. You may be able to rule the roost.
Yeah, the Big 12 conference, I think, is sponsored. Or I don't know if it ever happened, but
where did they get $1 billion from?
It wasn't $1 billion. I think Allstate was talking about like 30 to 50 million a year to like be the sponsor of the conference. They were going to call it like the Allstate Big 12.
Wow.
I can't remember if that actually happened or if it just got discussed.
It sounded like it was very close to happening.
Yeah.
I was in Pennsylvania at the time, and my wife even told me about it. She said it was close to $1 billion. I said, $1 billion for the Big 12? This is a perfect way for the Aggies to run back. This is great for you. Get out of the SEC. We're going to chase you out. We chased you out of the Big 12. We're going to chase you right out of the SEC.
Oh,
And we're not even there. And we're not even there yet. And we stole your. How about we stealing their coach? And we're not even officially in the SEC.
Yeah. In the span of a week, y'all lose the national championship. We steal your coach, and then we get to join your conference and have a huge party on campus.
And now we can just send you back to the Big 12. We're about to have a party on campus here on Sunday, and we may send you even back to the Big 12. That's the ultimate right there.
It won't happen, but that would be the funniest thing ever. I thought this was the funniest thing ever.
Hey, you got their own folks talking about, let's get out of here. Let's go to the Big 10.
Yeah. Big 10 is one thing. Even then, it won't happen. But like Big 10 at least is like the level or close to the level of the SEC.
Yeah.
You go back to the Big 12.
That would be a beauty.
Oh, glorious. All right.
Too much.
Quick word from our man, Tom McKay, over at Audio Visual Consultations.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audio-visual consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
You know what's tough about all this? I'm playing golf with an Aggie today. So if I'm limping tomorrow, that means I've gotten slapped in the knee with a club for saying something. I can't say a word. I'm going to say enough by wearing my USA gear today. This is the ultimate right here, wearing this. I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to go play for USA, and we've got your coach.
You should be wearing a Longhorn shirt out there today.
Oh, no, I got nothing burnt orange on today at all, except for my watch. That's about it. My Longhorn watch. Other than that, I can't go out there with him today wearing that stuff. He will start crying at the first tee. I should wear D's right here. D's dragging across your face. I should put that on, at least put it on at the first tee today.
Oh my God. Yep. He's going to take a 9-iron to you like you took that 9-iron to the Roadrunner a couple of years ago.
This is very sad news for them.
It is
very,
great.
very sad news. I don't like to see that happen to those people.
You don't?
No, I don't like that. I like the competition, but I mean, this scoundrel it's a scoundrel. He scoundreled them. Yeah. But and I'm just saying the word scoundrel. They're using all kinds of disgusting language about the new head coach at Texas.
Once again, Buck, if you spend your days looking for loyalty in sports, I advise you to find a new hobby.
Bud Grant didn't do this to the Minnesota Vikings, and he didn't win a Super Bowl either.
It happened, you get a Dirk Nowitzki every once in a while, and that's what makes guys like that so special, because they are so few and far between in sports. Always have been, but especially now.
Hey,
right?
Bud Grant didn't give me a Super Bowl either all those years.
Yeah, that hurts. But yeah, the Tim Duncans of the world, the Dirks, the guys who stay in one spot as a player or a coach, it's awesome because it just doesn't happen often. So yeah, Schloss did the same thing. It wasn't as public, and it wasn't right after losing a national title, but literally 4 years ago, he did the same thing where he told people he was not leaving TCU. He was not interested in any other job. And then he took the gig in Aggieland.
Yeah, I remember when Aggie left University of Illinois for Texas. It was like Illinois thought, because he'd done such a nice job there, that dude is going to Texas for baseball. You can bank that. I don't even know why you guys even thinking, oh, how could he leave us? I'm like, leave what? You got no history here in baseball at Illinois. Yeah, he did some nice things. But that guy just got asked to go to Texas. That guy is out the door.
Fans.
Championship. Oh, my goodness.
Fan is short for fanatic, Buck. People get fanatical about this stuff. Like, come on. You get the opportunity to get double your paycheck. You get to live in Austin instead of living in College Station. You get to work for a boss who's a very good friend of yours. 99% of people are taking that, right? Like if you put yourself in that guy's shoes, it's like, it's a no-brainer decision to take that job, but we're fans. So he left us. He said he wanted us. He said he loved us, and he left us.
And he threw the game? Really? A one-run game? Really?
Sue his ass and sue everybody. And it's how it goes, man. It's how it goes. It doesn't make it any easier for Aggies to stomach. It's nice being a fan of a school that's on kind of the top of the food chain when it comes to this.
Yes.
We don't have to deal with this as much as other places do. Hell, A&M doesn't have to deal with it as much as other places do.
No.
They poached a coach from Florida State in football after he won a national championship there, right? Like, because
yes,
it's a big program. So it's nice to be at the top of the food chain. That's where Texas is. And holy crap, what a hilarious.
Just keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Incredible, improbable, unfathomable, comical, anything, any word you want to use. What a fun day it's been.
Oh, I can't wait. Now, that first game of baseball is going to be something.
Oh, yeah. I was excited for football.
No kidding.
In College Station. But they're going to have to bring the damn Space Force out there.
No kidding.
To protect Schloss when he goes back to Olsen Field at Bluebell Park.
And wait till some of their players start coming this way. That's when it's going to really get ugly.
That's when it is going to get ugly, and that will probably happen sometime very soon as we bring on the guys from Chaos Theory, Double R, and Wags.
What you guys talking about?
Oh, the message boards are wonderful.
Huh?
I like it, but I'm still not sold. It'll take me maybe a day to get used to the new baseball coach because I'm still not down with the way he went out yesterday.
Dude, did we read him like a book?
Oh,
did he not? What, he made it personal. Immediately he made it personal, and then he tried to cover it up by saying, "Hey, I know it's your job, that you had to ask that, but I just think it's a selfish question." And then he spoke in the past tense. As soon as he spoke in the past tense, when he said, "I gave it my all here," I was just like, "You hadn't left yet, dog. Where are you going?" You know what?
Yeah, BK pointed that out, and I was like, I really wasn't listening to that close enough. The way he talked about how he poured out. I poured out my heart. Really? Like, that's it? You're done, huh?
He really did.
Again,
he just went all in, didn't he, Buck?
Yeah, but you and Rodney, you know that when you have a dream and that is your dream job, nobody else can understand ever how you feel about that. Now, there's other factors in it. I just didn't need all the accessory shit that he threw out there, telling the guy how to do his job. But if it's your dream job, that's all I need to know. This is where you really truly wanted to be in your career of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? No matter what your career is, you get there. My dream job as I grew up was to be either the running back coach at USC or the running back coach at the University of Texas. I got to do my dream, and nobody can tell me anything else about any other school. Wouldn't you like to be the running back coach of the New York Giants or whatever? Well, I had the opportunity to do stuff like that by going with Tom Coughlin, but I was at my dream, and that was plenty for me right there. I never said I wanted to be a NFL running back coach. That was not a part of I got to do my dream. Right. And it's hard to take somebody away from their dream. You can't tell them that, no, you screwed these other guys for your dream. What do you mean? That's what I grew up to want to do. It's hard to do that.
Yeah,
but
and you hit the nail on the head, Bucky, because in about 56 minutes, that's what we're going to hear. Right. This is my dream job. This is where I wanted to be. So that's definitely what's going to come up. And the whole thing with this is, I was kind of laughing to myself last night for a lot of reasons that I'll talk about later. But I have said for a long time that this rivalry had kind of softened up, with the bonfire tragedy. Not to use a fire reference with the bonfire tragedy, but it's back.
It's back. It's back. BK, I was telling BK, hey, what about forget the first football game? How about the first baseball game between these groups?
Well, BK touched on it 2 days ago when he's just like, you don't think this was calculated? You don't think, them firing David Pierce and throwing something out in the air was kind of calculated? It was kind of like a really passive BS move to kind of like just plant one underneath the chin there and let it.
I truly want to think that it wasn't calculated, but now today, when you guys mentioned that, I'm kind of thinking more so on the lines that they knew exactly what they were doing. Now, if the Aggies think that guy was throwing a game so that he knew he's going to screw them, you're out of your mind. No, nobody's going to do that. That guy wanted to win that game. By the way, he still was going to get this gig. If he won that
exactly.
game,
Is that where Aggie Land's going? I didn't check in on them.
Yeah.
Is that where Aggie Land's
going to that part, the guy throwing the game.
No.
Yep.
And here's the bottom line, guys.
Oh,
this all comes down to relationships.
Sure.
Slosh is coming here because of the relationship with CDC.
Sure.
And this is something right there to where, I mean, and back to the A&M thing. And I talked to some Aggie friends yesterday, and they're pissed, obviously, but it's like, you didn't care when you took him from TCU, it wasn't that big of a deal. So it's funny now, the shoe on the other foot. And I actually saw something this morning as I was trolling some of the other.
Consider the person that's taken.
That's it. That's it. That's
the
it.
Coach.
Trolling some of the other.
Anybody but us, Rodney. Anybody but us.
Of course.
Trolling some of the other stuff. I saw that even Houston Cougar Nation. I think it was Barstool Cougs put a thing out with a picture of Tom Herman, and they said, "Hey, Aggies, we know how you feel." They took our guy too.
Yep,
they
that's
took
how it
our
works.
guy too.
It's just how it works. That's right.
The Aggies took Kevin Sumlin away from Houston too.
Right. Oh, really? Nobody.
I'll let anyone forget about that. Last thing I'll say on this, guys. Shit, I don't remember what it was. It was really good too.
It happens.
It was really good.
It was probably.
Wait till you're 60, getting ready to be 69. If you think that shit happens to you now at 30, wait till you get to this spot when that shit happens to you 25 times a day.
I can't remember yesterday.
It happens to me that much already.
All right,
by
boys,
the way,
have a great show, boys.
It's CDC.
Boom.
All right, see you guys. I'll remember it later. Have a good show.
Come on, hey, when you remember it, just pop back on.
I will.
There you go.
I will. See y'all.
I invite you. You're always welcome. Always welcome here. Yeah. Hey, let's get chaotic with it, ladies and gentlemen. It is Chaos Theory, myself and Double R, my co-host. Man, you can find me on Twitter, not the fake wags. You can find Double R there at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram at the _ Rodney R. I am on Instagram at the Wagner Wire. Oh my God! If you're out and about, we got a lot to get into. Here he is. He's back.
One thing, and I'll leave y'all to it because y'all have a lot to get to. Everyone in the state of Texas has known how big of a deal the Texas A&M rivalry is. The rest of the country is now learning how big of a deal the Texas A&M rivalry is.
Oh, yeah.
And that's it. All right. Love you guys.
It's a national thing, man. It is absolutely a national thing. We kind of talked about it last night when we were going over, show notes for today. It's just like, hey, we could let the slosh thing kind of settle. It's going to be talked about everywhere, but that's just it. Now it's going to be picked up. All the national pundits are going to be talking about this. This isn't just going to be like a back burner type of, hey, did you see that? Did you see that Texas took Texas A&M's head coach? Like, no, this is actually like, this isn't a not just a low blow. This is a low blow, continuous kick in the nuts, and then a short elbow to win the fight to make him bleed out of the eye. It's a welcome back to the rivalry, like you said it, amigo. Welcome back. And oh, by the way, if you're out and about and joining us on that Coda text line, that's 512-222-9328. We'd love to hear all your comments and conversation pieces on this thing. But yeah, Slosh is coming up at 11. I wish that we could carry it live like we used to do. We'll see. You know what? I'm sure that there's legalities. I just got to look into this thing and see if there's some loopholes. And see if there's a way that we can do like co-streaming and stuff like that. But I'll look into that stuff. But yeah, guys, first and foremost, everybody toyed with this, or I guess the people from SEC Unfiltered and the SEC Network or whatever that chimes in here, and you guys, said, why in the hell would Slosh come to Texas? Well, there's connection pieces with him and CDC, and also I talked about it, man. I hate saying it. I hate comparing myself like this because I'm an Orioles fan, but it's the brand. It's the brand. It's the reason why Billy Beane sat down and had a conversation with the Red Sox, right? It's because of the brand, right? Texas is the damn Yankees of the of college, not just college baseball, of college sports in general. It's the biggest brand, and what is it, like 2.1 billion is what the revenue is, what that brand, what that logo brings in a year. That's untouchable, man. And again, like I know Aggie Land's got money. I know agriculture and Aggies and all that, that crazy cult stuff that they They get going out there in College Station, man. It gets crazy out there, and I know they raise some money, but damn, dude, like it's just the brand, man. When the Longhorns come, it's hard to say no. It just really is. You're at least going to have the conversation. It's the same reason why Dan Hurley had the conversation with the Lakers. He entertained the conversation because of the brand.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, everyone's a free agent. When you have a job, you are constantly. I mean, don't tell me that if you can have a very good job, but you are constantly looking at things, and there are headhunters that are looking for you to get you into their organization. So you always have the options open. You are always looking for something better or something that's going to fit you better. But I think kind of the underlying story with this, I know that the Tex Ags and all of these people are extremely upset, and they have reason to be. Look, this sucks. I mean, this sucks.
Yeah, dude, this
sucks for A&M. But
not just that, it's right on the brink of losing the Natty too. Like
absolutely. I mean, it's.
I mean, kick us when we're down. That's what I'm talking about. It's not just a blow to the nuts. It's a continuous kick to the balls, and then the finisher. It's just it's crazy.
Well, but what seems to be, I don't even think I've heard this mentioned very much. I saw it yesterday, but if you really want to talk about the finisher, if you really want to take the stone cold stunner in this whole deal with Schlossnagle coming to Austin, he's bringing the whole staff. Yeah. I mean, it would be one thing if Schlossnagle, what he's built there.
It's gutted. Nobody gets hired up from within. Yeah. Nobody gets promoted from within. No, there's no succession. A pitching coach doesn't get moved up. Nah, man, it's entirely gutted. It is outrageous.
When this happens, what they've done in his 3 years there, my natural thought, if I'm Trev Alberts, is I'm thinking, okay, he's leaving. Fine. Good luck. I'm going to take Max Wiener. Well, Max, it's your turn. Max Wiener, it's your turn. No, he's going. How about you, Michael Early? Oh, he's going. Nolan Kane, he's going too. They are in a huge hole right now. So the anger and the hate and all of that is very justified.
I mean, wouldn't you say it's valid? Wouldn't you say it's right?
Of course. It's just. I mean, anyone that looks at this, let's take our burnt orange sunglasses off. Anyone that can't understand this, I mean, I'm sorry, you're just not being realistic. But at the same time, if you're like you're talking about, Wags, it's just the brand that Longhorn just carries such an impactful and the big wallets and coming here to Austin. And I've got a lot of SEC friends and Alabama Crimson Tide and Auburn Tiger fans and so forth. And my Alabama brethren I had a couple of guys that called me last night and they're like, I can't believe you did this. I said, number one, I don't have any money. I had nothing to do with this. I don't care what A&M thinks. But I said, you guys didn't care when Nick Saban said he wasn't going to coach Alabama. So that's where this happens, and it's going to happen again, and it's probably going to happen really, really fast. But this is national. This is national.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's just so many implications that are tied into this, too. Like you mentioned that he's bringing the entire staff with him, but also we're leaving out, or I'm sure it's been mentioned before, like not just the succession plan, but also like the recruitment, like the pipelines and stuff. Like, is that pipeline still intact with Texas A&M? I know their baseball pipeline's strong, but I mean, how much was that built up in 3 years because of Slosh, and how much of that comes over to be absorbed by the burnt orange because Slosh is now here?
Mm-hmm. And that's the whole thing about it. I mean, there's a 30-day window in there, and the bigger thing is with the recruits. Yeah, how does that affect? Look, A&M, they've built a really nice baseball program over there, and that's due to Schlossnagle and that staff. How does that impact them? Do they continue moving forward? I mean, I don't know, but this is going to be this momentum, and we've talked about it so much in the past to where I truly believe that part of the problem was with the donors and so forth, that was David Pierce's kind of Achilles heel somewhat before RGV and all of that other stuff that we mentioned. But I think now you've got your guy in here. You got the guy you wanted. You're going to bring that guy in here, and that's where these things are really going to start to snowball. And this is, and you have to make this move. Look, you have to make this move. You're going to the best baseball conference in the country. You have to do this.
And who knows it better? I mean, you're also pulling from a coach that knows that that conference very well now. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? That was arguably one of the stalwarts of that conference in baseball. So yeah, like it is a huge win. It's a huge grab, a huge get for the Burnt Orange in the 40, man. Here's the thing too, like I mean, like how BK kind of alluded to it earlier when he said, you know, if you're sticking around, and I'm paraphrasing here, if you're sticking around and waiting for, you know, loyalty to happen in sports, you know, don't hold your breath. It's just never going to happen, man. Usually I won't call that you're beholden to the highest bidder or the highest check, but I mean, come on, like it's all about advancing your career unless you're really content with your conviction on where you want to go. Like if you're adamant on being a offense coordinator and that's literally all you want to do because you want to focus on offense and you don't want to have, you know, the head coach duties and delegate responsibilities, right on. Like I understand that. I understand people that want to be a product owner and not like a scrum master and stuff like that. I get that. Or you just want to work in the teams and focus on your project. I completely understand that. Maybe it's just not for you. But look, man, it's just absolutely brutal, my dude. If you're Texas A&M, one, how do you bounce back from it? Where do you go? Who are you looking for? I heard people talk about, you know, maybe you go and you try and pluck somebody else, but you got to keep the trend open now. Like let's kind of remember, you know, go back to the loyalty with this. How you know, what's this guy's word worth? You know what I mean? He's now done this at TCU. He's done this at Texas A&M. Is there a higher bidder that can come from the Texas Longhorns? Rodney, I'll let you answer.
Well, and here's the whole thing. I mean, this is just business. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, let's
because I see the comment like there's some fans that aren't Longhorns in here that have very personal opinions about Slosh already.
Yeah. So somebody told me last night.
I don't know him personally, guys. So I mean, I'm not commenting on his personal life. I don't know him personally.
Yeah, I don't care about that. I don't care anything about that. I mean, like with the Chris Beard thing.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
I don't care about that. We're talking X's and O's and we're talking sports on here. That's why we don't get into politics on this channel or this network, because this is a sports network.
We should though. I think that would be entertaining.
That would be back to that After Dark show that we were talking about.
I think that would be entertaining at times. But hey, let's stay sidetracked here.
Yeah. But you know, somebody told me last night when I was having a conversation with them, they're like, "Well, you know, you only feel the way you feel because it's your team that is the recipient on the good side of this."
That's valid. That's valid. Like 100.
Absolutely. And the nice thing about it is, kind of with that comment, is that we on the Texas side. I mean, it's going to be a very rare occasion unless you get to a loyalty thing or where you get to the dream job thing, like Bucky was talking about.
Is this the dream job for Slosh?
It will be today. It will be in what? I can't. In about 40 minutes.
When you're thinking baseball, when you're thinking college baseball, right? What program are you thinking of? Now, historically, and A&M's been fantastic as of late. They 100%. Their pipeline's been built up. It's awesome. The SEC has been fantastic, right? But if you're literally thinking about historical programs, the writing is on the wall. I mean, you're entering the Hall of Greatness here when you're coming to the 40. You just are. Mm-hmm. Like it is baseball in my opinion. It always has been and it always will. But I remember, you know, ACC usually puts up Florida State usually has some decent clubs. Clemson has come to life as of late here. But look, I'm telling you right now, like it's usually, and I'm not just placating to the Texas and the 40-acre fan base here. It's usually Texas when in terms of all of baseball. Like that's just how it is, man. Like, would this not be anyone's dream job if you're in the college baseball landscape? Would you not be in like, man, if I could get to Texas, mm-hmm. that would be it. I mean, you want to talk about, you know, pantheon of pantheons, Texas baseball. Like, is there in which brings me back to my question, and I'm not trying to get the cart before the horse here, right? Because he hadn't even settled in and started to meet his ball club. But is there another ball club that could come and poach, you know, Slosh away because of, and I'm only asking this because of tendency, you know, because of trends.
I would think USC would be the only one. But I mean, 38 College World Series Omaha appearances. I mean, look, but at the same time, depending on the individual, And I think, and you're kind of leading me to a point right here, Wags, that I wanted to, and you guys can tell us the biggest moments where you've had somebody that jumps ship like that goes to the opposition, that does something like this. I mentioned Nick Saban and all of this other stuff. If you have that, I know Sal probably has. I mentioned to you, Wags, you have the Johnny Damon. Johnny Damon with goes from Boston to New York. I mean, you guys feel free to throw those out, and we'll talk about some of those.
Yeah, so that's a great that's a great point. Like, what's your you have on our sheet here
get butthurt.
Ultimate FUs. What are the ultimate FUs, Rodney?
Yeah, because they happen all the time, and they will continue to. Look, here's one I was thinking about last night. Aggie Garrido, we love him. I mean, what has he done for this program? I heard Bucky mention right there when he left Illinois to come coach at Texas. Go way back, dial this thing way back. Cal State Fullerton and Texas baseball was a rivalry that was just unimaginable back in the day, as we like to say. Augie was coaching at Cal State Fullerton, and you had Gus over here at Texas. Yeah, there's a little bit of a 2-year window right there in between the time when Augie goes to Illinois and in 2 years does masterful things. Yeah, does masterful things there. But what was Cal State Fullerton thinking when Aggie Garrido pops up at the 40 acres?
Yeah.
They had to be feeling maybe not quite the extent of the Aggies, because this is interstate rivalry and the 100-year. It's funny this happens right at 100 years, but I mean that's an instance like that. I mean, there are so many of those, but this I really think that the dagger of this whole thing is he cleaned the building out with this thing. He's taken everybody, and don't tell me about throwing games and all of these different things. If for one minute you think that A&M team in Game 3 was uninspired or there was something going on,
that's where Aggie Land is going with that. Yeah, like that is such middle school childish. I mean, I understand you're hurt, but holy hell, that's where you're going. That's you're really thinking that Schlossnagle really threw it.
CB, thank you for correcting me. I'm sorry. Away. Yeah. Thank you for correcting me.
Just to set a move up to get to Texas, that is the narrative you're creating here. Man, I know I'm nuts. I know I'm certifiably nuts. But that's, come on.
Yeah. No, I mean it's
better.
That's crazy stuff right there. I mean, there's
hold on. Where'd it go? Where the hell did it go? Right, you'll get over it, little bro. You'll get over it. That is so cold.
And cold. I mean, one of the ones that's been mentioned right there, and again, this isn't interstate and this isn't all of this, but Mac, when Mac left when he left North Carolina to come to Texas, I know that was some upset people over there too, but it's not near this magnitude. But kind of the bookend on that whole story is, hell, where's he at now? He went back over there. So there's that right there. But it really is. I mean, for A&M, you need to pick yourself up off the ground and figure out what you're going to do next, because it's all gone, and you need to move on. You need to move on. I mean, let the hate rage and do all the different things. Trev Alberts right now is in a very, very bad situation, because there were already a lot of questions about his prowess and about his ability to do that job. But now letting this slip away, it's and this is a tough thing for him. This is a very tough thing for him. I think if it was anybody else, you'd have a little bit of understanding. But that fan base over there is not going to give him the benefit of the doubt on anything in losing not only Slosh but the whole staff to Texas. No way.
Not at all. It's like you were talking about. It's the ultimate FU, and it kind of goes into what you wanted to talk about today. Is some of the ultimate FUs around sports or just in general, man. You got a great list here, and I'm sure that everybody that watches Chaos Theory, as we get primed up and geared up for this conference. Hey, I've seen some of the comments in the chat. I did see that the interview is going at 11 a.m. I don't know where it will be held. I assume that you can find it on texassports.com. I'm sure that there's going to have something like that. We are not allowed to stream that stuff, to co-stream that stuff live, just due to rights and stuff like that. We just don't have the rights to it. So I would advise you to go to texassports.com, as maybe some of the graces, some of the best producers of the show right here, CB or whatnot. I'm sure that you guys can do that crazy thing in Google where you can find it, but I'll pull it up while we're trying to find commercials and everything too. But Rodney, take it away, my dude. What are some of the best or not best, but ultimate FUs in sports. I mean, hell, I can think of a few that's kind of like right off their cusp, but I'd love to hear your list. Let's get it.
You know, the one I mentioned, that Johnny Damon one, and that's like rival. You're going to the rival. You're going to the rival. And I had almost forgotten the Brett Favre.
Well, I mean, he toured though. Like, does that soften the blow? Like after you become kind of like a hoe. I don't want to call him a hoe, but yeah, he kind of was. Like, he was just like, yeah, I'll go here, I'll throw here for 2 years or so, man. My arm's fine, but oh man, I'll throw. I'll lead the league in interceptions, man. But we'll have a chance.
Yeah, I think that was the whole thing with that, to where he's going to step away and the constant retirements, and then he pops up there, and there he is playing for Minnesota and in the NFC Championship. I mean, you look at that, and I see KD leaving for OKC. By the way, did you see that KD? I saw that Woj dropped a bomb this morning that Durant may be a rocket before this night's over.
I did see that. So, what is the enticement there? Like, what's bringing him over? What's luring him? I mean, is it not working out in Phoenix?
I guess not.
Has the honeymoon period already been over between the big three of Book, Beal, and KD? Is that done? That can't be done. No way. No way am I.
Very short marriage, if so. I don't know.
I don't know. I can't get behind that. I mean, like Washington, I can't even get behind Washington. Like, just because it's his hometown or whatnot. No. I think he's happy right now in Phoenix. I think he waits that out.
Yeah. I think kind of back to what we were talking about right there. I think Cowboy fans, and again for Dallas fans, Dallas and Texas is kind of one of those things to where you have that brand, you have that ability to get people to want to come be a part of your organization. When Deion Sanders became a Cowboy, when the Cowboys outbid the 49ers, which eventually led to another Super Bowl for the Cowboys. I mean, I think that's one that really chapped 49er fans to where it's like, wait a minute, you're going to go play for those guys? I mean, because at the time, I think the Cowboys think that their rival is still the 49ers, even though they're in totally different plateaus right now. But when Deion makes that move and Jerry Jones outbids Eddie DeBartolo or whoever it was at that point, that was a lot like this. That was a lot like this. But still, this is the ultimate one to me. It's
pretty, I mean, you got a nice little list here. We'll continue to go down it here, but yeah, just a friendly reminder, guys. We will be the only program all day long, and we will be giving the audio recording of it. We can't do the live stream, but we can give you the recording of the presser. So make sure that you guys stay tuned for that. The afternoon shows. If you guys got stuff to like chores to do in your yard, put that app on and just plug it in, make sure you get that playback of the presser. But yeah, make sure you tune in. Again, we will be the only station that has a programming all damn day long. So if you want to hear the interview, it will be played here. It's just going to be on a playback. It can't be live.
And the other part about that is we got to give major props to our man Chip Brown. You hear him, you see him right here every afternoon from 1 to 3, Chip and Zay. Chip Brown is the guy that broke this yesterday. And I'm looking at national stuff yesterday. It's on tickers and all this different stuff. And it's saying, Chip Brown breaking it. And I saw Chip come on. Is he in the
mob? Is Chip in the mob? Who does he know?
Chip figures things out. And it's like, my goodness, I think they used to call him the Bloodhound. Chip Brown, the Bloodhound, and it totally makes sense. It totally makes sense. I know when my wife first met Chip Brown, he was sitting over there. She had met him, very pleasant as always, like Chip is. And I said, that guy is the one that has broken. And I was telling her some of the stuff that Chip has broken. And she said, he just looks like such a quiet, calm, nice man. I'm like, well, he's a nice man.
Sometimes those are the people that do the best work. Something they spin the webs and they can just carve through any type of red tape, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a trade. Yep, that right there. And that kind of, it was those things that built that rivalry back in that day. Because you go back to a lot of folks say, well, the Cowboys 49er rivalry, the 80s, Joe Montana, the Cats, Dwight Clark, all that stuff. Go back to 1972. I mean, you had a playoff game there with John Brody, still the quarterback of the 49ers. So this thing has kind of evolved itself as like every decade it kept popping itself up. And that's where with those guys with making those moves. I saw T.O. dropped in the comments right there. Terrell Owens has been in the middle of so many different ones. I mean, because the 49ers, Philadelphia, Dallas.
So the ultimate FU to me, and again, like it might have been for the best. It might have been for all worlds, but I believe it was John Elway. It's got to be probably for me just the ultimate FU to the Baltimore Colts. Like, nah, I'm going to actually, you know what? I'll probably go throw for the Yankees. As a matter of fact, like, I don't want to play for you guys. Like, not only am I not going to a Baltimore town, I'm going to go to one of your rivals and throw for New York. Yeah. And that's, and then ultimately the franchise kind of collapsed. I'm not going to put it all on Elway, but Baltimore's a drinking town with sports problems. Anybody that's from there will tell you that, man. Owners for some reason don't want to invest. And look at Angelos. Angelos never, years didn't invest in the Orioles because it's like battered wife syndrome. Like, the fan base of Baltimore will just show up. Regardless, there's really not much to do in the town. You're going to show up and try and be entertained, right? And owners took advantage of that. People weren't going to come to town without, great entertainment. And honestly, like, the Colts kind of folded and collapsed, without the, I guess, electricity of John Elway, even though that, they're so, much needed. There's much needed entertainment for sports and football there. Like, Baltimore just wasn't sticking around, and I believe it's because of Elway, the whole Elway debacle. So to me, that's the ultimate FU. Baltimore ups on the Mayflower overnight and heads to Indianapolis. And then they're left without a damn football franchise. So yeah, John Elway, that's the ultimate FU to me, man.
Yeah,
I didn't see that one on your list. That's one of the ones that I wanted to add on your list.
That's really good. I mean, and it's just mentioned right there. Eli Manning. I mean, Eli Manning, the same thing.
Oh yeah. Like,
it's like we talk about the Mannings.
Eli's not innocent. Eli's not innocent. But who wants to go play for AJ Smith? Seriously, that's like, you want to talk about. I've seen purgatory thrown around a few times in the chat here. You want to talk about purgatory? He was playing for the San Diego Chargers back then with AJ Smith, man. Hell, even Schottenheimer, I was going to say even Schottenheimer couldn't win with Tomlinson, but Marty just struggled to get the big one, everywhere, man. Marty, that was his MO. He just couldn't get it done.
Yeah. And I'll tell you one that still chaps my ass. I mean, to this day, because it brings itself to light every NFL season. When Bud Adams gave the finger to the city of Houston. And again, this goes back to business. I totally understand. But Bud Adams wanted a new stadium, so forth and so on. That's all. I totally get that. But it's one thing. You take your team, the Tennessee Oilers. I mean, you keep. I know that transitions like that are one thing, but I mean, it just made no sense. But the ultimate finger was you keep the colors, you don't allow the new Houston organizations. It still goes on now. It's still happening now because when the Titans roll out dressed like the Oilers, come on, man, it's the gift that keeps on giving. You know what I mean? And then
one person's trash is another person's treasure, right?
And the Houston Cougars are like, oh, okay, well, we're Houston. We're going to wear Columbia blue and we're going to dress like the Oilers. And the NFL's like, no. You can't do that. Bud Adams owns that. The Adams family owns that. You can't use that. He kept that. That right there, that just incenses Houston sports fans.
Also, and like, I'm sitting here saying that Baltimore got done dirty because of John Elway, right? But let's not forget what Modell did to Cleveland. Modell bringing Cleveland, that's an ultimate FU. I didn't see that one on your list either. But me being a Baltimore guy, and again, that time, you're the recipient of it because instead of having the CFL in your league, in that final, or instead of being fans of the CFL league, you're finally getting your NFL team back, and you're just like, oh, thank you. But it's the Cleveland Browns. You're inheriting the Cleveland Browns. But in that same, as soon as the Ravens were were formed and they were franchised, hell, it was Jonathan Ogden and Ray Lewis were your first two picks. Hall of Famers, man. And that's hell, Ozzie Newsome. I mean, Eddie Accorsi, or excuse me, Ernie Accorsi. Ernie Accorsi will arguably go down as one of the greatest GMs, just in my opinion. But Ozzie Newsome, he's right there with Ernie. Yeah, man.
And so
again, I'm sorry to bogart your segment here, but yeah.
No, I love it, dude. I love it. I mean, and this is one that I sent you that it's like, okay, I'm going to tread on light water right here. I mean, our man Roger Clemens, you go from Boston to the Yankees. I mean, come on. I mean, we're talking about Johnny Damon over here, but shit.
But hold on, is it also? But is that kind of? It is, but it was directly from Boston to New York, right?
Yeah.
It was directly from Boston to New York. I was gonna say, does it get softened because of the fact that Roger, went to Houston and? I mean,
maybe.
But I guess it doesn't take the sting away. Like you're going from Boston to New York. Like that's brutal.
So
I saw a lot of people. I saw Ike, mention Mike Messina to the Yankees. Yeah, that hurt when I was a kid. That absolutely hurt. But I kind of felt like that's just what happened. That's just usually you were just kind of used to that at that point. Baltimore being a small market club, you're used to just having the Yankees come and poach your talent. And then when you do get talent, it's usually washed up, or they just seemingly don't want to produce for Baltimore. I remember when Baltimore got Andy Van Slyke from Pittsburgh, after his dominant days, for the Bat and Bucks, he couldn't produce at Baltimore. I think one of the only few free agents that produced was one Rafael Palmeiro and Robbie Alomar. I think they were sensational. They were fantastic. Albert Bell had some decent moments, but again, there just wasn't enough money to keep these studs and stars together for Baltimore to keep a winning nucleus there. They usually just got poached. But yeah, the Moose kind of sucked. I see Sal saying that he was a crybaby. Maybe it's just because he was brought up in Baltimore's organization, played with the Hagerstown Suns there, threw for them, and hell, man, not used to the marquee media. Some people can't do it. Apparently, Eli can wear it well. Just because I think everything just kind of goes right over Eli's head. As a matter of fact.
Yeah. But, and kind of the only other one that I wanted to mention just from this massive list.
So he went from Toronto. Okay, so Roger went to Toronto. Then New York. Okay. Gotcha. Thank you for clearing that up, guys. Appreciate that.
I don't care about the Eagles or the Washington football team, but Deshaun Jackson, Philadelphia. Then he wound up playing for the I guess Redskins at the time. I mean, Darrelle Revis did it.
God, not just that. Oh, man. You want to talk about the ultimate shot to the nuts when the first play of the game, right? Yeah. No, wait, am I wrong? No, I'm wrong. I got that wrong. He went from Washington to the Eagles, did he not?
Yeah.
Okay, he went from Washington to the Eagles. So I'm right. I am right. The first play of the game with Vic, they do a play action pass and they hit Deshaun Jackson versus Washington, and it's for like an 80-yard bomb. Like, that's an FU. That's an FU, my dude.
Well, and I see this with an LOL from Jake about Donovan McNabb. But you know what? If I would have been Donovan McNabb, because if you remember when the Eagles drafted Donovan McNabb, they like booed him out of the place because I think they wanted Ricky. I mean, they wanted Ricky drafted by the Eagles, and they're booing this dude out of the place. I mean, I'd have gone over there, and I really would have done the ultimate, give him the finger moment right there, and say, "Take that." Of course, it didn't work out all that well for him. The
ultimate, that is the Monday Night Massacre. Yeah, absolutely. So and we got to go through and give some of our list of the top 5 Monday Night Football games because I remember a lot of them. I remember some Antonio Freeman moments, some Wayne Corbett moments from back in the day. Hell, Jets Miami or New York Jets and Miami Dolphins back, early aughts and late 90s. That was some of the best Monday night games that I can remember. Just great rivalries back then. But also, dude, the Monday Night Massacre there, and also what was the Sunday night game where Deshaun Jackson did that to the Giants? Like they came back from almost, I think it was a 20. I think it might have been like 21 points, but it might have been 3 touchdowns or whatnot. It might have been a 3 touchdown score. And then the ultimate thing was where Deshaun Jackson ran that damn punt. It wasn't Sunday night. It was Sunday. It was during the day. It was an afternoon game. But Deshaun Jackson ran a damn punt back to seal the deal. Honestly, it was to go ahead and take the lead. And Philadelphia came roaring back and stole that victory from the Giants. Yeah, that was a nice FU moment. Another FU moment, right? Real quick. How about Saquon Barkley to the Eagles?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? You know, and not only that, you know, Sirianni saying, "Oh, by the way, I got your best player."
Yeah.
What did I do to you? I got your best player. Yeah, he legitimately said that. Like he came out and said that. So, that's
why
that's
kind
of that's casual for Philly, right? That's casual for Philly.
Yeah,
that's kind of what Philly people do.
That's why kind of the gist of this whole conversation is that with this happening, again, we're basking in the glory. I mean, the burnt orange Kool-Aid and all of that. But here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line with this move. I think obviously you go and Texas has a lot of leverage, like we've talked about, to where you can go get the best coach and best staff at this point, because we talked about relationships, we talk about loyalty, all of that. This coaching staff, maybe loyalty is very hard to find in sports, but this coaching staff is very loyal to Jim Schlossnagle. But you have to think about this at the same time, where this coaching staff is thinking, we're going to go to Austin. We're going to have all the facilities we want. We're going to have all the revenue that we need.
All the amenities,
all of this. Hell, you'd be crazy to not. Yeah, and
but are you telling me that you're telling me that Aggie Land doesn't have those resources for A&M baseball? You're telling me they don't have those resources? I find that hard to believe. They got a lot of money there.
That they've got a lot of money. They've got a lot of money, and I would love to see the back and forth, and I'd love to hear the financials if we ever get to hear that. And again, like Wags mentioned, don't forget we'll have some of that audio from the presser coming up in about 18 minutes. We're live local all day right here. We're going to carry you all the way through. Chip Brown broke this yesterday. He'll be on. Well, I don't know if he'll be on from 1 to 3 or not today, but I'm betting Jeff Howe will not be on at 11 today.
Right.
And how about this yesterday? So I see this thing go down, and I get a notification. It's like Texas Sports Unfiltered is live on YouTube. Boom! I pull it up. There's Jeff Howe. There's Brad Kellner. Here comes Chip Brown. I mean, we are the source. We are the source.
Yeah, again, it's the only programming that goes all day long, and the only programming that will have recording of the presser from Coach Jim Schlossnagle coming to Texas. Again, that is at 11 a.m., and we will be giving you the recorded version of that. All right. So, we got any more on your list to get into?
I think we've covered all that we need.
Did we? I still see a few more. If you don't want to.
Dennis Rodman. We got to get Dennis Rodman. Yeah. Well, there were some breaks in there too, but it's like a lot of these, there were some breaks in there, like we were talking about, with Clemens and all of that. You did have that, but still, when you see somebody that you've been invested with, that's been on your club or team or whatever you want to call it for so long, and then you see them in the opposition's colors, I'm telling you, when I was and this is very different, but to me it's the shell shock thing. When I saw Jeff Cheatham from Round Rock High School, that coached that group forever in maroon, when I see him at the Kelly Reeves Athletic Complex last year wearing Westwood colors, burnt orange, it's like, wait a minute. It's just one of those things where it's getting over the shock a little bit. And I think that's what Aggie fans are going through right now, shocked and pissed off. I mean, there's no way around it, but this happens a lot. And that's kind of what we're saying with this list is this is not the first time this has happened. This is not the first time this has happened.
So I'm saying, just, remember when he says that he's loyal, let's
remember. Wags. When Fred Akers left, Fred Akers was no longer at Texas. David McWilliams.
There's so many more we can go down, man.
Yeah. Thank you, Jordan. What Texas Tech, they get David McWilliams. McWilliams goes over there. I think this was 83, 84. Somebody will have to correct me. And he has a good season. Boom. Texas snatched him up. That was another time people were pissed off in Lubbock, like with the Chris Beard thing. It's that's where Texas just has the leverage, and you have the brand, and you have the power. Say what you want. Folks are frowning on Texas, and it is. I heard the guy say this earlier. Or who was it that mentioned? BK mentioned it right when he came back on with us. Folks are realizing the impact of this rivalry right now. How bitter and how long-standing this thing is, because this is the ultimate.
Or I think it's a reminder, right? I think
Absolutely.
people, when it was one of the games that was played for Thanksgiving, I think people kind of knew how strong the rivalry was, right? And since it's gone away, absence makes the heart grow fonder, sure, but it also kind of goes in the back of the mind too, my guy. So yeah, man, what a way to rekindle it, that's for sure. And again, make sure you one more reminder, make sure that you keep your eyes and ears peeled to Texas Sports Unfiltered all throughout the day, and we'll give you the playback of Coach Schlossnagle's interview coming up in just about 15 minutes here. All right, hey, do you want to get in? First off, let's go ahead and hit a commercial for Covert real quick, and then
absolutely. Our friends at covertbeecave.com, since 1909, serving generations of Central Texans and beyond. It is Covert Bee Cave.
They treat you like family. My husband and I have bought several vehicles from the Coverts over the years, and it's always just been easy and effortless.
By the time we walk into the dealership, paperwork's ready and we're ready to buy.
I walked in, literally signed a couple of things, and I was 10 minutes in and out.
They just take care of everything.
I personally feel like people took care of me. I feel like as they're taking care of me, if they take care of other people that I know, it's just that much of a plus.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Absolutely. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. CovertBeeCave.com. Check them out. Go see them this weekend. It's worth the drive. Go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave.
Yeah, so again, it's really cool to get the entire staff of A&M to come over here, but where does that leave our coaching staff? Where does that leave Pierce? Where does that leave Tulo? I'd love to see Tulo stay in coaching. I think I think he's been a tremendous asset. And one, I mean, it's major league talent, and how you want to talk about an enticement to get studs and collegiate talent over here. I would say that Tulo was a real fine piece, but it would be nice to see what Tulo could do with this coaching staff. Don't think it's gonna. It's not about me thinking it's not going to happen. So again, we'll keep our eyes.
I saw something last night, Wags. I don't think it was actually at Horns 247.
Scott, where did you? No, I haven't seen this. Where did you see that Tulo is he staying on as an advisor or something? Because I didn't see him as a part of the coaching staff.
That's what I saw, that he's staying. That he's definitely staying. That he'll be a part of the staff in some form or fashion. And I think that's great for him, because
consultant maybe I would love for him to be legitimately onto the staff. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah. No, I think so too, because I mean that bodes for him well, and that was reported by Chip Brown. So that's something right there where for him, depending what his goals are. I mean, I don't know if he wants to be a college skipper. I mean, I don't know what he wants to do, but I mean to work with Schlossnagle and the staff, I mean that's only going to, I mean, one, the resume, but just coaching, coach speak, coach techniques, all that. I mean, I think it's great. And that's definitely somebody you want to keep around. What I'm curious to see is with the shift, because I've talked about where Mac did it on the football side and where Sark has done it as well. Very
strong. That's why I was questioning it. There's a lot of strong bonds that have been built over the past couple of years. Absolutely. Alumni
and past players, how are they going to be involved? I mean, are they going to be at the forefront of this, maybe where you go and you bring some of those guys back and you put them at the forefront to kind of diminish the blow, because it is somewhat of a black eye around the country right now, the fact that Texas got this dude and his staff. So maybe that's how you kind of soften that a little bit. But and the whole thing about it is this too shall pass, because once football fires,
like they said, you'll get over it, little bro.
Yes. You'll get over it. I mean, once football begins to fire up, I mean, this is going to go to the back burner.
I don't think it'll go to the back burner, but it's never going to be forgotten. Like this is one hell of a rekindle to start a rivalry, my dude. Again, this is the last I'll hit on it. Let me reiterate. I feel like it was calculated. It was a very calculated release. on the day of the of Game 3 of the national championship, and it has caused a damn fan base to conjure up a narrative that their coach threw a damn Game 3 of the World Series just so he could go to Texas. Are you like that's what it has done? So yeah. And now I'm done with it. We've exhausted it.
And it really, we talked about, I guess it was whenever we read the statements from David Pierce and from Chris Del Conte, where the conversation was had, at the end of the season, mutually agreeing, whatever, everything said right there. I mean, you really go back and you do. I mean, these aren't things that happen that fast. I mean, especially it's one thing if Jim Schlossnagle is leaving a team that is in the toilet, maybe that makes decisions easier and so forth. But where that A&M is going to counter, I mean, if we ever find out the true timeline of how all of this went down and the back and forth and different meetings and all that, I mean, I see mentioned there with Chris Beard and the McDonald's and all of that. I'm sure at some point, we may hear some of that. But the whole notion that this was, I mean, Slosh, this was done by Monday night, but the whole notion that anything was what that's just horse shit. There's no other way.
A lot of dots were connected in a little time.
Yeah. So
I will say that there's conversations were definitely had for sure. But I would not sit there and conjure up a narrative saying that your head coach created a ruse to get out of College Station. Get the hell out of here. Like that is why we say you go full Aggie. Like that is the epitome of going full Aggie right there. Okay. We do got an athlete of the week candidate today. This comes from Jake. I'm unfamiliar with this athlete. I don't know what she does. We're going to find out what she does. Her name is, what's her name again? Rodney? Sydney Thomas.
Sydney Thomas. Sydney Thomas. Yeah.
Sydney Thomas. And it said it's non-negotiable. Sydney Thomas. Let's see what Sydney Thomas does here. Okay. Let me find it. Okay. So for your athlete, we have Sydney Thomas here. Okay.
She looks like
she's cute. She's very cute.
Just out on the town or something. What?
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Is she an athlete? Okay.
I don't know. What's her sport of pleasure?
Cardinals affiliation.
Oh. She plays baseball.
Is she a ball girl? Is she a ball girl? All right. I think. Okay. So she's a smoke show. 100% smoke show.
No doubt.
But here's the thing. It's the thing that's athlete, guys. It's athlete. It's kind of like tongue in cheek, a play on athletes of sports to kind of promote female sports, but also good looking female sports. Clearly, But yeah, like she's very cute, very cute. But I'm questioning her ties and her affiliation to sports. Other than, is she a St. Louis ball girl? That's the only thing that I can. Sheesh. That's the only thing that I can put together here.
She's an athletic supporter. She's
a big sports person, clearly. Okay. Sydney Thomas.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Just put her up. All right. So Jake, you got one here. All right. That was for Jake. And again, it didn't hurt my eyes one bit. She's a beautiful creature. That's for sure. But yeah, so here's the prereqs. All right. If we're gonna do this, let's try and keep it to sports. A really good place that you can go is Olympians. The Olympics are coming about, and hell, man, that's it's pretty easy to find some of the most fit Olympians. Hell, that's why they're Olympians, man. They're some of the best shape of their lives. It doesn't matter. Just put her up. You got us, my guy. You got us. I'm sold too. Everybody. So Sal, I've been saving Winifred. Like she's clear. She's the GOAT. Like she's unbeatable. I can't. You can't. It's hard to follow up after Winifred. That's why I've kind of got Winifred on the back burner there. But Sal, yeah, 100%. She's a candidate, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna go through all of our candidates that we put up and take a vote and see which one's going to be the champion. And I got a strong feeling that Winifred is going to be there, but we're going to have to exclude the candidates that we put up that aren't actually athletes.
Well, we just got to.
They got to be an athlete, guys. They got to be an athlete.
We just got a nomination on the Coda text line. I don't think this person is an athlete. As a matter of fact, I know she's not an athlete, but actually now 2 nominations for.
What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?
Oh, you got to give him that hawk to it. Spit on that thing.
I'm not
He
even
ain't no
into
athlete.
her. Like, I'm not even in. Like, I don't. She's all the fad right now. Like, she is the internet sensation, and I got to tell you, man, I was more into the girl showing the headlights to Iceland or Ireland, Dublin is the damn camera or whatnot in New York. I'm really not into the Hawk-Tua girl. Maybe it's because it's kind of intimidating, honestly.
Yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. She's never going to live that down. God bless America, man. That's it's one thing, when things happen. I mean, you get the girl on the airplane, the woman on the airplane, and all that.
Nikita Lyons. We're getting Nikita Lyons up here. Yeah, we'll save that for next week. We got 4 minutes until we get to the interview here. Yeah, I'm wondering. Sal is picking up what I'm putting down. I got you. All right.
Yeah. Here's one other one that the Bum Bright thing with Tom Landry, and that's very much a scenario to where Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is a great businessman, and Jerry Jones has that disdain on him for the man that quote unquote fired Tom Landry. But as that story goes, if you were going to purchase the Dallas Cowboys, your number one job, day one, was going to be you had to fire Tom Landry. And apparently Bum Bright, and as the owner of the Cowboys at that time, turned down bigger sale opportunities because nobody wanted that task.
Right. Yeah.
And that's another one of those things to where Jerry Jones, say what you want to say about Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones wanted the franchise and he did it. He said, I have the balls to do it and I'll do it. And the rest is history. But a lot of that's one where I go back to that and it's like Jerry Jones doesn't deserve a lot of that hate, man, because it was one of those things to where he had to do that. That was part of that gig right there for him to do that. It's a bad bit.
He didn't have to take the gig, right?
Well, but he wanted it. He wanted
it bad enough to be the executioner.
That's right. And that's why I think Jim Schlossnagle takes the gig here, and a lot of people are looking at him as the executioner because read the chats. A&M thinks their baseball program has been killed by.
Well, and that's why I was saying it's not just it's been gutted. It's been rude. You're not going to have a succession plan coming in. You're going to be hiring from outside. And then also, what's that do for your recruiting fan base? I'm sure you're probably going to be pulling in some of the recruitment that you get with the next coach pulling in. He's probably going to be bringing his recruits, to College Station. But again, you're losing a big pipeline that has been generated from Slosh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt about it. And it's going to be the domino theory. How does this affect recruits coming in? How does this affect transfer portal? What happens next? That's really the whole thing about it, to where it could potentially dismantle the baseball program at a very large extent. Does that happen?
I think they'll recover. I think they'll recuperate.
I think they will too. Because the tradition is much better right now, and obviously they're coming off of a national championship appearance. And I'm not going to say they're going to be fine because they have lost a lot. But how do they rebound? If I'm Texas A&M, if I'm Trev Alberts, I'm like, okay, you got our guy. Watch this. We're going to respond this way. And no, you're not going to hire the Tennessee guy, because that's the one thing that I was on Gig'em 24/7 for a while yesterday, just kind of browsing. And
you're a braver man than I am. God.
Well, they don't know who I am. I wasn't posting anything. But
doesn't matter. They'll find you. They'll get you.
Was that random knock last night or this morning at 3?
Could have been. It could have been. Now they got your IP address. They probably stolen it. That's why I got a VPN for those crazy people.
Oh man.
And yeah, I said it. Those people.
That was Reveille at my front door this morning. Is that Reveille? Is Reveille the dog that took a shit in my yard this morning?
on your front porch step, my guy. On your front porch step.
Is that the dog poop that was on my porch when I walked out to get my newspaper, for crying out loud? God dang it, Reveille. Dang it, Reveal.
Yeah, it's Reveal.
Oh, God.
Hey, man, reveal yourself. All you pickleball players, reveal yourself real quick. If you are in pickleball, you got look no further than Pick Sports Gear. If you want the best gear that's crafted with precision right here in the heart of our very own city, known for its innovation, love, and passion, it's got to be Pick Sports Gear, man. From the top of the line paddles to premium accessories, they have everything you need to dominate the court in style. Plus, you got to keep an eye out for the demo days that we've been talking about for the past couple of weeks. Summertime's coming around. Look for the venues that will be popping up on Pick Sports Gear's website. Again, that's Pick Sports Gear, PIXSportsGear.com. It's PIXSportsGear.com.
CB, I'm a girl dad. They're grown, but old habits are hard to break. Old habits are hard to break. Sometimes I say poop.
What was that Nick Williams song? Old habits like you are hard to break.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh,
not you, lifesavers.
That's a good. Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to jam me some Bocephus here in a little bit. I gotta go get my eyes checked at 2 o'clock.
Cigarettes.
Yeah,
I tell you what, a Canadian Idol right here, boys and girls. Canadian Idol. I might not be good enough for American Idol, but I can go, above the border here.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that a lot. Yeah, that'll be cool.
All right, so tomorrow we didn't get enough time into it. Again, top of the hour just kicked off, so that interview is popping off. I want to make sure that we're able to see that and everybody else is able to see that. But also next week, or not next week, tomorrow, I'd like to get into some of our projections. We got NFL coming up, and all you fantasy football players, you're probably already primed and geared up and engaged already. But again, I'd like to get some other people that are maybe some novice or just kind of surfing a little bit of the fantasy realm, or maybe you're just wanting to hear some projections. But I want to go over a little bit of projections where we think the quarterbacks are going to be tomorrow, and we'll make our way around. Of course, we're not going to get into all the the NFL positions tomorrow, but again, I'd like to knock out some of the quarterbacks where we think they'll land and give a little bit of where we're going to be with our top 10 or whatnot. I'd love to hear your all's input and takes on who you guys think are going to be your best wide receivers and running backs. I'll keep those in mind. But if you guys also if you guys are into fantasy sports or you guys have any interest, hit me up on Twitter as well, not the fake wags, and we'll see about getting you into a league here. So I kind of had an idea. I wanted to end a little bit about this with the holidays coming up. The 4th of July is coming up. And again, we're just spitballing. We don't have anything that's concrete and solid here. I'd like to do something with a hot dog eating contest. Since Joey Chestnut, neither is Kobayashi. None of these guys are going to be competing on 4th of July in hot dog eating contest. Not going to be in Nathan's. The entire Nathan's event, it's not going to be going down. Well, it'll be going down. It just won't have the king in it. So why bother watching, right? Unless you're a huge, proponent,
fan of wieners,
fan of Nathan's in particular. But anyways, I thought maybe it would be fun to have our own hot dog eating contest where we can have some prizes for some of the contestants or some of the fans that maybe take a wager and think that, oh, you know what, I think Rodney is gonna outduel Wags here in a hot dog eating contest here, and if you bet on the right guy, maybe you win something. Or if you want to join in the contest at home, it can be done remotely here. Depending on how many contests or how many hot dogs in the contest you put down, or how many glizzies you get done to slide down your gullet. Maybe you win a little prize or something. Again, this is all spitball ideas yet. We just threw some stuff on there and trying to connect the dots. We'll see if we can put it together, but I'd like to do something fun.
Presser is on.
A glizzy gobbling competition. Yeah, absolutely. All right, yeah. Presser's on, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, in case y'all missed it, here we go. It's not the presser, but there's your UT baseball coaching staff. All of them. Took them all.
Max Wieners.
4th of July. Maybe we'll have him in the hot dog eating contest.
So there is never mind. That's a long story, streaming story. One of my brother's animations is somebody throwing a hot dog and it says Max Wiener. So it's just really coincidental. Just very fun. I like coincidence. So I also like irony. All right. So what's our plan?
I don't know who's coming on next because, like I said, I'm assuming Jeff is probably at this presser. So I think we just kind of keep on rolling. I guess we just keep on rolling as long as you can. I don't know.
Yeah, I got maybe 10 more minutes.
That's okay. I can stay on. I mean, I can stay on and ramble on here. I mean, if anything, I mean, I'm sure that we can get more FU moments that'll come up. But I really want to find this because I think it's at TexasSports.com is where the press conference is. I'd really like to. Man, I'd kind of just like to pull it up, but I know we can't do that. I know that's not what's supposed to happen. But again, you guys stick with us because we'll have some sound from that. So that'll be coming up, and we're going to be live local all day long. We'll take you all the way up, and all of the breakdown will be coming up as well once this press conference concludes, and we'll get the words. I mean, because everybody's going to be reading his words. I mean, it's that happens anyway. Reading body language and kind of taking what he says. I mean, hell, we've done it. We've broken down the Monday post game press conference just so many different ways. That's what's going to happen right here. So the response, does he? I had some folks asking, does he reach out to that reporter? I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I would go on social media and apologize if you were going to do anything with that. I mean, if you're going to do anything with that,
doesn't that make it look worse though?
Yeah, well, I guess.
If you come out, I mean, I think he, the writing was on the wall. People, read his mind. He responded in a personal matter because this was going down.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, now it all makes sense. That's kind of why he responded like that. But again, like Bucky and I, it was kind of like, tipping your hand as soon as you responded in that. And then, if you heard some of the, some of his verbiage, right? Some of the dialogue that he said, he was speaking in past tense. Like, I poured my all here. I gave it my very best. I gave it. Like, dog, you're still here. That to go back to what I opened up with, you're still at Texas A&M. You haven't left yet. Why are you speaking in the past tense?
Yeah,
that was that was a tell for me. Hey, look, man, I was really good at reading people. I was really good at surviving in a land where I didn't speak the language for a reason, man. I read body language. What do you got going on back there?
I've actually just pulled up the press conference, so he's Slosh isn't up there yet. TexasSports.com. There's a big old banner right there. You just click that, and it'll take you right to the press conference. So it has started. Slosh isn't up there yet. I'm assuming there will be a lot of intros and a lot of we are very excited and so forth and so on. I'm actually, as much as I'm excited to listen to the words of Jim Schlossnagle, I'm actually very interested and excited to see the words of Chris Del Conte because I think that's going to be one.
Well, we kind of alluded to it yesterday. That party, that welcoming party to the SEC is going to be a little bit more easier to have conversations with now, right? Or maybe you're going to have a few people that kind of be like, hey, a little bit of a low blow what you did to little brother there, huh?
That's the whole thing. And if
that was, you're gonna have the bullies. Oh, I can't believe what you did to him.
Exactly right, man. If that thing wasn't already going to be a shindig anyway, I mean, and they're going to have him there. I mean, I'm curious to see Rodney, Terry, Sark, all those guys are going to be there. They're going to be there for that.
The ultimate me, and I'm sure it's been played. I haven't been on the internet in a bit, but remember, it's from. God, what is the damn movie called? It's Hustle. Something I can't think of it, but it's got Bradley Cooper in it. But it was a crazy meme going around where Bradley Cooper is humping Louis C.K. and Louis C.K.'s is Texas A&M and Bradley Cooper is the Texas Longhorn. He's got the logo on there, and then he comes in and they're listening to audio from the commissioner of the SEC or what, or no, it wasn't. It was the AD. Excuse me, it was the AD. And Texas A&M wanted to be in a standalone league, and they're just basically it's one of the greatest memes and the greatest I guess low blows to Texas A&M in terms of memes that I would seen. And I don't know who it was done by, but it was fantastic. And that's the first thing that I thought about when this happened, when the Schlossnagle news broke. I was just like, oh my God, it really is, dude. Fantastic.
CDC just took the stage. He said, it's a beautiful day.
Hey, there he is. What's up, Jordan?
How we doing?
American Hustle. Thank you. American Hustle.
Sorry. For some reason, I'm having problems getting my MacBook to charge. That's what I was trying to figure out. So we're at 17%, got the brightness turned down a fair amount. Hopefully we can stick it out. If not, I'll just join with my phone.
Jordan, that's Apple. That's Apple telling you it's time for an upgrade, my friend. They're telling
Man,
you.
I don't understand because it's a 2020 MacBook Air that has always been fine, but like in the last week or so, I've noticed like I gotta kind of finagle the charger a little bit to get it going. I guess I don't know.
Yeah,
yeah. Maybe you might want to invest in some new equipment, or
Oh
get
no, yeah. I'm gonna buy a new MacBook probably when I get home now. But
I would get the people that you work for to give the one to you to buy one.
Oh hell, hey, I love Kevin Ryan, and I love my bosses at 24/7. I'm not asking that. I know the answer to that. So
the aftermath is real. Today is insane. Not a single Aggie showed up to the office. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Natalie also says Jordan needs a new battery, just like mine. All right. All right.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's battery because I mean the battery's fine, but it's about getting it to charge. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe it's
yeah, that's probably what it is. But I mean, it's running slower and dying quicker than it used to. So.
Jordan, your thoughts on the crystal ball that basically everybody at TSU had.
The new rivalry reborn.
Man, my family's tired of me just being like, y'all know how crazy this is? Because like I'm a very, very casual Texas baseball watcher. Like I think the most of a game I watched this year in college baseball didn't even include Texas. Like the most baseball I watched in a college game this year was the last 2 innings of Game 3 the other night.
A&M in Tennessee.
that was it, right? But hey, I'm sure as hell watching now if they went and got sloshed. You know what I mean?
It's enticing. It's very enticing. What just happened?
Yeah, and also like shit, I might try to be at the games versus A&M now at this Falk. I ain't going to College Station, but
right.
But hey, I was telling my family like they're probably gonna need to give Mr. Schloss a helmet whenever Texas plays in College Station.
Some type of gear, some type of protection. Definitely
body armor.
Type of protection.
Body armor.
Hey, what's up, Colin? How you doing, bud?
I think the protection he's going to need is witness protection. At this
you got that
right. Let's be careful whenever Schloss gets back around those A&M
PPE
things.
will not do. It will not be PPE. It will have to be absolute witness protection for sure.
I don't think a helmet's going to do much if that takes place. You know what I mean?
What do we got cooking on the show today, guys? What's up?
Talking recruiting, of course, not gonna be able to talk or not talk about Schloss. I mean, it's hilarious. And
I saw that you just broke something. We got another 4-star for 2026.
Oh yeah, Mr. Chris Stewart. That's actually I guess the first commitment I've technically broken myself. Most of the time they get it from Hayes Fawcett or whatever, but he wanted it quiet under wraps, and I guess that's what we did. But I'm a huge fan of Chris Stewart. I found Chris Stewart last summer with Will Turboff at some random showcase in Houston we went to, and they're like, "Yo, this kid can mother effing play."
Right.
Went and saw him a few times this fall. I wasn't necessarily going to Shadow Creek games to see him because they're talking to Anthony Williams, Jacory Watson, Kobe Sellers all back then. But I went to 2 Shadow Creek games this year, and he scored both of them. And he was great at both of them. And I was like, oh, shit, that's the kid from the summer. And then, early December, I had given him my number. And he texted me like, hey, I just got my first offer. I was like, oh, congrats. And he's like, yeah, it was from Texas. And then he tweets it 30 minutes later. And, I mean, yeah, the rest was history. Rarely is Texas the first offer, but they were for him. And they pretty much led wire to wire. There are other schools in the mix for him, but, I always felt like he'd end up at Texas, and, we're here now. He figured he'd shut it down early. So really like the addition, and, we're going to get a lot more into that and then Chris Stewart later on in the show. But, yeah, I love it. I know it's hard to get excited about 2026, and I know, like, he's not necessarily a 5-star guy or whatever, but, I mean, I love Chris Stewart, and I'm a huge fan of his.
It's always good news to have a succession in place.
Guys, Slosh has taken the jersey and given the Hook'em Horns number 22.
And Jets, I'm not just getting off of here to watch the interview. I really do got to get ready for work. So, Colin, Jordan, I'll leave you guys to it. Happy hump day. Y'all be good.
See you guys later, boys.
Yes, sir.
All right,
We'll
gentlemen.
see you. Colin, how are we doing? I guess yeah, we'll start with Schloss and then get that all out of the way before we get into recruiting.
So much that I have to say on this, and this is what I was thinking about last night when you called me, right? I didn't think I'd have a platform to talk about Schloss, and I don't really know how familiar you are with him, Jordan, but he is someone that actually ended up being a pretty big portion of my early tenure in journalism. And so the opportunity to talk about him, but then also give my vantage point, like this is a very good coach, but man, I got some stories on Schloss.
Yeah, I had seen your tweet. So, any stories you want to tell?
Okay, so let's talk about this, right?
And I'm sorry, before you really get into it, what type of journalism are we talking about that you were doing around Mr. Schloss? I didn't even know you covered baseball or anything like that.
No, so basically the story goes, growing up around here, right? TCU baseball back in the day was huge. I mean, they kind of had like almost this is a weird thing to say, but like a New York Yankees kind of feel to them. I mean, TCU was rolling under Schloss. They were basically going to Omaha. It felt like every other year, if not getting to Omaha, playing in the Supers. TCU at that time under Schloss, like they had the best players. Like you're in high school, they had the best players, the best hype videos, the coolest uniforms. And then when you're in high school, like I had a buddy getting recruited by TCU. He talked about how they were just clearly better talent-wise than any other school he visited. And that was including some programs like Texas Tech. And so everyone was like, man, TCU baseball is electric. And so growing up, going to some TCU baseball games and all that, when I was in college, you may not remember this, but the Big 12 baseball tournament used to be hosted in OKC. And a lot of folks obviously know that. I'm sure they're tuning in. But what not a lot of people may know is that the Thursday night or so, I want to say before the start of the Big 12 tournament, the Big 12 would host like a media banquet at Mickey Mantle's Steakhouse in downtown OKC. And what they would do is they would bring all the head coaches in from all the teams that made it that year, and they would answer questions at the podium, and then they do like this big round table.
Mm-hmm.
The two things that I want to say right off the bat, Jordan, two things can be true for me. This is a hell of a hire for Texas. Like I was actually on the phone with someone called me and they were asking me about Jonah Williams. They're like, what do you think would happen if he left A&M? And my literal response was, I'm just going to be honest with you, man. I don't think that's actually going to happen. Lo and behold, I'm wrong. And that's the most fun part of this, is like truly one of the most shocking moves that I can remember. I mean, I covered the Lincoln Riley exit to USC. This is right up there. But this is also one of the most proven winners and best coaches in college baseball. And for Del Conte to just, make it happen in the blink of an eye after A&M goes to the national title game, which I want to establish from my vantage point. I think going to the national title game in its own right in college baseball is one of the hardest things you can do in sports. So to pull that dude right out of a championship game appearance is crazy to the direct rival of that institution. The other side of that, though, the pro is that this is an elite hire, Jordan. The con, being around Schloss when I first started covering college baseball, when I was probably about a sophomore in college, and I would go to these media banquets, Schloss always has been and always will be just a gigantic ass. Like, this guy has never not been straight up just an ass. And look, again, all props to Texas for hiring this guy. He is truly an elite coach. But few things change, and even dating back to his TCU days, when I tell you it's not just like a my opinion thing, at these media banquets, you could literally see on the faces of all the other coaches in the Big 12 sitting directly next to him that he was the most disliked person on that panel. And as long as he goes and wins, who cares, right? Who cares? But I really wanted to get this in because I didn't think I get to talk about it. To see this kind of individual who I got to know a little bit early in my career do this, and I don't really care about the move, but the way he acted, It's so on brand. You have no idea. It's so on brand.
Yeah. Look, it's not a good look, but I mean, I don't know. To be like, it might be a little different because, like, I guess I'm reporting on the Texas side of things, but it's like everyone's just talking about how it's like the A&M players found out through Twitter. Like, okay, and A&M fans are making a huge deal of that. Like, he left after he took y'all to the World Series, and he said the A&M job is all he's had his mind on, and they're losing their minds over that. They're like, hey, A&M fans, do y'all not remember how less than 24 hours before y'all hired Mike Elko, he called a meeting with his Duke players and told them he wasn't leaving?
Yep.
You know what like? This shit goes both ways. You know what I mean? Like, this is what happens. This is what happens in coaching and in college coaching and transitions like that. It's just what happens, and it sucks. Like, it's not great for anyone involved, for either side involved. It's not fun, but like, that's just how it is, and it's never going to change. Yes, coaches they don't have loyalty. Sure. Guess what? Every college athlete is essentially a mercenary on a 1-year contract now. You know what I mean?
Everyone's a mercenary. Everyone's a mercenary in college sports now. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know how a few little kids are picking school A because they're like, oh, I want to go to the college football playoffs. It's like, no, they choose that school because they can get them to the league and they can make a shit ton of money while doing it.
Right.
Those are usually, that's the main criteria. So
this is my thing with it. I will make it very clear. The actual move from A&M to Texas, people upset about that or how it was handled. You just don't know how these college coaches handle the business, right? Like, they're never going to be open and honest. That's never going to be the case. And quite frankly, I'm never going to expect anyone to be open and honest, whether it's a coach or a player.
Yeah.
Where we're at right now is this is free for all. And so, like, if you're upset about the move, that's nonsensical to me. My thing with it is to sit up there and be like, well, I think that's really selfish of you to ask this question. That'd be like you asking him if he signed in the draft. I think basically you're a bozo. And then on top of that, to go off the podium, throw the chair or whatever. But then apparently our own Gig'em 24/7 reporters wrote a column today saying Schloss then pulled the reporter aside after storming off and was like, don't ever speak to me again. And now he's blocking everybody on Twitter. That's where I'm just like, dude, Schloss, you got to stop being an asshole, especially if you're going to take this Texas job. People at Texas are not going to put up with you trying to big time everybody. That, to me, is where my biggest problem is.
I will say, Colin, according to sources in the chat, I believe he apologized to the reporter, Zane. I forgot the last name. Zane something or Richard Zane?
I think it's Richard.
Like that.
Richard Zane,
yeah. But he apologized to him in the press conference, so I don't know. But, I mean, yeah, like I said, like A&M fans have every reason to be upset. But, like, I also don't like that, like – and I'm not trying to get into site wars or anything here. But, like, the amount of Texags people that are like, we've known this all along. It's like, bro, yesterday morning, y'all were on a show talking about how bright the future is under Schloss. So, yes, you might have known. But it's like, why did y'all take that approach then?
Right.
That's what I want to add. You know what I mean? But, hey, Colin, I'll tell you what. I'm excited to see probably not a friend of the show anymore, but Mr. Ryan Browninger this week.
I can't wait to chop it up with him, man. I can't wait to get his perspective, because this is the other thing too. So have you seen the rumors swirling around social media this morning about the burner phones and everything like that? All right. So for those who don't know, there's apparently a bunch of rumors now coming out as of this morning that Schloss was using burner phones. This is a rumor. He was using burners to recruit kids to Texas while he was coaching A&M into the national championship game. I don't know whether that's true or not, but you've seen all these like ambiguous tweets coming out from the A&M side of the equation. Oh, when the great truth is revealed, all will be known how disgusting and slimy this is. And I was like, whatever. It's probably typical run-of-the-mill coach leaves program for a different program, right? If that's the case, though, we're going to get even more content out of the equation. You know what I mean? Because the last 24 to 48 hours on social media have been a goldmine. If we find out that burners have been involved in one of the most shocking moves in college baseball coaching history, Give me all of it, dude. Give me all of that and then some.
Yeah. It's been a generational past 24 hours on Twitter. I'll tell you that much. And I'll tell you the amount of power I felt at my fingertips when I'm in the Horns 24/7 group chat and I see Chip say, like, I'll read you what he said.
Uh-huh.
He goes, Schlossnagle to Texas, posting now. And all of us are emphasizing the message. And that's at 3:53 p.m. or Mountain Time. So it would have been 4:53 p.m. Central Time. And I see that. I'm like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get some Twitter numbers in real quick. I go and post the Michael Scott gif. Oh, my God, it's actually happening.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh, shit, Chip, we got to get this thing out quick. Because, we got to get this thing out quick. And 2 minutes later, Chip gets the story up and all that. But because I didn't want people thinking it was football related. I knew the Chris Stewart thing was coming later. But, again, we were trying to keep that thing under wraps. So, the Schloss shit is just it's nuts. Well, it's so fun going and looking at all the A&M people on Twitter being like, he's not leaving. Y'all are stupid. And just seeing all the deleted tweets. Sorry.
This is my thing, though, Jordan. And I know you don't get to watch a ton of college baseball. Me being someone who does try to keep track of the sport pretty frequently, the move itself, just objectively, like as a third-party viewer of this, it makes sense. Like, I know that sounds crazy because he just took Texas A&M to the national championship game. But Texas is objectively one of the most storied programs in the history of the sport. And when you have an elite coach like that,
highest winning percentage.
Out
of any baseball program in America, and the second most all-time wins, third most in championships. They're tied for third most.
If it's not the number one program in the sport, it's in the top 2 to 3. And when you are an elite coach taking over a elite established program like that, especially, this is my other thing too with it, Jordan, the way you can command that post from a recruiting perspective, and now with the transfer portal being huge, like if you're an elite coach, a program like that recruits itself, you're never, ever going to be in a rebuild phase. That's just never going to happen.
No.
I don't think I could say the same, at A&M. And so now Schloss taking it over and the investment this will now create, because obviously his relationship with Del Conte, but then the amount of pub this is going to get from Texas boosters and fans, there's going to be a level of investment in this elite coach at this type of program that simply cannot be matched. So, when you're just simply analyzing the move itself, it's probably the right thing to do. That's where I'm at with it. So.
Yeah, I just think the thing that upsets A&M fans the most is there's basically on record confirmation that, and again, I'm not my intention is not to go viral or anything here, but this is kind of on record confirmation of someone saying Texas is kind of big brother because they gave him everything he asked for at A&M, and they literally went to the College World Series. I don't think there's anything else they probably could have done. Maybe renovate the stadium quicker, but the AD transition over there kind of slowed that down. But you wanted to be at Texas, you want to be working with, his good friend CDC, who's had a lot of success with working, 8-9 seasons with at TCU. So, without CDC, this obviously doesn't happen. I think the AD transition obviously definitely, played a role in it. But, hey, pause. At the end of the day, I like stuff like this because I kind of just like drama, but I'm not gonna act like I'm a humongous a baseball follower or anything like that. But I don't know, it is nuts, and the memes are funny. Like the breaking Texas in talks with Mike Elko about him joining the staff as a linebackers coach. I thought that stuff was funny, but I don't know. It's been nuts. I'm very curious how many A&M players are gonna follow him in the portal. Because those guys are taking a real risk doing that. Obviously Schloss is taking the biggest risk, but at the end of the day, those are 18 to 22-year-old kids. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
And A&M fans will not treat them like 18 to 22-year-old kids if they end up making that decision. So,
I saw Jake Bayless in the chat going, might as well add Jimbo next. What a move by Sark that would be, just to add salt in the wound. That would be a
Yeah.
pretty objectively wrong move, in my opinion. But hey, it is what it is.
No, I've not called my boy Caden Kent. I couldn't even tell you the last time I talked to him. It had to have been like elementary school. It's been a long time, but hey, they got the best name in college baseball though, Max Wiener. So
I saw the graphic posted by the Texas Twitter account, and I couldn't bring myself to check the replies.
you
But I knew
couldn't hit the like button any quicker.
No, I was terrified of what the responses were going to be following that post for the poor guy. I mean, he's making this big professional move, and I can only imagine how many times he's had to deal with replies following his big life change that sends social media into a little bit of a spiral. But
Yeah.
look, it's they bring basically the whole staff over. The player caliber added in the portal, I'm sure, is going to be pretty ridiculous as well. I know they're already pretty much active trying to add guys, and this is going to pay off quick, man. It's one hell of a hire for Texas. I just hope he learns the lay of the land in Austin pretty quickly, because Schloss has got to stop acting a fool if he's going to take this job.
Yeah, I will say, like, I don't know. I think it makes sense to see him kind of simmer down and calm down a little bit, at least with kind of media like what you're talking about. When you make a move like this one to a school like Texas, when you're leaving a school like A&M and you are the coach you are and have the record you do and the resume you do, all that, like this is a job he's going to coach at for. Obviously, he's going to have to win and produce, but this is a job he'll coach at for 10 plus years. So, and chances are I mean, he's 53 years old. But chances are high he could retire in Austin. So, that is a good one. Trev Alberts is Steve Patterson reincarnate. I will say I have respect for Trev Alberts because he's the main reason Matt Rule ended up at Nebraska. So, I mean, yeah. But with the whole Schloss thing, again, I know I've said this already, but it's just still crazy to me and blows my mind. Because, I mean, Jeff was talking about it on our show yesterday, where he's like, if I was an odds maker, I would for sure give the best odds to Schloss. And I was like, are you serious? Really? And a couple hours later, news breaks. So, I mean, yeah. But you want to get into recruiting? I saw you broke a commitment from Sean Hutton. He is a walk-on, and he is committing to Oklahoma as a walk-on. But he is a pretty important piece to another story. So, you want to dive into that. Tell us a little about Mr. Hutton.
Yeah, no, we can talk about him. So I know there are a lot of folks that are probably like, why are these two talking about a preferred walk-on guy? Well, first of all, Sean Hutton did have a PWO offer from Oklahoma, Texas A&M. He chooses OU. He's an Oklahoma legacy. He's a really good football player. I just think if he were a little bit taller, then he would have had a number of offers generated. But this is a big domino to fall because it relates directly to Michael Fasusi, the five-star offensive tackle. And so the announcement coming into today, with Sean Hutton going to Oklahoma, now this thing gets really interesting as it relates to Big Mike, because this is his best friend. Sean Hutton and Michael Fasusi, whenever they met at Louisville High School, immediately clicked. They've gone to church camps together. They travel together. They hang out all the time. I mean, these two are very close, almost like tied to the hip, right? And Fasusi was on the visit with Sean Hutton when he got his first PWO offer from Oklahoma. So now that this commitment is in, whether people know it or not, we're kind of now entering, in my opinion, that final stretch of the Fasusi recruitment. We're kind of turning third here, because this objectively should change a little bit of his process. Wherever Sean Hutton was going to go, at least gave Fasusi even more familiarity, a reliable presence, someone to potentially room with in college. And look, we don't talk about it a lot either, but these elite players, they do try and figure out what relationships they would have going into a college setting so that they can make the transition a little bit easier. The Sean Hutton announcement today, I think that the Oklahoma-Texas battle is now probably as neck and neck as it's ever been before. And I don't think Fasusi's going to make a decision anytime soon necessarily, Jordan, but like, as you can speak to it a little bit more, this Sean Hutton announcement, in my opinion, now makes Oklahoma as much of a threat as they've ever been to Texas in this recruitment that we've long considered the Longhorns to win. So,
yeah. And I mean, to kind of bounce off what you said, he's going to put out a top 3 sometime in the next week, 2 weeks, something like that. UT, OU are 1,000% going to be in there. I feel pretty good. The other school will be A&M.
Yeah.
But on the same note, I mean, there isn't anyone you talk to in Dallas that's actually tapped into this recruitment that buys A&M. This is Texas versus OU. And, the beginning of the recruitment, we felt like it was Texas OU. Texas obviously took a lot of momentum, and I feel pretty decent saying that Texas has been the leader the majority of this recruitment. But obviously Oklahoma, they swung a lot of momentum their way. They knocked his official visit out of the park. I think he had a good official visit at Texas and talking with him and folks at Texas, but I'm not sure if it was quite the experience he got in Norman. That being said, like, I still think this is very much a winnable recruitment for Texas, but it's not a layup. It's not a slam dunk like it felt like it would be back in March or April when it felt like Texas was just a mile in front of the team in second place. Oklahoma has really closed the gap here. He's not committing till August, so there will be ebbs and flows between now and August. He only is a 5-star prospect that plays the left tackle position, and while if you do this job long enough, you can get a good sense of how important NIL will be for some recruitments, some families, and all that. Michael Fasusi isn't a kid that's just out here bag chasing or anything like that. That's not who him and his family are, but he is a 5-star left tackle that is going to play in the NFL, I think, for a very long time. So that being said, there's going to be a very high number discussed here. And with him being who he is as a 5-star left tackle, NIL could certainly play a part in the ebbs and flows that are going to take place over these next few weeks. So I'm not quite ready to call it one way or another. I will say I'm definitely more nervous about my Texas crystal ball pick than I've been in a very long time, or probably than I've ever been with Mr. Fasusi. But at the end of the day, I still slightly lean Texas here. I think it will be kind of a photo finish, though. I think that's what it's setting up to be. But should announce that commitment with 24/7 or CBS Sports, hopefully. And I mean, yeah. And to answer the Jonah Williams questions, look, the Schloss stuff is going to help with Jonah Williams, but he did not take a Texas official visit this summer, and while he doesn't have a commitment date set, he is going to commit sometime this summer. Now, he could return at the end of July and visit Texas then on an unofficial, but if Jonah Williams is going to pop this summer, I'd be very surprised if it's Texas. Now, he has been to Texas multiple times before. He knows what the campus is like, but official visits are a really important experience. So that being said, if Texas is going to get Jonah Williams, I think the most likely scenario would be commits to a school this summer. Texas has a great season on the fall, and they flip him. I think that's the most realistic thing for Jonah Williams. But I do want to kind of take it back to Fasusi for a sec. Like I said, Texas was and I think has been the leader in this one for a really long time. But OU really did steal a lot of momentum on that OB. So I guess talking to your folks at OU and all that, why do you think that happened with him? Like, what do you think went so well about the official visit? And, with kind of some sprinkles on the cake almost now with Sean Hutton, like, I mean, where are you feeling with OU and his chances?
Yeah, I think what's really helped Oklahoma here is that during his official visit, Mike, from what I was told, brought almost like his entire family on the trip. And I think that there is a level of trust at Oklahoma that has really been built up, not just through Mike, but with a lot of people around him, right? Whether it's Sean Hutton or the people directly related to him and his family, and then some of the extended family as well that was able to go on the trip to Norman with him. I think that was a huge box to check, and that was addressed. I was also just told that Fasusi, some of the activities and some of just like the bonding experiences that Oklahoma built into the official visit, stuff like, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, like laser tag and things of that nature, they made him the center of attention but they didn't make it all about football and whatever else. They kind of just wanted him to let loose, have fun. I think he appreciates that because we don't get to talk about it a lot, but these 5-stars face a lot of pressure whenever they're trying to sort through the process. And so I think Oklahoma, part of their plan was sort of relieve some of that during his visit. I think the other thing too is I just really feel like Bill Bedenbaugh specifically, that relationship has not only been the longest, but the strongest in this recruitment. And so his connection to Bill, like I just feel like Fasusi really does believe in Bedenbaugh on and off the field as someone that he would be dealing with for the next 3 years, right? And so I like you mentioned, you're kind of still slightly leaning Texas. I've said at a time or two, like this could easily still be one that lands in Texas' favor. But I also know, like you mentioned, this is going to be one that commands a pretty significant number. Oklahoma actually made a pretty significant move recently and moved all NIL operations in-house. So now the Oklahoma Athletic Department has direct say in all NIL activity related to OU. And I think that that's going to help. I think that Oklahoma is now going to be able to be aggressive on that front as well. So I genuinely could be convinced one way or another. I could see him going to Texas still very much. I could see him landing at Oklahoma. I don't think this one's going to be fully decided until we get into, like you mentioned, kind of closer to August, because the next month or so is going to be a lot of thinking and attempts to persuade him one way or another. It's going to be, like you mentioned, kind of a photo finish between these two, and it's going to be really fun to try and cover that process. So,
yeah, I think the one thing that's concrete that everyone feels pretty good about is that it's not going to be A&M.
Yeah, I don't think A&M. I feel like, especially talking to some folks the other day, the A&M visit was very productive, but it's pretty clear to me that A&M would have to pull off something pretty significant to overtake the other two.
Yeah, and I think the main thing it boils down to is like with guys like Bedenbaugh and Kyle Flood, if you're the athlete and physical specimen that Michael Fasusi is, you are guaranteed to be drafted in the NFL. If you go and play for one of those guys and listen to everything they tell you and show up to practice every day and stay out of trouble, you will get drafted into the NFL. That's the type of offensive line development that Kyle Flood and Bill Bedenbaugh have. It's, in my opinion, it's the same thing as if you're a wide receiver recruit and you choose to go play for Brian Hartline at Ohio State. As long as you show up to practice every day, stay out of trouble, and listen and do everything they tell you to do, you will be drafted into the NFL. That's how I look at Kyle Flood and Bedenbaugh from a developmental perspective. And I'm not necessarily trying to talk down on him, but Brian Cushing is just not on that level as Bedenbaugh and Flood. Like, that's simply just a fact. So that's, I think, what is the main reason with Fasusi why UT and OU are now, everyone is saying they're ahead of OU. Everyone that's around the recruitment is saying, or is ahead of A&M. Everyone around the recruitment is saying that because with Fasusi, the whole way through, every time I've ever interviewed him, I always try to ask prospects, what are going to be some of the main factors that you and your family sit down and discuss when it comes to deciding on just one school? Because you can only go and play for one school. Fasusi, the first word out of his mouth for that question, every single time I've interviewed him over the last few years, has always been development. Right. And that's, I think, the main reason for us finding it, or us happening to find it a true shocker if A&M does end up being the pick. But another guy I want to talk about that looks like it's coming down to Texas versus OU. We've actually been on the phone about, a fair amount lately is Smith Arugbo, the 4-star, listed as a D lineman, is 6'4", 220, 230 pounds. He's an edge rusher. I don't care what we have him listed as. But what's kind of the latest there? OU was his last official visit. He has a July 1st commitment date. The 4 finalists are technically Oklahoma, Texas, Washington, Texas Tech. At this point, I think everyone would struggle to buy Washington as a legitimate threat to this. I think it's Texas versus OU, or at least that's what it'll come down to. Tech is very much still in it, but, I guess what's the latest on your side of the Red River?
Yeah, one thing I do want to say real quick on Fasusi before I dive into the Arugbo thing. we do forget, to your point of development, we forget that Michael Vasusi still has so much untapped potential to his game.
Yeah.
Like he is a freak, and yet we were talking about it when I was out there at Louisville the other day. He doesn't even know how good he can be, but that's part of the equation, right? Is getting all those puzzle pieces that he has and putting it all together to become a first-round NFL draft pick. And that's why I think he does know that he has a ways to go in terms of learning the game of football. And Kyle Flood, Bill Bedenbaugh, that's ultimately just going to separate them from Texas A&M and that new staff and it's someone like Cushing. So I am on Smith-Orogbo. I'm very interested to see how this one goes because I think it does feel like Texas, Oklahoma. I feel as though the Texas Tech thing did kind of make this one a little bit more of a difficult read, right? Because things picked up so quick out of his visit in Lubbock that I talked on the phone with a couple of sources the other day, and they made it clear to me that Smith is now very cautious about not only what he says, but how he's saying it and his perception of what he's seeing. So I do feel it's probably between Oklahoma and Texas. I feel like the Texas layer to this right now that I talked with Hank about the other day, Texas has kind of seen some edge targets, maybe look elsewhere, kind of solidify their positions elsewhere. And I know you can talk about that a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
But Texas has to go get a guy like Smith-Orogbo if he's still available on the board, especially when he kind of fits a lot of what Texas can bring to the table. Now, I do know that his official visit at Oklahoma went very well. And in speaking to some folks, I think Oklahoma feels like they're somewhere in the top two. Maybe there's a lead, but I've also just heard from a lot of people he's a difficult one to read. Right, like no matter what visit he's on, especially after that Texas Tech trip, he's not one to really give you a sense of where he's at mentally. So,
and one thing I'll add, Texas Tech, OU, and Texas, all three of those staffs like have some confidence in this.
Yeah,
but at the same time, all three like Hank and I talked to some folks at Texas yesterday. They have some confidence that they're going to get Smith-Orogbo. But on the same note, folks at Texas Tech feel the same way, and folks at OU feel the same way. While they all feel that way, they all know that he's a really hard to read and is not going to reveal his cards to anyone. So,
yeah,
I think this could truly end up being a roller coaster between now and July 1st. I will say though, my crystal ball says Texas Tech right now. It originally said Texas, but there was a chance he was actually going to shut it down and commit while on campus during his Tech OB. So I was like, I would like to get this pick right and keep my percentage up. I switched it to Tech. Not quite ready to switch it to something else quite yet. But if you had to ask me what school I think he's ending up, it's still Texas. I think the proximity factor helps, the education factor. Yes, it's going to be Smith's decision, but I think Texas is by far and away the parents' school, the parents' favorite school. At least it is speculation on my end. But off everything we've been told from the folks at Hastings when he went out there to Smith himself, education is extremely important to to Smith's family. And Texas is blowing every school out of the water in the academic field. So that being said, it's going to be a crazy recruitment, I think, these next few days because, like I said, all three staffs have some amount of confidence in this one. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to Smith and what he ends up doing. And, his priority from Oklahoma increased with them missing out on Max Granville and him, going to Penn State at the buzzer, if you want to hit on that at all. And then with Texas, they're not getting Javion Hilson. They're not flipping Javion Hilson from Florida State. If they do, that would happen in the season. They have Lance Jackson committed. He's not going anywhere, and that's a great add because I think he's the best edge rusher in the state. So with Hilson kind of shutting it down at Florida State. Hayden Lowe was another guy out of California they loved at the pass rusher position. He shut it down at the USC, canceled his Texas OB. They only have Lance Jackson committed at the edge position, and they need 2 this year. They wanted 3 last year. They only ended up with 2, Colin Simmons and Zena Umuzulu. Sorry if I butchered his name. Now they did, portal for Trey Moore, and they did return Baron Sorrell and Burke and all that, but they need at least 2 edge rushers out of the high school ranks this cycle. They already have Jackson committed. That's one of them. The only 2 edge rushers they're talking to right now that are uncommitted are Marco Jones and Smith Orugbo. They're going to have to hit on one of those guys. If not, they're going to have to make some calls and either flip guys, or they're going to have to find a developmental upside guy somewhere in the state of Texas or in the country that's going to blow up as a senior and get that guy. But they cannot finish the 2025 class with just Lance Jackson. So, that being said, Orugbo is a huge priority for Texas, but with Oklahoma missing out on the Max Granville sweepstakes and, him choosing Penn State, he's incredibly prioritized by Oklahoma as well.
Well, yeah, and where are things at with Jones, by the way? Because the impression I got from Hank was that he's kind of leaning a different direction. Do you feel the same way on Jones?
Look, he's a hard read as well. I don't think he's as hard of a read as Orugbo. But with Marco Jones, I'm picking the field versus Texas right now for him.
Okay.
I think right now the current chances, if you had to ask each kid to give a percentage of where Texas is in their recruitment, maybe Marco Jones would have Texas listed higher. But I do think, if I was a betting man and had to bet between which one I think is ending up at Texas or has a higher chance between Orugbo and Jones, I'm picking Orugbo. So
right, and I think that's kind of the most telling part of this equation is of the available edge prospects remaining for Texas, Orugbo feels like the most likely, as crazy as that sounds, considering the fact that he's the most difficult to read at times over this process. Now, I think the other thing that's fair to say is I just don't think this one's necessarily decided. I genuinely do believe you mentioned the July 1st decision date. I spoke with a couple people that did mention Smith at one point or another was at least considering changing that date because I think he's still battling back and forth on what he wants to do. I still feel like he's tracking towards July 1st. But that's kind of a testament to the unknown nature of this recruitment right now. And so I don't think he's going to have something finalized. And it's probably safe to assume that over the next 5 days or so, before that July 1st date, he'll have ongoing conversations with his family and then the coaching staffs of maybe the programs that are still involved of that kind of top 3 that I would say. So I think, look, and you mentioned it, Oklahoma side of this is you lose out on Max Granville last second of Penn State. They did land CJ Nixon, who you kind of had to get, top 75 player in the country at the edge position, number 1 ranked player in the state of Oklahoma. But I also think CJ Nixon is ranked very highly, Jordan, just based off of tools. He is very, very raw as a potential edge rusher. And I know also some people think that he may be better suited to play tight end because with his basketball background, I think over the course of CJ's career, some have wondered whether or not he'd be able to hold up at the point of attack on the line of scrimmage as someone who was basically strictly a hardwood player not 2 years ago. So Oklahoma needs a Orugbo as well. They're also in a good spot with Cade Petjack out of the state of North Dakota, who just visited Kansas State, spoke with someone last night who said it's probably down to KSU and OU. So if Oklahoma pulls off Cade Petjack with CJ Nixon and Alexander Shield Knight, then Oklahoma's at least in a little bit of a better standing from an edge perspective. But at the same time, I know, speaking to people, Oklahoma thinks the world of Smith Orugbo. And so, again, I just feel like for him specifically, knowing how much all of these programs, because we haven't even really talked about how hard Texas Tech is going to come after this guy, right? That it's probably safe to assume this dude won't necessarily know where he's going maybe up until 24 hours out of that decision.
Yeah. Not necessarily looking forward to that part of it. That's what makes the job stressful. But
yeah.
Wherever it is, they'll be getting a good player, a damn good player. And one thing I do just want to make sure to talk about, because I think I will forget if I don't. We were talking about how much of a freak Michael Fasusi is. He doesn't turn 17 for a few more weeks. Like, Dia Bell is older than Michael Fasusi by like 3 months. Dia Bell turned 17 in April and is going to be a junior this fall. Fasusi turns 17 July 12th and is going to be a senior. That means when Fasusi likely gets drafted, because he has all the makings of a 3-and-done type of cat, he'll have to wait 2 more months or three more months to be able to legally drink, which 2.5 more months, I guess. So that part always blows my mind with him, because he is obviously a freak of nature, but like he's such a good kid. And like you said, it's almost like he doesn't actually process or understand kind of how much of a freak of nature he is, and it makes covering him fun. And he's very well spoken, and he's trying not to reveal his cards right now. I don't blame him. I understand it. But one of my favorite kids to cover, and like a Rugbo, someone's gonna get a damn good player. But here we go, more Schloss talk.
The highest vertical jump in the history of the Under Armour Combine for a player above 300 pounds, right, for Michael Fasusi,
was 31.7 or 33.9, something like that.
Something in that range. And at that age, at his size, that is objectively ridiculous. And the fact that he's barely played football, and he's well into the 80-inch wingspan, right? It's like 85.5 or something like that, close to – I mean, we're talking about maybe one of the more freakish offensive tackle athletic profiles I've seen in quite a while. And the guy has no clue that he is a dime a dozen, which, again, to your point, makes it even more fun to cover him. Speaking of more fun to cover, do you want to talk Chris Stewart before we get out of here? Because, I mean, we're both huge fans of him, and obviously you were able to break that commitment yesterday.
Yeah. Man, I love me some Chris Stewart. Awesome kid. One thing that isn't even really talked about is he actually has a brother that is in the same grade as him. That's a defensive back recruit. They're not twins, but the other one's name is Carter Stewart, was held back here, so him and Chris could be in the same grade. And I don't know if he'll end up at a school like Texas, but he is going to play big-time ball. I do feel pretty good about that. I really like the way the developmental curve points for him. I feel like he's just starting to put it together. But, with Chris, he's effing awesome. He's the best player at the Shadow Creek spring game. Colin saw that. He tore their asses up. And that is a secondary that is all going to go play in the Power 5. Kobe Sellers wasn't playing that day. He was still coming back from, I believe, groin surgery. But, Chris Stewart tore their ass up that day. Chris Stewart was also the leading receiver for Shadow Creek last year as a sophomore. And there are 4 other receiver prospects at Shadow Creek right now that are going to play in the Power 5. And all 4 of those kids were older than Chris Stewart, yet he emerged as a leading receiver as a sophomore. So I really like kind of what that says about him. I think I kind of expect the same to be this season. I think, he'll probably be their leading receiver. At the games I was at, the 2 Shadow Creek games I saw this past fall, he had more plays scripted and designed for him than any of their other players. And again, that's not normal for a sophomore at a school like Shadow Creek. It's just not normal. His PR on the track is technically like 11-1. But I was at Shadow Creek twice this year, and in February, they showed me, the different times they had. They do have some laser verified equipment they use in practice. He's gone sub-11 in practice, and they have that verified with laser stuff, but that's not on a mile split account anywhere, anything like that. So technically nothing on record of him going sub-11, but this is a sub-11 kid. He's going to run track again as a junior, and he'll run at least in the 10.7s. I feel pretty good about that. He's not quite like he doesn't have quite, the top speed, or I guess high-end speed that you could say Xavier Worthy has, but the thing that I think makes Chris Stewart so special, he has that 10-yard, 20-yard split that's just elite. I mean, he can go from 0 to 60 quicker than probably any other kid I've seen in 26, at least a receiver in Texas. So I like Chris Stewart. It's always fun, and it can be a kid that you helped out early on and were around early on, so you can build that relationship. And that's what happened with him. I know some folks are worried. He's an early commitment. Texas usually doesn't have a huge or a high clip rate of keeping those early non-quarterback commitments. But with Chris Stewart, the whole way through, he's always talked about how he kind of wanted to stay in the state of Texas. He felt like he couldn't leave his family. He's very close with them and didn't want to go far from home. And, that being said, I always felt like it would be Texas for him. Now that he's committed, yes, he's still probably going to go take other visits and show up to other campuses. Like, I mean, you kind of got to be a dummy to not expect that with a kid who has 2 years of high school left, I feel like. But with Chris Stewart and with who he is and what he was looking for in a school and with how important staying close to home is for him, you only really have to worry about, I think, A&M, OU, and like LSU when they offer. I think he's a kid who has interest in like his USC offer and his Michigan offer, but I don't see him playing college football outside the state of Texas. And I think he has a much higher success rate of actually staying in the class than a lot of these other guys that they usually commit early. Like I hate to do this because it's so easy to do it in retrospect, but like the Racing Guillory thing, the things I knew about Racing Guillory before he committed, I literally was like, Hank, I can't believe this is happening when we found out they were taking him. Because I'm like, there's no way he's going to stay committed. Like he likes the attention of the recruiting process. He likes getting recruited, getting calls from coaches, visiting other campuses. He's not sticking with Texas. And we knew that the day he committed. I do not feel anything like that towards Chris Stewart. I lean towards him staying in the class. Yes, with him being such an early commit, chances are higher than, with other guys that he could end up decommitting. But for now, I really like Chris Stewart. I like this addition he brings, and I expect him to be in the class come signing day, December of 2025. So
there's a pretty stark personality difference between Chris Stewart and Racing Guillory. I think that's a pretty safe play to mention. But look, I love Chris Stewart. First and foremost, you mentioned the speed. I don't think that the whole top speed Xavier Worthy thing is his game. I think he's an incredibly fluid route runner. The ability to separate, really natural hands. That guy is just very reliable, productive, almost like a go-to receiver threat, who I think has a 4-star ceiling very early in the 26 rankings, but he's going to be a player, in my opinion, who has every chance to rise, especially as those speed metrics increase on paper. But the other part of this, too, is like this is a commitment you take 10 times over just because of the kind of kid he is, right? High character individual. When he says he's committed, he's not one to look at and doubt right away. I do see a world where he lands in Texas class when it's all said and done, because he is a very calm, collected, to himself, thorough, inquisitive individual who I believe him when he says that he's all about taking his career to the University of Texas, because knowing Chris, he probably did his fair share of research before making that decision. So I think it's a great get for Texas. I know A&M, Oklahoma, and a lot of other schools really like this guy. I'm a big fan of his as well. And look, anyone doubting someone like Stewart this early, I think just get to know the kid a little bit more and you'll feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, and another thing too, there's a kid named Joshua Moore that just committed to Florida. I just got so confused by seeing that notification and thought of the old Texas Joshua Moore. But with Chris Stewart, like 98% of the people that Hank and I talked to after the Texas Elite Camp when we asked who the best players were at each position, almost everyone said Chris Stewart. Almost all of them, right? And we talked about how Dia Bell received more attention, more coaching and all that from the Texas coaching staff than any of the other quarterbacks. While Dia was specifically put first in line at the receiver position, Chris Stewart was put specifically first in line.
Yep.
They had those guys throwing and catching passes from each other on purpose. They kind of built a chemistry, and talking to Chris after the Dia Bell commitment went public. We reached out to the top skill players in 2026 to get their thoughts. Chris gave a great quote, and it also told me how him and Dia, had been in contact since the Texas camp because they really liked the chemistry between each other, and they started to develop a friendship there. And I do really think that if Dia Bell is not committed to Texas, then Chris Stewart would not have committed yesterday. I think that was a very big part. I don't think Dia necessarily peer recruiting him is what did it. I think it's just the fact that that's the number 10 player in the country per the composite is now in the class. So, I love the commitment from Chris, and I'm excited to get out to see Shadow Creek a bunch this fall. But I'm going to bring the guys in because I do got to get out of here. I got to get in the shower before an 11:30 call from me. And figure out my MacBook charger.
Yeah, you made it. You're at 17% at the start of the show, and you survived the hour.
You made it through 17%?
Yeah, I'm at 9% now, but it's because I've literally had the brightness turned all the way down.
Hey, I wouldn't want to look at Colin anyways.
That's what my wife says as well. So.
That's the meanest first thing I think I've ever said to anybody in my entire life, Colin. Thank you for joining us today. Sorry for that.
I deal with Jordan almost every single day, so whatever you've got, throw it at me. I can get through it.
All right, but well, guess what? Colin ain't here tomorrow. We got Jeff back in this thing. Would have been here today, but that Schlossnagle guy wanted to do that press conference thing. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah,
Jeff wasn't able to make it. I guess priorities. I guess Schloss is a little more important than it's only 55 minutes usually. But we're here now. Jeff will be back tomorrow. Can't wait to hear his thoughts on the whole transition with Schloss and all that. But appreciate the time, Colin. You filling in. You saved my ass. I don't know what I would have done if you couldn't. So
just do what I can, fellas. I got to jump, but I will holler at y'all later.
Yes, sir.
Thanks,
Same
guys.
here.
Both of y'all.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
We got a special little guest today, don't we, Mr. BK?
I have been called special a time or two, so thank you for that. What's going on, dude?
This Schlossnagle news is truly unbelievable, man. I mean, just an absolute rug pull of the highest order against their biggest rival is pretty. It's pretty funny, let's be real. I mean, more than it's a program builder and a thing that can take you to the College World Series final, win it. I mean, look what he did at TCU even before he got to A&M, right? Yeah. The guy just wins. Everywhere he goes, he wins. So that's obviously the upside, but the other upside is they're squirming. It's tough. Jake Bayless says, Keenan had a few banger tweets. I'm not going to lie. I did have a couple of banger tweets.
You did. You went viral a couple of times last night.
Kinda, yeah.
Get to the cap to you, my friend. Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane, right? It's one thing if you're able to steal a coach from another school. It's another thing when you're able to steal one of the best coaches in the country from another school. But to steal one of the best coaches in the country from a school that happens to be your biggest rival. And then on top of that, hey, gasoline on the fire. It's a day after they lose the national championship game. I mean, if you're a Texas fan, it's as funny as it gets. If you're an A&M fan, it's as painful as it gets. And if you're a neutral college baseball fan, it is as shocking as it gets.
Yeah. I mean, I had heard some rumblings, but I made that tweet right after the game ended about him picking between Westlake and Terrytown. And then it happened like a few hours later. So people thought either this guy's an idiot or like, oh my God, he's a genius. I actually am an idiot. I'm not a genius, but I did get that right. But I didn't get it right on the show. So
yeah,
where do you count it? I have basketball sources. I don't have super good baseball sources, unfortunately, but
right. I do have good baseball sources, and God, throughout this whole process, and look, we've all kind of known for a while that David Pierce was going to get let go. It felt like a bad kept secret, and understand why Texas waited as long as it did before they announced anything. And hell, I wonder if Texas even wanted the news to come out on Monday. Like maybe in their perfect world, Kirk Bohls doesn't have that story, and they don't have to respond to it until after the College World Series is over. Who knows? Maybe they wanted it out there to take a shot at A&M. Who knows exactly why the timing happened the way that it did. But we all kind of knew Pierce was going to be elsewhere. But man, I had good sources I trust that said, no, Vitello's the guy. But I also had as many good sources that I trust that said, hey, keep an eye on Schloss. Like there's a really good chance it happens. And throughout the whole College World Series, Keenan, I've said this a lot with Bucky in the mornings, I was like almost rooting against, I always root against A&M, but I was almost rooting against Tennessee and A&M because I was worried that, if these schools make deep runs in Omaha, then their coaches are going to want to be like, yeah, look, Texas, that's great, and their history and the money I could get and all of that, but no, like I can win a national championship here. And I thought it was worst case scenario that the two candidates that most Texas fans wanted were duking it out for the national title. I'm thinking, oh, it doesn't matter who wins. Both coaches are probably going to stay. But I kept hearing Schloss's name, like, no, keep an eye out, keep an ear out. And sure enough, and it all happened so quick. I mean, not even 24 hours after the loss, you get the Chip Brown reports that he's coming. It's
Texas
crazy
Sports
how
Unfiltered Zone.
There you go. It's crazy how quick it happened. Like, it had to happen that quick, and Schloss talked about it today. Obviously, it sucks for A&M, and they get no time to mourn the championship loss. Now they have to deal with their coach leaving. But, like, it's just the way the calendar works. Like, you got to tell the old school to give them time to figure out what they're going to do. You got to tell the new school so you can go over there and start recruiting and, recruit your own players back and also bring guys in from the transfer portal. Like, it's obviously crap timing. If I had a heart, I'd feel bad for A&M, but I don't. But once again, Keenan, it's the funny. You and I are Texas grads, Texas fans. Yeah. It's the funniest thing ever for us.
It truly is. I even
bingo. Yep.
But we have to talk about Chris Del Conte, man. I mean, I think it's pretty. I was gonna say big swing and bleep on that guy. I mean, unbelievable to pull this off. I mean, truly, it was like the Beard thing, and, say Beard is still at Texas. I think Texas has all three of the guys they want, right? And he managed to do it right after a national championship run. And he managed to do it, and he's to bring the assistants with him. And I think that's every bit as important to get Max Wiener on this staff, because that A&M pitching staff was unreal last year, and he was a big reason why. It will help with the recruiting. Obviously, Dish Falk, I could see, further success, meaning expansion to Dish Falk. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of thing we're talking about when we get these coaches that can win national championships. Look what they've done for Sark already, right? Like, they care about winning, and if you win, they will reward you with more opportunities to win.
Yeah. CDC is a madman. And I'll give our girl Megan, a.k.a. Fancy Boots, who you'll be able to hear later today and see later today on Fire the Cannon from 4 to 6, tweeted out a picture of the tower and the rusty balls that align perfectly with the tower on campus. And she said, that is CDC right there. Like, that design was made to model after CDC. And with what he just did, I mean, how can it not be, right? And you're right, like, the facilities upgrades and the coaching upgrades, and he's gotten every coach he pretty much wanted. Like you said, the Chris Beard thing, in the perfect world, Chris Beard is still the head coach here, and you're super confident that you've got your big three right. And look, maybe Rodney Terry's still the guy. Time will tell. We know the circumstances that led to him getting the job. That was a different coaching hire than any other hire that CDC has made. But when you look at, like, the normal hires that he's gotten to make at Texas, I mean, they were all swings for the fences, but he knocked them out of the park. And they were huge names when they got the jobs, and they've all worked pretty much. So in terms of on-field, on-court success, Here didn't work, of course, for other reasons. But, yeah, I mean, this dude has done just about everything right. And with the move to the SEC, to him spearheading that, like, this athletic department, Keenan, obviously you and I growing up, we're around the same age.
Yep.
Seeing what the loss did. Yeah, early 2000s with football winning championship and baseball winning 2 and basketball going to the Final Four. Like, that era is right now the creme de la creme of Texas sports. But it feels like we've got a chance. We're already there in a lot of other sports. I mean, we're winning Directors' Cups easily right now. But it feels like we could be, wishful thinking, but could be about to embark on an era like that, which we've been waiting a long time to get back to there. And I think it's great that it feels like there's a chance it could happen very, very soon.
Do you want to play one of those Schlossnagle clips from the presser? I'm interested to see some of his answers if you have them pulled up.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's run a couple of those. I'm interested to see what he says.
Following your lead today, and by the way, for those who are looking for Eric, he will be here. He will replace me at some point during this show. He's doing a radio hit somewhere, maybe in SEC country right now. I don't know. But, he got asked to do a radio spot, so He'll be on at some point soon. But yeah, I listened to the whole Schloss presser and I cut up a few things. So there's a lot to get into. We won't play everything right there, but we'll start with, man, I don't even know where to begin. We will start with.
It's just like I feel like people are tuning in today so that they can hear about this and they're excited. And like that's what today is going to be about.
So there was a lot of talk about A&M in this presser. I'll give some overall thoughts before I play a cut.
Yeah.
Like Jim Schlossnagle in his opening statement talked about his time at Texas A&M. He answered the questions about whether or not he was throwing the College World Series the other night because the Texas job was on his brain, which is insane. He also publicly apologized to the TexAgs reporter who asked that question about Texas in the post-game presser on Monday. So all of that stuff was unprompted. All of that was in the opening presser. And I'll let you hear. Here's Schloss, his A&M shout out in his opening statement of his introductory press conference.
Probably most importantly, I want to thank Texas A&M. This wasn't obviously a move from one school to another school. This is a great rivalry, and I couldn't be more thankful and humbled by the support that I got there, that we got there from some awesome players, staff, and administration. General Mark Welsh has become a very dear friend, one of the greatest leaders I've ever been around. I had two athletic directors that were incredibly supportive, and I have nothing but positive memories and will always comment positively about Texas A&M. I am very confident, even though it was only 3 years, that we left that program in better shape than we found it.
So there you go. And he's right. I mean, A&M had its two best baseball seasons ever under the tutelage of Jim Schlossnagle, and that program is going to be fine, right? They're hurting right now, understandably so. They've got the money, they've got the facilities, they've got the resources to hire a good coach, and people think way higher of Texas A&M baseball now than they did before Schloss took the job. I remember a few years ago, people were like, really? You're leaving TCU? Like everything you build at TCU, you're going to A&M? And he did it, and obviously it worked, going to Omaha in 2 out of 3 seasons. So, yeah, look, that comment right there, Keenan, and all of the comments Schloss had about A&M, that's not going to calm Aggie fans down at all. But he faced the music a little bit. He was asked a couple of questions about that as well, and he answered them to the best of his ability. And yeah, that was his first words about A&M right there. What do you think?
Yeah, I think also, obviously, there's no way he's going to sound good to the A&M people ever. But I think it's important to mention timing all these hires as well. They're going to the SEC like very soon. Yeah, is it official tomorrow? When is it official? 4 days? 5 days?
Monday, July 1st.
So there's no way all of these hires, including Sark, including Beard, all of these hires had to do with moving to the SEC and being prepared to step up a level, because SEC baseball is better than SEC football, man. SEC baseball has won like 8 of the last 10 national championships.
Yeah.
So you've got to be prepared. And I think Schlossnagle prepares you for that.
Yeah, 100%. And you're right. As good as the SEC's been in football, it's been even better in baseball. And yeah, like baseball was sort of the one sport where it's like, I'm not sure if we're ready to make the move, right?
Yeah.
Like just about every other sport, if you're a Texas fan, you're like, yeah, we know life's going to be tougher over there. Excuse me. But like we've got the coach, our program's in a good spot. We feel like we can compete at the top of the SEC. But baseball, man, like, now, Texas obviously lost in a regional this year. Not only did they underachieve by normal Texas baseball standards, they also went 0-5 against the SEC this season, right? They had that 3-game early season stretch at Minute Maid Park. 2 of those were against SEC teams. Then they lost to Texas A&M once in the regular season. And then they, of course, lost to Texas A&M in the postseason as well. So there were opportunities, for Texas baseball to have that Alabama football game where it's like, no, we're ready for this. And I think if David Pierce lost in a regional, but was like 4-1 in those SEC games, I think he's still the coach at Texas. But I think it was the combination of bad season, going to the SEC, struggling against the SEC and some other things too that made this the right move. But yeah, you get a coach who has already had success in that conference, knows what it takes to be successful in that conference, and not only could do it in the regular season, but could do it in the postseason too. Like that checks pretty much every box that I think CDC was looking for here.
Yeah, and I think on the field, almost like the results were kind of similar between Pierce and Tom Herman, right? Like you have success. It wasn't a complete failure. It wasn't a disaster by any stretch. It wasn't a Charlie Strong run, right? Like he gets to the College World Series semifinals and barely loses in 21. But there's not a consistency with these teams year in, year out, where they're competing at the highest level year in, year out, just like those Herman teams. Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're okay. And okay doesn't get it done at UT. Okay isn't okay with Chris Del Conte. You know, Chris Del Conte has one concern with UT, and it's winning national championships across the board, especially in revenue sports. And he is a psycho in the best way possible. He's an insane man in the best way possible, and he is a cutthroat guy. You know, you have to be in this industry.
Yeah. When he took the job, he's like, I want to be competing in the top 10 in every sport. And I thought it was lip service, kind of AD speak, but he meant it. And now he's talking about competing in the top 5 in every sport. And
pretty great.
I wouldn't doubt him. All right. I see your cohort, Eric Henry, who's on with us now. Guys, I will leave y'all to it. I'll be locked in. You guys have a great show.
Sounds good, BK. Thanks for coming on.
BK, appreciate you pinching for 20 minutes. But thank you, buddy.
Anytime, guys. Anytime. See you.
Keenan, my man, what is going on? Coming to you live,
dude. Schloss is what's going on.
Oh, man, coming to you live from vacation. I thought I would have a couple days off, but it's certainly been a busy 48 hours. We are Fall Start. BK is now honorary member of Fall Start, so I appreciate him pinch hitting. Let the folks know I had to do a quick hit. WJOX in Birmingham, Alabama, want to talk about Jim Schlossnagle to Texas and all things Texas as the Longhorns enter the SEC. But I am not going to come in and start running, roughshod all over the place. Keenan, let me know how you're doing. This has been your show for the past 20 minutes. Fill me in.
Dude, this is pretty great. I love baseball. I love college baseball. I love pro baseball. But my college baseball interest took a hit in the last couple of seasons, mostly this year. When they lost to UTRGV, I was just kind of like, all right. Getting new life injected into this program with the best possible coach you could, on top of taking them away from your rival who just lost the national championship. It's one of the biggest power moves of all time. It's an absolute flex, and it's very funny. On top of being great for the program, it's very funny.
I am just checking out some of the comments here because I've been genuinely curious kind of what the reaction has been from, the Longhorn faithful. Keenan, obviously you are part of that as a Texas X. I think in the past 48 hours, a lot of what I've seen from kind of a professional perspective, and of course, just getting off of radios, people, I don't want to say from the Texas A&M perspective, but kind of curious on Jim Schlossnagle. And I, again, I didn't have a chance to listen to what you and BK said, and I'm not going to make this all about kind of the Aggie perspective, but I am genuinely curious, to all of our listeners and people who watch us, rock with us, thank you as always. I would love to get your guys' perspective. But Keenan, did anything about this, the way the hire went down? Again, I understand that obviously Texas is the benefactor of this, right? Any of that rub you the wrong way?
Rub me the wrong way if I'm looking at it from their perspective?
Well, just in general. I'm not necessarily.
No. I love it. I love everything about it. Okay. I have no regrets at all. I'm super stoked. I love this guy. This guy has won everywhere he's ever been. Took TCU to the College World Series like 5 times in 8 years or something after they were like not a great program. Gets A&M to the Natty. They lose to an elite Tennessee team. Take them 3. I mean, oh man, this is important news. We got to put this.
No, I've. Or go ahead, Keenan. You got it. Go ahead.
Okay, Texas A&M stars Jace Laviolette, Caden Kent, and Gavin Grahovac. It's Grahovac, right? Have entered the transfer portal. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to Texas necessarily, but they might get one of those guys. Or LSU's right around the corner. I'm sure LSU will poach one of those guys. Arkansas will poach one of those guys, sure. But if Texas gets one of those guys, big time W. That is, Caden Kent played for Lake Travis, as
Son of
Chris
Jeff
Bennett
Kent.
just mentioned. Yeah, Jeff Kent's son, exactly. Schlossnagle has an excellent reputation in recruiting, right? Like, people are going to be offended by this move, but players don't care. Players didn't grow up as necessarily. You know what I mean? Like, they're not offended. The guy took a better job. All that matters is that he can recruit at Texas, and he'll be able to. And he knows how to coach, and he knows how to win, and he's going to expand this program even further, I think, than it was before. I think he's going to have a Sarkisian-like effect on the baseball program and like really bring them back to winning natties, because I haven't won a natty since 2005, right? So as much success as they've had, they don't win a natty in almost 20 years. Should be interesting.
Yeah, Keenan, I'm just going to give you my take on the hire and also kind of what you said there. I'll piggyback off of what you said in terms of players not growing up Aggies, et cetera. And first of all, I kind of laugh because the idea that, you know, these guys aren't heading to Texas, in my mind, is kind of comedic. I think I'd be stunned if they didn't get all three of these guys. I think they'll get at least two. That aside, there was a question asked, and I believe it was a gentleman who covers Texas A&M. It may have been one of the primary people who works for Texas Ags. I apologize for not remembering who it was, but the question was asked, hey, you know, or actually, no, I'm sorry. It was Bob Ballou. It was Bob Ballou who asked the question. Bob Ballou asked Jim Schlossnagle, hey, what would you say to the players on Texas's roster? Because they're going to read some of the comments and tweets that are coming from Texas A&M's players right now, who are very upset about the way that Jim Schlossnagle handled things. And Jim Schlossnagle was very transparent and said, hey, look, he didn't get a chance to address the players. I don't know how much of the press conference you caught, Keenan, but he talked about the fact that he didn't get a chance to address the players. Basically, the way the timing worked, obviously, Texas A&M was playing for a national title. And then, you know, he didn't give a timeline. Neither Jim Schlossnagle nor Chris Del Conte gave a timeline of how things worked out. But essentially, once he agreed to take that job, he couldn't have contact with those guys. The only thing that Schlossnagle outlined is that he could only contact the players who exhausted their eligibility. Any other players he couldn't speak to. Again, I'm not here to debate because I think, quite frankly, Longhorn fans don't care, right? Like the Longhorn fans are the beneficiary. I'm not here to debate the timing of it, but I think that answer in itself kind of lends you to where this thing kind of came about, right? Because even if he didn't explicitly say, hey, I'm going to take the Texas job, anything that came out of him saying like, hey, I may possibly be making a move and here's where I'm going. And then as you saw, those guys entering the transfer portal, if any of that comes up, it's a huge issue, right? That Jim Schlossnagle and Texas would then be saddled with. So there's that. But I find that interesting. Jim Schlossnagle said, hey, the guys who are currently on this roster, just get to know me. Don't worry about what the other guys said. You guys are human. You'll read it. You'll hear it. You'll listen to it. Get to know me. And I think as you clearly laid out, he's a hell of a baseball coach. You talk about him being Sarkisian-like. I can't agree with you more. Just take a look at his track record. What he did at TCU. TCU was not a great baseball program when he got it. He built that thing from the ashes, was able to get it to where they're competing for, you know, national titles. Same thing at Texas A&M in 3 years. What I am truly, truly interested to see is how quickly it can happen here. Because I think, unlike, and this is just my perspective, again, I don't cover Texas baseball full time. We'll have to get Jeff Howe on, and obviously he'll.
Yeah, we should bring him on.
I don't know if Jeff did Jeff do his show prior because he was.
No. I just mean at some point.
No. I just was asking you if Jeff was on.
You didn't know. Colin
Right,
Kennedy filled in because he was at the presser, I think.
Jeff was at the presser. Yeah, I'd be curious to get Jeff's take as far as how far away this team is. Danny Davis did ask Jim Schlossnagle, what's it going to take as far as getting this team to compete for a national title and how soon? And Jim Schlossnagle essentially emphasized player development, saying that he believes that, and this was his answer, and I actually thought it was a really good answer, that in college baseball, you have the top 1 or 2% of guys, right, who are going to go pro. Those guys, they're studs. You can't compete with them. But outside of that, he feels that the majority of college baseball, it's about finding guys who are as good as the competition that you're competing against. And he feels that whether it's his player development or his ability to go out and recruit, that he can field a team immediately that is as good as any team in the SEC. Now, we'll have to see if that's the case, right? I mean, and some can make the argument that there were some Texas teams prior who were certainly are much more talented than this Texas team now. We'll wait and see. But to your point about being Sarkisian-like, I don't think there's a 5-7 coming, even with this team entering the SEC. I think they're going to be competitive immediately, and we'll see what happens. Obviously, it's dependent upon some of the decisions, Keenan, of some guys like Jalen Flores and Gage Bayman and others who could go pro. But no, this certainly is it's a monumental day, I'd say, for Texas baseball, Texas athletics.
Yeah, I think this thing could compete for a natty like next year. I mean, like, it did not take long for Schlossnagle to compete at a high level at Texas A&M. It didn't take him a long time to compete at TCU. Already have some good players. If he can get some of those players to stick around and bring in some of those guys from Texas A&M and hit the portal and get a couple of guys out of high school, like, this thing could be competing for a College World Series title next season, I think. I don't think that would be crazy to say at all. I think there's a very good chance that off the bat, they're an excellent program. They're in excellent shape, and they'll be playing those SEC teams or whoever, like not preseason tournament, but the tournament at the beginning of the year where they play at Minute Maid. Like, they'll be competitive in those games. They'll win some of those games. I would be not surprised at all if they were in the College World Series next year.
Keenan, again, I hate to produce the show on air, but I have to ask you two questions. A, have you guys read any ads? And B,
no, not yet.
Did BK play any of the sound from the presser?
Yeah, we listened to the intro part of the presser, but we can play another clip from it. I feel like we should spend most of today on this just because I feel like we have almost twice as many listeners as we typically do right now. I think this is a big reason why. So we should stick with this.
Well, no, I completely agree. So with that, I am going to play sound from Jim Schlossnagle on why Texas now.
I'm sure the question will come up, why this move and why now? I don't take that lightly. On some hands, this was a very easy decision because of my relationship with Chris and my past history and my belief in him and his wife, Robin. But it was obviously very hard. Especially, there's a lot of decisions in life that you don't get to choose the timing. You don't get to meet with your team as you would like. And for that, I am sorry. But college athletics right now is this is the problem. Mr. Del Conte would probably agree, this is the most uncertain time of college athletics that it's ever been in, and no one knows what the future is. Never in the history of college athletics is alignment more important between administrator, president, chairmen of the board of trustees, board of regents, whatever. And I yearn for a great leader. I need a great leader, and I study leadership, and Chris is the best leader that I've ever known.
I'm going to go ahead and cut the sound there, Keenan, because I want to get your thoughts on the sound, and then I'll kind of give you my takeaway from that. So have at it.
Yeah, I have another thought after that too, but real quick. Yeah, I mean, it's clear he's a thoughtful guy, right? Like, this was not an FU to Texas A&M. I mean, it was, but it wasn't a purposeful FU to Texas A&M. You know what I mean? Like, it's a better opportunity, man. It's like when people got mad at Durant for leaving the Thunder and playing for the Warriors. It's like, yeah, I get that it's like anti-competition or whatever, but like, dude, it's a better job. Pays more money. It's in a better city. His family doesn't live in College Station. They still live in Fort Worth. He can move his family to Austin. I think that has to be part of the decision, which is why I started thinking it might happen more when I heard that. I was like, oh, okay. Well, if the family didn't move with him to College Station, that's kind of surprising. Another thing, though, when he speaks to the uncertainty of athletics, I can tell you the one thing that is certain and will always be certain in college athletics is the teams with the most money are probably going to be okay. And Texas has, if not the most money, probably the most. They're at least in the top 1% of the top 1%. So, it is uncertain, and that the Texas brand is never going to unravel or become broke or whatever, right? Like, it's a steady job. It's a steady program. It's a steady place to be a coach if you're successful. That's the if.
So I want to touch on something. First off, when he says that the alignment, right, is something that's key, I cannot agree more. In my, this is entering my 8th year of covering college athletics. And, for regular listeners, regular watchers know I spent my time covering group of 5 sports. I can tell you the alignment is never in place at that level, right? Because usually you have a president who, quite frankly, is more worried about academics than they are athletics. And you have an AD who's worried about projecting to their next job. You have coaches who are worried about jumping to their next job. You don't have that here in Texas, right? Texas is a destination job. There are no two ways about that. However, I do want to touch on something. I took this note during his presser. Jim Schlossnagle said, at these 3 things is what he used in terms of recruiting and building a baseball team. 1, it is academics. 2, it is team success. 3, it is player development. He said that in juxtaposition to when asked about NIL. I believe it was Seth Golden, an Austin American statesman, who asked him how big of a factor NIL is in this era. Respectfully to Coach Schloss, like I appreciate that answer, and it's great. And the Regents and Jay Hartzell all led with academics and all that jazz. Like, Keenan, to your point, it's about money, man. Like, it's about funding. And I don't know. I'm still new to these parts, so I don't know the resources that Texas A&M has. I'll tell you this much: when I covered the regional, they have a gorgeous ballpark there.
They have a lot of money
in College Station. I'm sure they have a lot of funding. What I do believe is this: relationships matter, and there's no denying that the relationship with Chris Del Conte trumped everything else. The fact that he has a direct line to Chris Del Conte, this is someone who he was open with in his presser, saying that, hey, our relationship goes back to 2007 when Del Conte was at Rice and Schlossnagle was at TCU. And the next time they saw each other was when Del Conte was interviewing for the TCU job, right? The relationship goes back that far. So I think that matters more than anything else, Keenan. You have talked about it. I'm not going to turn this into the basketball segment, but you've talked about Rodney Terry and Texas basketball and kind of the need to be able to fully invest and to be able to say, hey, like, I need to get this guy. Here's what it's going to cost. Let's go get him. I'm not sitting here saying that Rodney Terry and Chris Del Conte don't have a great relationship or don't have that relationship. But what I am saying is Schlossnagle and Chris Del Conte clearly do. Like, the relationship goes back 2 decades. So I don't, whether it's going to be going to get guys out of the portal, resources, whatever it may be, that she's going to be able to do that. And again, it's no disrespect to the 3 things he talked about, just academics, team success, player development. I think those things are all great, but quite frankly, being great friends with the athletic director helps, Keenan.
It's about who you know, man, in every field, in every single, it doesn't matter what it is. It's about, if you know the boss, you have a way better shot at getting the job. If you know the coach, you're friends with the coach, you got a way better chance of pulling him away. CDC did that with Chris Beard too, but I think this one is significantly more disrespectful because Schlossnagle isn't a Texas grad. This isn't directly the day after the national championship. And it's just a little different to me than the Beard one. And the A&M fans are taking it, hot take, they're taking it worse than the Tech fans did, I think.
Go ahead, finish that take. I'm sorry.
Pretty much the end of the take. It's just like, I mean, of course, everybody. I'm not blaming them for being mad. I'd be insanely mad, but like, it is. Yeah, it's entertaining on Twitter.
No, I would love to come back to that, but while we have an opportunity, Keenan, let's sneak in some advertising to the folks who helped make this thing possible. Shout out to the folks at Covert Bee Cave. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, look no further than our friends at Covert Bee Cave. We're going to let them tell you all about it.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Keenan, you mentioned that you felt like the Texas A&M fans are taking this thing harder than the Tech fans. I would love to get, again, thoughts from anyone rocking with us, but also your thoughts.
I mean, we have A&M guys in our comments right now.
I'm taking a look at just the YouTube comments. I have not seen the other social media comments, but just would love to get your thoughts as a Texas X. I mean, rank those two for you in terms of getting a Chris Beard from Texas Tech. Obviously, we know how that one ended, but just in terms of the move itself versus getting Jim Schlossnagle. And again, I think not to, start your take, but you can't ignore the timing. You talked about it, getting the guy right after they were 7 outs away in game 2 from a national title and game 3 where they obviously lost.
They nearly won that game too. They were right there. It got real hairy for Tennessee at the end. But I don't know, because I mean, obviously I'm biased because I'm a hoops guy, but I think this Schlossnagle pull is probably a bigger bleep move than a BD move versus the Beard one, because Beard already had ties to UT, and I know Schlossnagle had ties to CDC, but there's something about going back to your alma mater that makes sense. I don't know where Schlossnagle played college or went.
Elon. He went to Elon University up in North Carolina.
Oh, in North Carolina. Okay.
Native of Eastern Maryland.
Yeah, he's I think he has a better chance to win a national championship than Beard did. I think it's almost feels like an inevitability thing with him. I don't think he's won one yet, but he's gotten really close a bunch of times.
Right.
Now he has the best resources he's ever had. He'll have the best players he's ever had. And I don't know. I'm really looking forward to baseball season. I think they're going to sell out that stadium a lot more than they did this year. And I think it's a really, really exciting time. If you're a Texas athletics fan, we'll see where the basketball program goes. Maybe Rodney Terry is the guy. We don't know yet, but we'll see this year where all 3 coaches stand in the SEC.
Going to play a few more clips here. You talked about heading into the SEC. Here's Jim Schlossnagle on preparing for the SEC.
Beginning now, we have to prepare to compete in the major leagues of college baseball. If you've never been in SEC baseball, get ready. It is as fun and competitive as you can possibly be. I know it's the same in football with Coach Sark and all the other sports, but there will now be 16 baseball programs in the SEC that are committed at the absolute highest level, and we will be ready for that. Lastly, to the Longhorn fans, we need you. Please know that this is not a job for me. This is a lifestyle. I don't play golf. I don't hunt or go fish every now and then when you get a free day, but I don't have many hobbies. My hobbies are to be around our players and to help them get better. And our job is to fill Dish Falk. We need it to become one of the elite atmospheres in the SEC, not just on the SEC weekends, but every single night.
All right, going to cut that clip right there. Keenan, who does he sound like to you? Does he sound like a notable Texas coach that is on the staff, on the payroll, when he talks about not having very many hobbies and he talks about this being a passion? Does that ring a bell, Keenan?
Yeah, can't think of one.
It's funny. I feel like, as someone who has sat through now in my year being in Austin, probably 3 dozen Steve Sarkisian press conferences. It sounds like
buzzwords,
getting image of Steve Sarkisian. Now, if you're a Longhorn fan, that's got to be the hit that goes right through your veins, right there. When you hear that guy say, "This is a lifestyle for me," that's huge. And again, I'm not sitting here trying to shade David Pierce by any means, right? I'm sure David Pierce put in all types of work. I have no doubts that he did, right? You don't take a job at that level and not be fully invested. But just hearing those words, to me, I think, Keenan, as a casual observer, and I guess, to a lesser extent, I've covered a handful of baseball games, so I do quote unquote cover baseball, but I don't cover the team on a full-time basis, but more of a casual observer than anything else. That's what leads me to believe that the success in Texas baseball and getting back to a national title is much sooner than maybe people may realize.
Yeah, I think the same thing, man. I think this thing is going to be rolling real fast downhill once the season starts. Not downhill in that way. Sorry, I was thinking about downhill in the basketball.
No,
like when you get momentum and you're attacking the basket. This thing's going to have momentum early on. And it is important to note, though, man, all those SEC baseball championships that they've won, however many of the last however many, it's not all the same team, right? It's Florida, it's South Carolina, it's Tennessee, it's Mississippi State, Mississippi, Vanderbilt, LSU, Arkansas, like A&M. All of these teams are different, and they're all competing for national championships. So there's no down weekends in SEC baseball, right? When you play Vanderbilt, you're not playing Vanderbilt's football team. You're playing an elite unit that puts out dudes into the MLB all the time. The Rangers drafted 2 of their pitchers in the last 4 years. And so there's no down weekends. Like, you have to come ready to play every single week. And I think bringing some of those guys from A&M, and they'll get other transfers too, probably from big SEC schools. Like, Texas is going to be like the hot spot. It's going to be the place to be for recruits, and people are going to want to play for Schlossnagle. They're going to want to play for UT. They want to wear the block tee, man. It's a good looking hat.
Keenan, I want to throw Chris Bennett's comment here because he said when the last coaching search happened, athletic department was in shambles. Perrin did the best he could cleaning up Patterson's mess. Former president didn't like dealing with athletics. I'm going to focus on the athletic director part of that and Steve Patterson. Much has been made about the Steve Patterson tenure at Texas. I'm going to flip it. Keenan, Chris Del Conte hired Vic Schaefer, hired Steve Sarkisian, hired Jim Schlossnagle. You take a look at some of these non-revenue sports and the hires he's made there. 2-part question for you. One, as a Texas X, just can you talk about what CDC means to you as someone who's a fan of Texas athletics? And B, is Chris Del Conte the best athletic director in college sports? And I know it's a hot takey type question because obviously it's not like you've pulled every athletic director, but I'm just asking you from a perspective of impact, how you would measure that. That to me, it seems like a really fascinating question.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's the best. If you look at other schools that have good teams in multiple different different sports. So like if you look at Alabama, right, they're great at football and basketball, but Texas is good at everything, including the non-revenue sports. Having competitive sports teams after the last 15 years of my years in college were miserable with some of those teams, right? There were obviously guys that stuck out that were great. Some of my favorite players were on some of those teams that didn't win that much, but I'm diehard, man. Like, I shouldn't admit this on my show, but yeah, man, I try to split it for work, but yeah, I care a lot. I mean, some of my favorite athletes of all time are guys I went to school with, and it's just awesome to have this guy that's completely in charge. He just knows how to do everything. He has connections to everybody. He has charisma. And I've met the guy a few times. He's a really nice guy. He doesn't look down on people who aren't as high up as him. Had a very nice conversation with him about my journalism at the time. And he's just a great representation of the university, not just the athletic department, but the university as a whole, as just a place where you strive for championships, strive for greatness. It's a great academic school, and now the athletics are starting to match again, like they did in the mid 2000s.
And it couldn't be a more crucial time for Texas as they enter the SEC, right? I mean, if there's any time that everything needs to be kind of the buzzword of the day has been alignment, right? We heard Jay Hartzell talk about it. We heard Chris Del Conte talk about it. We heard Jim Schlossnagle talk about it as far as alignment. Everyone. And Schlossnagle noted that in terms of communication, I would be curious what the folks at Texas A&M would say, but Jim Schlossnagle said the direct line of communication goes right to CDC. Again, we talked about that friendship, but can go right to Jay Hartzell and go to the people in power. Those things are huge. As far as Chris Del Conte, I mean, listen, when you have the type of resources and the type of backing that you have at Texas, in my mind, there's no reason not to be competing for conference titles, national titles, year in, year out. I know Chris Bennett said that CDC just won the award for best AD. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a reason why he's been as successful as he has. And what's notable to me, Keenan, more than anything else, and again, I don't claim to know Chris Del Conte well. You know, we've had one brief conversation the year that I've been covering the Longhorns. But from speaking with people who have been around him, he puts the people that he puts in power, whether it's coaches or admins or other, in positions to succeed, right? And that to me is what any good boss does. I don't care if it's you're the manager at, you know, insert corporation, right? Like, you can micromanage, and that could be an approach. And I've been around athletic directors who that is their approach, to be involved in every little thing in terms of decision-making process. But that should be a last resort, Keenan, in my mind. That should be like, okay, you know, if my guy or if my coach needs help, then I'm going to go ahead and get involved in every little thing. You should be a visible figure. And from my time covering Group of Fives, I can tell you, I've been around places where the AD was not visible, right? Like, you can't be a ghost, but you have to put people in place to carry out the job and to succeed. So he's done that. And then also the other thing that I think is noticeable is just facilities. You know, when I got to Texas, I'd be curious to hear from other people, but when I got to Texas, the facilities didn't wow me, right? Like, obviously, you know, I got here when Moody Center was here. But you take a look at the Drum, right? And we know what that was. In terms of football, right? You know, Frank Denius Fields, but now the new football facilities going in. Like, those things matter. I guess, again, this was just my preconceived notion coming from, you know, where I came from, was that, like, I expected, you know, everything to look just pristine. Like, I've been on, you know, University of Florida's campus, and I've been on Florida State's campus and some others, right? Where just in terms of top to bottom, the facilities were, you know, top notch. And I looked at, it was like, okay, you know, obviously CDC's got some plans in place for newer facilities, especially when it comes to football. But I was like, I would have expected more. So that to me speaks to kind of where things were prior to Chris Del Conte and where they are now, Keenan.
Yeah, I mean, it's the facilities are like sort of an indicator for me, right? Where they're putting their money. They're making so much, and it's like, how much of this are you putting back in? CDC, like you said, spearheaded a lot of this stuff, like the renovations to specific things for football, for basketball, whatever. It's the lifeblood that matters, and CDC inspires so much confidence in these boosters, this board of regents, that they're willing to spend money. They're not wondering if it's going to be returned. They're not wondering if they're going to pay money for a really bad team. They're paying money for coaches that are going to be successful. Now, of course, there are questions around certain ones, but like the ones he has hired have all been home runs, literally home runs. Vic Schaefer, Chris Beard, Sark, Schlossnagle. I mean, all four of those guys, I know Beard is gone now, but those three guys that are still there are all national championship caliber coaches with national championship caliber programs. So it's a really cool time to be an alum, and it's really cool to get to cover these teams with Texas Sports Unfiltered, man. I'm really grateful for this platform to get to talk baseball and hoops and football with my guy Eric. So it's been a lot of fun getting to cover this team, getting to cover these teams in this athletic department. There's a lot to talk about.
Going to jump to the comments really quick, and then I will play a little more Jim Schlossnagle sound before we get out of here. Jake Bayless talks about in relation to CDC. He went to the 2021 spring game and notes that he saw CDC just casually walking around looking for fan interactions while waiting to get into the stadium. Man of the people. Chris Bennett says, before CDC, Texas was so far behind in facilities, it was a joke despite making money over the years. And one last comment here from Chris Bennett. He knows that Hayden Schott just entered the transfer portal. So again, listen, we can't be naive about this, right? Like, Jim Schlossnagle making this move, he's the one who brought a lot of those players. Hayden Schott was at Columbia in 2022 prior to transferring for Texas A&M, was one of the top 100 transfers by Baseball America. He now is in the portal. Again, you have to expect that he's going to at least entertain Texas. And again, we talked about it a little while ago, Keenan. I have the note right here. Schlossnagle, academics, team success, player development. Those things are all great, but do not ignore the NIL factor when it comes to this. I think there's going to be a huge opportunity for some of those guys to make the move over to Austin. And that could be, I mean, listen, and that's going to kind of segue into what will be our final point for. We will toss it to Chip. I know Zay is on vacation. Looks like Fozzie Whitaker is going to be pinch hitting.
Fozzie, one of my favorite running backs of all time at UT. That is so cool.
Looks like he's going to be pinch hitting for Zay in a minute. We will toss it to them in 5 minutes, but want to get to some of the sound here. Talking about Texas A&M, what it's going to be like heading back to College Station. And look, you might not be alone heading back to College Station. Let's play some of the sound.
Yeah, it'll be an experience for sure. It's already awesome. The midweek games we got to play this year, awesome. The regional, phenomenal. I can't even imagine what a 3-game SEC series will be like.
Pause on that. That's the wrong sound. That is the sound of Dish Falk. Here we go.
That's a very fair question for you to ask because that is what I said. In that moment, that's exactly how I felt. At 50 years old, you got to understand, and Chris would probably back me up on this, I love TCU. My children grew up there, Fort Worth. I was there 18 years, and it had to be a very unique situation for me to leave that at 50 years old. I love Coach Garrido, but I hope I get to coach here for a long time, but I don't really have any plans on coaching to 75, 78 years old. So I made that choice because it aligned both personally and professionally with what I had going on at the time. And I loved it. And I dove in with every single ounce of me to help A&M have the very best baseball program it can possibly have. And that investment lasted through the last pitch of the national championship game. It never wavered, not 1 second. I don't care what anybody says. As Chris likes to say, we have jobs and try to run a business on other people's passion. And if I had left Texas A&M for some other school in a different part of the country, the interesting text messages and messages that I got yesterday probably wouldn't have happened. But I get it. You can't ask for your fan base to support you and be passionate like the 12th man always has been, but really was this year. Our crowds were awesome. Awesome. Every single game. And so you can't ask for that like I did and our staff did and then expect everybody to be okay with a coach leaving for its rival school.
I'm going to cut the sound right there, Keenan. I will toss to you on this to get your thoughts, but it's one of the things that stood out to me when I covered that regional game at Texas A&M. Jim Schlossnagle in his post-game press conference, for one of the first things he did was note the crowd. He actually made a joke about the announced attendance. I wish I had the number on me. I don't have my baseball notes on me, but he thought that the crowd was probably double what it was at Texas A&M. So you know how fired up that fan base was, A, to play Texas and beat them, and B, just about baseball. As I mentioned, that is a gorgeous ballpark they have there. You know, I haven't spent time in Dish Falk like that, but the ballpark at Texas A&M, amazing facility. But obviously, as I mentioned, he's going to be heading back. He's in the SEC, and he could have some players heading back with them. Keenan, I've asked you, so I will ask you your thoughts on the sound, but something I've asked you a lot about is comparing the returns, right? You know, when Chris Beard obviously had his return.
Oh, I was there for that.
You were there for that. What do you think this could be like when Jim Schlossnagle heads back to Texas A&M?
Well, they're probably not going to be nice, I wouldn't imagine. Saw some of the comments on Tex Ags that with like chants they're trying to figure out how to do, and it's like, guys, like that's not going to make them come back. That's just not. No, I mean Lubbock was. I find it hard to believe it would be crazier than Lubbock just because the Tech fans are crazy, and I think the Tech fans are actually a little more hostile than the A&M fans. That's just my take, and nothing against either school. I have a bunch of friends that went to both, but. Yeah, I think it's going to be an insane atmosphere. I'm going to try to go just because I want to compare it to the Beard one. Like you just said, I'd like to just be there and feel the energy of it. Yeah, it's going to be a madhouse because that Beard situation was insane. And like, this is even more pointed and like mean.
No, you and I definitely have to find a way to tag team.
Yeah, we'll go for sure.
And get to that game. So I'm sure Jeff will be covering that game for Horns 24/7 for us. So I won't be in the press box like I was.
We'll buy tickets, bro.
We'll buy tickets, and probably going to get those early because it's probably going to be with $200 tickets, if not more. It's funny you mentioned the Tech fans being hostile because I couldn't, of course, couldn't help but laugh. I got my experience with the Tech fans, as you remember, when the game last year, the Brock Cunningham incident, and everything that went on there. So certainly have some experience there with the Texas Tech fans. But no, I think it's really going to be interesting. I think the next few days are going to be interesting, Keenan, to see again what the transfer portal looks like, to see what the kind of building of this roster looks like, and also to see the guys who return. Again, Jalen Flores, Gage Bain, some others all have decisions to make. We'll be kind of keeping our eye on those things. But if you are a Longhorn, you have to certainly be, I think, at your apex coming off of. And it's funny, I was asked this question when I did the radio spot in Birmingham, JOX. Shout out to the folks there in Birmingham, WJOX.
Shouts out Birmingham.
They asked me if this move, it felt like it was coming. And I said, not necessarily the Jim Schlossnagle move. That one you couldn't have necessarily predicted until it got a little later on in the year. And quite frankly, even, I think once Texas's season was done, that's when I think you probably gained some momentum there. But we talked about it, some of the angst, some of the frustration in terms of the way things were going, some of those Friday night games that Texas was continuously losing early on in the year, losing in MLB ballparks, right? The way things were happening there, right? So I think in terms of the move, you can't be too surprised at that, but I'm just juxtaposing those two things, Keenan. The feeling of where this fan base was in terms of baseball, you go back mid-year versus where they are now, it is night and day. But with that, it is 1:00. So that means we're going to go ahead and bring in Fozzie Whitaker. We're going to bring in Chip Brown. CB, I know you were live at the presser. Looks like you've made it back to the humble Chip Brown estate in time to do the show. What's going on, CB?
Humble? What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, man.
Listen, it's a humble estate. Just ask the man himself.
I'm just in here in my little office, just excited to have another day on this earth and hang out with you fellas. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Fozzie, I don't think we've met, man, but very nice to meet you, bro. I went to UT. I graduated a while ago, but big fan of yours growing up, man. Very cool.
I appreciate it, man. What is going on? How you fellas feeling?
We're great.
Yeah.
We're great, dude. Schloss?
Yeah, Schloss mania.
News, big news.
Chip broke that. Didn't you break that, Chip?
I did.
It was actually your tweet. So I was on SEC this morning for Sirius XM on the radio. This was Monday morning. And I'm speaking with Dari Nokwa. And obviously we're preparing to talk about Game 3 of the College World Series between A&M and Tennessee. And obviously the rumors had been swirling all through last week about Schloss possibly being the next candidate for Texas head coaching in baseball. CDC hadn't made a move publicly about David Pierce at that time as well. And on Monday, I made a statement at probably like 8 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, man, the rumor mills in Austin, they just keep swirling. Like there has to be some sort of statement being released today about something. And literally like an hour and a half later, we got the news that David Pierce was let go by Texas. And then the rumor mills were flurrying even more. So it's just been a crazy whirlwind past 48 hours, 72 hours from the College World Series all the way to where we are now with the introductory press conference. But it's exciting to say the least because that's what helped makes rivalries what they are, right, between Texas and Texas A&M. Not only that, you all have already hit on it, but the introduction into the SEC realm as well to one up the stakes. So I'm pretty excited to be on to talk a lot of these things with you all and kind of see some more reactions from the Schloss presser. I know you all have that deep insight in the audio, and I was listening to some of that earlier. So, man, it's just I'm just excited to be on with you all today.
Well,
Chip, I'm going to turn it over to y'all because obviously y'all have a lot to dive into. I just want to say you hit me with the view in Destin a few weeks back, and just wait till tomorrow. I have a surprise for you. I am back in my home of the Sunshine State, and I'm just telling you, wait till tomorrow. I have a surprise for you. We'll be taking a nice little gander at Fort Lauderdale Beach from my view. But that is for
see my
tomorrow.
view. Want to see my view? I'm at the office, baby. Office. Let's go.
I love it.
That has been us today. Appreciate y'all rocking with us. We are Fall Start. Sports can always take us noon to 1 p.m. Thank you, BK, for doing the first 20 minutes while I was on with WGMX
Thank you, BK.
in Birmingham. Fozzie Whitaker, Chip Brown, fellas, y'all have a great show.
Chip,
appreciate y'all,
great,
fellas.
Very breaking, and Fozzie, great to meet you, man.
You too, brother.
And in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. Us today is Captain America, Fozzie Whitaker. Longhorn running back, NFL running back, all around great guy, burgeoning media personality. You saw him do all kinds of television work on the Longhorn Network. He's a radio personality on Sirius XM radio at the very least. If I'm leaving anything out, Captain America, let me please give that resume a shout out, because you are moving and shaking, making things happen. How you doing, my man?
I am doing great. Resume was flawless. You hit all the points. I'm just happy to be on the show with you, man. I was thinking about whenever we were messaging, and I was really bummed at first because I know we had a little back and forth, and the schedules originally didn't align. And I was like, man, I've never gotten a chance to do a full show with Chip. And I'm like, man, Chip is one of the who's who. If you talk about Austin media, it's like, man, this is a perfect opportunity to be able to just get an opportunity to chop it up with somebody that's been doing it at a high level for so long. So I'm glad it worked out. I'm glad the schedules were able to align, and I'm able to join you. And I'm just excited, man. It's a fun time, the fun atmosphere, so many different festivities kind of breaking through this week. And we talked a little bit about it with Schlossnagle being, introduced as the Texas baseball head coach. Saturday and Sunday, you got the festivities getting ready to pop off for Texas joining the SEC. And I know CDC has done a phenomenal job preparing that. So I can only imagine what that actually is going to look like. And then Monday rolls around, and here we are. It's actual first day, number one in the SEC. I don't think many things will change at this point as far as our day-to-day operations, but it'll be finalized and it'll be official. So I'm looking forward to it. So this week has been one full of fireworks, kind of right before we get to see the Independence Day fireworks take place next week.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's a big week, and typically summer is when it's, just the football players toiling away, doing their workouts, doing their 7-on-7 in the piece of DKR, the solitude of DKR. And this year there always seems to be something that happens in June.
Right. Right.
I think back to 2010 when, the Pac-10 tried to pull 6 schools from the Big 12, and that was in June. Yep. And then 3 years ago in June, we find out Texas and Oklahoma are headed to the SEC. And of course, this June, you've got the Jim Schlossnagle. A&M's Schloss is Texas's gain. And A&M fans don't want to hear that, and they're listening. I see you, A&M fans. I appreciate you. I love you. You love me. And I feel for A&M fans who woke up today and are like, or found out yesterday, is this really happening? Oh my God, yes, it's really happening. And I guess, Fozzie, we'll start there because Jim Schlossnagle was introduced today at the University of Texas. All the other coaches were there. There was balloons and soft drinks. It was like a party, like a birthday party kind of. But he, stepped to the podium and, one of the first, he talked about the excitement of the job, but he did apologize to the young Texags reporter who asked him the question Monday night about the speculation with the Texas job opening, and Schloss, saying that's a selfish question, and he apologized. He said, I did not answer that the right way. And he pointed out that the reporter is a young reporter, and he apologized twice. And I think when it came down to it, he said, you can't control the timing of things. He said, I had no idea, the Texas baseball job was going to come open. And yes, Chris Del Conte is a very close friend. And I don't think that can be understated. Or overstated. These two have been friends. They talk all the time.
Right.
And people were like, when did this start? Oh, well, how long have they been? They've been talking forever about this. Like ever since Del Conte was, and I do find this funny as I interrupt my own train of thought. Texas did want Jim Schlossnagle. They wanted him in 2017.
Right.
And it was Chris Del Conte who rushed over to his buddy Schlossnagle and said, hey, we're going to give you a new contract. And then as soon as Schloss signed that contract, Del Conte took a picture with Schloss with the contract saying, he's our man.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's Chris Del Conte making sure that, his buddy Jim Schlossnagle at least had the opportunity to say yay or nay about the Texas job. And I don't think there was anything, devious about this. I think it was, once Chris Del Conte knew he needed to make a change, there's no doubt in my mind, he reached out to Schloss and said, what do you think? And Schloss either gave him the thumbs up or the thumbs down. He gave him the thumbs up. So then they proceeded accordingly, and it was going to be a lot easier for Chris Del Conte, obviously, than for Jim Schlossnagle, because he's playing for the national championship.
Right.
And he was asked about that. Do you think this was a distraction Monday for Texas to have this news come out that they're looking for a new baseball coach? And was it a distraction to your team, to your players? And Schlossnagle said, players don't think that way. They're thinking about, they might be getting a text from an agent or something about the transfer portal, but they're thinking about how are they going to go out on this field and win a national championship. And he said, I think he said, we all put everything into that effort. And Fozzie, you know better than anyone the rivalry with Texas and Texas A&M. It's going to be crazy when Schloss goes back to Bluebell Park as the head coach of the Texas Longhorns.
I think I'm reminded whenever Chris Beard went back to Lubbock for the first time, how those Lubbock fans reacted. And it was a sight to see. If you followed along and you watched it on TV, you saw how many people were at the stadium before the buses could even get in there. You saw the fanfare, how packed the actual insides of the stadium were whenever Chris Beard was able to lead that Texas team into Texas Tech. I'm seeing that happen 2.0 and maybe even more whenever Texas travels to College Station, not Kyle Field. It'll be that way for football too. But whenever they travel to College Station, because of the way this went down, and I'm very curious to hear your perspective on how things unfolded. What would have been a better time frame, or what would have been a better way to handle, accepting the Texas job after losing the national championship series? And so it's going to be an electric atmosphere, one that I hope I can be at, because playing the villain role is kind of part of what you got to do whenever you're going on the road to your rivalry team, and then it's that hostile environment. So being able to embrace that villainous kind of role in that moment is something that, Texas players are going to have to do, whether it's baseball, football, basketball, track, whatever the case may be. You got to understand what you're signing up for. And it won't just be Texas A&M that has that type of hostility towards the Texas brand. And they'll be the most hostile, probably. They'll be the most volatile in that regards, but it'll be something that these kids will remember for the rest of their lives, of the first time they got to play in College Station with Jim Schlossnagle on their side. Like, that reaction and that response is going to be one that they probably haven't ever felt before, because the situations have never presented themselves in the way that they have just now. And so it just adds another layer into the what makes college sports so awesome, is the rivalries that are tied to them. And this is just another notch on the rivalry between Texas A&M and Texas.
Yeah, I mean, these two schools talk about each other in their fight songs.
Yep. Every day.
That's
every day.
That's unique. Michigan doesn't talk about Ohio State in its fight song. Ohio State doesn't talk about Michigan. Alabama and Auburn don't talk about each other in their fight songs. Texas and Texas A&M do. And you've got an interesting dynamic right now at A&M, because you've got the chancellor, John Sharp, who is as dyed-in-the-wool Aggie as it gets. He's also kind of a iron fist type of ruler from the chancellor's position. He's the chancellor over the entire A&M system, but you would think he's the chancellor of Texas A&M University in College Station. And he wakes up every day. This was a quote from someone close to Sharp who worked with him at Texas A&M. He wakes up every day trying to figure out a way to move ahead of Texas, the University of Texas. So this is a tough pill to swallow. And you said, what could have made this better? The post-game comments.
Yeah.
If Schloss was, and he said, I could have said it better. If he really was kind of able to kind of think for a second, that was his chance. You just say, you know what, tonight's about this team.
It's about the kids, right?
It's not about me. It's about this team and how hard we played. And I'm so proud of them. And leave it at that. And if people speculate, they speculate, because guess what? You are telling them tomorrow that you're leaving.
Right.
Don't give them the head fake, right? Don't make them think that, oh, he's not going.
No, he's in it. He's in it for the long haul.
Right. Because that's where it stung. It stung. Now, if you're a Texas fan, you're listening to this, you're like, oh, isn't it great? Isn't it great?
Right.
Like he made him think he was staying, and then he's like, gotta go.
Yeah, he chunked the deuces. Here's where I kept thinking about this, and I haven't had a chance to speak with somebody to see if it's on the same level, but I talked to quite a few people from, the other school up north, Oklahoma, Texas's other rival. And I was reminded about the way Lincoln Riley left to go to USC. And from an A&M perspective, I'm wondering, obviously it wasn't like Lincoln Riley going to Texas. I think that would be more equivalent, considering it was a rival school and your in-state school, one of the biggest things that you would never want to happen. But is this on the same level in the way that Oklahoma fans kind of felt betrayed, and the disloyal and the honesty with which, or the lack of honesty that was kind of withheld in that last post-game conference for Lincoln Riley? Is this kind of that same feeling that's been elicited for A&M fans whenever Jim Schlossnagle had his spiel saying, I took this job never to take another one, and this is where I am. The sacrifice is calling the reporter selfish. We know the audio, but which one do you think kind of like was worse?
Yeah. And I think you're right on the money. I mean, I think they are comparable. This one's worse because he was asked directly about the Texas job, whereas Lincoln kind of was like, I'm not taking the LSU job.
Right. It wasn't particularly USC that was asked.
Right. I am taking the USC job. But you asked me about LSU.
Right.
I'm not taking the LSU job. And so, I think OU fans were like, oh man, you were playing games up there. But with the Schloss situation, he was asked
double down
directly on the Texas job. He said today, at the time, I meant everything I said. And I'm sure it was his way of trying to express the passion that he has,
that he put in
for his team,
and
what they have accomplished. But it just didn't come out right.
I still wonder about timing. So I don't know how it was leaked, right? I don't know if we'll ever find out who leaked it or how it was leaked. If it was from within Texas, or if it was somebody that's a third party associated with whatever news affiliate or media outlet. But do you think the intentions of like Chris Del Conte were to be able to say, hey, as soon as the season is over, whenever that is, we're going to announce you as the head coach? It just so happened that A&M made it into the College World Series, because I figure these things were done well before the championship series took place. Was that the goal, or would it have maybe been pushed back depending on circumstances? What's your thought?
Here's the deal, Foz. The transfer portal closes.
That's true.
July 2nd.
Yep.
Which is Tuesday.
Yep.
And so the timing,
no time to waste.
They needed to break that Band-Aid, rip it off, and get it over with, because as Schlossnagle said today, we got work to do to rebuild this roster. And I know for a fact that Texas is all over the portal, and Texas was trying to tell kids in the portal, sit tight, and there are some talented players in there. And I
just saw also Jace Laviolette and Caden Kent, both are in the portal from A&M. So it's
just took the words out of my mouth, because they're coming to Texas.
Right.
So it's that's what I've been told.
Yep.
So and those were the players he met with yesterday. He met with the players that had eligibility remaining, who he wanted to explain to them what was going on, why this move could happen. At that time, he was saying, I have a decision to make. And I think Schlossnagle did a good enough job of explaining himself that those guys want to follow him. So that I'll be shocked if those guys don't end up on the Texas roster. So because I was told the best players are coming. So, but I think that's the timing. The timing had to happen immediately, because the portal closes July 2nd. Now it will extend when you have a coaching change. It extends, I think, another 10 days or so, maybe 2 weeks, but I need to double check that. But that, I think, was the timing. And people, fans are gonna, as Sean Adams always used to say, fan is short for fanatic.
Right.
And they don't think in common sense terms. They think with their passion and with their desire. And so it is tough. I can't remember a situation like this. Bo Schembechler was an assistant coach for Woody Hayes and became the head coach at Michigan, but it was after he'd been the head coach at Miami of Ohio. It wasn't like playing for the national championship at your rival school and then joining your rival school the next day. So this one's,
I don't know if we'll ever see that.
Right. And, and kind of like, and this is a really bad comparison, but the attention is going to go through it's going to go up.
Right.
For Schlossnagle, anytime Texas plays Texas A&M in baseball, kind of like this Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing has elevated women's basketball. Like, I don't know that I'll ever watch a WNBA game from start to finish. I might flip channels and say, oh, okay, there's Caitlin Clark. Let's see how she's doing. But we are paying attention on Sports Center when they talk about Caitlin Clark or Angel Reese. And part of it is because of this and this, the taunting that went on between those two players, and it elevates. It's like a boxing match when they have a pre-fight press conference and guys are saying terrible things to each other just to promote the fight. And so we're headed there with Texas and Texas A&M baseball. And Schloss was asked, how do you think the reception is going to be? He took a second to, he's like, yeah, it's going to be hot. And, he knows, but he likes that stuff too. He's not afraid. He's not afraid of competition, and he's not afraid of challenging his guys and letting them know.
Well, he better not be after the move he made. You can't be.
Right.
Considering now he gets to stay in the best conference that we've seen baseball be at, right? SEC's won the last 5 of the 6 national championships in baseball. Obviously, he took A&M there for the first time, had an opportunity to win their first national championship. Team Texas obviously has the championship pedigree, is known for being in Omaha time and time again. David Pierce did a pretty solid job of getting Texas there, just not getting over the hump consistently was the fault, and the reason why CDC probably said, hey, we need to take the next step to get to the next level. We have national championship caliber coaches across the board at Texas. Now we need to make sure baseball is coming along in the same fashion that we've seen some of these other coaches take that next step. So it's really cool, number one, to see CDC like be in his element, be in his zone. It defines a greater appreciation that I have for what he's been able to do, because being at Texas, right? I played at Texas from 7 through 11. So I've seen some of the things that have happened then, and then following the program ever since I was there all the way to now. There hasn't been an athletic director that has done the things that CDC has done in this amount of time. And it hasn't been like CDC's been here since 2000. No,
right.
He's still fairly fresh, if you ask me. And the moves, the additions to all the stadiums, the renovations, the coaching hires, what he's put into each pregame, Bevo Boulevard, Longhorn city limits, like even this weekend, June 30th, the SEC celebration, like all of these things had not been done prior to his arrival.
Do you think Steve Patterson could have gotten Pitbull to come to the
It makes me laugh, not from a standpoint that he couldn't have got him, but I can't see them like talking to each other just in general, like having a conversation about even possibly thinking about coming to Texas. Now, money does talk, and that would have been the persuading factor, but CDC swag versus Steve Patterson swag is completely different. They are night and day.
You know what's funny, Fozzie? And I did a lot of the reporting on Steve Patterson, just trying to bring clarity to what he was doing behind the scenes. And it he wasn't happy with me, but what he was doing was sucking the life out of the athletic department. And even Greg Fenves, the president of the University of Texas at the time, who really wanted nothing to do with athletics. That's why he left to go to Emory, because they don't have athletics. He was intimidated by athletics, and you have to have a president in a regent's chair, because they sign off on the money, a president and an athletic director who all see eye to eye.
Yep.
And it is rare. I cannot tell people how rare it is, because DeLoss Dodds there was good alignment with him and with Bill Cunningham, the chancellor, and for a while with Bill Powers until Powers pushed Patty Ollendorf out of the way so that he could be the liaison to sports. And that's not a healthy position all the time. Because when things get bad and you need to make a coaching change, like Bill Powers was confronted with when Mac Brown, even Rick Barnes, Steve Patterson tried to run him off and ultimately did. And Aggie, Steve Patterson was a jerk to Aggie. Patterson felt like Aggie the game had passed him by. There's no doubt Aggie wanted 25 more wins so he could get to 2,000.
Right.
He was already the all-time winningest coach at that time. And Patterson was like, no, and ran him off. But this alignment that Schloss was talking about today is enormous because we are in uncharted territory. Depending on who you talk to about the rev share coming in 2025, what's that going to do to NIL? People think really for maybe the next 6 years, NIL will kind of be the Wild West, but then it'll get reined in as schools struggle to meet the 22 million or 22% of revenue that they have to share with student athletes. And so you do want leadership. And Jim Schlossnagle knows. And like he said, I'm not telling you I didn't have that at A&M. I'm just telling you, I know I can trust Chris Del Conte because I've known him since that dugout experience when he was at TCU and Del Conte was still at Rice. And he told that story today about how, the Schlossnagle said we had like 4 feet of water in the dugout. And all of a sudden this guy in shorts and flip flops comes up and is like, hey, how you doing, Schloss? And Schloss like, well, there's no way we're playing tonight. Right. And then Del Conte's like, oh yeah, we're playing. Because Wayne Graham knew that TCU had burned up 2 of its pitchers and was at a weakened state, which I thought was a great story. But at the end of the day, if you're a Texas baseball fan, you've got a coach, and he said it. I don't have hobbies. It's not a job; it's a lifestyle. He said, being a baseball coach in his mind, he said, I don't play golf, I don't hunt, I fish a little. But my hobbies are hanging out with my players. And this is a guy who obsesses and healthy obsession. Nick Saban talked about healthy obsession. Steve Sarkisian is talking about healthy obsession.
Right.
And you got to have that or you're not going to get there.
Yeah. Now, here's the other aspect about it, right? Day one right now, introduced as the Texas baseball head coach coming off of a national championship appearance, it seems like the perfect hire, right? Seems like everything is aligning. Like you mentioned, he's getting back with this buddy. Texas is getting this all-star coach. What happens in year number 3 if it's not all peachy as we think? What happens year number 4 or 5? Texas is on the outside looking in and didn't make it into Omaha. Is it going to be that same effect or what's that runway like? Because so far, all of CDC's hires they've panned out, right? But what does that look like? And I'm very curious. I hope it never happens, right? As a Texas guy, I want Texas always to stay on top. I want the Director's Cup to stay with Texas for eternity, for the rest of the time, right? But the truth of the matter is it's hard to stay on top and it's hard to win everything all the time. So whenever you begin to falter or stumble, what does that runway look like? And that's where I'm very curious. Or even let's say he comes out and stumbles out the gate, year number 1. Maybe Texas's roster isn't to the level that he wants it at that time. I'm very curious to see the reaction of the fan base to see, okay, just give it time. Let's see the Steve Sarkisian effect, 5-7 to 8-5 to, making it into the CFP 12-2. Like, do we have that type of time frame, or are the Texas baseball's faithful going to be like, wait a minute, we did all of this, took all the heat, A&M's taking heat, and he's not even panning out in year number one. Okay, who's the one that kind of got the short end of the stick from that aspect? So I'm curious to see.
Look what Del Conte had to do with Chris Beard.
That's true.
You know, Del Conte, again, no one thought. I mean, not no one, but Del Conte went out there to Plainview, the McDonald's in Plainview, and tried to, convince Chris Beard, hey, this is the time, this is the place. And they paid him $5 million a year. And then Chris Beard had a situation that I think there was culpability on both sides. I'm not going to relive that whole thing, but he fired him. And there were people who were like, hold on a minute. Give it a minute.
Right. Give it time. Let it blow over almost is what people wanted to say.
Like, let him break up with her, whatever was going on. And Texas didn't wait. They were like, no, that police report, that doesn't jibe with our brand. It doesn't jibe with what we stand for. Mm-hmm. Whether that police report was one-sided or not, you don't put yourself in those situations. And they pulled the plug. And there are people who are mad that they pulled the plug because they felt like Beard was going to win and probably would have won and probably will win at Ole Miss. And there are Texas fans who aren't sure about Rodney Terry, that, he took Beard's players and culture to the Elite Eight, almost the Final Four, won an NCAA tournament game the next year, and think this year is a big year that Rodney Terry needs to show he can be a Sweet 16 coach, whatever it is they're looking for.
Right.
And so, I think Del Conte knows he's got to make hard decisions, but I also think he knows Schlossnagle, who went to the College World Series his first year at A&M, is surrounding himself with really good people. His pitching coach, Max Wiener, is seen as a pitching coach guru.
Yep.
And big arms want to play for that guy. And that was where David Pierce lost his way. He let go of Sean Allen. He brought in, at that point, he had a chance to hire Frank Anderson. Texas was going to put out the money. They were going to give Tulo a big assistant coaching salary. Frank Anderson wanted autonomy. David Pierce said, I need to kind of have a say. And Frank was like, oh, no, I'm staying at Tennessee. And David Pierce ended up hiring Woody Williams and then firing him a year later. Like, the plan was falling apart. Like, the further along, 8 years in, because the 2020 COVID season was canceled.
Right.
8 years, 7 completed seasons in, Pierce's plan was falling apart. And Chris Del Conte knew it because he was ready to put out the money for Frank Anderson, and Pierce killed the deal.
Right.
And so once you do that, your boss doesn't forget it. And then you take over the pitching, and the ERA is the worst since 1999, and your number one starter regresses. And there was, Chris Del Conte says he looks at 3 things. I look at how the coach is relating to the players, how the players are responding to the coach, and recruiting. And obviously, if any outside influences are causing a problem with the coach and the relationship to the university, but you're looking at how the relationship's going between the coach and the players. Are players happy, developing, and are they wanting to still come? And Texas was not getting the top end players. They were getting a few. And they developed some. Max Blue, Jared Thomas, Jalen Flores.
Yep.
good players, really good players, and they have decisions to make. They're draft eligible sophomores. That's going to be interesting to watch too, Fozzie, because can Jim Schlossnagle walk in and convince Jared Thomas and Jalen Flores to stick around?
Right.
Maybe try to improve your draft stock. So lots of interesting little developments here to watch as Schlossnagle starts to rebuild this roster.
Is it harder to rebuild a basketball roster year to year or a baseball roster year to year? What's your thoughts on that? Because they change so much.
Yeah, I think everyone looks at basketball and says, well, there's only 5 guys. There's 13 scholarships. You can make massive portal additions and change your whole trajectory. And with baseball, you got 32 guys and only 11.7 scholarships. Now that's going to change here in 2025. All schools are going to be able to fund 32 scholarships if they want. And if they do that, they're going to probably have to add a women's sport and to make sure Title IX requirements are met. And I think Texas will do that. I think they're going to add gymnastics and women's lacrosse because they will fund 32 scholarships for baseball. So I think it's probably easier for basketball than it is for baseball. Plus you have so many, you got to have position players. You got to have some position flexibility, some backup, and then you got to have arms. And you got to have righties. You got to have lefties. You got to have starters. You got to have relievers, closers, and that's, pitching. They always say pitching beats hitting. Pitching is, you got to have it in the college game, and you got to develop players. You got to take good players. Like Schloss said it today. He said, you have the top 2%. You have the top 2% players who are major league players. Everyone knows it. They're going to the big leagues. But he said the other 98% are really good athletes. They're pretty similar. So then it's about, can you develop them? Can you teach that pitcher how to throw that second or third pitch? Do we need to drop his arm slot to 3/4 so that he gets, he's kind of a junk ball pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
And, those are the kind of decisions that you get a reputation for. And Schlossnagle has made the right decisions. David Pierce didn't. And that's unfortunate because David Pierce, his teams fought. They battled. They won 9 out of 10 Big 12 series, even though the Big 12 wasn't that good this year. But yeah, at the end, okay, you took over pitching. How's the pitching looking?
Right.
It's not good. And I think there were some issues with him maybe pressing and taking out some of his angst on the players. And you can't do that because your players have to be your best recruiters.
Absolutely.
And that's where I think it gets tricky,
Yep. Yeah. It's also reminding me about the relationship and going back to the alignment conversation that we were having earlier. I really wonder what the relationship of Jim Schlossnagle and Trav Alberts was as well, because obviously you got the tenure that CDC and Schloss had together while they were at TCU. I want to say, what was that, 8 years that they spent together as athletic director and baseball coach. Trav Alberts come in, A&M, you're already seeing changes across the board. He'd fired a ton of people whenever he first came in, new football coach. Like it's kind of new everything. And I'm wondering if that also played a partial factor, right? Obviously, I think the bigger factor was CDC is where I want to be with. And Schloss, like, hey, this is perfect opportunity. I'm playing for, the University of Texas. I'm playing also I'm coaching with one of my best friends. That in and of itself makes sense as to why he would make that move. But then the other aspect is that relationship with the AD currently. Like, what did that look like? How was it shaky? Did they see eye to eye. Maybe Trav Alberts already knew something was going to be in the works and was like, hey, thanks for all you did. We got to go find us somebody else. Like, that's where I always want to mention, just to everybody that maybe don't know some of the behind the scenes, how big the relationship matters between that athletic director and that head coach.
Well, so Jim Schlossnagle, and I need to get the name of this. I was told yesterday that there was a support person in the A&M athletic department who I think is similar to the role that Sarah Baumgartner has at Texas. She's the direct liaison to the coaches, so that if the coaches are having an issue with anyone else at the university, they can go to that person and feel like they're getting a fair hearing. And I'm told that person was one of the cuts that Trev Alberts made.
Ooh.
And that was
severed the relationship.
Yeah, that was concerning to Schlossnagle. And obviously, when you pay $76.7 million to make your football coach go away,
yeah,
you're gonna have to make some cuts. And that, Jim Schlossnagle said today, A&M is all in. They were all in, but they weren't really all in, down to that detail. And they had to make some adjustments. They had to make some budget adjustments. And I think that was a concern for Schloss, because he didn't know Trev Alberts that well. And then all of a sudden he's like, uh-oh, my liaison is gone. And I would never be dealing with this at Texas, where he'll not only have Sarah Baumgartner, who is the liaison to all the coaches, and so that they don't need to burn up Del Conte's phone all the time. They go to her first. And then if it rises to Del Conte's level, then in comes Del Conte. But that, I think that was a concern.
Yeah.
I think that was
a valid concern. It makes sense. I mean, if we talk about it, and let's go football terms, right? That's what I'm most familiar with. That's where my experiences are. Even whenever I played in the NFL, the best teams that I was a part of was ones that had that unification and a consistency, from owner to general manager, down to the head coach, down to the head athletic trainer, assistant trainers, assistant coaches. The ones that could communicate the best, the ones that could, make sure that they all were speaking the same language or flowing in the right direction. Those were the best teams that I was a part of. And same way in college. Like, whenever everybody's moving and pointing in the same direction, it's easy to do that whenever you're winning, because everything seems like it's going to work. Everybody feel like they're doing their job. But whenever you're not winning, the going gets tough. How are people responding? Is the blame being placed here or there, or, who's not picking up their weight when they're supposed to be picking up their weight? Who's slacking when they're not supposed to be slacking? That's whenever you start to see how things unfold whenever you hit adversity. And so this is what that is showing me, is during times of adversity, which CDC has seen across with several sports, right? He's found a way to galvanize not only just that particular team, but all the coaches. And I think a direct representation of that is how many coaches were present at Jim Schlossnagle's introductory press conference today. Like, This isn't just about baseball. This is about a culture of family that we're trying to create, which is very unique in the identity and the approach that I see from an athletic director, which necessarily isn't reflected the same across the country at other D1 programs.
Yeah. Yeah. And it was funny because Vic Schaefer was there, and Vic coached at A&M under Gary Blair. And then he got his head coaching opportunity at Mississippi State. Right. And Vic pulls me aside and he says, I heard from an A&M person today who said, this is almost as bad as when you went from, Mississippi State to Texas to be a head coach. And Vic was like, really? Really? Like, I've been gone from A&M for
quite some time now,
it's
right?
like, once you coach for A&M, you can't coach for Texas. It's not allowed in Aggie land. And part of what I wanted to ask you, Fozzie, because you were a part of Texas football for the last game in College Station,
right,
in 2011, and tell the people what that atmosphere was like. That was a weird game, by the way.
Very true. I need to go back and watch that game because there were so many ebbs and flows. There were
my gosh,
the good, the bad on both teams. Like just
at one point, I think A&M punted 6, 7, 8 straight times.
Yeah,
and
but then our offense couldn't move the ball. It was an incredible atmosphere, though. To get back to it, the game was electric. Everything about it was what you wanted to experience from a college football game, especially one at the end of the season with so much on the line, considering that for the foreseeable future, these two teams are not going to meet again. I tell everybody whenever I talk to people, and EA Sports, actually, the college football game came out with this, that Texas A&M, College Station, Kyle Field is the loudest environment that I have ever played in. And they were rated as number 1 in EA Sports now. There could be a little wiggle room between that rating on EA Sports as far as college game, the EA Sports College 25, NCAA 25. But from my experiences, whenever I went, and I know it may be from a standpoint that because I played at Texas, everything was on the line in that game. So I'm seeing the best of the best that A&M has to offer. But outside of that, I know A&M fans are always faithful. They always show up. It doesn't matter who they're playing. They could be playing Vanderbilt. They can be playing Kentucky. They be playing whoever. They show up and they show out typically. Now, if it's Alabama, LSU night game, we know they are there in full attendance. Texas on November 30th it won't be enough seats to be able to fit everybody to get into that stadium. But it's the most electric environment. And really, whenever, they're singing the song and they're swaying back and forth, doing the sawing off varsity's horns or whatever they say. I think that's what they say.
And their whole stadium shakes.
The whole stadium does it. It truly looks like the stadium is falling apart or that the stadium is moving. And on the field, if you were a young guy, thankfully I was a redshirt senior. I wasn't playing in that game because I had injured my knee earlier, but I got to take it in from a different perspective since I wasn't on the field. I got to pay attention more to what the crowd was doing and saying. And it is unbelievable the way that they support their football team and the way they want to see Texas lose so bad. And it just creates one of the perfect atmospheres. I talked about being a villain earlier in the show. That's the perfect opportunity to be a villain. Justin Tucker would live in villain infamy in accordance with the kick that he was able to seal the deal before we had the opportunity to bring the rivalry back. That was going to go down as the greatest kick of all time. And it probably still could be the greatest kick of all time. And J Tuck is just that good. But everything that was on the line, how it unfolded, even getting into field goal range to make an opportunity for that to happen, it was flawless execution, all hands on deck. Everything, the attention to the detail needed to be paid for the execution to take place. But that stadium is definitely my top experience going to see what college football was all about, how the fans respond, who shows up, who shows out, and then making a name for yourself. Like, there was no greater feeling or opportunity that I had than to be in that mix and in that moment.
That's your top villain experience.
No question. Top villain experience. That is just nothing compared to that. Now, I would have loved to be a part of the team that went to Alabama this year, because I'm sure Bryant-Denny Stadium was absolutely electric. I mean, just from the TV while we were covering it on LHN, you can tell there wasn't an empty seat. You can tell everybody was pressed. You could tell everybody was in the game. So I would have loved to see, what that stadium was like in person, or even as a player. Like, I want to know what that feels like. I've never been to LSU. I need to see what that's about, and Clemson for that matter, right? The two Death Valleys. Which one is that? So I would love to go on a whole college tour across the country to see some of the greatest stadiums and some of the loudest stadiums across the country. But just from my personal experiences and from the games I've participated in, is definitely Kyle Field number one as the top spot that had the best true fans around, that created an atmosphere that really made it difficult for us to be able to run and execute our offense.
Well, our buddy Dan Neal co-hosted with me yesterday, and he said the same thing. He said when they went down in 1995 and ended A&M's 31-game home winning streak, it was as satisfying a win as he'd been a part of at that point, because you know how hard it's going to be. You know how loud it's going to be. You know how crazy it's going to be, and you have to love it. You have to welcome it, and it has to lift you up. It has to make you better, because if you are daunted by that, you're going to get steamrolled in that situation. I do want to ask you about Justin Tucker, because I'll never forget interviewing him after that game, and he was just so,
that's Jake Tuck.
Just did my thing. You're like, did you realize that this was the end of the rivalry, and was that all good? No, just ready to go through my routine and just kick it. And he's so chill.
That's Jay Tuck all the time, though. This is a guy that used to sing opera in the locker room. Like, he was extremely talented, by the way. There's not too many people that can sing opera, first off. But Jay Tuck, he has his quirks, right? Just like most kickers of any football team, they have their own little quirks to be able to like follow their routine to get them in their zone for preparation, because you're in a totally different space. It's kind of like pitchers. And I've learned this over the years as I've watched pitchers. Like, pitchers have their own routine. They got to go do their own thing. You can even hear, what is the Tennessee pitcher that went out there? He said he had to move in game number 2. He had to move away and sit closer to the bathroom because he felt like it was giving a bad vibe to his Tennessee team. And then Tennessee goes out and hits a home run to take the lead. And then the next inning, he was like, well, it worked the first time. I got to do it again. And then they go out and hit another 2-run homer. That's the thing that kind of kickers do, right? They got to, whatever it is that's separate away from the team that gets them into their mental zone to be able to go out and execute and do the same routine as if it's another normal kick. That's the zone that they feed off of. And that's what Jay Tuck was so good at, and still is one of the best ones in college, and is the best one, statistically speaking, in the NFL to ever do it. Is he knew how to tap into that zone, block out everything around him, and then act like it's another day of practice, another kick at practice. I don't think, even though he was the one that actually kicked it and all of us were a part of that game, I don't think none of us really knew the impact of it being the last time for the foreseeable future that we would play. In the back of my mind, I always was like, all right, they're going to find a way to make this happen, regardless if A&M move in conferences. Like, we've seen Miami and Florida play against each other like almost every year. We've seen Florida State, Florida play against each other, Georgia Tech, Georgia. Like, we've seen different conferences play against each other no matter what. And rivalry week is an awesome testament to be able to make sure a lot of those still take place. Clemson, South Carolina, right? I just knew that was going to be the same place that Texas and Texas A&M would fall up. The Lone Star Showdown meant too much to the great state of Texas that this game would not be the last one for the foreseeable future. They'll find a way to make it happen. And none of us, I don't think, really understood that impact until 2016 rolled by, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. We're like, no, like it's over with. They keep showing this kicking highlight because J Tuck made it, and like we're never going to play A&M again unless it's a bowl game. It's like that still never set into me. And so I love the fact that it's back, but even in that moment as a player, I never would have thought that could have been the absolute last time these two teams played against each other in a regular season matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. All right. So I want to ask you about, people want to know what, well, you know what? I'll ask you about the, people want to know about your Super Bowl 50 experience with the Carolina Panthers. You know what? Let me get a couple mentions in here of our great sponsors, like Cover 3 Anderson. I was there just the other day, had a Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, melts in your mouth. Make sure you get it medium rare. They got the horseradish or the au jus, whatever you want. The Parmesan fries. It's so good. Cover 3, it's kind of my go-to. I mean, it's not kind of, it's my go-to. And it's a great place to gather with your buddies, take a date, watch your favorite team, and go for brunch, celebrate, go surprise your family, take them to brunch at Cover 3. It's two Austin kids, Doug Young, Matt Dotson, with a dream of serving high-end food and making it a great place to watch your favorite teams. And they have pulled it off flawlessly. You've got the Cover 3 location on Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock at Old Settlers, and of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And the Brain Vault mouth guard, talked about this yesterday with Dan Neal, and it's the mouth guard that's changing the game. And it's, developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. If you need a new dentist, that's your man right there. But he comes up with the Brain Vault mouth guard because he knew the mouth guards could be better than just going to a sporting goods store, getting a piece of rubber, boiling it in a pot, and sticking it in your mouth. So he comes up with the Brain Vault, which is proven, patented, to reduce the effects of concussion. So if you've got a competitor in your house, whether they're a cheerleader or playing flag football, lacrosse, soccer, you want them to play hard, but you want them to play safe. So why would you ever put anything but the Brain Vault mouth guard in your competitors' mouths to protect them? Brainvault.com to set up a fitting. And of course, audiovisual consultations, avconsultations.com. That's where my man, Tom McKay, he's been doing it for 30 years, putting big screens of your dreams into homes. He's done it for me at 3 different houses here in Austin. He's put them in your favorite restaurants. He's the guy. He's the guy everyone turns to. Just write down this number, 255-8678, because from the free installation or free consultation to installation, Tom and his crew bring everything to you. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town or punching holes in your drywall. Let the experts do it. You're busy. They'll just come and they'll leave, and you'll be like, oh my God, there's the media room I've always wanted. 255-8678. And of course, Apple Leasing. Some of you are driving around in a car you can't stand. That's no way to go through life. You spend a lot of time in your car, especially in Austin, Texas. And Apple Leasing is an Austin original. There are not businesses that do what Apple Leasing does. They lease every make and model of car. That's a lot of work for them, but they do it because they want to build a relationship with you. And they know if they can make you happy, that you're going to keep coming back. And so they go get whatever make and model of car you want. What you want a, Nissan Sentra, they're going to go get it. You want a Range Rover, they're going to go get it. I mean, you should see some of the high-end cars that they have brought in for people. And that's what it's all about. It's about that relationship. They don't care what car you pick. It's not like going to a dealership where they're going to try and muscle you into one of their cars, whether that car is good for you or not. So appleleasing.com, it's a new car experience you probably never had, and you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new. It's under warranty, and your friends are like, what are you doing? And you're like, yeah, man, Apple Leasing. So appleleasing.com, give them a call today, 346-9977. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And finally, my man, Jack Gilmore, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. This is the seafood restaurant go to, especially if you love raw oysters, because they do $1 raw oysters during happy hour every day from 3:30 to 6:30, 3:30 to close on Monday. So if you love raw oysters, best selection of raw oysters. Remember, this is Jack Gilmore we're talking about, the guy who gave you Jack Allen's Kitchen. He does high-end food. It's fantastic seafood. I love the scallops. I'm not going to lie. I love the snapper. But if you love seafood, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, you have to go. You have to take a date, take your family, whatever. Right there at Zilker, at Mopac and Rollingwood, or up north also at Old Settlers. And all these great sponsors. I mean, Centex Tickets, 7-Eleven, Woods Comfort Systems. I mean, if you're having any issues with your air or whatever, Woods Comfort Systems, they're going to take care of you. And of course, just appreciate all these sponsors you see if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, because they make it possible for us to broadcast every day. And if you're listening to us on the app, well, you've just heard my spiel. So back to Fozzie Whitaker. Really excited to have Fozzie in today. Zay is on vacation. He's on a cruise, drinking some rum punch. You ever been on a cruise, Fozzie?
Not since I was of age. The last cruise I was on, I probably was 7 years old. Okay. It was awesome. Awesome experience. I plan on taking one with the whole family very soon, but I haven't done one in a long time.
Well, that's the closest I've been to a cruise is an episode of Love Boat. So I need to get on one. Everyone's like, "What? You've never been on a cruise?" I'm like, my parents abandoned me on their. I think I told this story. My dad, we lived in Michigan, and my dad, everyone hates winter come February and March. It's like, enough. It's great in December for Christmas, but then January, it's like, by February, you're done. You're like, the snow is all dirty. The cars have, spit their exhaust on it. Everything's gray. And my parents had timeshare in Mexico. They would leave me with a babysitter for a month.
Oh, wow.
So that's where all of our vacation dollars went, to my parents going away for their timeshare. And I'm like, I've never been on a cruise. My parents went to Mexico without me every year. But hey, what can I say? Okay, so people want to know why I'm calling you Captain America. So I'm going to let you, Fozzie Whitaker, and then we'll get to Super Bowl 50.
Okay.
Cam Newton and the Panthers and all that. But tell the folks why you are Captain America.
So Captain America is my favorite superhero. What really made him my favorite, though, was the qualities that he stood for. And if you've ever seen any of the cartoons, if you ever seen any of the Marvel movies or any of the Captain America movies, there were qualities about Steve Rogers that everyone did not display. And whether it was him being unselfish, whether it was him sacrificing for the team, jumping on a grenade whenever he thought he could be the one to save everybody, I'll be the sacrifice, everybody else live. Whether that was his integrity, the character that he possessed about himself, and then his will to always fight, never lose, never giving up in a situation. I put on a quote, and I always had it back whenever I had banners like on my Facebook page and stuff. And the quote from Captain America is, "I can't surrender because I don't know how to." And I've always taken that in internally and wanted to embody the same qualities and the same personality that Steve Rogers put on display, whether he was scrawny or after he had taken the super soldier serum and became Captain America as we know him. He was the same person with the same type of integrity, the same interest, the same love for his family, the same love for the woman he loved, for his teammates. He was the same no matter what. And I've always wanted to embody that for me walking through my life with my football teammates, with my business partners, with my kiddos, with my family. I just wanted to embody those same characteristics. And so that's why I reside with Captain America. I call myself Captain America. I got all sorts of shirts and costumes and accessories and action figures all across the board. Even took my senior photo at UT with a Captain America shield on that goes in the locker back whenever there was actual like physical photos in the locker. Now everything's digital, so it probably wouldn't look as cool as it did back then. But I got a photo holding my Captain America shield. So that is why I call myself Captain America. And it's really just because I want to embody some of the same positive characteristics that Steve Rogers / AKA Captain America would embody whenever he was, helping save the world. So that's all that is.
Okay. What's your favorite Marvel movie?
Ooh, favorite Marvel movie.
Or favorite movie that features Captain America?
Well, probably my favorite one is The Last Avengers, because it's the opportunity that we got to see Steve Rogers, Captain America, wield Mjolnir, which is Thor's hammer, along with his shield. And the combination of the two like created this epic fight. It was awesome. And for those that don't know, we can talk about, Marvel Comics like for the rest of the life, but Thor's hammer could only respond to Thor if he was worthy of it. And technically anybody that was worthy of the hammer would be able to wield and use its powers. But Captain America, historically speaking, is the only other person that could actually pick up the hammer and use it, because Captain America was worthy enough to be able to wield it. And so Thor and Captain America are the only two to actually use and wield the hammer, which is a fun fact for everybody. So that last Avengers movie where you get to see Captain America holding the hammer, using it to go to work along with the shield, that probably takes the cake as my favorite Marvel movie that involves Captain America in it.
Okay, so how do you view Stan Lee?
I love Stan Lee. I mean,
Stan Lee,
Go ahead.
Is Martin Goodman the creator, or is Stan Lee the creator of these incredible storylines?
Yeah, so Stan Lee is the original, like the Godfather, if you would say, the OG. And obviously Spider-Man is a huge it pays probably the most homage to Stan Lee. But whenever you're talking about the history of coaches in Texas football, right? You got DKR. We know what he's meant to Texas football, right? You got Mac Brown. We know what he's meant to Texas football, guys that have won national championships for this program. That's where Stan Lee is he's in the Hall of Fame. He's the top. He's the alpha. He's the DKR, the Ricky Williams. He's the Mac Brown. Whenever it comes to the Marvel, he's the man. Like whenever he said something, everybody did it. Everybody listened and they did it and they executed. And whenever his plan came to fruition, you got a national championship, right? So that's how I kind of view Stan Lee, is the ultimate alpha dog whenever you start talking about Marvel Comics and the history that he's been able to create, and just the geniusness about himself to be able to put all that together, because you got to be extremely creative to make superhero. Like if you think about it from an adult standpoint, right? You got Captain America, Steve Rogers, some scrawny dude was a captain in the army, or at least wanted to be a captain in the army. like had no physical traits about himself. Like thinking of a storyline to make that a reality for people to, read in the comic books and then put that on TV through, cartoons, and then put it on TV and the big screen for us to be able to, enjoy his storyline. I mean, you got to be somebody different. And so it's really cool kind of just seeing the evolution of where technology has come, the evolution of storylines, but then, just going back and appreciating the moments that you have to say, this dude was talking about some skinny dude that took some injections, and then all of a sudden that dude turned to a superhero and he beating up other people, right? That's in layman's terms, that's what he put on display for Captain America. But I'm a big kid, so I enjoy that. I enjoy anime. I enjoy all of those things. And so I like to relish in it, and I find a lot of qualities that I can be able to implement in my life, whether it was through athletics or whether it's now being a father or whether it's, in my business adventures or in my endeavors as a media sports person, analyst, whatever, broadcaster. Like, I try to put in some of those same qualities that these people displayed to be able to, put my own little twist or funk to it, and just add some flair, some fun, keep it all fun.
So I got to ask you what your thoughts were on Winter Soldier, because obviously that's where it's like the alter ego.
Yeah, it goes down.
Goes down.
So that's another standpoint. Okay, this kind of brings us to the Jim Schlossnagle thing, right? So Jim Schlossnagle, let's talk about his time at TCU, right? So that's Steve Rogers and Bucky, their time before they met up, in Winter Soldier, right? They have their history. They both were in the military. They both looked out for each other. Like, that's my ace. I'm your wingman. You my ride or die. That's my bro for life, right? Now we fast forward. What is that? Since 2017 that they were together. So now we fast forward 7 years. Now we're in 2024. And this is where Jim Schlossnagle's, he's coaching at A&M. Oh, that's the other team. They're the bad guys, right? If we put it into sports terminology. All right. Captain America is playing for Texas. Bucky, he's coaching for Texas A&M, right? That's the Winter Soldier over here, Captain America over here. All right. Well, how can we find a way to get those two guys together working on the same team? Well, we got to find a common enemy. And I'm not saying A&M is a common enemy, so I'm not taking it there. But CDC has found a way to be able to unify what they originally had. And typically that's where Nick Fury kind of comes in, right? And at one point, Iron Man and Captain America, they not seeing eye to eye. They fight. They have the division between the two teams. But then Thanos rolls around and that common enemy showed up. All right, what do we got to do? All right, well, let's go get souped up at Wakanda. First off, we got to get Black Panther to help us. We're going to get ourselves right and ready. And then all of a sudden, now we're fighting for the same goal. And that's where Jim Schlossnagle has come over to Texas underneath CDC, a.k.a. Nick Fury, along with Steve Rogers, a.k.a. CDC. We're going to make sure this also happens because we already got that history. We're going to be able to fight for the same common goal. And then hopefully beating Thanos is a national championship for Texas baseball.
Look at that. You on Mondays, I think in the football season, you do the Big 12 this morning.
Yep. For Sirius XM. I'll be SEC now since obviously Texas will be playing in the SEC.
Okay, well, are you going to continue to do your superhero awards each?
That's a good question. I have not discussed that with the new producer since I have a different relationship that I got to garner now. I've actually done SEC radio this morning twice. So this past Monday, and then I did it last Monday. They're actually making changes. So the producers that had been there basically all year, they just went to the Golf Channel, which is an ironic change.
Oh, wow.
And so now one of the producers is completely different. And so hopefully I can start putting that into his ear, because I do want to keep doing my Saturday superheroes. It's something that I love, right? It's a part of my identity.
I love it.
If it can bring some fun to, talking about guys that had a spectacular Saturday, some of the stat lines that you don't typically see, or having those meaningful impact plays, if I can be able to highlight that in a kind of cool way, then I hope to do it. But I gotta speak with the producers and make sure. Well, first off, I gotta make sure I'm on every Monday, because that's not set in stone yet. But if I am on every Monday, each and every Monday, then that is my goal, to hopefully introduce that idea, and maybe we can get some legs to it and find a way to make it a reality.
You would do that with Ari, and then you would do Dr. Foz with
Arch.
With Arch. Like what, on Friday?
Usually it was either Thursday or Friday.
Thursday or Friday.
It was whenever I needed to fill in. So like if Arch or Ari, if either one of them had to go cover a game on site and they were unable to do the morning show at that time, then I would fill in. And a lot of the times we would go over the problems that teams were experiencing. Okay, let's look at, Kansas this week. All right. They just lost their quarterback, this hypothetical, right? They just lost the quarterback, lost their running back. What does Kansas need to do to get back on track? And it was a kind of Dr. Foz segment based off of Dr. Oz, where you would analyze the issues that are going on, and then you would give suggestions as to ways that they could improve and be prepared going into their next game. And so that would typically happen on a Thursday or Friday. And it was just another way for us to have fun and talk about the game of football from a different lens that allows you to make some of those different connections, and then, just bring it full circle just from a different perspective.
All right. Talking to Fozzie Whitaker. If you're just tuning in, make sure you go back and listen to this full episode, because Fozzie had great insights, great thoughts about the whole Jim Schlossnagle move from Texas A&M over to Texas. The press conference today, we talked at length about, and of course, we've been, talking about why Fozzie is nicknamed Captain America. Everybody calls him Captain America. And then I'm going to move you into Super Bowl 50. First of all, though, Fozzie's a fantastic story, and it's great that he is nicknamed Captain America, because you do embody those traits of, I don't know how to surrender, because you had a terrible knee injury up at Missouri. You tore all three or two?
I tore ACL, MCL, and I had lateral meniscus tear, and then I had a medial microfracture.
I mean, it was terrible. And this happens your final year. So can't go into the draft, because you can, but you're rehabbing. And so, you don't get drafted. You're working to get yourself back. And I love this story because, and I'm going to let you tell it. You got one shot, like one opportunity, like Eminem. You are the embodiment of Eminem. You got one shot, one opportunity. Tell everyone how your 6-year NFL career happened from this one opportunity.
Yeah. So the journey, it started really, like you mentioned, after I got hurt, Columbia, Missouri, on that field. I had no idea where my life was going to take me. Right. I knew I loved football. I didn't know the extent of how long it would take for my leg to be able to get healed. My knee, never had any serious knee problems, never needed surgery for anything prior to my ACL replacement. But it just was something that was like, okay, it's just another bump in the road. That's how I kind of viewed it at first, but it was the most excruciating pain that I had ever felt. And you talked about it. Fast forward, right? I'm learning to mentally get myself back prepared to understand, like, hey, this may be the only opportunity you get to play football again. Why waste it? why not take every advantage that you have to be able to be prepared? Why not go all out and give it 100%, right? Why not put all your eggs into this basket for now, because this is the only opportunity that we have. And man, I trained hard. And Benny Wiley, Cesar Martinez, Anna Craig, Donald Wynn, who's now the head trainer at the University of Texas, those 4 individuals are the reason why I was able to be ready for my first opportunity, which was with the Arizona Cardinals in December. It was the first week of December. And man, from November of 2011, which is when I had my injury, all the way, so basically 13 months, all the way until December, that first week, I was with those 4 individuals in the lab, making sure I was bettering myself and prepared for the opportunity that may or may not come. I had no idea. I get that call, and my agent says, hey, the Cardinals want to fly you out for a workout to see how you're progressing and see what your shape is like. So I fly out there, and this is my first experience at an NFL facility. I get to meet the head coach. I meet the offense coordinator. I meet the running back coach. Right after they finish football practice, the coaches stay out there a little bit longer. I go out there, I warm up, I do some drills, just run around, catch the ball. And it's just them staring at me the entire time, evaluating every single movement that I make. And I feel good in the workout. You know, I felt like I impressed. I did what I needed to do. After
Did
the
you
workout,
work out with another guy?
it was just me. That's
just
what made
you.
it even like more. I don't know if it's more stressful or if it was like they really want me because they flew just me out. And for those that don't know, it's very rare for somebody that had not been on an NFL roster before, or somebody that had not been proven at the NFL level, to fly out there and do a private workout for one person. That's extremely rare. So I was blessed from that standpoint to be able to go out there. It's like, okay, well, either they really want me because this doesn't happen, or I'm a last resort option. They're like, hey, we can't do no worse, so let's just give this guy a try. So I was just, at the end of the day, I wanted to take every advantage of it. I felt like I impressed them throughout that opportunity. Afterwards, I talked to the running back coach. He was like, yeah, man, you're looking good. Seems like you're recovering very well. You look ready to go. You look good. And that was pretty much it. And it was like, all right, your flight's in 3 hours. And then see ya. I leave. I fly back to Austin. And I tell my agent, I was like, man, I think I did good. They didn't tell me anything. It was just like, you look fine. And then I'm just waiting. He was like, okay, well, we'll see. And so a week passes by and I don't hear nothing. And then finally, like 8 days later, so a week and a day, they're like, hey, we want to sign him to practice squad. Here's his flight itinerary. He's flying out in like 4 hours. Boom. And that was the opening to my NFL career. And I played the last 2 weeks of the season on practice squad for the Arizona Cardinals. And that was my, hey, welcome to the NFL. And from there, it was just scratch and claw my way as much as possible. And I got cut after the season ended. There was a coaching change that happened. Everybody on staff was fired for the Cardinals. I get a call from Ken Wisenhunt, who was the head coach for Arizona. He became the offensive coordinator for the Chargers. Whenever I get cut, he calls my agent. My agent answers and says, hey, you just got claimed off waivers by the San Diego Chargers. And I was like, oh, that's only Ken Wisenhunt. He saw something in me in 2 weeks of practice squad practice to say, hey, this guy may be an asset to us. I was blessed to be able to be in that opportunity as well. I get claimed off waivers. If you don't know what that means 24 hours, any team, if you're cut within 24 hours, any team can claim you. They assume your current contract and now they have your rights as the player and they just assume the contract that you had. So it's not like you have a choice. You get claimed, like that's who you're playing for. So I get claimed off waivers. I drive out from Arizona to California, San Diego. I had some family out there. So I just stayed with family and continued to rehab at my new facility. Now I was able to make the team throughout training camp. I made the 53-man roster. That was suited up, activated, played a couple games for them, only playing special teams. And then week 4 came around and we had like 4 linemen go down in our first 3 weeks of the season. And if you know anything about the NFL, there are 46 guys that are actively suited up on the roster every Sunday. There are 53 total on the roster, but 46 only suit up. The other ones are enclosed. That's changed now. The number's a little bit higher because of the new rules, but at that time, that's what it was. So in order to make sure those 46 spots were utilized for people that would be playing probably more meaningful snaps, they cut me, put me on practice squad for 1 day and planned on reactivating me the following week to be back active again as one of the linemen was coming back. But before they did that, Cleveland claimed me off waivers, and I was forced to go from beautiful San Diego weather in California to Cleveland, Ohio, where I've never experienced that much snow in my life. And it was the coldest I had ever been. And that was whenever I talk about alignment earlier in the show, and I talked about having your GM, your owner, and your head coach all on the same page. That was my first experience of seeing what it's not supposed to look like. And that Cleveland team, we won 5 games that year, so it was miserable. We went 5-11.
Who was the head coach, Fozzie?
It was right before Pettit. Like, I can't even. It was Rob Chudzinski.
Okay.
He was the offense coordinator for the Carolina Panthers before he was the head coach at in Cleveland. And there were a lot of similarities in what the Cleveland Browns did and what the Carolina Panthers did. So if you take anything away from this story, just know a lot of people know each other and systems are very similar, which is why some individual players end up at the prospective team that they're going to, is because either the system the same or one of the coaches was there and they talk the same language or the same lingo. All of that holds true. It just makes for an easier transition. So long story short, same thing that happened whenever I was in Arizona happened whenever I was in Cleveland. Clean house, entire staff gone. A lot of the players, especially the big time players, they ended up cutting, releasing, restarting. Pettit took over, released all the people he wanted to get rid of. I get released, and then I get an opportunity in training camp the following season to be able to make the Carolina Panthers roster. And I ended up making that and ended up playing the next 5 years in Carolina underneath Ron Rivera, and Gettleman was the GM at the time. And then David Tepper was the owner, he was the owner that took over. But then Big Cat, we called him Big Cat. He was the owner while I was there. So there was a lot of synergy between owner, GM, and head coach when I was in Carolina, and I saw what it's supposed to look like, which is why we were able to play for that 2015 Super Bowl against the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. So first of all, what was how was Ron Rivera to play for?
He was a player's coach. And what I mean by that is he understood the grind and the process that a player goes through from day one of training camp all the way through that last week of preparation and week 17 or week 18, and then getting ready to prepare for the playoffs. Former coaches, former players that become coaches, they have that kind of internal connection to what we do. They can understand it. It just makes sense. Guys that have done it, it's just easier for them to comprehend and relate to all of the other guys on the team. And because of the relationship that he was able to create with all of us, especially the elder statesmen, the Ryan Collier, who had been there for years, the Julius Peppers, who came and went and then came back, the Charles Johnson, who we call Chuck, those guys, the Luke Kuechly's, right? The guys that were cornerstones, Cam Newtons, they were the cornerstones of who the Carolina Panthers identity was from 2010 to about 2020, that decade there. Those are the cornerstones, and they created the identity of who the Panthers were because of who Ron Rivera was and the relationship that was created with Ron Rivera. And so as a player's coach, man, he looked out for us sometimes in training camp, we would have a day off where we got to go eat ice cream instead of practicing for 2 hours and 2 hours, 15 minutes. He would call practice short after an hour and a half and like, hey, let's go get ice cream. Cam even set up one time where we all got pedicures. And, you know, it's hot in Charlotte. I don't know if y'all know, but it was,
and training camp was in Charlotte.
We actually had training camp at Wofford in South Carolina. So
Okay.
we would go to Wofford, which is where Big Cat was from. And so we always had training camp out there at Wofford. And it's hot. It's hot and humid. I didn't realize how hot and humid it was. It was very similar to Austin. And if you know anything about wearing cleats whenever it's hot and humid and that sweat and the water, all of that, you get blisters very fast and your feet don't feel good. And so this is just one time in training camp, man. Cam hired literally an entire nail salon to come in and do everybody's feet and eat ice cream. And Ron Rivera basically was like, yeah, let's do this. This will be a great team bonding experience, because that doesn't happen on every team. And so that's just an example of Ron Rivera being understanding and also knowing, hey, this is an opportunity for our team to bond and gel and get closer together. So I loved him as a coach, man. He was very honest. He was very passionate about what he did. The authenticity that he displayed, no matter, you know, kind of what he was going through. And he really stood up a lot for his own foundation that he helped create, but he was very vocal about being in the community. He always wanted to give back. He always wanted us to give back. He supported us in our foundation endeavors. We supported him in his foundation endeavors, and the community service was a huge cornerstone as to what Ron Rivera was all about. And so the authenticity that he showed as a coach and as just a human being, him and his family, that I've taken so many life lessons from him. And one of the reasons why I created my own foundation was because of Ron Rivera's foundation and Thomas Davis, who we always call the mayor of Charlotte, just because he was there for so long and the impact that he has. They were the inspiration as to why I started my foundation. And so the impact that he had as a coach and as a man left a lasting impression on me.
Well, it's funny because we were talking about great instinctive linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I was mentioning everyone from Britt Hager to Zach Thomas, and Junior Seau, and Zay brought up Luke Kuechly.
Yeah.
So Zay's off drinking rum punch, but I will tell him what you tell me right now as a running back. And I know it's not like you guys are hitting each other, but you saw Luke Kuechly up close. What made him special?
First off, he's the best linebacker I've ever seen with my own two eyes. Played against, played with, seen, watch, observe, whatever you want to say. He's the best linebacker that I've ever seen. What made him so impressive and what sets him apart from so many other individuals is his attention to detail. Luke would watch so much film. If you didn't know any better, you thought he was playing the quarterback position. And he and Cam were up there all the time. If I went up there just randomly to get treatment, Luke was up there. Cam was up there. Whether it was getting treatment, whether it was stretching, getting a workout in, or watching film, like those guys were always in the book trying to find a way up on the opponent. And that kind of will to be the best, that attitude that he showed as a human being, number one, and then as a lights out tackling machine, number two, on the football field, was something that I hadn't really seen somebody do before. And it's funny because Luke actually was termed Captain America while he played in Carolina. That was his nickname. It was because he was the golden boy, right? Luke didn't do any wrong. He was always right spot, right time, super athletic. I think a lot of people sleep on how athletic he was. This dude jumped a 40-inch vertical, ran a 4.5, and he was 6'4" and weighed about 240 pounds. So people sleep on how athletic he was, but his cerebral mindset was like next level. He calls out a play. I was watching literally on Twitter yesterday. They had highlights of Luke Kuechly, and there was a special that the NFL Films did where they went back and talked to some of the offensive linemen of the opposing teams and was like, hey, how was Luke able to call out all of you all's plays before they even happen? And you could hear, who was it? Whitworth. You could hear Jason Whitworth talking about 40% of the time, and that's typically you get about 65 plays in a game offensively. So almost half of every snap, so at least 30 plays. Luke Kuechly's calling out where the run or where the pass is going. Like, that's an insane advantage to him to be able to put not only himself, but also his teammates in the proper position. It was next level. And there are times where you say, hey, you can see on video, he's like, hey, Thomas, the guard's pulling. He's pulling over here. He's pulling over here. And then you hear TD was like, I got you. All right. And sure enough, that's what happens. Or a toss play is going to the left. He's like, hey, outside toss. And then sure enough, the toss happens and Luke's in the backfield for a 3-yard TFL. And that was just what stood out to me. Was not only was he a tackling machine leading the league in tackles, I mean, he was top 3 every single year that he played, whenever he played the entire season. So not only was he a good tackler, but he also knew how to drop in space and create opportunities for turnovers for the defense. And he could catch. Like, Luke was a guy that if he was playing tight end, he could probably have a really good career at tight end too, because his hands were stellar. I can't say the same about TD, and he'll probably hate me for saying that, but Luke's hands was freaking money, and it didn't matter. And his interceptions throughout the course of his career obviously showcased that. But Luke was a different breed. Not only was he athletically gifted, but cerebral mindset as well as his approach to the game. It was second to none, and that's the reason why he's one of the best linebackers ever to play the game. And in my eyes, he is the best linebacker that I've able to see.
Well, when you look at that Super Bowl 50 season, you all go play the Denver Broncos, ends up being Peyton Manning's, second Super Bowl win. What stands out to you the most from that season and from that game?
Yeah, I still don't like Peyton Manning. The sheriff.
He's a big dude. He's a big dude.
I don't hate him like that. Obviously, I wish he didn't. And the funny part is he didn't even actually particularly play very well.
That's right.
In the Super Bowl. C.J. Anderson, the running back, actually had a really good game. And it was Denver's defense that really gave us a fit. They presented some challenges that we hadn't seen executed the way that they did. And I think that's what made it a little bit more difficult. And from an offensive perspective, we were just off on a couple of plays. And if we hit 1 or 2 plays that become explosives, maybe we're able to change the way the game played out. Maybe we put a little less pressure on our offensive tackles because Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware, they saw some opportunities and they were able to take advantage of it. And Malik Jackson, Tank Jackson in the middle was a guy that was also on that team, and he played a major factor into why that defense was so good. And then obviously the no-fly zone, the secondary, it was a really good defense that Denver had. And so that game, right, it lives in me. And not only that game, I always tell I don't always tell everybody. My wife always tell everybody that I'm the best loser because I've lost a national championship game and a Super Bowl game. And so those are 2 things that every now and then I wake up in the middle of the night and did that really happen? Did I lose both of those things? And yeah, I get caught back to reality and be like, God dang it, I was at the precipice of reaching the pinnacle of college football and the NFL, and man, that close, and that was the difference in, you know, winning and losing. But at the end of the day, I gotta remind myself of how blessed I truly am.
That you were there, that you were a part of it.
Right. I think about the best running back, and this is from my eyes, my perspective, right? I think about the best running back that ever played in the NFL, Barry Sanders. Never even got close to sniffing a Super Bowl. Never even got a chance. Never was on a Super Bowl caliber team. And I got an opportunity to get 4 carries in the Super Bowl. I made 2 tackles in that game. Like, I left my mark. I got that opportunity. So I always got to take a step back and just realize how blessed I am, how blessed I was able to play at the University of Texas, how blessed I was able to be able to play in a national championship against Nick Saban and all those other, you know, unbelievable individuals that I was on the field with, whether it was on Texas's side or against Alabama. Like, it's truly some talented people in the world. And I got to say, you know, I was part of that group, or I was in the mix with that team. And so I go back and reflect sometimes and truly understand that even though it was a loss in the wins and loss category overall, man, it's a win because of the experiences that I was able to have, the experiences that I was able to garner. And then I would have never been in those positions had God not blessed me with those opportunities, or blessed me with my athletic ability, or blessed me with a mom that told me, you know, hey, academics is very important. Make sure you get your degree and go to a school that values academics as well as athletics. And maybe I wouldn't have ended up at Texas if I didn't value academics as well, or whatever the case may be, right? So many different things or what ifs that my life could have went down, but because God had these parameters in place, that's what allowed me to enjoy every moment. Now that I'm 35 years old, taking a look back, I see how I was in a position that not many people get the opportunity to be able to experience. So, well, I'm just blessed from that moment.
I want to get your thoughts on the Texas football team right now, but I do want to ask you, I'll never forget, after the 2009 national championship game, Mac is getting down from the podium post game press conference, and Dennis Dodd from CBS Sports said, "Well, Mac, we'll never know," you know, alluding to Colt getting hurt. And Mac looked at him with laser beams in his eyes and said, "It wouldn't have been close." And I'll never forget that intensity.
Yeah.
Mac, like he absolutely felt like it was Texas's night, that y'all had the game plan. And I know Greg Davis told me later the plan was to throw it and throw it and throw it to Jordan Shipley, you know, and then when Colt goes down, you know, ultimately they did have Garrett Gilbert throwing it. But it, you know, it threw everything off. I mean, y'all were down 3 with 3 minutes and 42 seconds left in that game. People forget. And then you know, they score, then they get the strip sack and score again to make it look like they won comfortably. But, you know, what do you remember about that, Foz?
The biggest thing, it's funny you say that, because I was actually speaking with Jeremy Hills just last week about this same issue. And I texted Garrett Gilbert yesterday. G2, he and I, we still have a good relationship, and we actually going to meet up here real soon in Austin. But it was one of those surreal moments where Colt goes down, right? Where really he comes off to the sideline. He's like, I can't feel my arm. And we're all thinking like, oh yeah, he got a stinger. Yeah, like he's just going to shake that off, right? He's moving his shoulder like this and moving his arm around. It's like, oh yeah, he's just, you know, he's just feeling it right now, but it's only going to be temporary. Like he'll be back the next drive. And that was where our mind was. And then all of a sudden we see him exiting and going into the back locker room. And all of us kind of had that same look of like, whoa, okay, what's going on? Like, what are we going to do? Is Garrett going to start? Is it going to be somebody else? Like, how is this going to be approached? And Garrett comes in, and I love G2 every second because of how he had to handle that situation. There are not many true freshmen that had not seen ample amount of playing time up to that point, and especially being at that time, he was the fourth string guy. Like, start at the beginning of the season. Sherrod Harris was the second string. John Childs was the third string. Garrett Gilbert was the fourth string guy. And if you'd have told me at the end of the season that we'd be playing in the national championship and we had to win it with Garrett Gilbert playing quarterback, I would have told you, oh, you're lying. Like, we got three other guys in front of him before he even got on campus. And to be able to see him go out there and battle the way that he did, yeah, we threw the interceptions. It wasn't pretty. Game plan did change a bit. We still got it to Jordan, but all the other things that Coach was so comfortable with doing, that wasn't the same game plan that Garrett had as a true freshman stepping into the limelight for the first time with the biggest crowd watching in that moment. So I admired the way that he stepped in, played courageously, gave his best effort, did what he could. And it's a lot to ask for a true freshman to do the same thing that Colt McCoy, a senior, was able to do all season long. And that's where it was tough and unfortunate. The defense could only hold on for so long, right? They kept us in it from the opportunity to be able to have striking distance and almost take the lead before that last interception kind of sealed our fate. But the defense could only hold on so long before it's like, hey, offense, we got to help them out. And I felt like the offense wasn't able to run efficiently to help out the defense enough. And long story short, that started Nick Saban's championship run. But if Colt had been healthy, I do believe there would have been a different outcome, and our offense would have looked completely different considering what Colt had done all season and how the things that Garrett did, Colt could do, and maybe even would have been able to get us in better play calls on plays that didn't look like it was going to work in the same way that you kind of had seen him do all year long. So that's where
Colt was more accurate outside the pocket than he was in it, and that was a great characteristic, and it really taxed defenses. Okay, in our final 9 minutes, I want to get your thoughts on the Longhorns heading into this 2024 SEC debut, trip to Michigan, week 2. Give me your thoughts on where you think this team is strong, where you think they have some more growth to do to be a college football playoff threat, maybe to win the SEC or a national championship.
Yeah, I think number one, this is a team that has been comprised through what Sark believes a championship caliber type of team. And we saw what that looked like last year. And we got to see the bits and pieces of it. Even in the Washington game, they didn't play flawless, right? They didn't play their best game, but gave themselves last drive an opportunity to take the lead and be playing for a national championship. But this team, I think, is going to be even stronger than they were a season ago. If you look at the offensive side of the ball, there are a lot of new faces receiving the ball, not necessarily running the ball, but as far as proving commodities, CJ showed what he can do. Jaden showed what he can do, but it's kind of been in short flashes and short spurts. I don't think there are really nearly as many question marks on the offensive side of the ball as there are on the defensive side of the ball, right? Offensive line, you got 4 of the 5 coming back, and even the guy that's replacing Christian Jones has had a ton of live reps. This is not a situation where this guy has not played ever, right? And no, he's been in and out part of the rotation before. And yeah, I'm talking about Cam Williams. He's going to come in be ready to go. So you got 5 guys that have all had playing experience, and a lot of it. From the offensive line perspective, Texas hasn't really had that. Last year they had it, and we saw the results. This year they get it coming back, and not to mention a first-round draft pick in my mind at the left tackle position in Kelvin Banks. Like, this line is going to be solidified, which opens up the opportunity for Quinn to have more time, for CJ Baxter to be able to expand on his freshman year, for Jaden Blue, them two to be a 1-2 punch. Trey Wisner, I think, is going to have an increased role similar to what Keelan Robinson did, or Roshan Johnson, kind of spelling those guys whenever, Bijan would come out, Rowe would come in and be able to take some of that load off. I can see Trey Wisner being in that same mode and mindset. And Steve Sarkisian all spring talked about how explosive and how well Trey had been showing up and showing out. So I can see that 3-headed monster of running backs being well. And I think it's the best assembly of running backs in the country. Like, Tashard Choice, Steve Sarkisian, the way that they've built that running back roster and the running back room, I think is one of the best. So I think they'll be fine there. Jonte Cook, I think, is going to be outstanding. DJ Moore, I think he's going to be phenomenal, right? And then you even look at the true freshman coming in. Like, whenever he showed out in the spring game, I was like, oh my gosh, this dude
Wingo
6'4" like that, running like that. Like, Ryan Wingo is going to be an absolute problem. But then you bring in Isaiah Bond, Matthew Golden. I hadn't got a chance to see Silas Bowden in person, like in pads yet. I've met with him and talked with him and spoken with him, but I'm excited to see how his game translates and the way that Steve Sarkisian is going to utilize him, because he has a ton of speed. So bringing in those 3 transfers and then pairing them up with the guys that you got, especially at the tight end position as well. Amari Knoblack's going to be big in the receiving side. The offense, I think, is loaded, and I don't see too many question marks from there. Defensive side, D-line, you take a major blow, right? You got guys that went in the first and second round that were anchors to your defense a season ago. You take a little bit of blow. Alfred Collins, I think, is in a position to be able to help bridge that gap of what this new identity of the defensive line wants to be. Edge rushers, that's where I want to see improvement from a season ago, right? I want to see those guys be the guys making some of those big time plays. You bring in a Colin Simmons, who I think will be an immediate impact in the 2 deep. You got guys that are going to be ready to go. I think Baron Cerebral, like, this is the year he has to be able to put everything together. I think he will. So I think the D-line will be solidified. It may not be as impactful as it was last year, and rightfully so, but I think they'll be solidified. At the linebacker position, I want to see a little bit more depth, and I think that's where Steve Sarkisian had even mentioned some of that before spring ball had completed, was talking about building up that depth there. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, in practice in fall camp, those guys are going to be competing hard, and they're going to go, 4 deep like they did, 1s and 2s versus each other and 3s and 4s versus each other, because of the number of scholarships and the depth that Sark is trying to create. So I can see that being an area of opportunity. And then you looking at the secondary, and I think I'm a little bit nervous after watching the spring game again, because it was Trey Owens left, Arch Manning right, Trey Owens right, Arch Manning left, all across the field. And it didn't give me a vote of confidence about our defense stopping the passing game, which is where they struggled a season ago, right? How do they improve on that when you look at the spring game and it seemed like they almost digressed from what we saw in the season? So that'll be an area of concern, which I would say is the biggest probably attacking point where I see the weaknesses on this team. That secondary is going to have to find a way to get it done. And a secondary's best friend is the rush up front. Can that D-line, help that secondary until that secondary can figure it out completely? And I don't think the secondary is like terrible, or I don't think they're going to have another season like they did last year, but I need to see that vote of confidence to be able to say, okay, now this is a national championship caliber team, right? Well, it could be a 10-win team, but nah, I want to see a 14, 15-win team. And that's where Texas has the area to be able to improve, is by solidifying that defensive line play and then making sure that secondary is lights out and they're all working in tandem with each other. Special teams, Jeff Banks, he does a phenomenal job all season long. Keelan Robinson was a huge portion of, block kicks or being able to make a change or make a game-changing play. So somebody's going to have to step up in that role as kind of the special teams captain, and how they're going to continue to keep that edge that they have typically shown over the past couple of seasons. But that's where I see this Texas team in a nutshell, probably finishing number 2 in the SEC overall behind Georgia. And I know those two teams play each other. And if they do finish number 2, then they got an opportunity to avenge, what took place in the regular season if they have an opportunity to meet up for the SEC championship game. But this is a Texas team that's loaded and ready for bear. I think they got to take advantage of this opportunity right now because they're built to be able to win. And I think Steve Sarkisian has given them that mentality and the mindset. They just got to go out there and do it now.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun season to watch. And I wrote about this the other day. Yes, they have to go to Michigan and play, but if you're going to play the defending national champs, it's probably a good time to play them when they've got one returning starter back on offense. And I get it. They've got 4 veteran offensive linemen who've been in the program who are going to step in for those starters. They've got Donovan Edwards running the football. They got their tight end back. They're going to run the football or try to, and that's going to tell us exactly where the Texas defense is post Sweat and Murphy. And Dan Neal and I were saying yesterday, if those offensive linemen are getting to the second level, we'll know there's work to be done, because those offensive linemen weren't getting to Jalen Ford and Anthony Hill last year, Foz.
Mm-hmm.
They were too busy trying to contain Murphy.
Right. And I think Anthony Ford, number 1. I mean, I said Anthony Ford. Anthony Hill is going to have an absolutely balling season this year. Like, he looked like he is comfortable. He's playing where he's supposed to play. Like, in the spring, if he plays remotely similar to what he looked like in the spring, like, this dude is going to make all conference for the SEC as a sophomore. And that's huge, right? Being able to do that. But I can see that potential happening and taking place. He's even taken on the leadership role that Jalen Ford left behind. So I'm truly looking forward to that. I mentioned the depth behind him, right? The starting linebacker crew. That depth behind him, you want to see a little bit more proven. But whenever he's out there on the field, you definitely can feel his presence in the way that he's able to make a game-changing play at any point in time.
Well, Foz, you're the man. This has been so much fun. I could keep this going for hours. So be ready for another call.
Let's do it.
Really, really appreciate it. So much fun talking to Fozzie Whitaker, of course, Longhorn running back and 6-year NFL running back, went to Super Bowl 50 with the Carolina Panthers. As we bring in the SEC Unfiltered fellas to take on or take
Mr.
over.
Chip Brown, the man who broke the news himself. 3.3 million views and counting on that post.
Let's go.
Congrats, Chip.
How about
Good
that?
on you. Good on you.
How about
Chip,
that?
I feel like we're not talking about the Texas side of this enough.
Right.
They got themselves
Very
a hell of a
true.
ball coach.
Very true.
I mean, I know he's getting dragged through social media, and that's kind of taken away from it. But again, I mean, I think we have kind of forgot about that a little bit. But yeah, like Chris said, congratulations on that, man. It's big time.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I think, and Fozzie and I were talking about this. The timing, all of it is bad. If Schloss would have just said, I'm talking about the team tonight. I'm not talking about me. He still would have been, it would have been a shock and a groin kick for A&M, but it wouldn't have been they thought he was staying, based on what he said. And he apologized for it today. And that was important. But I think and I wrote this in the story yesterday, that alignment, his trust in Chris Del Conte, their familiarity, they're good friends, that and the alignment and leadership with everything going on in college athletics today. And Fozzie and I talked about the fact that there was a support person at A&M that got fired as part of the cuts from, when they got to pay Jimbo. So they're going to make some cuts. And one of them was his liaison, and that hurt. And then, he was on the search committee for the new athletic director. He wanted Mike Buddy, the Army athletic director. They brought in Trev. So I think those things mattered. Everyone's like, oh, it's just about baseball. No, it's about where do you want to finish your career? Because he's 53 and he said, I'm not going to be around forever. I could see him and Del Conte finishing their time and retiring at the same time.
Yeah,
honestly. So
yeah, you could tell they were close. What do you call it? He kept referring to him as CDC. I'm like, I feel like if that was your new boss, you didn't have much of a relationship with.
Right.
I don't know if I'm calling him CDC. I'm probably calling him by his first name.
Right. Yeah, he told that great story today about the first time he met him was in 2007. He's the head coach at TCU. They're playing Rice, and in a regional, and he had to burn up 2 arms to get through the first game, and there's 4 feet of water from rain, and in comes Del Conte in flip-flops, and he's like, who's this guy? And he introduced himself. He's like, Shaw says, well, we're not playing tonight. And Del Conte's like, oh yeah, we are. Because Wayne Graham wanted to make sure that while his pitcher's arms were burned out, they were going to have to, figure out a way to piecemeal it. And funny way for that friendship to start. But yeah, it goes back, and it's, the Texas side of it is there's a lot of excitement about a guy who knows he's got a plan. He knows who he is. He's bringing his whole staff, Max Wiener. I mean, they got arms lined up in the portal apparently. So we'll see how this, how quickly he can put it together. He made it to the College World Series in his first year at A&M. I know they're expecting that at Texas. So that was the timing of it. Fozzie and I talked about it, like, why the timing? Well, the portal closes July 2nd, and it'll open a little longer because of the coaching change, but
you had to get going. Yeah.
You want A&M to have a chance to get going, and Schloss is going to get going. So it was a tough situation, but yeah, the Texas side of it is they're fired up and they feel like they got a guy who, belongs. They've only had 6 head coaches in the last 100 years.
Yeah, Aggie Garrido, I think, was there. What was he there? 25 plus years? What was
he? Was there 20, but Gus was Cliff Gustafson was there 29 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a momentous day. It's not going to be forgotten anytime soon. Yeah. Well, we will turn it over to you fellas. Appreciate it so much. Fozzie, appreciate you so much again.
Absolutely.
And y'all take it away.
All right, fellas, have a good show.
Chip Fozzie, appreciate y'all, man. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. What's going on, Dave?
CP, what up, man?
What's up? SEC Unfiltered. We are here. Boy, it's nothing to talk about, huh? Anyways, we're live.
Sent the schedule out on Sunday. I didn't think we'd be talking about
this. No, I did not. I did not either. Yeah, guys, again, we're live right here, SEC Unfiltered, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 4 Central, 2 to 3 Mountain here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And I'm always excited, guys, to do this show. It's always a blast, always a lot of fun. We get to talk about everything SEC. We get to talk about Texas. Admittedly, my excitement level, I'm not sure it's been quite at this level, Dave, in shows past, just because of the subject matter that we have to discuss. And I say that and also say this, Dave. We're going to test the objectivity of some of you today. We are. And we're going to test and see how much you like me after today. Because there's 2 sides to this. There's 2 sides, Dave. But I'm going to give you both. And I'm going to be fair in giving you both. And I've already gone in on social media about this to a degree. And we're going to continue to do it because both sides need to be looked at, right? Both sides need to be looked at. Other than that, man, how you doing? You did.
I mean, it is wild that we'd be talking about. You didn't think about this. I mean, you see people like Josh Pate who don't ever comment on really anything outside of college football. That's fine.
I almost replied to Pate and said, I don't know what's more shocking, Schloss leaving A&M or you talking about college baseball. I refrained from that because I just did. But that in my mind, that's what I was thinking. I was
I said something yesterday to him and got a couple likes on it. I forgot what it was. I was like, when Pate State's talking about college, something to that. But yeah, I mean, that shows you how big it is. I mean, you got Jeff Goodman, who you've had on your show before. It runs the field of 68 over there talking about, man, Jim Schlossnagle, what a character. I mean, again, I think a lot of it has to do with the University of Texas and Texas A&M University is really a lot of it, obviously.
Huge.
Man, the Game of Thrones, just slitting throats, moving 85 miles down the road.
So I want to start here, Dave, and it's a shame that I guess I have to preface this or say any of this, and I feel like for some of you, I'm probably insulting your intelligence or your ability to hear a critical opinion or hear banter and just process it and react as a normal human being. But there's some people that will take it too far, that will get up all in their feelings. So I want to say this. We're SEC Unfiltered. We are truly objective parties here. And so when I give you opinion, listen, there's going to be times where I piss you off, Texas folks. There's going to be times where I piss Gig'em off. There's going to be times Oklahoma. There's going to just keep going down the list. There's going to be times, right, Dave? We're giving honest opinions, critical opinions. So it's funny. I was coming to the show like, man, really hope BK gives me the invite back tomorrow. Not that it's going to be that wild, but, some people can get a little bit in their feelings, right?
Yep.
But the truth needs to be told. You people deserve the truth. You deserve to hear honest. You don't deserve. I've seen a lot of people, Dave, in the college baseball landscape, in the media landscape, that they just won't call it as it is because they want everybody to like them. They want to be buddy-buddy with every player, every single coach. They want to be buddy-buddy with every fan. And I'm here to tell you that does not work. I believe in my heart of hearts, the reason I built my previous venture and we're building SEC Unfiltered the way we are and the way we're blowing up over the last couple of weeks is because we'll shoot you straight, we'll be honest, and we will be nothing but fair to you. And if you want to come at us, beauty's in the banter. We love it. We love the back and forth. We love talking sports. We love talking ball. That is what we do. But it's always going to be fair. It's never going to be over the top. It's never going to be a low blow. It's always going to be fair. So let's start with the positive, Dave, to your point, because there's two sides. And I promise you I'm going to get into the A&M side in a moment. But from the Texas side, to your point, if I am a Texas fan, if I am Hook'em, I ain't apologizing for a damn thing in the way this went down. Yeah. We wanted our guy. We got him. We called him. He said yes. Hey, if it happened weeks ago, which is what I think happened, Dave, I don't believe a word they say. I don't believe a word.
You don't think our guy CDC sitting there on Monday night watching that game and think, you know what, we have an opening, and I need a guy.
They're obviously not going to be like, yeah, we had this talk a month ago. But I think that's what happened. It's funny enough, Dave, I tuned into both Texags and this show this morning. So I was listening to BK and Bucky, and I was listening to Ryan Brauninger and Billy Lucci and Olin Buchanan. And boy, that was must-see TV. You talk about, I'm just flipping, and I'm like, boy, the vibes here are just like totally different. Like
even on Texags last night, CP. With Lucci driving back from the Houston airport, he said, "Dude, I was on a plane when all this started breaking." He's like, "Y'all buzzed me in."
I mean, it was, and those Texags boys, as you can imagine, and those guys are awesome, by the way. We love those guys. They went in on Schlossnagle, and there's a lot of dirty laundry that's been leaking. That's going to continue to leak. There's so many layers to it. But again, from the Texas side, whether you did this last night, which you didn't, whether you did this a month ago, as a Texas fan, I would not give a damn. Hey, we made the call. We flexed on little brother. To hell with you. We wanted our coach. We got him. He said yes. We leveraged a previous relationship with CDC and Schloss. I wouldn't be apologizing for that. And, it's the game. Hey, listen, it's business. It's business. Get out your feelings. It's business. And like you mentioned, Dave, at the end of the day, Texas got a great baseball coach. And I think the world of Texas. I think the world of Texas baseball When I think of college baseball, one of the first schools I think of is Texas. And so I think Schloss is going to have them back immediately. Like, I think Texas hit a grand slam with this hire. So from the Texas perspective, Dave, and it sounds like you agreed, again, if the roles are reversed, you'd feel some type of way, but the bottom line is they're not. And you got your guy, and it's the rest of it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, Texas, I don't know how you're disappointed. I mean, it was the biggest Game of Thrones.
And you get to stick your rival while you do it.
I mean, the biggest Game of Thrones heel turn of all time. You stuck it to your right. I mean, it couldn't have been a worse 24 hours as a Texas A&M fan. Honestly, you feel bad. I mean, I know Texas fans on this show are going to make hell no, shut up. But, like, a little bit, it's like, man, they lost a national championship and then lost their coach. I mean, CP, I'm going to ask you a question. Where would you rank – I mean, he's in the SEC still. Where would you rank Schloss out of the SEC baseball coaches right now? Like, what number would you put him in? And I think the baseball coach is probably the SEC baseball coaches is probably the deepest coaching probably sport in the league.
So before the season, I dropped my power rankings. I think I don't have them pulled up. Coaching power rankings, by the way. I'm pretty sure I had him top 5. I think he was like. So I had Kevin O'Sullivan 1. Out of respect, I'd put Tony Vitello 1 right now. I would.
I think Tony Vitello is top 5 in all 3.
Yeah. I know you've actually like fought some people on social media about this, that like his stance.
Tony went to war with. That was after the SEC tournament. Hey, Tony he proved me right in the NCAA tournament.
So I would say right now Schloss is a top 5 SEC head coach.
For sure. Yeah.
I mean, Tony V's up there. Kevin O'Sullivan is up there.
Jay
Johnson's up there. I mean, but see, it's tough because it's like you could say he's the 7th best coach, and you're like, oh my God, that's disrespectful. But it's like, bro, keep going down. Dave Van Horn, Chris Lemonis, Mike Bianco, Paul Maneri, who's the active D1 wins leader. I'm not saying Paul Maneri's a better coach.
Think about this. For Texas fans that may not know this, Butch Thompson, who I know Auburn was bad, finished last in the conference this year, has been to 2 College World Series.
Yeah. So Schloss, I would say this: it's when you power rank the coaches in the SEC, it's almost not fair.
It's not.
Schloss is a Omaha coach. He's a national championship caliber coach. They came that close this year. So
been there. What if he had it 5-6 times? If you go back to his TCU days.
Yeah. I mean, they went his first year at Texas A&M. They went 2022 and 2024. So, I mean, and maybe more than that. I might be forgetting some years, whatever. But
you're right. He went his first year at A&M, and then he went this year. Last year, they lost in the Stanford.
Stanford. Yeah, Stanford Regional. Yep. And then they took Braden Montgomery from Stanford.
Yeah.
So, again, from the Texas perspective, Dave, I mean, hey, throw the parade. You should be all hook 'em. Like, and again, I have no issue with the fact that Texas hired Jim Schlossnagle. I have no issue with it. I actually think it was a great move. It was a great hiring.
And if you're Chris Del Conte, you'd be dumb not to use that resource. One of your best, the best baseball coaches in the country. I mean, if I was the president of the University of Texas, I'd be asking you what the hell you're doing. If you were like, let's just say 5 years down the road, they're not good again. I mean, the president's like, why aren't we good in baseball, Chris? He's like, I don't know. I mean, I hired my buddy old Jim Schlossnagle. You know, the guy that's won a national championship or 2, been to Omaha a few times at A&M. He's like, you know him? Oh, yeah. I was there when I was at TCU. He was the guy I hired at TCU. You know, the University of Texas president would be like, and I have you as my AD, and we're not hiring this guy. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to do what's best for his university. I don't fault Texas or CDC, as Schloss would say, at all. I don't think anybody should or would.
What about our guy Cole Thompson, Dave, saying that after this move, Chris Del Conte, you could argue, is the best AD in the SEC now? What do you say to that?
Well, let's see. All right, we'll put him in the trio again. I hate people with like throw in the women's sports there. I follow the big 3. I keep up with the big 3, report on the big 3. So I'm
no disrespect to the women's sports, but to your point, the revenue generation.
Yeah, I'm talking about. All right, so you got Shark, who's arguably the second. You can make a case. I think you can make a case for a couple guys, but arguably the second best coach in the SEC right now. Schloss, we talked about him, top 5. Rodney Terry. I mean, some guys in the top. I think it's kind of a big year for him. I think he inherited what Chris Beard kind of did and rode that his first year. Last year, lost in the first round of the tournament. Underachieved a little bit. This year, big year. But yeah, I mean, I think Chris Del Conte doing a good job. It'll be interesting to see once he maybe gets his hands on a fresh new basketball hire instead of just promoting internally. But yeah, I mean, I think you hit a grand slam with Schloss. And then I think Sark, I personally think, is the second best coach heading into the 2024 season in the SEC, right behind Kirby Smart, or behind Kirby Smart, I should say.
And that was, again, a savage move by CDC.
Yeah.
Savage move to go get Schloss. I think it's Fazzy Wazzy, whatever. Says, Aggie wanted Schloss to replace him years ago. Schloss wanted to come. Administration was just a mess at the time and lowballed him. So, to this point, there's probably more behind the scenes than we realize, Dave. There's more behind the scenes, good and bad, than we realize. And so that's where I want to go next. Speaking of ADs, by the way, before I go on my rant, Dave, that you know is coming, you mentioned the look this is for Trev Alberts. Rough couple first months on the job for Trev Alberts.
And it sounds like some of it may not. Maybe it sounds like he walked into a kind of an Eric, not bringing up a professional wrestling reference here, but a little bit of an Eric Bischoff, or no, what's his name? The writer. I'm sorry. I watched a documentary the other day. If you're a big wrestler guy, the big Russo walking in, the writer from WWE they hired at WCW, had Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, all them were like, "Hey, dude, we're not listening to you," kind of deal. Trev Alberts, it sounded like walked into that a little bit with Schloss, because it sounded like Schloss wanted the AD, like Chip mentioned, the guy at Army. I've slipped my name. His name slips my mind for a minute here, but wanted the AD at Army, and he didn't get that. And then Trev Alberts comes in and does one of the first things he does is start cutting a lot of veteran administrative people. And I didn't know that until Chip said that. One of his liaisons. Yeah, that's going to make it easier to leave. Let's put it that way.
Guys, continue to interact, engage. We'd love to hear from you today. A huge day. I mean, a memorable day for Texas athletics, whether you're on X, Facebook, YouTube, etc. So, Dave, there's two sides of this, like I told you. Texas side, got a great head coach. Got an Omaha caliber national championship. He's going to get Texas back to winning it all. I won't be stunned if we're in Omaha this time next year and we're talking to Jim Schlossnagle and he's the head coach of Texas. That, which, my goodness, what a wild turn of events that would be. But great head coach. The other side, Dave. The other side. This is where I told you I'm going to test your ability to be objective. And like I mentioned, when I give takes, when I give analysis, I have not built my brand, my business around avoiding the difficult conversation, Dave. I'm going to give my opinion. Whether you like it, you hate it, whatever, I'm going to give it to you, okay? So, objectively speaking, Texas got a great coach. From the Gig'em perspective, which I know nobody here gives a damn about, although I could argue, Dave, there's probably a good number of Texas A&M folks tuned in today because of what happened.
There was a day.
Never a lot of tech
of the Texas game coming up in November. This would be the day to be listening if you're an A&M fan.
Right. And there were a lot of Texas folks tuning to Texags this morning, so it's been a fun day. Either way, from the Gig'em perspective, and when you look at how all this went down, the timing, the fact that Schloss did not even tell his team. Players are finding out via social media. The entire staff comes with him. When you're hearing stories about burner phones and then the Richard Zane encounter in the press conference. And again, I hope Brad and them invite me back. I really do. BK, it's nothing personal. It's just a take. Dave, he's a scumbag. There's no other way to put it. Jim Schlossnagle, he is a great coach, but this was a scumbag. This is slimy, man. This is slimy as it gets. It does. And that doesn't mean if you're Texas, you don't hire him. Again, you don't care until it happens to you, but you don't care, right? But from the A&M perspective, man, if you don't want to call him a scumbag, if you don't want to go that far, that's fine. But this was scumbag behavior. If nothing else, this was slimy. This was despicable. He bold-faced lied to everyone. And then he turned around in his presser and he lied again. He lied again. And he's up there at the podium like literally shaking, having to read from a card because he's so nervous and he's so upset with how it's all gone down. And I don't blame him for being that way, right? Carrying a lie with you. I mean, dude, there's no other way to put it. Like, it's not even, in my opinion, a hot take. And then I had a Texas guy who I've got a good relationship with, not a media dude, just a fan. He's coming at me on social media saying that I'm sure with you in the SEC, you're going to want to cover Schloss and his Texas program. I hope Schloss is keeping receipts, what you're saying, calling him this, saying this, giving this opinion. Let me make one thing very clear to everybody listening. I have never, ever, 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 ever in the history of my career, and I will not start now, I will never compromise creative control and freedom of speech for access. So if anybody wants to take it personally, my thoughts on the way this went down, his behavior, all I promise to be is fair. And it would be unfair to the other people on the other side of this to only talk about how great of a hire this was and how great of a coach he is and not acknowledge all the other stuff. It'd be totally unfair to them. So can you think objectively or can you not? That is my question. He's a great baseball coach. He's a phenomenal baseball coach. He's a scumbag, Dave. He's a scumbag. There's no, and he's a really talented, great at his job, but if that rubs somebody the wrong way, if that limits the access, and listen, we're not going to beat a dead horse. Like, I'm excited to cover Texas baseball. I'm excited whether it's we have access or we're just chilling at Dish Falk. We're in the it's called whatever. We'll be there however we're welcome there, but we're not going to have this conversation, Dave, and not honest. Not going to. At minimum, it is slimy, disgraceful behavior. The way he Texas A&M, the way he did his players more than anything, it's disgraceful on the front. And you know what? That's just the truth. And you know what? If anybody out there in media, baseball, any show, I don't care who it is, if they don't have the stones critical opinion. They don't trust. Yo,
CP, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, dude? The feed got tapped.
It was BK and them.
I don't know what happened there. I don't know that. I think that was a glitch on my end. What a terrible time for that to happen. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. You good now?
We're good. Okay. Anyways, all I was saying is if
you're
people
college baseball media, you're like, I don't care what the college baseball media.
Yeah. There's people out there in the college baseball media, the media in general, personalities that they want to dance around the issue, dance around the topic. They only want to give the bright side, sunshine and rainbows. If they're not willing to give you the critical opinion and the honest truth, they don't trust your ability to handle that information, and that's an insult to you. Because, again, the audience, for the most part, consumers, you're smart. You're able to handle an objective opinion, a critical one. That's what I've given you because, again, there's two sides of this. And one side is really, really, really ugly. And that's just the reality of it, Dave. So I'm off my soapbox now.
No, I totally agree. You're not the first person. I've seen it, some people, like my dad, former college baseball umpire. He was saying this, and this may not go over well with Texas fans, but he's like, I would never hire Jim Schlossnagle again if I was an AD, and I don't care if he won 3 or 4 College World Series in a row. He's like, I just couldn't trust the guy, is what he would say. He's like, I just couldn't trust you at your word if you kept that for that long. Again, I don't know Jim Schlossnagle, like, obviously well. I'm not saying you said you did or anything, and I lean towards you. I don't know him well enough. I've asked people I feel like that may have been around him a little bit. Yeah, a little. I think a little cold is kind of the word. Arrogant, a little bit. I will be interested. It'll be interesting to see this. How many of those? He talked about culture in his press conference today, where he's big on his culture, and I think he said something like, don't judge me by my words, judge me by my actions. And I think a lot of people said, I'll be real interested. You saw, Chris, how many of those Texas A&M guys went into the transfer portal? Jace Lavalette,
Gavin Grahovic, Caden Sorrell, Caden Kent.
All those guys. How many of those guys go to Texas? Because if they follow him they obviously like playing for him a little bit. I did see the 9-hole batter for Texas, the short guy, his mom on Twitter talking about how big of a narcissist Schlossnagle was. What's the undersized kid for A&M? It's like 5'6", 5'7", bats in the 9-hole for him. That's who I'm saying. It was his mom. I saw she was on Twitter just kind of going totally all in on Schlossnagle about how players didn't really like him and whatnot. So it'll be interesting to see how many of those guys that entered the portal, like you mentioned, Lavalette, Schott, and all them, kind of do some of them go to Texas. I doubt all of them, but let's see how many of them do. They're saying that he made this deal kind of the Georgia weekend. How do you handle this perfectly? I'm thinking if you ask Jim Schlossnagle, I would hope he would say, if you really asked him, hey man, you can go back in time and handle this differently. I'm sure he would tell you he would handle it differently. I thought it was decent. He apologized to the guy from Texas. Forget his name, Zane, off the top of my head. Yeah. Did he mean it? I don't know. I'm sure someone in the PR be like, hey, this would look really good if you probably apologized to this guy. I thought he did well there. Best way to handle it, I mean, if Del Conte is hitting you up in April, I mean, hell, he technically didn't even have a vacancy open there because David Pierce was still the head man. Sure. I mean, if my best, Chris, you're the AD, you're calling me and you are talking, we're not going through agents. Yeah, I'll probably give you my word. Or, hey, let's talk after the season. And again, transfer portal makes that faster and whatnot. Probably, if I'm Chris Del Conte, I'm not telling Texas players and stuff like that. That's a bad look because the college baseball players talk. They could get back to some A&M guys. On Monday, the press conference after the game, I think that's where you totally messed up, where you 100% can just be, hey, look, man, I'm not talking about another job. Tonight's about us finishing a tremendous season. My players are hurting right now. This is about Texas A&M baseball and us having the best season ever, and I want to leave it at that, and I'll take questions to that. I think that's all you say there. You don't go and degrade the reporter. You don't go meet him in the hallway afterwards and say, don't talk to me again when you already had from what I understand, a pretty good relationship with the guy. That's where it looks like you're a very big narcissist. And where it's like, and then the next day you're gone. It's like, hold up, dude. Like, you made me look like the bad guy when I was right the whole time. I think that's where you go off wrong. But again, college athletics, as we know now, CP, I mean, we're talking June 26, 2024. It's a very cutthroat industry on the player side, on the coach's side. So I wish I knew Jim Schlossnagle a little bit better. I would be lying if I didn't say this, CP. I did lose some respect for him, absolutely. I totally – it'd be hard not to say that. And it just makes you wonder, what would have happened if Texas wins that winner's bracket game in College Station? I can just say Texas or maybe Lafayette wins that regional. Are they still hiring Schloss? I mean, I don't know if he – technically had accepted the job, maybe a verbal agreement. We don't know that, but it's just interesting there. Like what's going on? And I think it'd be really interesting. Say they would have won on Monday night. He wins a national championship at Texas A&M and he's just sayonara, see you later. I'm going 85 miles down the road.
I mean, Billy Lucci mentioned that if they would have won the title, he would have been accepting the Texas job like before the parade even took place. So, and let me say this because Fozzie Wazzie comments as well. People don't really care about a coach's character as long as they win. Urban was a prime example of that. Winning always cures all. Fozzie Wazzie, you hit the nail on the head, my man. And I agree with you 110%. And let me say this. So I've given you both sides now. I've given you both sides. Like, and that's my true, genuine reaction to this, Dave. Moving forward, like, again, I'm genuinely excited to watch Texas baseball. I think with Jim Schlossnagle at the helm, they're going to be incredibly exciting. It's going to be a fantastic product. Like, he didn't do this to me, Dave. So, like, you're not going to see me, like, carrying this along with me. He didn't leave me. I'm not a Texas A&M fan. Like, he didn't leave personally, victimize me. But, again, Dave, we just give our honest reactions to it, honest feedback. I'll be excited to go to the stadium next year in Texas and watch him. And I've never been, and just take it all in and experience it. And, again, if this, if Schloss in March is upset over a tweet that was sent June 25th, June 26th, I guess it is what it is. I highly doubt he's going to remember anything I said, though, because, and again, I would say if Jim Schlossnagle for some reason was watching right now, David said, listen, it's nothing personal, but this is what we do. We're in content. You're in business and you handled your business the way you did. And our business is content and reacting to what you do. But it's nothing personal. I get it's business. I understand it. Again, if I'm Texas, I'm not apologizing. And I would shake Schloss's hand next year and be like, man, listen, what happened happened. It is what it is. Best thing we can do now is just cover you at Texas. It'll be a lot of fun. Hell, you're a great story. This is great for us. We'll shine light on your Texas program. Great. My God, we're on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Dave. Like, I want to see Texas do well. You want to see them do well. I want to see Schloss do well. I don't have any ill wishes to the guy, but we're going to call the move as it is. And again, that's why I say we test your ability to be objective, because Urban Meyer was a bit of a scumbag the way he did some things. Hell of a coach. And I got no issues with Urban. Like, here's the thing. Again, it's like they're not my relative. I'm not even a fan of the school. So, like, I don't care. This is another talking point, Dave, for another day. I don't know how you feel about this. I don't care if the people that I'm talking about, covering, like my favorite athletes, I don't care about their morality, their moral compass. I do not give a damn. Like, do they win or lose games? Are they great at what they do? Obviously,
it's a scoreboard business.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to support someone that's like doing horrific things like hitting women or committing murder. I mean, there are lines, obviously. But like this thing with Schloss, again, I'm going to look at it from both sides. It was a scummy move. It was slimy. It was shitty. It was messed up. But he didn't do it to me. I'm not personally victimized by this. So I hope Texas fans understand that, like, I don't dislike Jim Schlossnagle, believe it or not. I give opinions. That's what I do for a living. That's what you do. That's what we do. We give our honest takes on things. I'm hammering this down, Dave, because people will take one little thing I said or you said and they'll run wild with it, and they're going to twist this narrative that Chris Phillips at SEC Unfiltered hates Texas baseball or hates Jim Schlossnagle. And it's like, that's not the case. We're just going to give an honest take and reaction on it. But, like, I'm excited to see what Schloss does in Austin, and I'm super excited to watch Texas A&M. Not just at Kyle Field. That's going to be crazy. But, dude, that series next year, oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, you were texting about it yesterday. The SEC's got to make up for not having Kentucky versus Arkansas twice with Cal. Going back to where they do play once at Kentucky, but they're not playing twice in basketball this year. SEC cannot mess up this next year. The series has to be at Bluebell Park. It needs to be at Old Bubble Land. But Fozzie Wazzie right here real fast. Yeah. Pierce needed to win the Natty to keep his job. Yeah, I wasn't saying they were going to keep Pierce. I knew he was gone. It would just been a very interesting, like, say Texas and David Pierce eliminated Schloss and them, which they weren't. Again, it was a winner's bracket game. It wasn't an elimination game. But say Texas won that regional or something and you fired. It's like, you're going to fire the guy that we just you fired the guy and hired the guy we just beat. It's kind of like I put in our message yesterday. I always thought it was interesting. My father-in-law is a big Tennessee guy. Thought it was interesting when Tennessee, kind of the opposite, when they hired Butch Jones from Cincinnati after Derek Dooley beat the crap out of him 49-10 a couple months earlier. I think it's kind of like we just hired the guy we fired just beat. It's just interesting timing. It's just a lot of weird stuff because it sounded like this deal went down a lot earlier than everybody anticipated after all this stuff's kind of leaked out over the evening and through today.
Dave, you mentioned like coach morality, or we've been talking about that. You mentioned Tennessee. Like, this is a great example. You and I think, like Lane Kiffin. I don't want to speak for you, but no, I think you think highly of Lane Kiffin. I like Lane Kiffin too. He's great. Man, I can't wait to get offered. Lane Kiffin has interacted with us on social media. I love that. Lane Kiffin's the best. If you look back at what he did to Tennessee, you telling me you're not going to have a real objective opinion about it and be honest about what he did? So, you know what I mean? Like, so I feel kind of the same way about Schloss. It's like time heals all wounds, and, you know, A&M fans they won't ever forgive or forget. I mean, I don't have anything to forgive, and I'll never forget. But at the same token, it's like we're not just going to keep talking about this over and over and over. Same thing with Lane Kiffin, right? Winning cures all, Dave. So they go to Omaha next year. Ain't nobody going to give a darn about this. A&M fans.
I don't think Texas fans will ever. It's just, like you said, A&M fans, you essentially not only you left them, you ruined their best season ever. Right? The memory is always going to be you left that next day.
And I'm more so meant from like the standpoint of like the media, us. Like we're not going to be in Omaha next year. So like, what do you like? Do you have anything else to say to the Aggie fans about what happened? Like it's over. You know what I mean? So I'm excited for Texas fans. Texas baseball, you got a hell of a coach. But again, when we give opinions like this, it's, you know, we're going to give both sides and shine light. And so, but the morality thing, like, again, Lane Kiffin, What he did to Tennessee was terrible. It was terrible. But time heals all wounds. And when you're a high-level performer, when you're an elite-level performer, and I think Schloss has kind of got a personality too, and like this will pass. Like this, again, this will. So I would agree with Fozzie Wazzie. Like the whole morality thing with coaches, like I don't give a damn either. Like I don't ask for my favorite athletes. Again, you'd prefer them to be upstanding citizens, but like I don't ask them to be great people. I don't care. Like when Tiger Woods went through his entire thing, I didn't condone what Tiger Woods did, but I like watching Tiger Woods play golf. I don't give a damn what he does in his personal life. It's kind of the same way with coaches, Dave. Like I enjoyed watching Jim Schlossnagle's Texas A&M led team. The way he did TCU was dirty, like to a degree. It didn't alter my way like of watching him at Texas A&M, and it'll be that way moving forward going into next year at Texas. But again, the immediate reaction to this, if he just left A&M for Texas, whatever. Like it is what it is. Welcome to the business. But it's all this other stuff. The Richard Zane thing, the burner phones. Yeah. Oh my God, the burner phones. The players being left in the dark. Like, I know you know where I'm coming from, Dave. Again, I'm more so I'm just kind of going into further detail because again, Texas Sports Unfiltered has given us an opportunity to talk sports, SEC, Texas alike on this entity. So I want to make sure guys like BK, guys like the audience especially, they understand where we are coming from. I want to make that very, very clear because I love the relationship we've built with TSU. We're going to keep it going. You asked me today, are we going through football season? Hell yeah, we're going through football season. You kidding me? So we love this. Hook 'em. We're all about Texas, but there's another side of this story, Dave. You can't ignore that.
CP, I mentioned it in text. I'm gonna ask you, who are the top 5 SEC villains of all time?
Spurrier's got to be up there. He's one of them. Spurrier was a great villain. Spurrier was great.
Schlossnagle, when you factor in now,
Schloss is automatic. Oh, he's top 5 automatically.
Automatic now, yeah.
I think another villain is
Lane Kiffin's in there because I still think he's still right now not some people's cup of tea.
No, for sure. I mean, I think Lane for sure.
I think Philip Fulmer back at Tennessee in his day.
What about Urban Meyer?
Yeah, Urban Meyer would be a villain in there. I think John Calipari was some people would consider one. I'm talking about it just in sport. I'm bringing up sports. Tony V a little bit. Like, I mean, that 2022 team had a lot of people hate him. And again, they toned it. I mean, they toned it down. I think
Tony V, I think, is a great quote unquote villain. And I think Tennessee fans, not that there are probably many, if any, tuned in, but I would tell Tennessee fans, you take this as a compliment because he's a villain from the standpoint of you. There are 15 teams in the conference that hate this guy. And the one that has him, they love him. And like, that's how it should be. You know what I mean? Like he's a guy you love in your dugout and everybody secretly wants him. And it's almost like they hate his antics, but even more so, they hate him because they can't have him as their coach. I think that's a lot of it.
No, I know 100%. I would agree with you. I 100% agree on that. Like,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say to that point, Dave, like, I think that's why it's so important. Like the objectivity side is because like, come on guys, like some of these Texas folks that have been responding to me and great people, but people that are responding to me, I'm like, dude, if the roles are reversed, are you telling me you'd have the same take that you have that like, oh, he's just leaving for a better opportunity. Like, come on, guys. Come on. I know, like, diehard
fans. Longhorns already broke, or I guess Slosh broke it. Schlossnagle broke it today at the press to mention that next season series is in Austin.
Wow. Really?
I don't know how.
Yeah, here it is. Next season series in Austin. Wow. Okay.
SEC.
I don't care where it is. If it's in Austin or Bluebell, wear a helmet. That's what I tell you. Wear a helmet. It's going to get nasty.
If it was in College Station, he may pull a former SEC Media Days 05 and be a no-show because he's worried about an Alabama fan coming after him.
How about hair of the dog? Forget the slime. I don't think they're going to care if I say this. Fuck Texas A&M. Let's go Texas baseball. What a hire CDC. How about that? Hair of the dog. Hey, listen, and that should be the reaction from Texas fans. Like, again, Dave, like, if you're a fan that you feel like your morality is somehow tied into what these coaches play, like, the way college sports is now, especially, Dave, like, it's such a business that everything, like you said, everything besides the scoreboard has never meant less. I'm sorry. I hate to say it.
You do make a good point, dude. It is funny how some people do tie their moral compass into, like, hey, if one of their players, like, you're keeping up with the Fulmer Cup, like how many arrests and stuff people give a lot of people fan base crap. It's like, I mean, dude, I can't control what Chris Phillips does on the weekend, dude.
Or like, oh, you pull for Georgia, all these arrests, driving, blah, blah, blah. That reflects negatively on you. It's like, no, it doesn't. Like, I'm a fan, bro. I don't care
Never
what.
had a DUI in my life.
I think they're dumb too. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So,
but like you mentioned, Chris, most fans, dude, and most coaches, I remember Jimbo used to say it in staff meetings when I was at Texas A&M, like, hey, yeah, I hear you guys. He's a problem, but like, he's one of our better players. So we're going to deal with him Sunday through Friday if he's producing on Saturday.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
So, yeah. Let's see. We got an update here. So this leads me into this. Now, the A&M guys in the portal. Jace Lavalette, two-time All-American Golden Spike semifinalist. Gavin Grahovic, SEC Freshman of the Year from A&M. Caden Kent, Jack Bell, Max Coffer. The list goes on and on. Let's see. Caden Cerebral. And now this one just dropped. Ali Camarillo, the shortstop. All these guys in the portal.
I mean, Texas A&M will be a completely new team next year, unless they hire a new coach and he comes in and brings a couple of them back. But
And Dave, it's like I said. If you're Texas, take advantage. Who cares? Like, who cares, bro? Take advantage. Go get
Johnson at LSU's not.
Go get Jace Lavalette. Are you kidding me? Go get Gavin Grahovic. Like, why wouldn't you? You'd be crazy not to. So, again, Schloss is going to win. He's going to win at a high level. It's going to be fun to watch. Can't wait to be there. And I think the Texas folks that are a little bit pissy about my comments, you'll get over it. It's fine. It's no big deal. Whatever. Listen, I'm going to say something about Texas A&M probably in the next month or so that, you're going to, Texas fans will be celebrating that comment. This is how this cycle works, Dave. You know that. I know that.
They'll be pissing all over Chris on Texags.
Yeah, exactly. You can't, but all I can do is tell you, like, from the bottom of my heart, it's not personal. It's just, it is what it is. So now, Dave, who does Texas A&M go get? I mean, Ryan Broniger has been reporting on this, like, the brass at A&M is ready to make a huge splash. They're pissed off. They're going to one-up. Who do you go get now if you're Texas A&M?
I mean, me personally, if I'm Trev Alberts, obviously, which is the AD, I'm going to go hire Nick Mingione from Kentucky. I mean, he's experienced in the league. He's built Kentucky's program, which we both know it's hard to win in baseball just due to weather and your ability to recruit there. I would go get Nick Mingione. I know some other guy. They got Clemson will be mentioned in there. The guy at Wake Forest will probably be mentioned, I would assume. I mean, CP, I'm asking you, do you see anybody in the SEC making another move within the conference for this job? I mean, I think Mingione's the guy I think of. I mean, I know from talking to some people, I don't know if Sully's he may be interested in a little bit of a scenic change, but I think his buyout's so massive. I don't know if A&M's willing to go pay that plus what you'd have to pay him to get there. But no, I mean, who do you think, CP? Outside of Nick Mingione, I don't know if I see another SEC coach going over to A&M.
Yeah, SEC-wise, I mean, I think Mingione will be a great hire.
Fozzie. Like an SEC schools at this moment, no, but Fozzie made a good point. Skip Johnson, I saw his name from Oklahoma, who will be in the SEC in July. I mean, that wouldn't be. I mean, they were in the College World Series championship game 2 years ago against Ole Miss.
I would have said Eric Bakich. That's not an SEC name, but I would have said
Clemson.
Bakich.
Yeah.
But Clemson did just pick up, I think today, a big transfer portal guy from Purdue. So I mean, listen, put nothing past anyone, but you would think, if they're just now getting a portal commitment, that
CP,
he's not.
You were there for that regional. How many years has Bakich been at Clemson now?
This was his second year.
This was his second. All right. Gotcha. Oh, I got it. All right. Perfect. Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah. So
yeah, he's a Corbin. I forgot he's a big Tim. He's a Tim Corbin guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I mean, dude, you know what's crazy too? College World Series finals happened 48 hours ago. Tennessee didn't even get like
a lifetime ago.
Bro, I know. Tennessee didn't even get 24 hours to bask in the title. Like, I know they are, but you know what I mean? Like, Tennessee winning the title.
Outside of the Knoxville and the Tennessee, like you said,
it wasn't even the headline.
No one's even really acknowledged their celebration yesterday.
Right. It wasn't even the headline. Hey, how about and we got some comments. Let's get in the comments here because there are questions that I think there are answers to in the comments. Because what I was about to say, Dave, is I don't know if you saw Jace Lavalette, I think yesterday put up like a post. He said, hey, thank you, 12th man. Like, what a season. Let's run it back next year. Since then, that post has been deleted. He's in the portal. So, like, there's no way he's going back to A&M, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way.
That's the times we're in, man. It's wild. They could add a lot of guys back. Been probably one of the preseason favorites to win the SEC, and then now it's just a completely different team, just gutted. From top to bottom within that organization at Bluebell Park.
Yeah. So, Dave, Fozzie Wazzie, according to Chip Brown, all the best are coming to Texas. Take that for what it's worth. Again, I will not be surprised some of these portal guys go to Texas. Bay Area Longhorn visit back to College Station will be crazier than when Chris Beard returned to Texas Tech. Longhorns needed police escorts. Cole blamed the A&M AD. I mean, I think a lot of A&M fans are pointing the finger today at Trev Alberts. Although Billy Lucci and those guys over at Texas said there's nothing Trev Alberts could have done. You believe that? You believe that? You think it was out of his control?
I mean, what's a good analogy for this? Lucci and them, as you know, so well connected. You talk to Broniger all the time, just connected with those trustees and stuff. I mean, some of it, if you weren't who Schloss wanted to be hired at as the AD, and Schloss is probably thinking there a little bit like, look, I'm the dean of this campus. I'm the best coach on this campus right now, unless Mike Elko comes in here and blows out of the water, but he's probably not going to match what I've done. He's probably like, I thought my recommendation would probably go a little further than it probably did. So yeah, there's probably a little jealousy, bitterness, a little bit that, hey, y'all didn't go with the AD I want. So,
but why, Dave, why would you, as a university, like baseball is a huge deal, but is it that big of a deal to where like, oh, we are going to hire the AD the baseball coach wants? I mean,
but I'm right. That kind of goes, I think, back to the big ego of Schlossnagle. Like, I think he was like, I think I should probably have a say in this hire. And it's like, and I agree with you, Chris. Like the baseball coach, dude, even in a school probably like at LSU and Mississippi State, those two schools who take baseball extremely serious, like is not going to let the baseball coach make a big, unless it's like Ron Polk, a legendary head coach or something, will have a say. But yeah, I'm with you. I think Trev Alberts walked into probably from hearing that information, a tough situation. I will say, though, if Texas players and stuff kind of already heard, you've been on the job, this kind of been going on for a month, you didn't get any whiff. Like, nobody had any kind of idea, like who's reporting back to Trev Alberts here? Again, and I know they had, and I'll say this, he did fire one of the bigger admins in Justin Moore, who played baseball at Texas A&M and was there for a very long time. I think he got his start as the ops guy with Kevin Sumlin there, but he played baseball at A&M and was very connected to that program. He did let him go, and I think that was kind of his earpiece on the baseball program. So you come from Nebraska, hire kind of your liaison. I think that's who Chip was talking about, was Justin Moore. Okay, you're not going to be hearing much from us. And then, I mean, you got the back channel conversations between CDC and Schlossnagle going. It's almost like he fired the wrong guy and didn't really even know it, and whoever was giving him that information didn't set him up for success. So I was hard on Trev Alberts yesterday. I would probably pump the brakes on that a little bit now that you mentioned the Lucci information. But still, man, I think you got to have your ducks in a row. You can't be losing your best coach on campus, especially to who you lost it to.
Yeah. Scott Hampton comments, y'all are doing great. I love this shit. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. Hair of the Dog, he says, you're not wrong. Who the hell cares? We just pissed all over little brother, upgraded our baseball coach. That's it. Again, Texas fans, that should be your energy. I agree with that. Bay Area Longhorn, no hard feelings, Chris. The takes are 100% fair. Loving the show, Phil. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Here's a funny one for you, Dave. Tiger Dale says Chris Phillips pisses off everybody. Chris is the guy who seems to walk around with a target on his back. He's always saying something without thinking of the consequences. Just ask USC Gamecock fans.
Chris, did you steal Tiger Dale 2's girlfriend?
I didn't. You would think so, though. I will say this, though. It's been a short amount of time, only 6 months or so, that SEC Unfiltered has actually been in existence. And I've given many critical takes in that time. I still haven't met a fan base who handles criticism or just objective analysis worse than Gamecock fans. So, and I don't think I ever will, Dave. Just saying. Fozzie Wazzie says, you don't blame Alberts for losing Schloss. You blame him for the things that push Schloss out, like firing people in the AD Schloss was close with.
Yeah.
So, Hair the Dog says, tell your dog to stop barking.
Sorry, Hair the Dog. That's the neighbor's dog, actually.
So we'll see. Hey, listen, we've all got takes on Schloss. That's what we just can't understand. It's in dog language. Yeah. So, I mean, dude, again, on the bright side, we'll close out. You know, they call it, what is it? The feedback sandwich, where you start with something positive, you put the criticism in the middle, and then you have the last little positive layer of bread here. Anyways, great hire for Texas. I mean, savage.
I'll be
savage.
honest. You couldn't have hired someone better.
Savage move. Again, if you're handing me these burnt orange glasses and I'm giving you that perspective, dude, dance on the graves of the 12th man. Like, straight up, man. And like, you talk about, you know, we already knew Texas is coming in on the football side. We're all expecting them to be top of the SEC, contend for an SEC title, maybe a national title, what have you. They've got the right guy, like you mentioned, in Sark, and the team is electric. But there's still questions about, okay, like, what is this dynamic going to look like with? And we even talked about this, Dave. I think what a tough spot to be in if you're Texas. Like, A&M's in the College World Series. You're not. You just got beat by Texas A&M in their regional. Like, wow, that's crazy. A&M baseball is ahead of Texas right now, going in the SEC, coming into life in the SEC. All of a sudden, you said, nah, that's not the case. Nope, we're changing that narrative with a hurry. We're going to go take your guy. I love I love this type of stuff, honestly, because, like, this is what makes college athletics so incredible and so insane, dude. Like, you talk about rivalries, Dave, this is no longer a rivalry. This is a war, straight up. Like, this is... I just don't think rivalry is strong enough of a word, man. I don't. I mean, I would almost.
Is it just
Dave,
baseball? Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just going to say I would almost, because if I went to Texas A&M, let's say at Kyle Field this season, maybe we'll go. Who knows? I would wear something like a white shirt. You know, we're not going to be rocking one side or the other. Like, we'd just be going. I still would be pretty scared, honestly. I mean, like, I think these games, they always probably have been, but this stuff's going to be unhinged, dude. Like, this is going to be unhinged.
Between me and you, to me and you, it's not just baseball. And I think to most Texas A&M fans, it's not just baseball. But to the casual observer, it's just kind of like, all right, baseball, they stole our coach. I think that bleeds into the football rivalry, if that makes sense, because it's going to be their first meeting between each other. I mean, I guess unless they're playing volleyball.
It carries over into everything, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and from working there, I can admit this. I'll say Texas A&M cares more about Texas than Texas cares about Texas A&M. I mean, they sing "Saw Varsity's Horns Off" in their own fight song. If you can't say your rival lives rent free in your head, I mean, I don't know about having your rival's mascot naming your own fight song, if that does equal that.
That is always, I have found that interesting, Dave, that literally that's in the fight song. And I will say this too, again, from the Texas side, and really from both sides, but like, it's so funny. Like, you know, you're doing a good job, Dave, when, like, I've been accused of being an Aggie and a Longhorn within the past, like, 48 hours. Both have done that.
Means you're being objective. Yeah.
Means you're being objective, right? Because, and so one of the things, like, Aggie fans have gotten on me for, and listen, it's like you and I don't even have a dog in the fight hardly. This is the honest take. Bro, A&M got stuffed in a locker. Like, this is Big Brother giving you a noogie, wedgie, all of it. Like, This is the most big brother, little brother move of all time.
Well, I mean, this is the most big brother stealing little brother's girlfriend when
all time.
When Big Brother already had a girlfriend, essentially. He's kind of like, I didn't even need to do this. We could go hire someone else and get a pretty good coach too. But you know what? I'm gonna go get your good coach, and you're gonna be up shit creek without a paddle for a minute.
Yeah. So, okay, but Bay Area Longhorn brings something up. I know we got to bring in Fire the Cannon in just a couple minutes. Most savage move was CDC posting the picture of him parked outside the cemetery. Can somebody explain that to me? What? I saw the picture. I didn't understand what it
remember he said he drove Tuesday morning, CDC said, and he said he parked outside a cemetery right off campus, and that's where he waited till Schloss got back to his house from getting back home from Omaha, and he went to his house there. You know, I think he was like, I can't go sit up in a restaurant. Somebody's going to recognize me. Like, you know what I mean? So I think he said that's where he posted that. How savage would that have been if he'd have posted that like Tuesday afternoon? That picture started leaking out like today.
I missed that part. Okay,
that's what it was. So that's where the base was for that was the Texas base.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, from the Aggie side, like I really do feel for the 12th man. I know people don't want to hear it. I feel for the 12th man. I feel for the players. I feel for the players probably more than anything. That sucks for those guys to not be able to kind of sit back and decompress. And man, what a great season we had. It's like you have no time to enjoy it at all, no time to reflect. So I feel for them. From the Texas side, I mean, who doesn't love a good villain? I mean, I'll give you a pat on the back. That was some evil genius type of stuff.
No, Chris, I mean, we sit here, we talked it out. I would say, I'm going to say this now, bold statement, maybe not a bold statement, but if this is football, it's no doubt. And again, to me and you and most people, like a lot of this isn't just baseball. We love SEC, love college baseball in general, but this is probably the most savage move in all of sports when you really factor it in. I mean, dude, you ruined their best college baseball season of all. I mean, Aggie fans won't be able to go back and watch clips of this College World Series without being reminded of this every day, dude. I mean, it's almost like your wife leaving you on the for your cousin or your biggest rival on your wedding day, dude. A little bit, like
yeah, and they'll forever like. Do I think Jim Schlossnagle like threw the College World Series or wasn't trying? Or right, but Texas ruined that from the standpoint of like forever and ever. If you're an Aggie fan, you cannot help but think like this dude had one foot out the door. Did he potentially cost us a championship? There's so many layers, dude. So many layers.
If you really talk it out, it is the most savage, probably college football hiring away from somebody of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. I mean, you can't even make this up, really. If this wasn't and think about baseball. I mean, you talked about it to start the show. You got people in the basketball world, college football world, and only talk those sports. Like, damn, like.
Yeah, to get a college
mic drop, I give CDC, Del Conte, and the boys credit. I mean, they totally, yeah. I mean, A&M probably can't wait till college football season.
To get a college baseball statement out of them it says a lot. Guys, we hit 5 o'clock. Hey, we're going to get out of here. We're going to bring in Fire the Cannon in a second. Again, be sure you stay tuned to us, SEC Unfiltered. We've got tons of coverage. We actually dropped a segment this morning about why Chris Del Conte is a savage and maybe the best AD in the SEC. So we're all over this from all the angles. Check us out all across social media, podcast, YouTube, all that good stuff. And right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, 3 to 4 Central, 4 to 5 Eastern. Let's bring on Fire the Cannon. They're going to jump in after us.
Hey.
What's going on, y'all? I know y'all are giddy. I think I saw y'all laughing at some of those comments.
Dancing at the cemetery. The cemetery. Listen, what better place to mourn the death of a program than at a cemetery, right? Like, come on. I feel like it was respectful. I'm just saying.
It is wildly entertaining to watch Hookem dance on the grave. It's very entertaining. I must say. I love a good rivalry. I love a good rivalry. So I respect it.
It's a good rivalry, and it's back, baby. Big time. If Texas didn't infuriate them enough by coming to the SEC and then their best season ever, and we're going to talk about it all. Their best season ever, and I'll take that. I like that.
Savage move. All right, y'all. Y'all crushed it today. Y'all be good. We'll see you soon.
Right, thanks, guys. Good show.
Take care.
All right, Megan. Let's dance to our music. Let's dance. I'm Terry. Good day. And I'm wearing Texas, so are you.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
We're back, Megan.
We're back.
I have new prescription glasses.
So you can read the notes.
So I
this
can
time.
actually read. I still make them a bit larger, like screen them bigger.
So I'm guessing we're going to give a quick recap and a preview of what we're going to be talking about. But
I think we'll touch on the Schloss thing.
Maybe a little. No, sure. But I think people can probably have a good guess on what we've got coming up.
What's
what we're going to be talking about. Yeah. So again, we will definitely talk about Schlossnagle to Texas. And the most savage move, I have to agree with the SEC Unfiltered we had on just previously. Probably the most savage move in all of sports. That's rough, man. So we'll definitely dive into that, talk about that, give our takes on it, dive into some Aggie takes on that too. And of course, we'll kind of review the press conference, that introductory presser with Coach Schloss as he talks about why he made the move, why he's here, talks about Texas and the relationship with CDC. And yeah, we'll talk about the finals, a little bit of baseball talk. Got a little bit of football talk too coming up. Got some good things. Of course, we always like talking about sports, stories in sports and fun things and giving our takes on stuff. So yeah, we got a lot to go.
We do. We're going to talk about the power of an aligned Texas,
Absolutely.
right? A united Texas is a reckoning. We're going to talk about that. And we're going to compare that a little bit to some of the rumors coming out of the Aggie department, athletic department, and maybe some things that factored into trusting and loving and ready to come to CDC at Texas, right?
Yep.
And also there's been some amazing good Twitter/X the last couple days, like the last 40,
I think that
40-ish hours.
It depends on what base camp you're in, right? If you're a Burnt Orange fan, you've definitely you've had a joyous time on that delightful app. If you are an Aggie fan, you are probably living in misery right now.
There's been some Twitter gold. I used to call it Twitter. There's been some Twitter gold. And so we'll share some of our favorite tweets/X posts, whatever they are, from the last couple days. And then also we love our friend Longhorn Frenzy. And most of you are already following him anyway at Longhorn Frenzy 1, I think it is now. We'll look it up. But the man's
phone's got to be on fire.
He does the holy work. He goes into the message boards of mostly Aggies, but also other fan bases that are on fire. And he screen captures the craziest, wildest, most emotional breakdowns. And I don't know, I think he's probably got 5 battery packs going and his phone just exploding and smoke coming out.
I don't see how it's not just melted down at this point, but definitely we'll dive into that.
So we're going to show some of the craziest, funnest posts from the Aggie meltdown because they're losing their minds over there. But first, let's do a quick catch up, Megan.
We do. And
let's say hi to some friends.
Yeah, quick shout out, CB. Thanks for being here.
Hey,
We always appreciate you. Hey guys,
what's up, ladies?
Hey,
we're about
ready?
to talk.
Y'all ready?
Thanks for joining.
And here, and we'll put that quick. We will say like, look, I feel for my Aggie friends. I do have a few Aggie friends that I'm just going, oh man, that's gotta hurt. But also, sorry, you got to give us some time to celebrate this. This is a pretty slick move.
Oh, and make sure, that you're liking and subscribing. If you're just new to us, I'm Rocky. This is Megan, and we talk sports Wednesday afternoons with Texas Sports Unfiltered. So make sure you're liking and subscribing. Thanks for joining us. And all right, so CB, I'll tell you. You said you've been wearing glasses since October. So I had LASIK 10, 11, 12 years ago, whatever. Loved it, had the best vision ever. I can still read, tiny print a mile away. But now when I wake up in the morning, my eyes are still aging. And when I look right here, it's a blurry mess. When I'm here, I can see it from here, but not here. So finally I broke down. I've been using reading glasses, which is just fine. But I spent the last couple years, everyone knows, with a book and a screen and, blue lights in my eyes. So anyway, and apparently I'm in the sun too much. That's what my doctor, my optometrist was able to tell.
Someone with a house in Mexico is in the sun too much?
Yeah,
that's weird.
Or lives in Austin, Texas too. So apparently they can tell by some kind of nerve thing that was inflamed, a little inflamed between my, I don't know what he could tell. He's like, you're in the sun too much, right? I'm like, oh, yeah. So he said I need to wear sunglasses more and a hat. And I hate wearing sunglasses. I can't stand the beautiful blue and green to be brown. I just can't stand it.
You need to get some polarized.
I have good polarized sunglasses. I hate sunglasses. They look just like these. Sunglasses are on my head all the time. I don't mind a hat. I can't stand sunglasses.
Fair enough.
Anyway, I love bright blue sun burning my eye.
Well,
which is the
there's
problem.
a reason.
There's a
Yeah.
problem. So he's like, if you had to pick something wrong with my eyes, that would be it. So anyway, I now have prescription
for you,
just for my eyes.
I'm holding that off as long as I can.
Glasses, which I mean, that's good.
Yeah.
I like them.
Yeah, good.
Anyway, so that was the biggest thing to happen to me last week, as I can see.
Yeah,
All
well, biggest thing to happen to you. We've definitely, Texas has some big moves going on right now. We know now. Look, congratulations. Listen, we do want to congratulate the Aggies. We mentioned this before. Hell of a program, hell of a season. Austin,
Amazing.
Would be remiss not to congratulate Tennessee. We'll talk about this too. I mean, one of the best college baseball runs of all time, really, in Tennessee. The comeback that they had at the College World Series after being down by a game in that final was just, I gotta say, at the end of the day, before the news broke, that was one of the most enjoyable, honestly, truly one of the most enjoyable College World Series that I've watched. I mean, it was just fun baseball, man. It was high energy. It was high power.
You're talking about the whole series? Or
the whole
final?
series.
The whole
series was
week
fun.
or two, yeah.
Yeah, the whole series was fun, but certainly the championship games. So, and one of the things that we saw, I mean, again, I'm going to give credit here. The pitching was deep. Hitting was solid. And neither one of those teams gave up, right? So we watched that. Aggies lose a nail biter, of course, amid rumors swirling about that Texas was, perhaps waiting. We've been talking about this for a while, thinking that the writing was on the wall about Coach David Pierce being out. And certainly that came into play. Texas goes in and does the unthinkable, gets Schloss. Of course, let's start off just talking a little bit about the press conference that was held.
Let's start with the freshest news, which was today's press conference, 11 o'clock. It was streamed on TexasSports.com. All right, so let's talk about who introduced the event.
Yeah, so
my bangs are like really weird.
And again, I've got to give a shout out. One of the things that I think that I noticed from this presser is alignment was the key, right? Like this alignment and synergy, as much as you hate that word, really, I mean, this is part of what makes Texas where they're at right now and makes them great.
Right.
So we start off with Eltife and Hartzell, of course. And again, I don't want to downplay the role that those men have had as well. Of course, we're all talking about CDC and how savage he is and his big old man balls, right? Like
the statue
balls, like the golden clackers. But look, that move was insane. That was insane. But none of this happens. We don't get CDC. We don't keep him. If things aren't in a line, and you can really start to see that coming out in all sports. This isn't the first time CDC has pulled off some crazy coup, right? Like, look at swimming and diving. We lose Coach Eddie Reese, arguably the greatest coach of all time for swimming and diving, and immediately pick up the guy that just won a national championship
the next day.
Exactly.
Like that night. It was
same with the women's golf, right? CDC moves with the quickness. So we definitely knew something was coming, and the longer that decision was put off, the longer that decision was, well, we know that Pierce is pretty much gone, right? But the longer that waited, the more obvious it became it was somebody still playing.
Yes, exactly.
So hats off again to Eltife and Hartzell and CDC. If those three guys aren't working together and they aren't all rowing in the same direction, none of this happens at Texas, right? And they touch on that in the presser a little bit later. But what were your takes from it?
Okay, so so they did that intro, and then they brought in, of course, a athletic director, Chris Del Conte. That smile when he walked up.
Can we talk about the bromance between CDC?
It's going to be something special. It's going to be
something special, right?
It's something special. So they talked about how far they go back, and of course we know they were together at TCU for a long time, and they stayed really close friends, and they've visited each other's homes over the years, and they've stayed, they've been close friends. And we'll talk in a minute about how it all just had to align at this time for him. And even when he was at TCU, when he was his AD at TCU a few years ago, when the Texas job became open and Pierce took it, here's Chris Del Conte proudly re-signing Schloss at TCU for a big contract. Like, this is our guy. We're keeping him. Like, they've supported each other and worked together for a long time really well. And he produced.
Yeah.
Right?
And how do you not, right? I mean, again, bromance aside, I mean, Schloss is a guy that has produced at every single place that he's been at. Again, we talk about, he was at UNLV prior, right? Then at TCU, of course, took TCU to Omaha 5 times. I mean, that's a big deal for a smaller program. And then gets to A&M, and just in 3 short years has that baseball program clicking on all cylinders, firing on all cylinders, and in Omaha, 7 outs away from a national championship. So yeah, look, he's the guy, he's the man. A lot of speculation that could Texas possibly lure him away. We said
that last week. We had a little posted on a fun video. It would be shocking, and I didn't believe it could happen.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, I started hearing from people, "Oh, it's in the works. It's done. It's happening." And even I was like, "I still don't believe it." And even when they announced, I'm like, they did it. He did it. And like we said, it's that relationship they've had together.
Yeah.
So when Chris Conte, the athletic director of Texas, walks out, that smile on his face was just, it wasn't just, I got my guy.
Yeah.
It was like, I got my friend. I brought the person I really wanted. And it's unfortunate that it had to happen this way, with Pierce not producing the way that the level of Texas. And you talked about this earlier in the season. The expectation at the University of Texas baseball program is Omaha. It is championship
and winning at Omaha.
Right? Not going 0-2, but getting there. That's the minimum each year, right? That's the expectation, because the standard of baseball play has been so high. Now that there's like a 12-team playoff in Texas football, that's going to be the standard. Get to the playoff every year. It needs to be the standard. That's the expectation. So you mentioned it earlier in the season that if he doesn't get to Omaha, forget it. And then Texas, if we get to a super regional, if we can host a regional, those things were gone weeks ago.
Right. That to me, like if you're moving your own goalposts
yes.
to make excuses to keep the coach, you already know the coach is doomed.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, I think this was a big deal. Obviously, it's a huge, huge coup to pull off. And we keep talking about that relationship. But, we talk about the alignment of that word alignment came up quite a bit. And you've got to you have to compare them side by side, right?
Mm-hmm.
Texas with L-Type and Hartzell and CDC all rocking together. CDC mentioned this in the presser. Decisions aren't made in a vacuum.
Right.
They all consult each other. They know exactly what's going to happen. They know exactly what's going on, and they're all rowing in the same direction. You look at A&M. Historically, A&M's had some trouble with their administration, right? They just had a new president. There was all that drama with the president, even with the professor that they hired on from Texas, turned into the giant shit show.
Yeah.
Had to say thanks, but no thanks, and paid her $1 million to not, again, this is a theme with A&M.
Yeah.
Paid her, I think it was $1 million to not be a professor at A&M after all the drama.
Right. Because she sued them for it. Yeah.
Right. And then you hear a lot of, and she ended up coming back to Texas. You hear a lot of issues with John Sharp making a lot of the calls, right? And that's starting to rub people pretty wrong. Again, I don't envy Trev Alberts. I don't envy his position coming in after Bjork, who did some good things, but definitely had some big question marks on his resume. Alberts was brought in as the guy from Nebraska to come clean things up, get things back in order, and to kind of cut back on that spending a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I think ultimately at the end of the day, his messaging, and this was his job, right? To come in, cut back. You've got a $77 million contract that you've got to pay out for a coach that isn't going to be there, that isn't there, right? You got to cut back on some of that budgeting, but having that kind of messaging at the exact same time that that your head coach is a hot commodity. So that's a difficult position for him to be in, to say, oh, we're going to make cuts. We're going to cut back. Oh, we get the spending has gotten out of control in college. Oh, just kidding. Here comes Big Bad Texas with their big bad money bags and pulls your head coach away. So I don't know. Fault? Do you blame Alberts for that? Do you think
I think if there has to be, like, his job is to come in and clean house or budget or do the things that need to be done to get them in order, right? At the same time, there's there's a lot of reporting out that he went in, released or fired or laid off support staff to the coaches without their knowledge or approval, right?
Yeah.
And so if at the minimum, if those things have to be done, consult the coaches, talk with them, ask them, who do you really need to keep on? How can we manage? Who can we work with to keep
team effort?
Yeah. Or let them be involved. When you hear, and we'll talk about it in just a minute, the statements that Schloss made about CDC, the alignment, like they're all together, the president, the athletic director, the regents are all working together in one plan, right? They're all together. And so when you find out from some of the coaching staff at the different A&M team programs that their staff were being fired and they didn't even know like that was happening, so that kind of thing shows that they weren't as aligned. And so that was one of the issues when they said coming to Texas. He said alignment. So when CDC comes out, one of his first statements, and I love this statement: "A united Texas is a reckoning."
Yeah.
And I don't
put it on the shirt.
I'm sure they have it on 100 shirts. When you think about that statement, a united Texas is a reckoning. A reckoning is strong words. It's not just, oh, united Texas is strong. A united Texas is great. No, a reckoning means people are going to learn. They're going to learn today.
Hey, FAFO, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
They misjudged us. It's time to pay up. Like all the things that come with a reckoning, that's a strong word. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, dang, when Texas comes together top to bottom, from the people that keep the uniforms clean to the physios, to the nutritionists, to the lawn maintenance, like all the people that go into, supporting the entire athletic department, the people who work in compliance, the people who are getting scholarship money into the accounts, all the people that matter, they're all aligned, right?
Yeah.
And that it's paying off in all the different sports, right? 3 of the last 4 years, they've won the Directors Cup, runner-up the 4th year.
There's a reason. It's amazing when you get your house in order, when you get everybody working under one plan and with the same vision and the same goal. It's amazing the things and the right people at the key points, right? It's amazing what can actually happen there. I said this earlier, like Texas is a baseball, football, softball, volleyball, rowing, swimming, diving, golf, tennis, track, field, basketball, soccer school. But if you look at that, man, again, we're talking about a unprecedented season where Texas is leaving a conference with 15 conference championships. That's a school record and a Big 12 record. Going into the SEC, you got to be ready for this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And none of this, again, I'm going to emphasize this, the Directors Cup, none of this happens without these guys being in a line, like just being aligned. It is pretty impressive to see how that's working out.
Well, look at the tweet. You mentioned the baseball, basketball. The last couple years, the program that hasn't lived up to expectations is baseball.
Yeah.
Basketball's in a transition, new
Absolutely.
coach. They still, did fairly well, making it to the Elite Eight last year. But football, Final Four, women's basketball, making it to Elite Eight this year. The softball into the national championships, golf, women's tennis. They're all men's and women's tennis, men's and women's golf. They're all competing at the highest levels, right? And the one that stood out as not holding their own, which is one of the most prestigious, programs in
blue blood of all blue bloods.
Yeah. The most prestigious baseball program, right, in the country, wasn't holding their end.
Right.
So, I put up a little poll. Was it time to go when they had, the word got out that Pierce was leaving? 96.6% said yes.
Yeah,
it was time to go to Coach Pierce.
At the end of the day, I mean, we've talked about this on this program. At the end of the day, fairly or unfairly, the standard is higher at the University of Texas. You've been to Omaha. I mean, Texas has been to Omaha 38 times.
Yeah.
Won 6 national championships. Like you can argue, like we know that Texas is a blue blood in football, but I would argue that we're even more so. We have more credentials, more of an argument to be a blue blood in baseball.
Oh, I agree.
If not the most, like you said, the most prestigious baseball program in the nation. And that comes with a standard. That comes with an expectation. That bar is real high. And yeah, you look at Coach Pierce's record at Texas in the 8 years he was here, he got Texas to Omaha 3 out of the 7 years that it was possible, right? There was supers and regionals. But at the end of the day, you have to look at the progress and the direction that the program is heading.
That's it.
And that to me is the key, right? The direction that the program was heading, it felt like we were falling behind in NIL, falling behind in recruiting, falling behind in that transfer portal even. I think that was a kind of a kiss of death. So yeah, and whereas A&M was on that upward trajectory.
Right.
I don't think anybody would argue, I mean, obviously look at the end results, but I don't think anybody would argue that Texas was a better program than A&M this year. They just weren't. Like that's, at the end of the day, that's just what it was.
They came into Texas and put a beat down on them. I mean, there's no way around that.
Right.
And Texas, again, had some embarrassing losses this year that just were not the standard.
Yeah,
everyone can understand an occasional, like they're young, no one's perfect, things happen. The occasional Tuesday loss. But week after week of losing to programs who you shouldn't lose to, right?
Yeah.
That was beginning to be too much. So would you say it's pretty fair that Omaha is the standard?
Absolutely. Listen, and
the minimum.
And I will take it even higher. I've said this before. We've had this debate before. It's not just Omaha. It's win in Omaha. You can't just show up in Omaha and be like, cool, we got here now.
You mean like don't go home 0-2, but
yeah,
get at least a win or two there.
Yeah, to me, that is the lowest of the low bar that Texas
not win it all every year, but at least win something there.
The the expectation, the
want
goal
that.
is always a championship.
Right.
But where you start consider, when you look at Texas and you go, okay, what do we consider an unsuccessful season? Again, that's where that bar is very different than for a lot of programs. Getting to Omaha is awesome, and that's great. But Texas has done that enough now. Just getting there isn't going to cut it anymore.
Right.
You got to win there too. So yeah, I mean, I think that's a big part of it. I think this is a real good question. Benji, you said, do we believe the talks that Aggies knew this was happening for over 2 weeks? Yeah, I do. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
Look, I know, and we'll dive into this as we talk more about the presser. Schloss was very delicate about how he answered timeline questions with this, right? I think at one point he was asked point blank, like, did you talk to Texas? What was the timeline? And then somebody circled back on it and asked, did you speak about this Monday or was it before? And what he said was, look, we didn't talk brass tacks. We didn't talk the ins and outs of it. But he also added on, Chris and I are great friends. We talk all the time. So if you're going to sit here and tell me, oh no, they didn't have any kind of conversation about the potential of him coming and playing for Tech. If you don't think CDC wasn't in his ear every time that they were on the phone or every time they grabbed a beer together, if you don't think that man wasn't in his ear going, hey, come to Texas. Hey, come to Texas. Hey, I think you'd be foolish not to believe
especially when we were seeing mid-season the trajectory of what was happening to the team this spring, and also at the same time what was happening with the support, athletic support at A&M. And yes, they were raising money for facilities, you know, they $80 million or something they're putting into the baseball. Like they're investing, absolutely. But if you don't feel like everyone's aligned and you have the support and you're included in decision making, that might not be the boss you want to work for, right? Even if you're the top seller in at your Covert Buick, you're the top seller, right? Our sponsor, you're the top seller, but say so-and-so manager just is on you or not including you in big decisions, but you're bringing in the trophies. That would be a reason to kind of like, oh man, I know I've worked with CDC and he's a perfect leader. And he talked about that, him being a great leader.
Yeah, and he's also successful, right?
Right.
Texas athletics as a whole, again, I don't think you would talk to any Texas fan and say, I don't think anybody would say that we're in a worse position now than we were 5 years ago, right? Like, that's just fact. The athletic program on a whole is certainly rocking up. But like you said, baseball was kind of starting to stick out as the sore thumb of come on, guys, do something. Well, yeah, like pull your weight here. You are Texas baseball. You got to be stepping up a little bit more. So, yeah, I mean, I think that is, it's just the bottom line at Texas. So, yeah, look, CB, I appreciate this. Listening to the presser sounded like Aggie was grooming Schloss to be the eventual replacement at Texas. Yeah, again, that question was delicately skirted by Schlossnagle.
And he also said, I talked to Aggie years ago about, they had food and wine together. And he talked to him years ago what it's like to be the coach at Texas. So to start saying, when did you start talking about being the coach at Texas? Well, I've had conversations over the years with, previous coaches. And he's been friends with CDC forever. And the option to come to Texas was a few years ago, but he stayed at TCU. And we'll get into how it all went down and was it, why are we so mad at him?
Yeah, look, Chip Brown, part of Texas Sports Unfiltered, of course, asked a really great question about the importance of alignment, which we've talked about. But Chip was the one that specifically brought up the conversation with Aggie. And Coach Schlossnagle said, look, he went to dinner with him. He was trying to recall 15, 16. It was while he was still at TCU. And they talked about his future. And again, this is where he gets a little delicate about the answer. He didn't dive too much in. Said, Coach Aggie always loved great food and a great drink.
Great drink.
That's for sure. We know we got that in.
He hosted that food
got
show.
him in a little
Remember
hot
the
water
food show on Longhorn Network.
Listen, we know that Aggie loved him some food and drink. That is for sure. But he said, Aggie invited him out, came and picked him up, and they went out and just talked. And again, Schlossnagle talked about his future. And of course, when you're talking to Aggie Garrido, that conversation is going to come into play.
Yeah.
Again, we sit here and we say Texas is this blue blood. The head coaching position for Texas baseball is one of the, if not the best jobs in all of the nation. It is one of the most sought after jobs, right? Now, a lot of bullshit comes with it too. Don't get me wrong. It is a tough job.
And like you said,
expectations are high for sure, but you'd be silly to just assume that this was never a thought in his head when he's had deep conversations with Coach Aggie Garrido, when he's been, best friends with Chris Del Conte. Of course, this has come up. Of course, this has been a thing that Chris has probably been nagging him for a while. But to the point, like you said, look, Texas had a head coach. So at the end of the day, you can talk hyperbole, you can talk hypotheticals, but you're not actually having a conversation about it until the head coaching decision has a head coaching change has been made, right? So yeah, I do believe deals like this don't happen overnight. Deals like this don't happen 30 minutes after a national championship win or loss. Deals like this have to be penned up, and contracts have to be agreed to make those announcements, because the last thing anybody wants to do is to have to save face and backtrack on anything, right?
Backtracking has happened.
Listen, and we saw that is another flaw of one of the things that happened with A&M, right? When they were announcing Elko, they had Stoops first, and they announced it at like 1 o'clock in the morning. Do you remember this? The announcement came out at like 1 a.m. and everybody's like, "What the? This is a weird
coming." And then he's not
Stoops
coming.
is going to be the head coach, and then it was like, "Haha, just kidding."
Never mind.
Within a few minutes, right? It was like, "Oh, just kidding."
He's staying at Kentucky.
That to me that shows you, again, you want to talk about alignment. That was a huge fumble by the A&M administration, because you don't let that kind of stuff come out until you know that it's done. Right? You just don't, because then you have to backtrack. Then you have to go, just kidding. This is actually our guy. Here's all, we really believe in this. And again, I've said this before. I will say it again. I think Elko is a good hire for A&M. I think he's a good culture fit. I think he's going to do well there. There's still a lot of unknowns, but that whole snafu of like, oh, we have Stoops as our coach at 1 a.m. And then within an hour, just kidding, it's going to be a different guy.
And like you said, the way it went down with, with Schloss going quickly to, we'll talk about Sark getting there. I mean, not Sark, CDC getting there Tuesday morning, talk to him, ready to go, get him to Austin, line it up. They talked Monday night after the game, and he left without getting to talk to all his players and staff and things the way he would have wanted to, just the way Elko left to come to A&M.
Listen, I'm going to bring that up.
If one holds
D-Hurt, you want to say you think Texas likes coaches of low morals? Listen, man, what I'm going to offer to you, I appreciate that it hurts. I appreciate that it sucks. And there were some things about how it played out and some things that were said that as an A&M fan, that can't sit well. I get it. I understand that pain. I understand it. I really do. But to sit here and pretend like this isn't how the coaching hiring works, you guys did the same thing with Elko, right? Elko straight up denied that he was leaving. He said, absolutely not. I'm going to be the head coach. Right. We got the receipts, right? He said, I'm going to be the head coach at Kentucky. I'm here for the long haul. And then the next day, in the middle of the night, the AD whisked him away to Bryan College Station. Like, look, man, I get it. I understand the pain, but don't be hypocritical about this. You guys weren't saying the same, A&M fans weren't saying the same thing when Schloss said similar things when he was leaving TCU. This is just the way it's played. You don't have the ability. You can't talk about these things in the open. There's too much going on. You want your, the players to be focused in. You want the coaches to be able to have those conversations privately. I would offer that the leaks were more damaging than what happened, right? And let's talk about that for a little bit, Rocky. The way that this came out, right? A lot of folks want to target Texas and say, oh, this was an intentional move. While the Texas media machine is a well-oiled machine and does things with intent and purpose, I would offer that what started this whole thing on the timeline that it was on was the leak from Kirk Bohls, right? Kirk left Austin American Statesman. He's now with Houston Chronicle. He was the one to leak that this is a done deal. This is happening.
That Pierce is gone.
That Pierce is
and
gone.
This was Monday morning.
Correct.
So had the Aggies won their game on Sunday, because they were 7 outs away from winning a national championship, had they taken care of business on Sunday, this would never have affected. So it wasn't Texas waiting till they happened to make, knowing that Tennessee was going to come back and win on Sunday, and then there was going to be a Monday night win-it-all game. So Texas was planning to announce that they've let their coach go.
But even beyond that, it wasn't Texas that put it out.
That's what I'm saying. All those things would have had to happen for it to have been Texas waiting for. But yes, it was. Reports are that it was Kirk Bohls who had the news from David Pierce's side.
Right, and Kirk Bohls definitely broke the news and said that Schloss had a decision to make. And that really started the ball rolling, right? That is when you go, okay, shit. If you're Texas administration, you go, okay, well, it's out there now. Now we have to announce it. Okay, yes, Coach Pierce is gone. So Texas confirmed it. And then, of course, shit just goes off the rails, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where things start, the rumors and everything go rampant. Now, look, I can definitely say, all right, man, I appreciate it. You're a Bull fan.
Congrats on your win.
Yeah,
congrats on your championship.
Absolutely. So, yeah, the way he answered the question, he chastised the reporter. Agreed. I agree that he could have handled that better.
And he apologized
And he
today.
did.
We'll get to that. He apologized today for
in the presser
how badly he answered it.
And he owned it. And I mean, it was an emotional answer. And he said, look, I was in the heat of the moment. And in that moment, we had just lost a national championship. I was thinking about my kids. I didn't want to answer questions about me. So
he didn't do it right.
Right. Agreed.
And he owned it.
It could have been handled better. I can't say, me personally, if I'm in that emotional of a state and somebody asked me that poignant and that tough of a question, and again, hats off to Zane, the reporter.
He should have been prepared for that question. It's coming.
But Zane had to ask the question.
Yeah.
I respect it. I'm not, again,
yes, which is why he should have had something prepared.
It was a no-win situation.
Yeah.
But what I do appreciate is while it could have been handled better, I appreciate that, Schloss came out and said today, I mean, very early in the press conference, very early in what is supposed to be his big, welcoming to the University of Texas. That was one of the first things he did. And first things that he said, he owned up and he said, look, I did not handle that well. I could have handled it better. I wish I had handled it better. Here's why. And again, throughout this whole press conference about joining the University of Texas, he was very complimentary of A&M. So look, could the situation have played out differently? Yes, I agree. But I respect how he handled it. I respect that he addressed it. And I respect that he wasn't just like shitting on A&M the whole time, right?
No.
You can tell he genuinely cared about cares about his players there, cared and enjoyed his time at A&M and wanted to he went out of his way to make extra effort to point that out.
And I believe when he took that job, he was intending to stay there. Like
Right.
that was going to be
Right.
his last job or forever job. But we all go into situations where we think this is my forever, this is going to be the car I drive for the rest of my life. This is going to be the person.
My forever home.
My forever home, my
Yeah.
forever spouse, my forever job, whatever it is, my forever career. Things change.
Right.
And now that we're learning behind the scenes, things were changing behind the scenes that made it a place where it was didn't need to be his
Yeah.
forever. Why, when you have another spot that it's one of the things that, the grass is always greener. He worked with CDC for years and knows exactly how he is as a person and as an athletic director.
Yeah. And I want to point something out too. I've heard some things here and again, we really appreciate the questions. We love interacting with y'all. So
yeah, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. We appreciate you. Thanks
And
for being
congrats
here.
for winning a
Yeah.
championship.
Again, congrats on the natty.
That's big. Good
That's a
job
big
beating
deal,
the
man.
Aggies.
That's a big deal.
Thanks for beating.
Look, something that's come up, right? Coach Pierce has been with Texas. I mean, he was there for 8 years. We know that Mike Perrin was the one that hired Coach Pierce. Now it's coming up, and we've talked about Perrin before, where, look, Perrin was always intended to be an interim AD, right?
Right.
He was always the guy. Again, he had a difficult job coming in, and you have to unfuck all the things that Steve Patterson screwed up, right? It was a cluster with Patterson being here a year and a half. And I'm telling you, Perrin came in and he fixed donor relations.
BB's back in the box.
Yeah, he started to put those BBs back in the box, right? He fixed donor relations. He fixed, honestly, staff relations. He helped with fan relations. I mean, all of these things that
and
Patterson
alumni,
come in-
former athletes, like trying
Right.
to get them back involved.
He did a lot of things. Now, was hiring and running an athletic department his forte? No, he's a lawyer from Houston. That's not what he's trained in. That wasn't his background. But he was the guy at the time that could have, like, he's the guy that could come in, has the passion for UT, and did his best. But there are some questions about when Perrin was there. Again, he was the one that made the head coaching hire. We know that Aggie Garrido kind of had some issues at the end. A change had to be made. What I'm hearing now is that Schloss would have answered the call at that point, but the call wasn't even made. Now, if I'm going to fault Perrin for one thing, that would be it, right? Like, how do you not make that call to Coach Schloss to come. And again,
the call might have been made because Schloss got a big old extended contract and raise. So probably because anytime the Texas job is open, half the country gets a raise.
Yeah.
You just have to say Texas.
It's the ripple effect,
you
right?
You just have to set up one announcer, one reporter to ask you about the Texas job in your next press conference, and all of a sudden you're linked to it, and then you get a raise. It's pretty simple to do.
No, and that's fair. So yeah, look, and the other part of that too is, again, I'm going to go back to Perrin was an interim AD. We knew he was an interim AD. He was never intended to be a long-term AD.
Right.
So at that time, when Coach Pierce was hired, CDC wasn't in that position. He was still at TCU. So I think that played into, of course, Schloss is going to stay with his buddy. He knows he's got a great AD that's always going to fight for him and is a good friend of him.
And he was building a solid program, winning.
It all factors in, right?
So, all right. So let's get back to what Schloss said today at the press conference. He introduced the staff, because not only is he bringing himself, he's bringing an elite staff.
We got everybody.
And then we'll talk about it in a minute. And Jacob, I see your comment. We'll get to that comment about the roster too. So Max Weiner, some people have been trying to say Weiner, but Schloss himself said Weiner today.
Oh, it is Maximus Weiner.
Maximus Weiner.
I don't know if his name is
Max
Maximus,
Weiner.
but it's Max
His
Weiner.
name is Max Weiner.
I'm
And
getting
that
the jersey.
dude is not a
I'm getting the jersey. Look, it goes right
Baller.
along with CDC's statue. I'm just saying.
Max Weiner.
One of the best pitching coaches in the nation.
Assistant coach slash pitching. Michael Early, assistant coach / hitting. And Nolan Kane, assistant head coach / recruiting coordinator. And he's the name that a lot of the Aggies fans that I saw message boards wanted him as their next head coach. Like, okay, Schloss is gone. Elevate Nolan Kane to, what a baseball name, Nolan Kane.
Yeah.
Elevate Nolan Kane to what I saw on boards that they were wanting him to be their next head coach. He's gone too.
Listen, again, I'm going to sit here and say this openly. I feel for my Aggie friends, right? Because you lose a national championship, then you lose the coach that got you, but maybe you've got that glimmer of hope of the up and coming staff. Oh, nope, just kidding. They're gone too.
Yeah.
And again, that's something that Schlossnagle addressed in the presser. One of the key things that he said, he was asked, what is the most important thing? What were the key factors of you coming to Texas? First and foremost, Chris Del Conte, right? The relationship there. That was, of course, the recurring theme. But secondly, he said, look, I had to bring my whole staff. He said, I'm too old. I'm too tired to have to do that.
We got to get to work.
Again. We got to get to work. And Texas is going into the SEC. And he talked about SEC play. Listen, it's no joke. And good Lord, we've talked about this. The progress and the state of the program. Texas baseball was not on an upward trajectory. And going into the SEC, everybody likes to focus on SEC football and how tough that is. The SEC is a way harder baseball conference. I mean, my God, this was an all SEC national championship game, right? The SEC had more than half of those teams at the College
Final
World
Four
Series.
SEC.
It's just, it's a crazy thought that Texas baseball wasn't going to be prepared. And again, I think that weighed heavy, and I think that played heavily into, do we let go of Coach Pierce? What do we do? The great thing about Schlossnagle is, yeah, man, he's got that SEC experience, obviously.
Right.
He knows what's there. He knows what you're taking. And that's exactly what he said in his presser. Look, as soon as he's done here at the press conference, he was like, I have phone calls to make. We have things to do. I don't have time to look for a new staff. So that was a big part of what he needed. He needed to be able to bring his staff so they could just pick up running and talk about it. Now, I think this is a great time to bring up Jacob. You said, coaching changes happen and rarely at a good time. You hope it doesn't come out that Schloss was tampering with some of his own A&M roster to go to Texas while on A&M payroll. I agree. Listen, at the end of the day, that if they're your players, it's not tampering, right? But that turns into semantics. I get that. But a lot of these guys suggesting we should sue Texas. A&M should sue Texas. You don't have a case. It's not an illegal thing to do. Could it be shady or shitty? Yeah, it could be construed that way. But
nobody ever likes it when it's happening to their team.
Right. And at the end of the day, what Schloss said was, look, there are some players I couldn't talk to.
Yeah.
He said because, depending on their eligibility and where they were at.
He was talking about when he left TCU. Like he can't even wish people happy birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are certain players that he could or couldn't talk to. He said when he left TCU, and it's the same situation here. Once that's been announced, if he hasn't, he mentioned he didn't have the chance to talk to everybody, and it hurt him. You could see in the press.
He got a little choked up when he mentioned that.
He did. It was so. Yeah, I agree. Like, you don't want to hear, some shady stuff was going on with your coach.
No.
But to an extent, you also have to appreciate that I don't think anything shady was going on. I do think that He's playing by the rules that are put into place right now. Sarkisian has talked about this. The AD has talked about this. It comes up in the presser. This is a crazy time in college athletics right now, and the rules are changing what feels like weekly, right?
Yeah.
I think that just like our football program is doing, we're going to follow the rules and we're going to do everything with the rules as they exist right then in that moment. I think that Schlossnagle was doing the same thing with the rules that exist in the moment. I think he was playing along with that.
Gray area, unfortunately. And especially now we're dealing with most of these players have agents nowadays, like they're especially the top ones that are being, that you want to take with you or have an option to go major, be drafted to the MLB or all the things or transfer portal players that were contacting him, finding out he's leaving, that are maybe moving to Austin instead. All those things, again, gray area semantics. He might have been an agent talking to an agent. Okay, well, he didn't tamper. That's the thing. It's like when kids come on student athletes come on campus and every official visit weekend everywhere.
Yeah,
I can't. I as the coach can't talk to you about NIL. But I can lay out 20 Lamborghinis and have my buddy who has a contract with the Lambo. I can have him standing there.
Right.
So if a question gets asked, he can answer it.
Right.
It's so I didn't talk to you about NIL deals possible, but look at all the things that all of our players are doing.
Right.
It's all that gray area.
Right. I agree. So in that sense, I think that the same things were happening with NIL discussions, but less. I think that was less of a factor. I think it was more, the recruiting, the transfer portal discussions. Yeah, I think everything was above board, but even being above board, the rules as they exist right now, there's a lot of room for gray area, right? So I don't want to come out right and say, again, I suppose it depends on how you define tampering.
Right.
By the NCAA rules, no, there was no tampering. Were there discussions? Again, I think you'd be kind of silly to say, absolutely not. No discussions were ever had.
First, he's wrong for letting his team and he would be wrong for not letting his team know he was leaving.
Right.
But then he would also be wrong for letting his team know I'm leaving.
Right. It's a no-win situation the way that the current system is set up. So
okay, I was just about to move to this point in the press conference. So this is a great time. Jared, thanks for the comment. To say to those saying Texas tried to distract A&M or steal the spotlight on championship day, Game 2 was championship day 2 for A&M, and Texas hadn't said a peep. Because we kind of just started to touch on that a minute ago. Had A&M taken care of business with 7 outs left on Sunday, the timing was not a question. So.
And again, it wasn't Texas that released the information.
Texas had to respond to a report by Kirk Bowles, and some are saying David Pierce's side that came out, right? So Texas athletics had to respond to that. So they asked Coach Schloss, was it an issue? Was it a distraction? Was it a factor?
Yeah.
And he said they gave everything in the last game. He wanted to win his championship. His staff wanted to win a championship. They didn't get that far to just get that far, right? They wanted to win a championship. So he was saying that it wasn't a distraction. They were prepared to the last pitch to try to win that championship.
Right.
So if I've seen lots of angry Aggies who say Texas just did that so that we wouldn't win a championship.
Look,
nobody wants to blow a championship on purpose. I even saw somebody who said investigate Schloss for point shaving.
I saw that too. Listen, man. Again, I understand the emotion behind it.
I understand.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to come off as an arrogant Texas person, whatever it is, what it is. We haven't been in that position really. So I can appreciate, outside looking in, I can appreciate the emotion behind it.
And we'll talk about that, how as Texas, we may never be in that position.
Right.
We'll talk about it.
I can appreciate it sucks. And you're looking for reasons. That's human nature, right? You're looking for reasons to explain what the F just happened. There's got to be somebody to blame for this, right? It can't simply be that Texas is an elite job that people want to coach at, and A&M perhaps isn't the destination school. Again, A&M is a great job.
Yes,
it's a great job. But again, at the end of the day, if you're comparing A&M baseball and Texas baseball,
not just 2024,
right? Not just where the programs are at currently in this specific moment in time. Man, come on. At the end of the day, Texas is a blue blood. We have 6 national championships. A&M has never competed for a championship, hasn't won a championship in baseball ever. So again, I get the pain. I get the understanding. I understand looking. You want to find those reasons and someone to blame.
You say that. Let's kind of do the little timeline of the pain, right?
Timeline
Because
of pain.
This is it's not funny. Like, I don't want people to hurt as as fans, but also they talk so much but haven't won anything. So we have this, everybody uses that funny gif. It's been 84 years. Well, it's been 85 years now since they've won
a national
championship in the major, we say major, men 3,
right?
But all the national championships matter. But they're talking about football, men's basketball, baseball, right? They talk about those 3. One in 1939, a newspaper awarded them a national championship. That's even controversial, but they have that 1939, right? So in most people's
Give them that, Rocky. Give them that.
We can debate that one.
Sure.
In most people's lifetimes, like 99% of the people on the planet have not seen the Aggies win a major national championship of the top big 3, whatever they call it. Okay, so they have that. And they've gotten close. They thought getting to the SEC would, especially in football, would really fire them up. And, they still haven't won, the conference championship there in football, baseball. Even this year, they didn't win the conference championship in baseball or the tournament championship in baseball, even in their best year ever.
Sure.
So this is all lining up. But of course, this year smoked Texas. They were a much better program than Texas. They hosted the regional where Texas was eliminated. They won their super regional. They were on a roll of just couldn't lose. They were on a roll. They were printing cups with national championship, and I don't blame them, because with, like we said here, with 7 outs left, they were at all but ordering their rings, right? Sure. And Tennessee, the better team at the end of the day, didn't quit. And then even Sunday, so then Monday, the game was exciting. Tennessee pulled away, but here come the Aggies. Didn't quit, got it together, got within a run. That sliding to home.
Oh my God.
Tag that the catcher just
truly the best slide I've ever seen.
Yeah, the way he was able to manipulate his body at full speed to avoid being tagged.
And not just that, not just like manipulate his body, but also to understand that, like, catchers, when they go, again, it was thrown a little off. So the catcher has the ball, and the natural inclination for a catcher is to go left, right? Because you're usually on the line, you want to go left, you want to catch him. For him to have the presence of mind to go, you know what, he's going to go that way, I'm going to go around. It was an incredible play.
And every camera angle, it was
amazing.
It
gets cooler and cooler every time you watch it.
That ended up being the difference-making run because the Aggies got it within one run, right?
Yeah.
So being so close to winning that championship and just being the it program for the next, could be decade, right?
Yeah.
Like, they were number 1 for a lot of the year there. So to fall up, to not finish it on Monday, not finish it on Sunday, lose on Monday, fight back, and just be at the edge of their seats thinking that we're going to do it, and then they don't. All that. And then they're mad all day. They spend the whole day of their national championship day mad that Texas, the news got leaked about Texas.
And again, that's a real kick to the lady garden. I'm just saying, look, again, I feel for my Aggie friends. Like, they're not even able to enjoy that, right? Like you're saying.
But they could have chose to ignore it. They obsessed over whether or not Texas was
not how
trying.
news works.
I know, but
that's not how people work.
We're playing for a championship today.
I
But
get
what
it.
were all their boards about? Texas is trying
I
to get
know.
the spotlight. You're giving us the spotlight by talking about it.
I don't disagree with you at all. Look, you mentioned this as we were waiting in the backstage to come on before our show. You know, again, we love SEC Unfiltered. I think there's some great takes on stuff. We were talking about this as they were chatting. Like, Texas is Texas, right? We are Texas, whatever. A&M hates Texas, and I think that the comment was made that A&M hates Texas more than they hate to lose. I don't know what he said, but we commented
they
A&M hates Texas. They were
Texas worries about them,
which is 100% true.
Yeah.
I think A&M thinks about Texas a lot more than Texas thinks about
something
A&M.
like that. They said,
But we said this kind of behind the scenes, and I agree with it. Look, A&M, I would argue that A&M hates Texas more than they love themselves. And that's a hard place to be in, man. Like, I again, that makes this really difficult.
They love themselves.
And I want to pull this out. I want to say this.
Okay.
So A&M has had a rough go the past few months, right? So in the past 7 months, and this is thanks to Brian Fisher, in the past 7 months, Texas A&M has fired their football coach with a $77 million buyout, had to pivot from hiring Kentucky's football coach to hiring Duke's, saw their AD leave for Ohio State, poached Nebraska's AD, and now the baseball coach is left for their most bitter rival. Like, that is a tough run. That is a tough 7 months for any Aggie fan.
And you have to add in there, we're one out, like one inning, one run
7,
away,
yeah,
one run away from fighting for the national championship by one run.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's tough. And so again,
first time in 85 years.
I appreciate it. That's a tough place to be, man. So
all right, so we're gonna talk about this press conference. Just so much There's so much to talk about. Okay, so he said, back to Schloss's comment, and that's our plan. Just throw a comment and talk about it because there's so much to talk about. So he says he yearns for and needs a great leader. We'll just let that.
Well, no, but
he says CDC is a great leader.
Well, he also jumped in and said, "Look, not that the leadership wasn't great at A&M,
you
but
gotta clean it up."
Like I said, there was a lot of comments here where he'd say something exemplary about Texas and then have to follow it up by going, "No, but A&M's good too,"
which is good.
No,
I
respect
doesn't
it.
want to make him mad,
No,
right? He again, we mentioned earlier, he did apologize to Richard Zane, the Tex Ags writer, who asked the question, that elephant in the room. He asked the question. He said, that he was frustrated, or it wasn't he didn't handle it right. He apologized for that, like directly said his name, apologized to that. I wish he could have answered better. And so, do you take that as a genuine apology? Like,
yeah, 1,000%. We touched on this earlier. Again, the dude was emoting. I mean, there were a few times that he got a little choked up. I think this was a decision that weighed really heavily on him. I don't think this was something he was like, peace out, I'm gone. Right. Like, I think this was something he said. On one hand, the decision was easy, and that's because of his relationship with CDC. But he said on the other hand, this is hard because he cares about his players. He cares. He's enjoyed his time at A&M. He likes where he's at. Again, it's good, but look, it's tough. Yeah, it's a tough decision. Do I think he was genuine? Absolutely. Like, at the end of the day, yes, he was genuine. He showed emotion. He was very honest and open. And again, he talked about A&M a lot during a University of Texas press conference. You got to give him some credit for that too.
Yeah. All right. So then he moved on. He talked about, what he expects to bring to Texas. And when I wrote the notes out, I didn't realize they were spelling the word Texas. You did.
Yeah. Listen, I picked up on that.
Toughness, energy, excellence, accountability, selflessness.
Listen, I know this is silly, but
excellence, of course, is with an E, but
I guess that's where my brain was going. The second he started off by talking about it, he said, all right, there's 5 key factors on how he builds teams. And he said, it's toughness, right? You've got to embrace everything. You got to be tough. You got to look into it. I'm like, okay, cool. I like that. And then he said energy. I'm like, oh, that's TE.
T.
I already knew it was going to be
E.
Yeah. So, and then it came up, he said, again, so he says toughness, right? Then he says energy. You've got to put in an elite effort. Like, that's just through and through. The effort that you put in the whole time is going to be there. And then he brought up excellence. You've got to be the best version of yourself. And he's there to coach. And again, I see a lot of parallels on the things that he's saying and the culture that he talks about building, and what Coach Sarkisian has done with Texas football too. A lot of that focus is on process. It's on building. It's not just building a good football program and a good football player. It's about building young men and enriching their lives and building them up to be better humans. Schloss was saying a lot of the same things, right? So yeah, you come in with the excellence, be the best version of yourself, and it's his job. Coach Schloss was saying it's his job to be able to help guide his players on that. Then he brings up the accountability. So we're on A now, right? So and he put that on himself.
I don't
first.
know how I didn't see that.
Yeah.
You saw he was spelling Texas.
Yeah. So he put it on himself first too. He said, look, I've got to be accountable. I expect you to hold me accountable. Which again, that's part of why I do believe the conversation that he had, the apology that he made, I think that was genuine. I think the emotion he has, and I do think this was a tough decision, but he's asking people, hold me accountable, because I'm going to hold my players accountable. They have to hold themselves accountable as well. The team has to hold everybody accountable. And then, selflessness, right? Like, you've got to be selfless. It's a team game. This isn't just an individual sport. So bringing that up, I think it was, again, I loved what I was hearing. As a Texas fan, it's easy to say, I love what I'm hearing. But again, I see a lot of parallels between the program. It's not just about in the moment and winning individual games. It's about the program and the people that you're building up in that process. I thought that was really telling. And I loved the parallels that we've seen with how that's been successful with Texas football as well.
I think when he made the comment about, toughness, energy, excellence, that it's not, he said, it's not just a t-shirt. We're going to live it. We're going to, that's going to be our culture. That aligns.
We'll make a t-shirt. Don't worry.
Oh, you will make a t-shirt. That aligns with football. That aligns with basketball. That aligns with all the programs that talk about culture, that it's not what we're putting on a t-shirt. It is what we're trying to build and live and really, really be. So I think that was the part of the alignment. And then we talked about, former players, future players, they're welcome. It's their program, that it's not his. He's just a steward of the program.
Which again, it's that servant leader. CDC talks about that a lot, right? He talks about being a servant leader, and you don't get anywhere if you don't put yourself in that position with some humility, and you don't put yourself in that position. Again, have some swagger, know your stuff, be confident, but it's that servant mentality. Oh, we've talked about that with Dr. Finkley quite often. Like, if you're serving the people that you're there for, you are a true leader, and people will follow you. People will look to you for guidance and to build things. So yeah, I love that.
All right. So hey, what do you think about this? We talked about recruiting and the kind of recruits he's bringing in. If you're talking about NIL first, they're not recruiting you. He understands that NIL is a part of the deal nowadays. He's not dumb to that. He knows that's part of the deal. But he said that most recruits nowadays, the best ones are looking at academics, develop me as a player, with the potential, to get to the pros, and then win championships / team success. So he said at the end of the day, NIL is an issue and a factor, and he knows it. But what the players want, a good academic school to be developed and win championships. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, look, I thought that was really telling. So much focus has been played on that, right? You hear all these people, again, some of the cope coming out as, oh, well, NIL is different. Look, again, I'm going to make this argument.
Some of the cope.
A&M has donors. They have money. They have people that are willing to invest in the programs. I think they've shown that, especially here recently. You don't fire a coach for that much money, without having the money to be able to do it. The donors that are pitching in and divvying up, right? Like, A&M has the money. NIL was starting to roll. Now, you could make some arguments under other coaches, again, like Jimbo Fisher. NIL promises might have been made, but maybe not followed through on. I don't think that was an issue with baseball at all. And I will say this, when you're comparing the two programs with the state that they're in right now, prior you had Coach Pierce, who one of his bigger criticisms was he wasn't utilizing the Texas One Fund enough. He wasn't utilizing NIL as much. He was relying almost maybe too much on the name Texas, right?
Yeah.
But there are other factors, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But whereas Schlossnagle had really embraced that. He's done a good job with NIL. He's done a good job with following through. And again, let's bring up Kane here. Let's talk about recruiting. Let's talk about that player development. Kane is one of the elite guys out there that is
Nolan Kane.
Yes, that is going out and getting players and making promises, but following through. Again, it's that accountability part, right? So the question was posed, is NIL a big factor? Did that play into it? And he answered fairly. He said, yeah, of course. Today's day and age, NIL plays into it. But we're, like you said, we're not looking at the kids that if all they talk about is NIL, we're not the program for you.
Right.
So, and I thought that was something that was really telling when he said, what were the three things that he focused on? Again, academics,
player development,
and team
winning.
success.
Yeah.
Team success. Right. So again, if you're reading between the lines, if you're adding, 2 + 2 = winning, look, man, at the end of the day, what he's really talking about is the kind of culture he wants to build,
right,
and the kind of culture that he's going to build. So all of these things, again, are in alignment with what we've seen our athletic program in multiple sports starting to move toward. This is one of those things where that alignment comes into play again. Everybody's got the same game plan. They have different ways of doing it, but everybody knows this is the strategy. You build the right culture, you get the right kids for the right reasons,
right?
You develop them in the right ways, you're going to build winning programs. I love that so much.
Yep. All right. So, let's see. The last he talked about, building the roster. They're getting right to work with that. He kind of talked about advice he's gotten, just stay healthy, get the fundamentals down. I mean, it's kind of like, good luck. I mean, build the best roster, have a roster as good as the other teams you're playing against. But one of the big things that Schloss brings at the perfect timing for Texas right now is as Texas goes into the SEC, not only did they need a change, right?
Yeah.
Because of, like we said earlier, the trajectory of the program, not only did they need a change, but he is coming with 3 years experience He's played in every stadium in every town against all the coaches. He knows the SEC now, and he just competed very well against the SEC. He knows what kind of program you have to build, just like Sark knew what kind of program you have to build, and Flood and Banks. They knew what kind of program you have to build to go play at against the SEC. Schloss and his team, Early, Wiener, and Kane, they know what it takes to win in the SEC. What kind of advantage is that? Like the perfect timing.
Look, that's massive. And don't think, again, people looking at this and going, oh, it's not that big of a role. Heck yes, it is. Again, much love to David Pierce. We appreciate what he's done for the program. He took over a Texas program that was kind of in a slump. Brought him back to, I would say, more national prominence, but the DP problem was that he wasn't hitting that Texas standard consistently, and the trajectory of the program wasn't where it needed to be going into the insanely difficult SEC. There's no question about that.
Right.
So, yeah, that played a huge factor in, I will say, Schloss coming here, but in order for Schloss to come here, DP had to be gone, right? And a big factor in him being gone was not being SEC ready. So, yeah, I think that's a huge key piece, kind of the linchpin that maybe put all of this into motion and started getting things going. Jared, like you bring up a really good point. The transfer portal is a real new X factor. There's no off season for coaches to wait and move at a good time. I agree with that. Any time a coach leaves, the roster gets rated. It's not a good system. I agree. We answered a question earlier about, did this feel shady? Did this feel like a questionable move? Was there tampering involved? And at the end of the day, by the rules that are in place right now, no, this wasn't there. I don't believe there was anything shady going on. I will agree the system has some flaws in its current state. The system could be a lot better, no question. But at the end of the day, we are where we are, and we're working with the system that we got. And that, I think, is a key thing to look at too. So we appreciate it. We're a little.
Thank you, Richard. It is happy hour.
It
Yay!
is.
We have so much. Thank you, Richard.
We're
We
gonna
have so much to celebrate today at 5 o'clock. Oh, it's watermelon cucumber something. Let's see.
Oh, that's delightful. Oh, Lord.
Oh, wow. What, Richard?
Tequila. I love it.
Wow,
Thank
it's
you.
delicious.
Woo, woo, woo.
All right. Well, we're
gonna have some fun this hour.
We'll get to quickly. We're just talking, which is good. We'll get to the questions of his responses to the media questions, and then we will talk about the bigger impact of this change and just Texas swinging it. All right. But first, let's really quick give a shout out to one of our sponsors, longtime sponsors, AV Consultations. All right. So this time of year, you're starting to plan ahead, getting ready for football season. It's never too early to get ready for football season. Olympics. Yes. You want all the events on multiple screens because all the events are happening. So call Audio Visual Consultations to get your home TV setup done the right way. You can set up your man cave, your she shed, hook it up all around the house, your media room. Call 512-255-8678, avconsultations.com. They can do inside, outside, even security, home theater, whatever you need. Call them. Yes, Olympics.
Yeah, look. You a big Olympics person?
Yeah, we've talked about. We're going to talk a lot of Olympics, and the Houston man that made the U.S. Olympic team. He's my new favorite break dancer, and we're going to talk about him. Okay, so happy. I want to say before we move on, I want to say quick shout out. Yes, thank you, Miracle Martinez. Bien chingona, gracias. Congrats on the PhD, and you too. Appreciate the live streams.
Wait, are you Latina?
Oh yeah, apparently it's according to somebody on
because your last name is Osborne
on Twitter. I am not allowed to, I guess, speak Spanish.
Well, you can't be Latina.
I can't be Latina because I use the name Osborne.
Oh, I love it. Oh, you gotta love
that. I only use to advance. I don't know. They just hand out PhDs to people who have names like
you definitely didn't do the work. You just got it.
According to him, I only use anyway.
Man, I have not been cashing it because I got the whitest white girl last name ever. Grigsby. Come on, where's the PhD?
There's some people on Twitter who have never left their parents' basement.
That's fair.
And do not know why people speak different languages.
That's a thing. That's a thing.
Anyway,
all right, man.
Thank you though.
Yeah.
I like that. I need a shirt.
Right.
All right.
So many of these. You gotta add them up.
Yeah. All right. So then let's keep talking.
Yeah.
Schloss also, okay. So he spoke for a while, and then he got to answer a few questions. Let's kind of fly through those because I really wanted to get to those Twitter posts.
Yeah, we've got to most of them.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, I think I love this question from Corey Mose, our friend here. We've had him on.
Great question.
Need to get him on again soon. He said, "Is this the right time? Are you the right person for Texas?" I mean, it was a great question. What makes this the right time? What makes you the right person for this job at the University of Texas? And one of the things that Coach Schlossnagle said was, "Look, part of it, the job was open." Right. Again,
that helps.
The conversations that have been had, this folds into everything again.
They align.
We're crazy. If DP was doing not in a position to
David Pierce.
Correct.
Pierce.
Sorry, I say DP all the time. If Coach Pierce in Texas was in a position where they were holding on to their coach, this would be a moot point, right? The conversations aren't being had. It doesn't become a reality until it's a reality.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, as much of a hit you over the head duh answer as that is, it's truthful, right? Yes, the timing has to be right.
Right.
This isn't a thing where people just, you're not going to wreck shop because listen, there is no question. You call it the butterfly effect, the ripple effect, the Texas effect, whatever you want to call it. When a head coaching position at the University of Texas opens up, it affects all of college sports. I think I recall seeing with the Mac Brown, when that job became open, that ultimately somebody added it up and looked at all the changes around the country.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it ended up affecting something like 135 or 38 coaching positions throughout
whole
the nation.
Staffs move and
staffs and head coaches were changing.
Yeah.
And I mean, even high school coaches are getting promoted, moving around, right?
Yep.
Like there is a massive ripple effect when that happens. So obviously it's a duh answer, but it's an honest
all
one.
people who get a raise because they were
Right. And another thing that he brought up is, along with the timing, he said Chris is here. And again, you cannot understate the importance of that relationship. Something else he mentioned that I don't know if everybody keyed in on is kind of under his breath. He said he talked about CDC's contract. Coach Schlossnagle was saying, look, I'm 53. I don't plan on coaching until I'm 75, but I plan on being here for a long time. And one of the things that he mentioned was Chris Del Conte is here. I've got a great relationship with him, and he has got a very solid contract.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of assurances there for him that we know the main reason he came here was because of CDC.
Mm-hmm.
And there is that nice comfort for him to know that CDC ain't going anywhere anytime soon.
Just like recruits, one of the ways to, in any sport, one of the ways to negative recruit another school or to have questions is they only have a year on that contract, or they haven't renewed that contract.
Right.
If they love that coach so much, he'll be here a while. So maybe that could be one of the reasons Venables just got an extension when nobody was fighting for him, because the recruits want to hear. Because the recruits want to hear, okay, they're solid with me. Come on, sign on. And within a week of that, side note, within a week of that, they got multiple commitments within a week. So it works. People want to a level up. The coaches want to know, the athletic director that's brought me here, that is promising me all these things that I know and can work with, they're going to be here a while too.
Yeah.
So that helps.
And look, I'm not going to linger on this too long because I mentioned it earlier, but another part of that answer that he gave was the structure, just the way things that are structured at Texas versus Texas A&M. He said, look, things are fine at A&M. It's great for them, but it's a different structure. He mentioned, he mentioned that it was a straight line process at Texas where the head coach has a straight line, direct line to the administration, to CDC. You know that Hartzell is involved. You know that LTIF is involved. You know that this is something where, like CDC started the whole thing off by saying, decisions aren't made in a vacuum. This isn't something that decisions are handed down. Everybody's going to be in lockstep. You involve your coaches, you involve the staff, you involve everybody, and you make the right choices for the program, for the coaches program, for their program moving forward. I really love that. One of the things too, I just said the coaches program, but one of the things that he was very adamant, Jim Schlossnagle was very adamant about, is talking to, he made a plea kind of towards the end of the time. He said, look, former players, this isn't my program.
Mm-hmm.
This is your program. He said, I didn't go to Texas. This isn't my school. I am your steward. It is my job to make this position and this sport better. He said, I don't think anybody can argue. He goes, I think my staff and I would agree that when we left A&M in a better position than when we found it. And I don't think anybody could argue that, right? Now, You could maybe argue the decimation as he leaves, the mushroom cloud that's left behind. Yeah, perhaps not so great. But again, the Aggies were contending for their first national championship through a program that had not won a national championship in baseball ever. So,
all right, CB is always going to come through. There you go. Max Olson said 103 coaches and 53 teams were affected by the.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Steve.
All right.
So look, and I thought that was really cool. He was saying, I'm a steward. This isn't my program, it's yours. And so that's one of the things he said towards the end to wrap it up was like, look, players, you're always welcome. My door's always open. I want you to own this program. This is your program. Come back, be involved. You're always welcome here. Fans, I love this call out. Fans, we need you here. We need this to be an elite atmosphere going into the SEC. And he said, not just for SEC games. It's got to be an elite atmosphere every weekend. And I love that. That was something that was brought up. And I think this was his way of quietly addressing that. A lot of people said he'd never leave A&M because $80 million was promised in renovations at, Bluebell Field, Olsen Field and Bluebell Park, which again, I'm going to put this out there. I've said this before. There's nothing new coming from my mouth. Yeah. In facilities race, A&M currently today, June 26th, facilities race, A&M is ahead of Texas. Texas has a long way to go, but one of the rumors that you heard is that A&M wasn't moving fast enough on the promised updates. And I do think, let's talk about that a little bit. I think the updates at the Dish were part of a conversation as well.
Like getting grass.
Yeah. At the end of the day, that was not the make or break, obviously.
Obviously not.
It was not the make or break. It was all about CDC. It was about the prestige of the Texas job and the alignment.
He used the word alignment
a lot. The alignment, the administration. So I that was a really nice thing to hear. But let's also kind of harken back to early this year. Harken back. Let us come with me on a journey. CDC had his town hall meetings, right? He does it every year. He holds them every year. And one of the discussions that came up was grass, both at DKR and at the Dish. And CDC had said, look, the DKR is getting grass in 2026. We got to finish the indoor project first. Then we've got a few other things, but grass is coming in 2026. One of the things that has been holding the Dish back from real grass is the overhang that makes it the Dish.
Right.
Again, we know it's named after Dish and Volk. I got it. But the overhang, which helps us not die in the heat of Texas summers and springs when it gets real hot, makes it difficult to grow the grass evenly, get enough sunlight, all of that. But it was very much a conversation. If you go back and look at the different conversations when CDC was at TCU, listen, I did some digging. When he was at TCU, he's talking about baseball should be played on grass. Sports should be played on grass. He comes to Texas and he said, look, my preference is grass, but it's up to the coaches. It's up to the coaches.
Yeah, what the coaches want.
Right? I promise you now.
Oh, grass is coming.
Grass is coming.
All right.
All these fans upset about it. Grass is coming, y'all.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah. Let's talk facilities too. Quadro, I appreciate this. You said, yeah, catch me in the Yeti Yard more often this year. Listen,
I hope they keep it free.
Yeah.
It will probably on Tuesdays against Rio Grande Valley. I bet you can get in there for free.
This is the thing I've said.
Friday night against LSU, you will not.
You got to wonder, is Texas going to be like that drug dealer where they're like, hey, first taste is free?
Yeah, they are.
Come on, see this product.
The Yeti Yard is so awesome.
It's great.
If you're not familiar, along the, I guess it would be between second base and third base, out back behind left field. Important left field. Hello, duh. Yeah, they put this new looks like a long dugout area, and it's right at the fence of the field. So there's some Yeti chairs or
BYOB.
BYOB or you can buy in there, and it fits maybe 100-ish people.
125 is capacity.
Yeah, so if you just come pull up a chair or bring your own chair and sit, you can have literally front row of the entire outfield.
They run in. Now listen,
it is amazing.
I'm going to say this. I'm a season ticket holder. Have been for 10 years. The atmosphere has been changing at the Dish. I'm about to be 42, and I feel like for a long time was one of the youngest fans at baseball. But I'm telling you, with CDC coming in, that has changed a lot. That has shifted. The Yeti Yard was a huge step into attracting more students to come out. And I will tell you guys this. I know for a fact, zero question, one of the plans for the Yeti Yard is going up, y'all. A lot of people ask about how does the Dish expand? How do you make it more fan friendly? because it is kind of landlocked, right? Well, so the Yeti Yard's out in the left field. That is about to be, and I have this on very good authority. I'd bet a good amount of money on this, real American dollars.
Real messy.
The Yeti Yard's about to build up. It's going to be a multi-tiered space.
Oh, it's going to be so
They
cool.
are also talking about creating a second Yeti Yard in right field, with that being a multi-tiered space.
Ooh, the buses there are not going to be happy.
Yeah, that's going to have to be a conversation about how to move them. Truman, buddy, I love you. We'll figure it out. But what a cool thing to be able to have a multi-tiered level out there.
With that amazing view coming back
Yeah.
in. Oh, it looks
And
so
the
good.
players coming out and crashing on the fences. Listen, let me tell you this. Another thing, because we all know Texas likes to make money. Why not do a Top Golf thing out there? Can you imagine? Like they won't with the grass.
Don't mess
But that's all I want to do. I want to
Don't
hit.
mess up our.
I want to hit a
beautiful
few
field.
balls off of like the third level of the Yeti Yard.
Now you're just dreaming.
I
All
am,
right.
I am.
Okay. So let's wrap up the press conference because man, we talked about that longer than the press conference.
No, that's all right.
I mean, that's what we're here for, right? To talk, break it down line by line. All right. So the last couple things we talked about a minute ago. He brought his entire staff. He said we are a united front. So they had, I don't know if they made a pact. I don't know if they're blood brothers. I don't know what happened.
They spit on it.
But I don't know if they ever said, Schloss, if you go to a place like only Texas, we're all coming too.
Yep.
So there came, and like we said, they're ready to get to work this afternoon. They're working on the roster, right? They're going to see who they have, who they need. There's already a player who said yesterday, if you go to the portal, you're a loser. And today he's in the portal. Welcome to Texas.
No, he didn't say that.
No, he didn't say that.
He said, look, he said, hey, let's build something special at A&M.
And he said something about if you go in the portal.
He said if you're in the portal, you're missing out. That's what he said.
I bet he's missing out.
Had about 9,000 likes, and today that got deleted. It's gone.
Oh, screen captures
She
never
gone.
die.
Yeah.
I have a few screen captures that are now deleted too. So y'all, I mean, of other people that said say something I'm like, oh, I should screen capture this because I bet they're going to delete it, and they did. All right, so let's move on. Talk bigger picture, right? So we know that was all just the press conference today, and you can go to TexasSports.com and if you want to stream that and watch it again later after 6 o'clock, not right now. So. So we talked about how he took the game. We talked about how the Aggies had a chance to win their championship this weekend. They did not. It was their best season ever. And thank you. Yeah. Congrats, Tennessee. So the best college, this is from LH Fan Battle, Longhorn Fan Battle. The best college baseball season in Aggie history ended with third in the SEC, 2 losses in the tournament, SEC tournament, and losing a 1-0 lead in the championship.
Yeah, look, again.
And then losing their coach and their staff and some players.
I'm telling you, my heart goes out to my A&M friends. I do have some really great Aggie friends that I love to death and I think are pretty wonderful. I will say that it's got to be brutal as an A&M fan. Now, look, I'm going to bring a little bit of my other fandom into this, and I will say this, and I've mentioned this before. So I'm obviously Texas first and foremost. That's what I live and breathe and love. Born in Austin, Texas. I love my UT, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm also a Michigan State fan. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of parallels that you can draw between the Michigan and Michigan State rivalry and the in-state rivalry. Michigan
rivalry, yes.
Listen,
the fan base, no.
Agreed. Listen, Michigan, if you're going to just make it super simple, Michigan would be the equivalent of Texas.
Oh, absolutely.
Michigan State, the agricultural school, would be the equivalent of A&M.
Yes.
The difference is, like, I think Michigan State embraces, I don't want to say the little brother role, but kind of the little brother role.
They
because
accept that they're not the flagship university.
They're not the University of Michigan, right? Yes. And that almost makes it sweeter for them, right? It makes it better. Like, everybody loves a good underdog story. Everybody, listen, you know,
like everyone loves UTSA.
Right.
We're going to play them and we'll be mad at them one day of year. But the rest of the year, everyone wants Jeff Traylor to win. We love UTSA.
And look, I'm gonna position Texas probably in a way that isn't favorable for Texas. But I'm going to say this, like, you go to the movies to watch a great underdog story. You root for Rudy.
No, I don't.
Right?
I can't stand Rudy, but I know what
I'm
you
just
mean.
saying.
Most people do, yes. I can't stand
the
Rudy.
point here is that,
yes,
like,
I agree.
You want the underdog to win. You want the little guy to win.
Yes.
And I'm not saying, listen, don't get your knickers in a twist. A&M is a great school. It's a big school. They have a lot of resources. But at the end of the day, it's not Texas. If they would simply embrace the role of being the guy that's always counted out and being the guy that, like, is a great place to be and has that family feel, right? And if they position themselves in the David versus Goliath, if they position themselves as David, people are going to root for you. The problem is you're David, but you think you're Goliath and you want to fight and argue that you're Goliath. That doesn't work. You're not, it's not Goliath versus Goliath here.
You know, and also like there's like Florida and Florida State. Florida State has done enough, more than enough in multiple sports on their own to be big bad Florida any day of the week, right?
Sure.
Florida is on a down spot right now.
Listen, yeah.
But Florida State holds their own. They hold their own in football, baseball. Like they hold their own. Women's sports, they hold their own. And so they can ball up and talk up, right? Florida State can. It's not the same when you have never won anything in our lifetime.
But for me, it all goes back to that mentality. If I'm Texas A&M, if I'm positioning myself as I should be better than Texas at all things all the time, and then you don't live up to that expectation, like you're setting yourself up for failure. Why do you not approach it and go, hell yeah, I'm the little guy, I'm the smaller guy in the state, but I'm the better place to be. I'm the one you want to fight for. We feel good here, right? Like we're the rebels, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And you, in my opinion, you put yourself in a better position if you have that mentality. But I feel like A&M, and this is what will always bite them in the ass and why it will always be funny for us to watch when things like this happen to A&M is because of that attitude, because they go into this and yap and yap and yap and yap and get so hyped up like an angry chihuahua. Like, bro, just calm it down a minute.
Win something.
Right.
That's my response.
If they reposition themselves, not only would they help themselves in recruiting and perception, I think they would help themselves in results, right?
But they will, just like so the weird yelling, the yell practices, the videos that LSU and Ole Miss and Alabama and all the entire SEC posts and laughs about. If I have to be brainwashed into your cult to understand it, it's weird. It's weird to have men going, whoop,
but that's okay.
They're like, it's
weird
and it's not cool.
But to me, that's fine. Embrace that. If they embrace that and found the right people to like, I don't know, man. I just feel like there's a different attitude that you can take and
do that and win something.
And I feel like this, like instead of focusing all of your efforts on like being better than Texas, why don't you focus all of your efforts on being the best Texas A&M that you can be, right? To me, that would help them on all levels. Like, stop worrying about what Texas is doing because we're going to steal your coach anyway. Like, worry about you. Worry about being the Texas. They
can't even celebrate Texas being down right now because we use that to take their best coach ever.
That's what I'm saying. But if you focus on being the best Texas A&M that you can be, you don't got to worry about what Texas is doing, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the fundamental problem to me that A&M.
Well,
if you shift that thinking,
if you heard earlier, Chip Brown, our friend that was on earlier, the best reporting, he broke the story of Schloss to Texas. He was on top of it earlier today. He was talking about how he had reports that Sharp woke up every morning and was obsessed with how can he be better than Texas?
Right.
How can he down Texas today?
But like,
but it wasn't like you said. It wasn't how can we be the best A&M. He was obsessed with tech. You know why? Because Texas is the standard.
I get that.
Texas is higher in academics.
I
Texas
respect
is higher in history of all traditions, of all the sports.
I respect that.
And we're not weird.
But the thing is, like, take the weird part away, whatever.
So weird.
I respect, again, yes, Texas is the flagship, but at the end of the day, let's just talk about it in mental health form. If all I'm doing is focusing on beating a singular person and being better than that person, I'm never going to be the best me, right? Like, hey, I'm just saying,
people like me.
I'm just saying, focus on being the best Texas A&M that you can be. Stop worrying about Texas. Be the best Texas A&M you can be. Listen, I agree. Okay, so you've gotten into a physical altercation. We've got a comment here from Bardo. Again, you've gotten into a physical. Jorado. Sorry. Super white girl. I'm trying my best here. Yeah.
I hope it's Jorado.
Gotten into a physical altercation in College Station, so the rivalry is real for you. Yeah, they took you out to Austin Knights as City Boys, and they're better than the fans you've met out there. That's fair, man. Listen.
And Schloss said when we go back into College Station, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
They asked him, you ready for the heat?
Let me ask you this. So I go to all the games home and away for football. I go to all the home games for baseball. I got to ask this, like, I've seen this comment out there. Do you think this move of Schloss coming to Texas stealing your coach, is that going to affect the atmosphere at Kyle Field this year, this November?
Absolutely.
You think
Because
so?
the hate just piles and piles. I mean, the hate was already massive because the game's back, right?
Sure.
And then you add the game's back because even though Texas A&M told everyone in the world there's no way the SEC would let Texas in, we're here.
There's also no way that that Schloss would ever leave A&M to go to Texas.
But we know that the stories of how they tried to avoid Texas during bowl games and things like that. But at the end of the day, a lot of their people said there's no way the SEC would let Texas in because we don't want them in. Well, Texas and OU are coming, and
cool.
Texas and OU are coming.
Cool.
Yeah, yes. And all the head start, the 12, 13-year head start, whatever it was, that they had in recruiting and all the media and the money that they got from being the SEC, great things, great move, good job. All that advantage they have, they didn't take advantage of it, right? They didn't use it to win championships.
They did their best.
They didn't use it to win championships.
Yeah.
So, and while Texas was down this whole time, Texas in a lot of sports was down. In the last few years, they're building and getting better. Texas was down for a while. So, what an opportunity that they didn't finish, right? So now, not only while Texas was down, they still muscled their way into the SEC because that's where Texas wanted to be with OU, right? So you have that pisses them off.
Yeah, look,
that pisses them off.
I understand the
they
rage
used
of
it, and
Aggies.
Texas, they for a couple of years they were really killing it in recruiting because a lot of the best players want to play in the SEC and they can play in Texas and do that. So that now that's gone, right? The NIL, Texas is killing. They have NIL too. Great. Texas is really using the social media and NIL really killing it there. So, and now Texas being in the SEC, all the things that pile up. And then when they were so close, like we said, 85 years, they were so close to finally winning a big thing. It was not so close. Not so fast. Not so fast, my friend.
I got to be quicker than that.
It didn't happen for them.
Yeah.
So all of that, and then you take their coach.
Yeah.
And their whole staff.
Yeah. And about to be players too. Listen, this saga is not done, y'all. Like, this is about to be a thing we're seeing. And I'm going to say, Texas is going to have some attrition too. You have to. There's only so many spots on a roster, right? But we've already seen the announcements of A&M's top 3 guys. I'm going to butcher these names again. I apologize.
Already 3?
Yeah. Oh, there's actually like 5 or 6 that have already hit the portal. But Kent is one of them.
They're all coming to Texas.
Laviolette, correct.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Kent, Laviolette, and then Grahovic. I can never say.
I don't know how to say.
I'm going to butcher the pronunciation. But there's at this point, at least prior to us starting to record, which is at 4:00 Central, there were 5 or 6 A&M players that had already announced that they're hitting the portal. We're going to see that from the Texas side too. I want to be super clear. Like, players
for
are
multiple reasons.
Yeah, players are going to have to figure out, like, do they want to play for Schloss? Is Schloss has to go through, and his staff has to go through both rosters and say, okay, who do I think will build the best culture here that aligns with my idea of where this program needs to go? I think we're going to see a lot of players that were recruited at Texas and playing at Texas are going to stay at Texas. Now, I think we're going to see some attrition as far as there might be some players that are going, well, shit, I was thinking about going to the draft anyway. Now I might be having to recompete for this spot that I knew I had. Yeah, maybe that helps push them into the decision to go to the draft. Maybe it helps push them in the decision to enter the portal. Again, I don't want to get cocky about this at all. There is going to be attrition on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
We've already seen it starting on the A&M side because there's, of course, if you're a player, you want to come play for the coach that picks you up. Another thing that I want to point out, a lot of people ask this question, like, yes, the transfer portal ends at a certain point, right? And the SEC does have a rule in place that says, if you transfer within conference, you have to stay to a certain point. Like, you have to sit out a year. You can't.
I think that's football only now.
But yeah. And now here's the thing I also want to point out. All that goes out the window in special circumstances like this.
Like a coaching change.
Correct.
Okay.
When a program undergoes a coaching change, a new 30-day portal opens up
for both teams.
For the team if you have a coaching change, you have a 30-day portal. So
which would have started Monday.
Texas's clock started ticking as soon as Texas announced it Monday,
Okay.
right? So you'll notice it's been pretty quiet on the Texas side. It was a wait and see situation for Texas players, which it's still going to be. Now that it's all the dust is settled, we know that Schloss and staff are coming to Texas. There is now an opportunity for Schloss to contact. He's got to reach out to all of his players at A&M that he can, and all of the players at Texas, and say, look, he's got to get a feel for who's on the staff at Texas, get a feel for the players at Texas, and go, okay, who works best? I got to get to know you. Is this the best fit for you? Right? So while we are seeing a lot of A&M players, we know that they want to come and follow their coach, or
just not stay there without him.
Correct. And that's the other part. A lot of these players that are saying I'm hitting the portal, they may also very well end up in the draft. I'm not saying that's not a possibility.
Yeah, or another
school. So a player hitting a portal does not automatically equal they're coming to Texas. We've got it. Texas fans have to get that out of their head, right? But I think it is pretty telling to see. You've seen a lot of announcements come from the A&M side. You knew the attrition was going to happen there. It's a wait and see. I would offer in the next 3 to 4 days is when you're going to really start to see how the roster plays out at UT.
Yeah.
You're going to start to see what players have decided, this is a coach I want to play for, this is a coach I don't. You're also going to start to see a little bit of the unfortunate downside of that, where the coaches say, hey, you might not be a right fit for our program, whatever. So I want to put this out there. If you've worn burnt orange at any point, and whatever decision you make, man, like, we support you.
Good luck.
You've worn burnt orange, and you will always have a special place in real Texas fans' hearts. So
yeah, there's a million
I'm gonna put that
reasons,
out there.
There's a million reasons that with the coaching change, just at the end of the season in general.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons that a player might think it's time to move on, even if they go to a different school. Maybe they want to finish a different degree.
Best
maybe,
of luck, man.
Yeah, best of luck to you. Maybe there's more playing time options, even if you don't fit the new system, whatever. I don't know Schloss's system compared to Pierce's system. I'm not going to pretend I do.
Yeah.
But maybe they play a different system. Maybe they're bringing in a transfer portal player that's going to take your playing time. There's 100 reasons why a player who's been loyal and committed to Texas, it's not going to fit. And whether, just like, Malik Murphy, with at Texas, right? We love him and we'll cheer for him. And it was just his time to move on and find a better opportunity.
He had to make
And
a
that's
decision
fair.
that was best for him.
Right. So, some of these players, that could be fair. So don't be like the Aggies fans who are right now literally wishing anal cancer, literally.
So
wishing anal cancer.
Yeah, man. Like, look,
on Schloss and his staff. And
we can be better than that.
Yeah,
Like,
we're better than that. But let's talk about it.
Okay. What I will say is, I think if I had to guess, I would say Texas, where we're going to look for the most changes on the Texas roster is probably going to be in pitching. We've known that pitching has been a bit of the crux, right? The thorn in the side of Texas baseball. And again, I don't think that played a small role into the decision of Coach Pierce being let go. Like, he hasn't had consistent pitching over these last few years. We saw LBJ was phenomenal when Coach Woody Williams was here. And after 1 year, there were some philosophical differences. Coach Pierce decided that Woody Williams wasn't the right fit. And then Coach Pierce decided he was going to be the guy to be the pitching coach. I think that, man, coupled with some other key points, but that played a large role into, like, the pitching was declining. Outside of Ace Whitehead, look, we still saw LBJ see some great innings, pitch some great ball, but overall he declined a little bit this year. So I think if I'm a gambling person, I'm going to say, I think where we see the highest turnover is probably going to be in pitching. Now, something I also want to point out that I don't know if everybody's seen, something I was worried about when we're talking about Schloss going, oh, okay, we're pulling all of this over, all my staff's coming with me. I was worried about Tulo. Again, Tulowitzki has played a huge role. He made it a point to come back to Texas. There was some rumors that maybe he would be the guy, which, guys, let's put that to rest. Like, you don't cut your teeth as a head coach at the University of Texas. So, but one of the things I was worried about is if we bring all of Schloss's staff over, does Tulowitzki have a place on the Texas roster and as far as the staff goes? And everything I'm hearing so far is that hell yes, absolutely. Tulo is staying at Texas, which I think is a huge piece.
Really
That's a really good thing for Texas. Again, hitting has improved exponentially with Tulo there. Hitting hasn't been a problem for Texas. That's something that I do want to point out. I've got to pull up the numbers here. I will drag them up through my notes. But what is Schloss bringing to Texas? And part of that is the hitting average, right? You see that A&M right now this year, again, pitching was phenomenal. They ended 4th nationally in ERA with 3.86, and then 23rd in scoring with 8.5 runs per game. But Texas, I would argue, has better hitters, at least more consistent. And yes, I know we've got to factor in the Big 12 plays a role in that. We're up against different kinds of pitching. So that's going to play into there too. But look, Tulowitzki has made a huge difference on the staff and in hitting. Mm-hmm. Players like Ivan Melendez don't exist without Tulowitzki, right?
Ivan Melendez.
Yeah, look, it just doesn't happen. So I'm happy that is a thing that is that Tulo is going to stay with the staff. There's a lot to be excited about, but hold on to your butts, y'all. It's going to be a lot of changes coming up. Definitely going to be a lot of changes.
All right, good job. So we dissected that press conference top to bottom. Talked a little bit about how it's going to impact broader, coaching baseball rosters. Let's get into, because this is always fun. Twitter/X. I call it Twitter. I'm always going to call it Twitter.
Listen, I judge you if you call it X.
I know.
I'm just
so good. You probably.
It makes me old. I'm sure. I'm sure
I'm
10
so
years from
old,
now.
I call it Twitter.
When I'm sure 10 years from now when I'm still calling it Twitter.
Oh, I'm going to call it Twitter forever.
Right. Like it was just a better platform.
Okay.
Right.
So let's talk about some of the best Twitter and yes, CB, you mentioned this, so we'll get to it. That Billy Lucci. So we're going to talk about the best of the tweet posts that have happened in the last few days. That Billy Lucci tweet about championships age like fine wine. So if you're not familiar, Reddit exposed one of Billy Lucci's freezing cold takes, and the freezing cold takes, posted it. Billy Lucci 3 years ago wrote, "First comes the commitment, then the right coach, then the culture change." And he's predicting here that Jimbo Fisher, who's been fired and paid $77 million to go away, will have one natty and a playoff. Buzz, the basketball coach, will have an Elite Eight and 3 Sweet 16s. I think he's had like one playoff win or something. I don't know. And Schloss will have 5 College World Series maybe appearances.
Yeah, I think he's talking about what they have had.
Oh, I thought he was predicting what they have.
No, it's what they've had.
I thought he was predicting what they're going to have. Because that's why they said it was a freezing cold take, because none of that happened. Next come the championships.
I think he's saying these are the coaches that come in and this is what they're bringing to the table.
Well, because there was no playoff when Jimbo won his natty. That's why I thought he was predicting the future. I thought he was predicting because Jimbo didn't have a
that
playoff.
Might be fair. I don't understand what Billy
he said next come the championships. Freezing cold take. Not one of these coaches have gone. One was fired. One is still there and hasn't won anything, and one left for Texas.
One got snatched.
So yeah, it's freezing cold.
Look, I got to ask this question. All right, so I'm going to pose 2 questions to you. Who was more pissed? I think this is a fun question. And I want you guys to please answer us back. Mention it in the comments who you think. Who was more pissed? Was it OU fans with Lincoln Riley when he left for USC?
They were mad.
Ooh, they still call him that bitch out west.
Oh, I know.
Or A&M fans with Coach Schloss. Who do you think? I want your feedback on that. Who do you think was more mad of those two? Who do you think was more
I guess
mad?
time will tell, because I have to throw honorable mention.
That's fair.
To the Tech fans when they lost beard.
That's a different question.
I know. And
I have that as a different question.
I still have yet to see fans as.
Okay, but that's a different question. We'll get into that in a minute.
The Herman fans
I know.
when Houston left?
I know. That's a different question. So I want to get into it right now.
Final Four? Okay.
OU fans, A&M fans.
I think wishing anal cancer on people is pretty bad. And I did not see OU fans do that, even though they're pretty mad.
It was pretty.
I know. But the things I have seen Aggie fans wish on this staff, I don't know. I would have to say that Aggie fans are looking really upset. But OU fans are pretty mad about it, and they're still mad.
I think.
Oh, you know what? I would say the Aggie fans, because at least Lincoln Riley won stuff with them, whereas Schloss hasn't won any like championships with them.
No,
and
that's
they're
fair.
still so mad.
But I would argue that like Schloss brought A&M baseball to a place that it hadn't been before, right? Yeah. And I think, and I think this is justifiable. While it was again, as a Texas fan, it was hilarious to just like sit on the sidelines and watch OU implode as Lincoln Riley said he was leaving.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that I think A&M fans are more pissed at Schloss because Lincoln Riley left to a different conference. Lincoln Riley left to a conference that he doesn't have to play OU.
Way out west.
Right?
Yeah.
And like
and to a beautiful, amazing city with a $5 million home for free.
We can make those comparisons too, but I'm going to say Lincoln Riley left in a place that he's probably not going to have to see OU a lot. He's not going to have to play his former team much. He's not going to have to see his former players, right? A&M is in a very unique position. And I think this is what is that extra like knife in the side, right in the kidney, right? Is that not only does A&M have the little brother complex and like they're worried about Texas, but also they're in a position where they got to see him every year. They got to play Schloss every year. They got to like, we are
literally against him in the same.
Yeah,
conference.
we're literally joining the SEC and they're going to watch a program that they thought they finally had a leg up over. Maybe not so much. And we're going to do it with the coach we stole from you. Like that's got to be an extra level of salt, right? In the wound.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I mean, they all stay big mad.
No, that's true. All right. Now the second question I have for you, different question, but the same. Who is more pissed?
I don't know. Everybody says
Texas Tech fans when we stole Beard or A&M fans when we stole Schloss?
Texas Tech fans.
You think?
Because that's all they had. At least the Aggies have hope in Elko. The Aggies have hope in other sports, right? Texas Tech literally only had hope in Beard and basketball of all the things, right, at that moment. And they were, again, runners up of a national championship. And, I'll take that.
That's fine.
But they had no hope in any other thing.
I love the snatching,
right.
the snatch. Yep.
All right. Okay. So let's do another good tweet. And this kind of goes to what you just said a minute ago.
Yep.
At Joseph Manero.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah, this was a really good one. It isn't money. A&M spent more on baseball than anyone. Facilities, new stadium, recruit as high a level as possible.
And to be fair, these were all reasons that we gave that we couldn't see Schloss leaving A&M for Texas.
Or potential to win titles because they were one game away from the Natty. So those weren't all the things.
Yep.
The best coaches simply want to be in Austin. There's nothing A&M can do about it.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Look, okay. This is where I go back to what I was saying. If Texas A&M focused on being the best Texas A&M that they can Texas A&M, this would be a different conversation. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
How many Aggies can Aggie if an Aggie can Aggies?
If an Aggie is focusing on being the best Aggie that they can possibly Aggie, this is a different conversation, right? Like, but the fact of the matter is that, and I will say this with OU also to some extent, I feel like OU focuses on Texas so much. Now, the difference is OU has a few things to like brag about and talk about, and they got some shit to back it up. But if A&M wasn't so concerned and didn't base their entire identity and all of their goals as a program, if they didn't focus solely on beating Texas, this would be a different conversation, right? But yeah, I think that's a fair take. At the end of the day, if you are only focusing and you're defining your success on being better than a singular other entity, man, that's a hard thing to beat. That's a hard standard to live to. And you're going to be disappointed a lot.
You are.
So yeah. And look, that was part of the conversation too about why Schloss would come to Texas. Of course, we know CDC played into that. The alignment of
huge
of everything.
Yeah.
Texas has money just like A&M does, but A&M has money. So I don't want to count that out for A&M.
A lot of things are fairly equal.
Right.
The money, their facilities are better right now.
Right.
You know,
baseball-wise,
the history of the Texas program is better. At the end of the day, those things all even out. What you can't take away is that they just want to be with CDC in Austin.
Right. And I do think that it factored in that, again, you're talking about a guy that raised his kids and lived in Fort Worth for I think he said 18 years. It's a long time. I would fair to say there are more comparisons between Fort Worth and Austin than there are Austin and Fort Worth and A&M, right?
Yeah.
So I think Austin plays a big role in that too. Yes. Okay. Dougie B, we appreciate you, man. Yes, about this conversation. Didn't OU fans threaten to burn the house down while his family was still living there? Yeah, they did.
That's awful.
That's what I'm telling you. listen,
That's
man,
awful.
I'm a big Texas fan, and I don't like it when Texas doesn't do well, but I'm not going to threaten death.
The
amount
of threats that we saw from that does remind me. OU did threaten
crazy,
and the amount of threats and that the Aggies have put this week on social media.
Yeah,
and since we're just real quick, if I apologize for you to discuss it, is it true? If you go to ou.edu and you search financials, their first statement is we are
time.
Yeah,
wait, Roy, let me say this. Yes, OU for a long time was operating at a deficit. I will say this, all the stuff that you're seeing circulating back with Kyle and a lot of people, yes, in 2018, OU had almost a $1 billion deficit. And that's not good for any place, but that was 2018. They have made huge leaps and bounds since then. OU, like, we're always going to call them Broklahoma. There's no question.
Broke.
But, and I will say this, like, Texas, things played out well for Texas. I do want to talk about this in a minute. Things played out well for Texas with the Longhorn Network. Love it, hate it. Think it was the bane of your existence and ruined conferences, whatever. Texas still made out financially from that pretty well. OU has not operated on the same level that Texas has financially. And I will point this out too. CDC did a masterful job during COVID when most athletic programs lost money. Again, Texas took a big hit in the budget. Everybody did. It was, you have 20% of your capacity, or 25%, you're losing out on beer sales, you're losing out on all kinds of stuff. Texas was one of the few schools during that time that still operated in the black. Like, they did well. They handled COVID well, and then they picked up running right after it and didn't suffer deeply from that. OU was already running on a huge deficit in 2018, again, almost $1 billion, and then COVID hit. So that really set them back. I will say that Joe C has done a good job at OU, but if you compare budgets, if you compare how the athletic department,
you always use initials. Say the name so they know who you're talking about.
I can't say his last name.
Castiglione, or whatever it is.
AD at
Joe Castiglione, something like that.
So look,
you know who you're talking about.
I do, sorry. But he's done a great job. But yeah, Texas is just on a different level as far as operations go. Texas is in a really good place financially, brand-wise, prestige-wise. Like, we're just in a good place. OU, again, I'm going to say this. To me, OU is our number one rival. A&M is a rival. I'm not going to say they're not. OU has some hardware to back things up. But yes, OU has struggled a little bit financially. I will say they are on the up and up. They are fixing some things. They're doing better in some areas. So yes, while that was true, Roy, in 2018, they were on a $1 billion deficit. The number is not quite that now. They're still running a deficit, but it's not quite as bad as it was in 2018. That's for sure.
All right. Good job, Megan. All right, moving on. All right, so this was a funny tweet because I want to get some good ones. Will Bazer at Will BAIZR. We took your coach because we felt like it. Hashtag hook 'em. That was, and then he puts the funny little video of what is
Hank Hill?
Hank Hill, yeah,
killing me. Small.
No, but the name of the show,
King of the Hill.
King of the Hill, yeah. Where they're like, it's a good day to be a Longhorn.
Which, you know, that show was actually, so Mike Judge, who also did Beavis and Butthead, was living in Austin at the time, and there's a lot of things. If you go back and watch that show, there's a lot of Austin places that are in that. So like Luby's is actually the old school Austin Luby's is in there. Of course, we know the Hills are Longhorn fans, and Cowboys fans. They see a lot of pain, but yeah, it's I don't know, it's a fun show. I liked it. Probably not your cup of tea.
No,
but
I like King of the Hill.
He sold propane and propane accessories.
Yeah, propane and propane accessories. I know that. All right. At SEC Barstool.
Yeah.
SEC Barstool. 2.5 thousand likes.
Yeah.
Let's just call it what it is. Texas just big deed Texas.
Listen, you know, I'm going to say this. We appreciate all the new listeners. We appreciate y'all being here. We appreciate y'all commenting. Last week, we were talking about the possibility of Schlossnagle coming to Texas. And we had a funny little, I thought it was funny. We were talking about if CDC pulls this off. And there was a real possibility that he would do it. Newsflash, we were right about it. He pulled it off. But we were talking about this last week. If he pulls it off, you got to erect the statue of CDC on campus immediately.
Yeah.
And what I want to see is just big, giant clacker right? The 90, you remember the 90 clacker balls? I want that. We had so many people being real ugly about it. And now I just want to say we were a week ahead of that trend. I'm just saying.
Yeah. We ignore the people that have ugly comments because you know what? They don't matter. And we appreciate all the people who have positive, good comments. Thank you. Because a lot of people want to have fun and relax and enjoy talking Texas. And some people are just sad people. And
But
that's
also, give me the clacker ball statue.
Give me the clacker balls. And that's okay. There's always going to be negative people out there. And you know what? They can go open their own. They can go get another place to want two women to come talk sports on their channel. All right. So at EP_Tex, love him. This was a good one. Dear Aggies, your Schloss is our gain. Sincerely, the Texas Longhorns.
Co-op. His like that sentiment caught on so much that I saw that as a sign. You know how El Arroyo, like if y'all are from Austin, everybody's familiar with the El Arroyo sign, right?
Oh yeah,
and they have the funniest things that go up, and they talk about it.
The billboard,
the sign that they change it daily. Mm-hmm. Did you know the co-op does that too? They put a new sign up and they change it pretty much daily.
Do they?
Yeah. It's fun. It's a little like a sandwich stand board. It's pretty funny.
Okay.
And yeah, that made it to it. Your Schloss is our game.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was
I hope
pretty
they
cool.
credited EP Tech. All right, a couple of quick ones. Late kick Josh, national media person.
Josh Pate?
Yes, Josh Pate. He put this Texas baseball hiring move is diabolical.
All right. So of all the ways that people have described CDC recently, we've talked about perhaps girth. We've also talked about
you have.
It's funny. Whatever. It's funny.
He beat Texas.
Yes,
yes,
thank
he gave you love. Yes.
Listen, there's also there's Savage, Cedric Golden. A lot of people have called the move was savage. Like, look,
quite savage,
again,
and not in a negative way, just cold hard savage.
Bro,
do it because you can.
Here's the thing, and I'm gonna default back to this.
Oh man, we only have 7 minutes.
If you worry about you and not other people, you do what's best for you. Some of my favorite comments have been from people, from Aggies that are like, oh, why didn't Texas worry about the well-being of It's not Texas's job to worry about A&M.
Nope.
It's Texas's job to worry about Texas.
It's like when you run the score up on another team. It's like, how are they running the score up? It's your job to not let me run the score up. It's not my job to not run the score up.
So I am here for it. I love it where Texas worries about Texas and Texas does what's best for Texas. That's the end. At the end of the day, that's how it is. Again, we talked about this a while ago. I'm going to recreate the shirt, the one that I want the most from the 90s.
Oh, no.
We're not snobs. We're just better than you. Listen,
Mr. Still Your Coach.
That's CDC, Mr. Still Your Coach.
Mr. Still Your Coach. All right. Oh, okay. Let's get Burnt Orange Nation. Great tweet.
Yeah.
Wow. From a source close to the building. Texas is in the final stages of bringing Mike Elko to coach inside linebacker.
Painful. That's just mean, man. That's just mean.
All right. Our friend Wendy, we love Wendy KJ. Everybody knows that Wendy KJ. This is pretty good. So all the Pearl Clutchers are just going to gloss over how Mike Elko denied his ass off about leaving and then exited Durham on a red eye with his family and zoomed his former players the next morning. This sudden faux moral outrage is something. I love Wendy. And she made the TexAgs board. So they're crying about her comments.
We talked about this earlier. Like I said, look, you know what? God damn. It feels good to be a gangster. I'm just saying, like, if you focus on you and not other people, I'm going back to that.
Keep it up.
Tell me I'm wrong. I could probably relate this back to everything. All right, we got a few more, and we'll talk a little bit, and then we'll close out.
Okay, no, I was listening to you.
Yeah.
All right, so of course, a big Tex Aggie person. Let's see,
former player.
Yeah, he's with Gig'em 247, whatever, and that's fine. They're going to have a different view than we see it. He said, Carter Carroll said, Texas PR letting Schlossnagle do a Q&A during his introduction was a hilariously bad move. This is a feces show. That's fine. That's his opinion. No worries. And then at the Tunnel _Texas, love this. Tunnel Longhorns wrote, Schloss doing a Q&A is such a coward move. He bolts and now won't even face the music. How embarrassing. See how we can just play the narrative of both sides? Yes. Each side, fair and equal. Each side is going to see it how they see it. Either he didn't face the audience or he faced them and he shouldn't have.
And I'll say this, at the end of the day, look, we mentioned this earlier as we've gone through the presser and done all these things. At the end of the day, it was an impossible, with the way that the current system is set up, it's an impossible situation to answer things perfectly. You got to respect Zane for asking the question.
Yep.
You also have to respect that in that moment, while it could have been handled better, Schlossnagle was in a moment where he just lost the national championship. He's worried about his kids. He got asked a very pain in the butt question that was very much about him. And so he had some emotions. He could have handled it better. But also he responded and apologized, right? Like, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, emotion is involved, but systems are also involved. You work within the system that you have. You do with what you got to do. I don't know. It just feels like that to me. Sorry, I'm wandering.
No, I love it. I love it. We've been talking this whole 2 hours and we got through half our notes, which is fine because we're talking. All right. At UT_Mangler. Do you say Mangler or Mangler? Mangler. Okay. No sip should feel welcome. Okay. He's reading a screen capture from TexAgs. I should say that. A person on TexAgs posted, no sip should feel welcome in College Station that weekend. Talking about when we go there in the fall. I get our we are so nice to away fans thing. Yeah, that's fine, but not to them.
Oh, wait.
I would like to say I have never, ever, ever experienced feeling welcome and nice in College Station. I haven't.
Right.
I have never felt never has anyone offered me here's a beer. I've gotten that. And even in West Virginia, they offered me every moonshine you can offer.
I've got 2 stories about that. So agree wholeheartedly. Listen, and maybe we'll close
is
on
this
this.
new that they're going to be nice to us and now they're not? Because they've always been mean to me.
So I will say this, like a lot of Aggies like to think that they're very friendly. And I'll tell you what, if you show up in College Station and you're wearing a color other than this, you probably get treated very differently.
Yeah.
I showed up to A&M. This was the last game that Texas football was playing there. I was with my Aggie friend. It was me and an Aggie friend. I was the only Longhorn in a sea of Aggies because I was with my buddy. And I drove Clyde down there, my 79 Thunderbird that's burnt orange and white, paid a bunch of money to park in a faculty garage, pulled the car in where the horns on the hood were pulled up against a wall, literally, right? During the game, I was harassed so much. I had people call the cops on me to try to get me kicked out. My Aggie buddy had to tell people, like, she's not doing anything wrong. She's literally just cheering for her team. Like, I'm not the person that's going to talk shit about another team. I'm just here to support my team, right?
You just cheer for your team.
Yeah, and I had now I will say the woman behind me got real pissed because I'm standing and cheering for my team as I do.
You should stand the whole game if you want.
And isn't that what Aggies are known for?
Standing and never leaving.
Right. So she told me, you need to sit down. I turned around. I said, ma'am, this is Kyle Field. I said, aren't you known for standing? I said, oh my gosh, don't tell me I'm a better Aggie than you are. Oh, she got real mad. She got big mad at that point. So I had cops called on me for that, tried to get kicked out. And then when I got back to my car after we won that game,
of course,
we remember that. We won that game. I get back to my car. Somebody had stood on my car, vandalized it, stolen my license plates, and ripped off one of the horns, stood on the hood and ripped off one of the horns.
Oh, but don't worry, because now the Aggies are not going to be nice to us.
Right. So when
were they ever nice to us?
All I'm saying is it might be very different as a different fan, but Aggies, look, y'all pick and choose the Aggie code and when you get to live by it. But I'm telling you, like, as a Texas fan, that's never been a thing. That's never been a thing. I just haven't had that experience.
Yeah, because don't lie and tamper on your way out the door. Only lie and tamper on your way to A&M. All right, one last one, and we got to wrap it up because it is 6 o'clock. Man, that 2 hours went fast. We have so much to talk about. We can talk for another 2 hours.
It does.
One last one. It's from Simcox Steven Simcox. Okay. And it's that picture that's kind of gone viral of Schloss in his Aggie jersey at the College World Series final, kind of sitting in the dugout sad. And it says, if I send you this, it means I won't be there tomorrow.
I know. I love it. Look.
Oh, that was so good.
Again, I'm going to say this as Texas fans, like, I'm so proud of being a Longhorn. I rock my Longhorn ring. You rock your Longhorn ring. Like,
and Aggies, this is not only an Aggie ring.
No,
it's asking us, is it only an Aggie ring?
Aggies, you should be proud of that. I'm gonna
but
close
don't
on this.
assume it's an Aggie ring.
No, but I'm gonna close on this. A&M, I feel your pain. I understand it. Like, I know it hurts and I get it. Like, I don't get it because we don't lose coaches like that, but I get it.
We didn't even get to that part.
I understand the pain that you're feeling right now. And I understand you're looking for a blame to put blame on someone else. But what I would say, I'm going to say this again from the bottom of my little burnt orange heart. You guys focus on being the best you can be. And by that, I mean,
that's good advice.
Be the best Texas A&M that you can be. Don't worry about Texas. Don't worry about what we're doing, because we're going to do what we want to do no matter what, right?
Sure, that's what they say.
We're Texas.
That's what they
we
say.
take what we want. We do what we want.
All right. I think we should finish this offline. Like we should do like a spaces or something, because we have so much more to talk about.
All right. But hey, everybody, we appreciate you. We have a lot of new listeners. We have a lot of new folks, a lot of new comments. Everybody, we're sorry we didn't get to you. Please join us every Friday. I don't even know what day it is.
It's Wednesday.
Every Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m. Central Time. That is. We are Fire the Cannon. I am Texas Fancy Boots.
I'm Megan.
No, because
you were supposed to say Megan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Megan.
I'm right.
And we're Fire the Cannon, y'all. Shit. Well, week.
Yes, sir. We'll be back.